Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 5091 to Chapter 5171. After Xianxia was killed, the cautious White Fiend went over to check on him. After confirming that Xianxia was indeed dead, she sneered. She looked at Huang Yu and He Sha. Haha, you didn't expect me to be the final victor, did you? White Fiend smiled proudly. Even she didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. You already have the sacred inscription encyclopedia. Why did you kill him? He's just a nobody in the 5th level divine physique echelon. Huang Yu sighed. I didn't expect the little princess of the golden martial nation to be so kind. No wonder you couldn't win against your sisters and brothers. White Fiend smiled in disdain. He knows too much. Who knows if he'll spread rumors when he gets out. So, it's best that he's dead. Huang Yu looked at White Fiend and shook her head. She didn't say anything. In a sense, White Fiend was right. Although she was the princess of the golden martial nation, she could only rely on her own ability to cultivate. All the resources of the royal family wouldn't be used on her. She was searching for secret lands and relics because she wanted to become stronger. The peak of the 9th level divine physique echelon might be good enough, but she still had a long way to go. She didn't regret her hard work because she didn't want to become an inhumane person like her sisters and brothers. Unfortunately, she might really die here today. Alright, now's not the time to act like a Buddha. The two of you should be on your way. Since White Fiend killed Xianxia, she wouldn't let Huang Yu and He Sha live. She was the only one who knew about the sacred inscription encyclopedia. No one else knew. She looked at Huang Yu and walked toward He Sha. Compared to Huang Yu, she knew He Sha better. So, it would be safer to kill him first. She didn't want to wait any longer. Otherwise, things might become more troublesome. White Fiend, do you think I'll die like this? Even if I have to die with you today, I won't let you have your way. Blood-burning mystic technique. He Sha stood up suddenly. The blood in his body was burning. During this process, any injuries wouldn't affect him. Moreover, his combat power would increase a lot. However, 3 minutes later, his blood would burn out and he would die. Originally, he didn't want to use this tactic of perishing together with the enemy. But since he had to die, he naturally had to drag someone down with him. You're crazy. White Fiend's face changed greatly, and he turned around to escape from the ruins. This was because the Black Fiend could not fight for too long under such circumstances. As long as she escaped and came back 3 minutes later, He Sha would definitely die. Unfortunately, she found herself wrapped in black energy. White Fiend, you are really stupid. Do you think that when I use the blood-burning secret technique, I will not consider the situation where the enemy escapes? Just stay here obediently. Black Fiend crazily attacked White Fiend. White Fiend had no choice but to accept the challenge. At this time, the soul-searching technique had disappeared because the Black Fiend was focused on dealing with the White Fiend. He had no time to use the soul-searching technique. In the darkness, Xianxia spied on this battle, and the corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous sneer. No matter how cunning you are still inferior to me. Boss, I admire you to death. How did your brain grow? Little Gold praised from within the universe world. Just now, Xianxia just deliberately let the White Fiend kill him. After that, he used time reversal to revive. As long as he died, the other party would be completely at ease and continue to fight among themselves. This was what it meant to fight to survive in a hopeless situation. Now, the Black Fiend could no longer hold on. He could be said to be completely safe. The sacred pattern complete book was still his in the end. Looking coldly at the good show he had set up, Xianxia had a smile on his face. The Black Fiend used the blood-burning secret technique, and his combat strength was clearly higher than the White Fiend. Therefore, the White Fiend was completely in a passive situation. It was too horrible to look at. If nothing unexpected happened, the White Fiend should be killed by the Black Fiend. Then, the Black Fiend would also die because of activating the blood-burning secret technique. Huang Yu was seriously injured and would not be able to recover in a short time. He would become the final Oriole. It could be said that he won the battle without making a move. However, Xianxia was not complacent because of this. He knew that before the matter was over, anything could happen. The Black Fiend's soul-searching technique had shocked him. Although he reacted quickly and thought of faking his death to escape. But to be honest, Xiao did not like such an unforeseen event. It would be best if everything went according to his plan. But man proposes, God disposes. No matter how smart he was, some things would always happen. The White Fiend did not want to die. So he was also fighting with his life. The Black Fiend could not take him down in a short time. Huang Yu was also working hard. She ate a healing pill and seized the time to heal her injuries. Even so, she could not recover her combat strength in a short time. It was fine as long as she could move. Because Huang Yu knew that whether the Black Fiend or the White Fiend survived, they would not let her go. The White Fiend was not as good as the Black Fiend. When it was almost 3 minutes, he was killed by the Black Fiend. Before he died, he still grabbed the ring in his hand with a look of disbelief. So what if he got the Sacred Pattern Complete book? If he died, there was nothing left. After killing the White Fiend, the Black Fiend did not care about the ring at all. Instead, he pounced directly at Huang Yu. He wanted to kill Huang Yu. This Sacred Pattern Complete book would be buried here forever. Huang Yu's Dharma treasure was released at that moment. The Black Fiend's entire body was torn apart. But even so, the Black Fiend, who was in the state of burning blood secret technique, did not die. A hand claw flew toward Huang Yu. Huang Yu sighed helplessly. She had already worked very hard. Unfortunately, in the end, she still fell short of success. She even released her life-saving Dharma treasure, but she still could not escape death. She closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. However, death did not come for a long time. Instead, a series of crashing sounds startled her until she opened her eyes. She found that she was wrapped in a ball of golden light. And the Black Fiend's final attack collided with this golden light. Then, as if she had seen a ghost, she looked at not far away in surprise. That insignificant person who was supposed to be dead actually stood up from the ground. Then, he put away the storage ring in the White Fiend's hand. You. Who the hell are you? Huang Yu had always been calm, but at this time, she could not control her emotions. This insignificant person was too terrifying. She carefully thought about the whole process and found that from the beginning to the end, everyone here was fooled by this kid. Just a pitiful insignificant person. Xiao glanced at Huang Yu indifferently and said. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. She would not believe that an insignificant person could actually be so scheming. Why did you save me? If you let me be killed, no one in this world will know that you took away the Sacred Pattern Complete book. That's the safest way. Huang Yu asked. This question is very simple. It's because of the kindness you showed before. Although I'm not a kind person, I still hope that kind people in this world can live a long life. The world is dirty enough. If you die, it will be even dirtier. Xiao said indifferently. Xiao was serious. If it weren't for Huang Yu's kindness, he would have left her in the lurch. This was how treasure hunting worked. Some survived while others died. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment before she smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to survive just because of kindness. In the past, many people told me that people who are too kind will die faster. By the way, you used the Golden Light Saint Rune, right? What's your relationship with the Divine Rune sect? I'm just someone who survived by luck. Although Xiao had let Huang Yu go, he couldn't trust her. Hence, he lied. However, since I survived, the Divine Rune sect will flourish in my hands. I advise you not to be too flamboyant. If the ancient race can destroy the Divine Rune sect once, they can do it twice. Huang Yu believed Xiao's words. Why wouldn't she? How could an outsider learn the Golden Light Saint Rune in such a short time? Hence, she believed him. Alright, eat this healing pill. It's much more effective than the one you gave me before. You'll recover in a short time. Xiao tossed a healing pill to Huang Yu. I used you before. Don't mind this favor. We won't meet again. Goodbye. With that, Xiao got the Qianquan beast to collect all the spoils and prepared to leave. Huang Yu hesitated for a moment as she held the healing pill Xiao gave her. However, she still ate it. In her opinion, if Xiao wanted to kill her, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Hence, this healing pill should be real. Wait a moment. Aren't you afraid that I'll attack you after I recover? Although I'm kind, I also hope to become stronger. The Divine Rune Encyclopedia is very important to me. Huang Yu said. Do as you wish. I've never regretted my actions. As long as you can kill me, feel free to do so. Ling Xiao smiled as he walked out of the ruins. However, he suddenly stopped in the next moment. The Divine Rune Encyclopedia was clearly in his hands. However, why did he feel that the strange energy in the Divine Rune Sect's ruins hadn't disappeared? Could it be that the memory metal wasn't the Divine Rune Encyclopedia, or were there other treasures in the ruins? I'll give it a try. It was not in line with his character to not take the treasures. In any case, only Huang Yu was present at the moment. Although Huang Yu could recover more than half of her injuries within a few minutes after taking his healing pill, Huang Yu was still injured. However, because he didn't completely trust this woman, he naturally tampered with the healing pill. If Huang Yu did not attack him, he would be safe. Otherwise, the unlucky one would only be Huang Yu. Therefore, the Huang Jade basically did not pose a threat to him. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the memory metal that he had just obtained. Using the method described above, he managed to break through the golden barrier. He held the memory metal in his hand. His divine sense entered. The contents of the book immediately flooded into his mind. As expected of the Saint Inscription Encyclopedia. Furthermore, there are so many contents. Just the number of first-grade Saint inscriptions alone exceeds 100,000. Not only were they used in battle, but they were also used in daily life. The people from the Divine Rune sect are really geniuses. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. However, he was not interested in studying the Saint Inscription Encyclopedia at the moment. It was already his. He could study it at any time. Now, he mainly wanted to find some clues from it. He wanted to see if he could find anything else in the ruins. Sure enough, a golden light shot out and flew in a certain direction. Ling Xiao chased after it. This place looked very ordinary. It was just a dried-up and destroyed pond. However, only those who were proficient in formations would understand that there was another world below. Ling Xiao quickly broke through the camouflage. He discovered that there was actually an altar below. On the altar, there were 7 sculptures. Each of the sculptures exuded a mysterious aura. He was about to study them when he suddenly heard a voice. Immediately, he saw a figure appear on the altar. Since the Fated One has already obtained the Saint Inscription Encyclopedia, then you are qualified to receive the 7 divine abilities and secret techniques of the Divine Rune sect. The person spoke expressionlessly. Ling Xiao knew that it must be a remnant soul left behind. It only existed to complete some kind of mission. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel excited when he heard the words divine ability and secret technique. Divine abilities and secret techniques were different from martial skills. They did not have grades and would increase in power as the martial artist's strength increased. Obviously, they were more suitable than martial skills or Dharma treasures. I didn't expect there to be such a place. Huang Yu had already recovered. However, he did not attack Ling Xiao. He only looked at the place in front of Ling Xiao in surprise. He muttered to himself. At this moment, the figure continued, every divine ability and secret technique of the Divine Rune sect is extremely powerful. The Fated One should not be greedy. Cultivate one is enough. It will be bad if it exceeds the limits of your body. Ling Xiao ignored the voice. He continued to wait for the figure to continue. The first divine ability and secret technique is called Martial Spirit Transformation. A martial artist's martial spirit can be directly transformed into a god spirit to assist the martial artist in battle. Not only can it bring out the effects of the martial spirit, but its combat power is also extremely shocking. The second divine ability and secret technique is called Earth Guardian. A martial artist can absorb the power of the earth for his own use. His combat power will instantly soar. The third divine ability and secret technique is called Azure True Body. This is a body refining divine ability. After cultivating it, one's physical body can be transformed into the Azure True Body. It can greatly increase the strength and power of the physical body. The fourth divine ability and secret technique is called Divine Rune Heaven. This divine ability and secret technique is only effective if one knows the divine rune arts. The divine rune arts within the range of the divine rune heaven will be at least doubled. Moreover, the power of the divine runes inscribed by martial artists who have the divine rune heaven will be increased by at least 10%. The final effect depends on the martial artist's talent. The fifth divine ability and secret technique is called Moon Essence. It can absorb the moon essence to increase the speed and effect of cultivation. Divine Yuan will also be transformed into Moon Force. The sixth divine ability and secret technique is called Red Sun Essence. Its effect is similar to the fifth divine ability. The last divine ability and secret technique is called Sword Orb Technique. It can transform any offensive weapon into a sword orb. It is most suitable for sword cultivators. Choose according to your own characteristics. There will always be one that suits you. With that said, the figure disappeared. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and released his companions from the Qianquan world. Feng Hua, you will inherit the Moon Essence Technique. Little Gold, the Red Sun Essence Technique is yours. Cold Plum, your physical body is your weakness. You will inherit the Azure True Body. Long Chen, you will inherit the Earth Guardian. Ling Xiao first arranged the most suitable divine ability for his companions to inherit. As for the remaining three, Ling Xiao felt that he could think about it carefully. If he learned the divine rune arts, then there was no doubt that the divine rune heaven would be very suitable for him. However, this would not increase his combat power for the time being. The sword orb technique was also very suitable for him. If he could transform weapons into sword orbs, it would be very convenient for him. In the past, after he obtained the spoils of war, he could not use many weapons. He could let the Void God sword swallow them. That would be too much of a pity. Forget it. Let's see if I can cultivate all three divine powers first. Ling Xiao made up his mind. He believed that he had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and could contain all things. He should be able to learn more than others. He chose the spirit transformation for his first divine power. He had the 12 beast god martial spirits. He also had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. If he could reach the spirit transformation stage, it would be much better than just having a martial spirit. It would greatly increase his combat strength. Thinking of this, he glanced at Huang Yu indifferently. Although this woman's combat strength had completely recovered, he had nothing to worry about. Firstly, he believed that he had a good eye. Huang Yu was definitely not an ungrateful person. Secondly, even if he was wrong, he already had a plan. If Huang Yu really dared to make a move, she would be the unlucky one. Therefore, Ling Xiao was able to cultivate this mystic art in a down-to-earth manner. The spirit transformation stage was very advanced. It was divided into 3 stages, void, corporeal, and divine. Ling Xiao only needed to absorb this divine power and achieve the void martial spirit. The illusory martial soul looked no different from a martial soul phantom. However, its combat strength was much stronger than a martial spirit phantom. Others would need 3 to 4 days to cultivate this divine power, even if it was just a beginner. However, Ling Xiao only needed 3 minutes. I feel like I can do it. After cultivating one divine power, Ling Xiao did not feel any pressure. Therefore, he decided to cultivate the second divine power. This time, he chose the Sword Orb Technique. The Sword Orb Technique also only took about 3 minutes. He turned the Hand of Eternal Life into a sword orb and found that its power exceeded that of an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. Moreover, this sword orb attack was very sudden. It would be very difficult for the opponent to react when a cold light flashed. I feel some pressure. The divine runesect's divine powers are indeed terrifying. Even I find it very difficult to cultivate 2 of them. However, I should be able to cultivate 1 more. Just as Ling Xiao was about to cultivate the divine rune heaven, the situation suddenly changed. A large golden cloud flew in the sky. Then, Ling Xiao saw a group of experts appear on the golden cloud. There were about 20 of them. One of them had a similar temperament to Huang Yu. Their appearances were also 60% similar. It was just that his strength was clearly a little stronger than Huang Yu's. As for the group of experts, other than the 2 Divine Soul Realm experts, the rest were all half-step Divine Soul Realm experts. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. To think that such an unforeseen event would occur. This was troublesome. This was the so-called man proposes, God disposes. His calculations were very good, but he couldn't keep up with the unforeseen events. This group of people was obviously from the Golden Martial Nation. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Yu. Huang Yu shook her head, indicating that she did not know these people would come. The woman who looked similar to Huang Yu sat on a floating seat, looking at Huang Yu contemptuously. My silly sister. You're pretty lucky too. Following you, I can indeed discover some pretty good ruins. He really didn't expect that there would be a divine ability inheritance here. What are those ants doing? Do they also want to steal this secret technique? Although this woman looked similar to Huang Yu, her personality was extremely different. Although Huang Yu was the princess of the Golden Martial Nation, she was not as arrogant as she appeared to be. Her arrogance came from her bones. She also did not underestimate the enemy like this woman. Sister Huang. Shui, are you following me? Huang Yu frowned and said. So what if I'm following you? You're the child of a lowly servant. You should make things convenient for us. Huang Shui looked at Huang Yu contemptuously, not caring at all about Huang Yu's anger. Ling Xiao roughly understood the current situation. He did not speak, taking the opportunity to start cultivating the sacred pattern heaven. Perhaps no one would believe that he could cultivate such a brilliant divine ability in 3 minutes. Therefore, Huang Shui might not be in a hurry to make a move. Ling Xiao could not escape now. His companions were not him, so they could not learn the divine ability secret technique in a few minutes. According to his estimation, it would take at least an hour. In this hour, he could not go anywhere. This situation was simply terrible to the extreme. But Ling Xiao, this guy, was really audacious. Even under such circumstances, he still dared to cultivate the divine ability there, as if he did not take the enemies in front of him seriously at all. Alright, silly sister, it's time to catch up. Come, go, and kill those rats. Huang Shui's words were cold and emotionless, as if she really wanted to kill a few rats instead of a few people. No. Huang Yu stood in front of them and said, they are my saviors. You can't mess around. Do you think you have the ability to stop me? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get lost. Otherwise, although I can't kill you, as an elder sister, I can teach my younger sister a lesson. I believe father won't say anything. Huang Shui said coldly. Just as they were talking, Ling Xiao had finished cultivating the sacred pattern heaven. After cultivating the sacred pattern heaven, his understanding of the golden light saint pattern had obviously improved a lot. Previously, it was only at the entry level, but now, the golden light saint pattern had been directly upgraded to the perfection level. A first-grade saint pattern was enough to resist the attack of martial artists below the divine soul realm. In the opponent's team, there were 2 people who could pose a threat to the golden light saint pattern. They were the 2 divine soul realm experts. However, under the enhancement of the sacred pattern heaven, even a first-level divine soul realm expert couldn't easily shatter the saint pattern. However, this first-grade saint pattern consumed a lot of divine origin energy and soul power. It was unknown how long Ling Xiao could last. No matter what, he hadn't lost yet. As long as he could last for about an hour, he would have a way to escape with everyone. He began to draw the saint pattern. Drawing a first-grade saint inscription might be extremely difficult for others, but it was a piece of cake for him. When the 3 breaths of time given by Huang Shui ended, Ling Xiao had finished drawing the golden light saint pattern. He grabbed Huang Yu and pulled her into the protective range of the golden light saint pattern. Then, he raised his head and looked at Huang Shui in the sky. He smiled contemptuously and said, in your eyes, I'm just a rat. I may just be a mouse, but can you kill a mouse like me? Little brother, don't provoke my elder sister. Although she's only at the half-step divine soul realm, her combat strength is very close to that of a divine soul realm expert. It won't do you any good to provoke her. Huang Yu advised. Don't worry. She can't kill me for the time being. Ling Xiao had absolute confidence in the sacred pattern sect's first-grade saint pattern. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the attack had already begun. The first ones to attack were the half-step divine soul realm experts. Violent attacks swept toward Ling Xiao and Huang Yu. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He believed that not to mention Ling Xiao and Huang Yu, even a divine soul realm expert would probably be injured by this attack. Huang Shui smiled coldly and said, "What a laughable brat. He thinks he's infallible. My younger sister is also laughable. She actually mixed with trash like him. Is this the so-called birds of a feather flock together?" In Huang Shui's opinion, Ling Xiao must have been blasted into smithereens. It was impossible for him to survive. However, when the smoke dissipated, Huang Shui's expression turned ugly. Ling Xiao was not dead. Not to mention dead, he was completely unscathed. The power of the Golden Saint inscription was far beyond their imagination. What's going on? Even Huang Yu was shocked, let alone Huang Shui. Don't be so surprised. The Saint Inscription sect was destroyed by the ancient race because their Saint Inscription art threatened the ancient race. Saint Inscriptions are divided into 9 grades. This is only a first-grade Saint Inscription, but it's already so powerful. It's hard to imagine how powerful a 9th-grade Saint Inscription is. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You too, do it. Huang Shui's expression turned ugly. She finally allowed the 2 Divine Soul Realm experts to attack. Neither of the 2 Divine Soul Realm experts was weaker than Shuigu. One could imagine how powerful their attacks were. The weather changed. Huang Shui finally revealed a cruel and cold smile. This time, he should be dead. No matter what you do, it's useless. However, in the next moment, she was stunned again. The 2 Divine Soul Realm experts joined forces, but they still couldn't break the golden light barrier. This is impossible. Huang Shui stood up and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The thing she thought of as a rat was actually so powerful. She couldn't believe it. Sister, I'll tell you the truth. These are the talents that I'm going to recruit into the Golden Martial Kingdom. Their abilities can bring great improvements to the Golden Martial Kingdom. The 108 Martial Kingdoms are at war all year round. The Golden Martial Kingdom urgently needs such talents. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've just used a talisman to send a message to my father. I believe there will be a reply soon. Sister, you can ignore me, but do you dare to disobey my father? Huang Yu suddenly said. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't refute. Perhaps if he connected with Huang Yu, he could really go directly to the Golden Territory. Then, he could avoid running around. He originally planned to go to the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom. However, it seemed like there was no need for that now. After all, no one could be sure that the Rakshasa Martial Kingdom's situation was better than the Golden Martial Kingdom's. With just them? Huang Shui was furious. Haha, big sister is still looking down on others. Even a Divine Soul Realm expert can't break the Saint Rune. Do you think they are qualified? Huang Yu smiled faintly. These guys are the remnants of the Divine Rune sect. Aren't you afraid of offending the ancient races? Huang Shui said coldly. You'd better not say such words in front of Royal Father. Royal Father hates the Aboriginals the most. Not only will he not refuse the Divine Rune sect's disciples, but he will also treat them with respect. Huang Yu clearly grasped the opportunity. Humph, then let's blast this thing open before Royal Father's message arrives. Everyone, attack. Although Huang Shui clearly knew that Ling Xiao and the others were talents, she couldn't let Huang Yu gain merit. Therefore, she had to kill these people as soon as possible. Before her father's orders arrived, she was not afraid of anything. Upon hearing Huang Shui's order, the experts around her began to attack together. With every attack, Ling Xiao's face would turn a little uglier. The divine essence and soul power in his body were being consumed crazily. If it wasn't for the large amount of potential he had, he would probably die here today. The powerful attack also allowed Ling Xiao to obtain great benefits. The Black-Wind Colossal Dragon and blood coagulation energy that was originally stored in his body were being converted and absorbed crazily. His divine essence, body, and soul were all being transformed. The other side bombarded indiscriminately for a full half an hour. Ling Zhao's cultivation finally broke through to the early stage of the 6th level divine body realm. This was a huge improvement. At the same time, the heavenly demon black martial body had advanced to 4 divine dragon patterns. Its defense was even more terrifying, and its strength was also more powerful. As for his soul power, it had increased by 1-fold. His soul power doubled was too terrifying. Now, in terms of soul power, he was probably not inferior to a divine soul realm expert. Of course, he had advanced, but Ling Xiao's potential was almost depleted. At this rate, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to last for an hour. There was an obvious look of anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, the attack suddenly stopped. Huang Shui glared at Huang Yu with an ugly expression. I didn't expect father to agree with you. However, it's best to tell them to be careful. Not everyone is qualified to enter the Golden Region. Let's go. Huang Shui was very disappointed because she couldn't kill Ling Xiao before the Golden Region's king's order arrived. This was equivalent to having an enemy for no reason. However, the king's order was directly given to her, and she didn't dare to disobey. She could only leave with her tail between her legs. However, the Golden Martial Kingdom was her territory. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao and the rest could escape from her hands. They're finally gone. Huang Yu heaved a sigh of relief. She was almost exhausted. She probably felt a lot of pressure in her heart. On one hand, she was worried that Ling Xiao couldn't hold on. On the other hand, she was worried that her father wouldn't listen to her. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was righteous enough. Just a golden light saint pattern was enough to completely subdue her father. Thank you. Ling Xiao asked Huang Yu when he saw that his companions had reached the end of their cultivation of the divine ability secret method. After you're done with your cultivation, hurry up and leave. The further you go, the better. The 108 Golden Martial Kingdoms aren't all united. Therefore, you can still escape. Huang Yu shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao as she spoke. If we escape, what will you do? Ling Xiao truly felt that Huang Yu was a kind child. He wasn't willing to give up on her. Me? After all, the Golden King is my father. Although he will punish me, he won't kill me. Huang Yu smiled. Sigh, how can I let my savior suffer like this? Don't worry, I won't escape. Just as you said, I'll head to the Golden Martial Kingdom and join you. Ling Xiao sighed and said with a smile. Are you crazy? You offended my sister and still dare to go to the Golden Martial Kingdom. Do you want to die? Huang Yu was shocked. Although she said that, she was really, really happy in her heart. She felt that helping Ling Xiao was the right thing to do. Ling Xiao was indeed a person worth helping. He was affectionate and righteous. Don't worry, she can't kill me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He planned to go to the Golden Martial Kingdom to take a look. If he could help Huang Yu, he would try his best. When the time was right, he would decide what to do next. He would either leave or continue to stay and occupy the Golden Martial Kingdom. Because of his great ambition of unifying the mystic world, no matter how difficult it was, he had to take in these forces one by one. Of course, the premise was that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would die before he could realize his ambition. Fortunately, they were quite lucky after entering the Eternal Divine Realm. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This time, they had all obtained divine abilities and secret techniques. Their strength would definitely increase greatly. The road ahead would be much easier to walk. Since you've decided, I'll do my best to ensure your safety, Huang Yu said seriously. However, as a princess, I don't have much power or deterrence in the Golden Region. You can only rely on yourselves for some things. So, think carefully whether you want to go or not. Of course, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. He had successfully changed his identity from a seed of the 4 regions and 9 worlds to a disciple of the Divine Rune sect. He didn't even need to change his name. After all, the name Ling Xiao was too common. There were thousands of people in the Golden Region. He just needed to be careful when using martial skills and techniques in the future and not expose his identity. That's good. Follow me to the Golden Region. Huang Yu saw that Ling Xiao had made up his mind and didn't try to persuade him anymore. After Yu Fenghua and the rest learned the divine runes, they left together. Ling Xiao had traveled a long way to get there. However, he used the transportation formation to get to the Golden Region. It was convenient with Huang Yu leading the way. Although he was grateful to Huang Yu, he was filled with hatred for Huang Shui. If he hadn't learned the Golden Light Saint rune, he might have been killed by Huang Shui. Not only him, but a few of his companions would also die. He definitely couldn't allow that to happen. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. He was going to the Golden Region to find an opportunity to take revenge. No matter what, he had to kill Huang Shui. However, he didn't tell Huang Yu about this. Huang Yu was Huang Shui's sister after all. Although they didn't get along well, no one could guarantee that she would help him. Ling Xiao was more cautious. He knew very well that one careless mistake could lead to him being consigned to eternal damnation. The Golden Region was the city circle of the Golden Martial Kingdom. It included more than 30 cities. Every city was much stronger than the Dual Axe City and Blue Sea City. The core of the core was the King City of the Golden Martial Kingdom. Interestingly, it was also called the Golden City. Speaking of which, the City of Gold and the 4 regions and 9 worlds paled in comparison. It could even be said that they weren't on the same level. When Ling Xiao and the rest arrived at the entrance of the Golden Region, they met the people they didn't want to meet the most. Huang Shui and her subordinates. Elder sister, thank you so much for waiting for us here. Huang Yu smiled. Of course, she knew that Huang Shui had an ulterior motive. The sarcasm in her words was very strong. Huang Shui ignored Huang Yu. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Aunt, don't think that you can sit back and relax just because Royal Father agrees to let you join the Golden Region. To be honest, Imperial Father thinks highly of you only because you have some ability. But if your performance is too poor, he will still abandon you. At that time, without Imperial Father, you will definitely die." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "The one who should be worried is probably Princess Huang Shui. As the daughter of the Golden King, if she loses to me in the end, I'm afraid she won't have a good ending. I think it might be even worse than Huang Yu's current situation. Therefore, Her Highness should worry about herself. I'm a vengeful person." Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, regardless of whether he spoke or not, the other party would not let him off. Since that was the case, why not have a good time? You're really gutsy. Huang Shui was not angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. I don't need to personally take action. You definitely won't survive more than 10 days in the Golden Region. Let's wait and see. I want to see what kind of card Princess Huang Shui will play." Ling Xiao still smiled faintly. His expression made Huang Shui's expression become somewhat ugly. Huang Shui had always thought that she was nobler than others and more talented. An aunt like Ling Xiao only had the qualifications to bow before her. But this aunt actually dared to make a move against her. Not only did he make a move, but he also survived. He even snatched away the Divine Mark Sect's divine ability inheritance right in front of her. This made her very angry. "Let's go." Ling Xiao glanced at Huang Yu and said coolly. "N." Huang Yu was really somewhat stunned. There had never been a divine body realm cultivation who dared to speak to her elder sister like this. This Ling Xiao was really gutsy. But wasn't he a little too impulsive, she sighed. She could only believe in Ling Xiao now. This person could set up a trap in the Divine Mark Sect's ruins and obtain the Divine Mark Encyclopedia and the 7 divine abilities. His ability had already made her gasp in amazement. He should have even more powerful abilities. "Boss, let's turn the Golden Martial Nation upside down, shall we?" Xiao Jin sneered in the Qianquan world. According to the plan, Ling Xiao would only join the Golden Martial Nation alone. Xiao Jin and the others would continue to stay in the Qianquan world. This was also to allow the 5 of them to gather together. If they all joined at the same time, Huang Shui had many ways to split them up. That would be bad. The Golden Martial Nation is nothing. I want to turn the Eternal Divine Realm upside down. This place is like a pool of stagnant water. It's time for some action. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was very ambitious. After all, he had 12 primeval beast god thrones. In the Black Tortoise continent, they were the top god thrones. If he still couldn't surpass everyone with such a trump card, he would have to doubt his own ability. After entering the Golden Territory, Huang Yu said, "You can only stay in the periphery of the Golden Territory for now. You are not qualified to enter the Golden City. In fact, those who were qualified to enter the Golden City were only a few talented members of the royal family. They were the elites who were loyal to the royal family. The Golden City was the place with the most abundant spirit chi in the entire Golden Martial Nation. The cultivation speed was also much faster than other places. It also drew on the resources of the entire nation for the martial artists there to cultivate. Even members of the royal family were not qualified to live in the Golden City if they were not talented enough. Other than the Golden City, there were 36 other cities in the Golden Territory. The closer a city was to the Golden City, the more abundant the spirit chi and the stronger it was. That was basically it. Although Father agreed to let you join the Golden Territory, you can only stay in the 12 cities in the periphery for now. If you become stronger in the future, you can slowly get closer to the Golden City. I think you have a better chance. Your Highness, which city are you taking us to? Ling Xiao asked. It's not up to me to choose. The person in charge of the 12 cities in the periphery is Huang Hai. You have to be very careful of him. Because Huang Hai is my sister Huang Shui's man, he has the royal bloodline. He is very arrogant and not to be trifled with. He might make things difficult for you. But since Father gave the order, even if he makes things difficult, he won't go too far. So you can cultivate in peace. I understand. Since I dared to come here, I am prepared to accept such a test. Ling Xiao nodded. The path of martial arts had always been fraught with dangers. The Golden Martial Kingdom was only his first step. Ling Xiao's next goal was to head to the Holy City of Massacre, one of the 12 holy cities. To fulfill the Massacre Emperor's last wish. Although the Massacre Emperor did not force him to do that, it was still the same. But since Ling Xiao had promised someone, he had to fulfill it. Moreover, if he wanted to unify the eternal divine realm, he had to control the human divine nation first. He had to go to the 12 holy cities sooner or later. Huang Hai's residence is up ahead. Follow me. Huang Yu was worried about Ling Xiao going to see Huang Hai alone, so she had to follow. Although she didn't have much power, she was still the Golden King's daughter. Moreover, the Golden King didn't intend to abandon her completely. If Huang Hai really wanted to do something in front of her, he would have to think twice. Perhaps someone had already informed him before they came. Ling Xiao and Huang Yu weren't stopped. The two of them stepped into the manor together. The moment they entered, Ling Xiao couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was only the core of the Golden Divine Nation's outer circle, but the spiritual chi in the air was already so abundant. The surrounding flowers and trees were all nameless. They were lush and full of vitality. If they were placed in the 4 domains or the 9 realms, each of them would be considered a treasure. But in this manner, they were only used to decorate the house. People really couldn't be compared to each other. One place couldn't be compared to another. Ling Xiao was very glad that he came to the eternal divine realm. Otherwise, he might never have imagined such a place. After entering, an old man led them to the royal sea. Huang Hai didn't make things difficult for them, which made Ling Xiao have a good impression of him. He didn't like Huang Shui, but he didn't hate the entire Golden Martial Nation. On this point, he was still able to distinguish clearly. But Huang Hai was Huang Shui's man. He might be polite on the surface, but he might do something behind his back. He still had to be careful. Master, the guests are here. The old man arrived at the door of a room and bowed respectfully towards the inside. Although no one could see whether he was bending or squatting, he didn't dare to be negligent. This was enough to show how much of a deterrent Huang Hai was to the people in the manor. Let them in. A faint voice came from the room. The voice was sonorous and powerful. It sounded like an expert full of energy. When the old man heard that, he gestured for Ling Xiao and Huang Yu to enter the room. It was a study. The decoration of the room was very simple. There were a few bookshelves with all kinds of books on them. At this moment, Huang Hai was wearing casual clothes and was sitting there drinking tea while flipping through books. He looked like a refined person. Greetings, Uncle Huang Hai. Huang Yu bowed respectfully to Huang Hai. Ling Xiao also cupped his hands. Greetings, Senior. This kind of person was not someone he was qualified to go against. Although Huang Hai did not release any powerful aura, his every movement blended with his surroundings. It was truly breathtaking. Even his breathing seemed to follow some kind of mysterious pattern. Take a seat. Wait a moment, let me finish reading this. Huang Hai did not look at the two of them, but he still gestured politely for them to sit across from each other. His eyes were fixed on the book the whole time. Ling Xiao noticed the name of the book, Heavenly Array. There was a short introduction on the cover. It seemed to be a book about martial artists pursuing the Heavenly Tao and going against the Heavenly Array. After a while, Huang Hai closed the book. He looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and said, "What do you think a person should do when he is trapped by the Heavenly Array? Should he obey? Or resist?" This question stumped Ling Xiao. It was not that he did not dare to answer, but he did not understand the purpose of the other party's question. After thinking about it, he still could not speculate. So he could only say, "If it were me, I would naturally resist." Resist, even if the Heavenly Array is beneficial to you, would you resist? Huang Hai asked again. Temporary benefits don't mean permanent benefits. I don't like the feeling of being tied down. Ling Xiao said. Haha, interesting. Huang Hai smiled and said, "You don't have to be nervous. I'm just asking casually. Huang Yu might have told you that I'm with Huang Shui. However, that's just a child's game. As long as you cultivate in the golden domain, no matter who you are, I will treat you fairly. Actually, you don't have to worry. Oh right, it's better to use the divine inscription art less. If the ancient race finds out, there will be endless trouble." Ling Xiao found that he could not see through Huang Hai. This person's thoughts were hard to guess. He was not someone who could be seen through at a glance like Huang Shui or Huang Yu. It was too complicated and too deep. However, it's a pity not to use it. After all, the divine inscription art is very helpful to martial artists. Perhaps the ancient race won't care if you don't become successful. You can stay in the outer circle for now. There are teleportation formations between the 12 cities in the outer circle. You can travel as you wish. The functions of each city were also different. You can understand this in the future. I don't have anything else to do today. I just want to see what kind of person can survive in the hands of the ancient race. Go and live well. I believe that even if you hate this place now, you'll come to like it in the future. Although the Golden Martial Kingdom has many shortcomings, it has a backbone. But this is a place with backbone. You'll understand in the future. A place with backbone? Ling Xiao thought for a moment. He guessed that Huang Hai was referring to the fight against the ancient race. The ancient race's strength had caused some people in the eternal divine realm to lose the confidence to resist. They were willing to become slaves. The Golden Martial Kingdom did not seem to have surrendered. They were stubborn. Princess Yuer, you should go too. Make arrangements for Ling Xiao. Start from the lowest level. If he's talented but doesn't undergo training, it'll be detrimental to his growth. As for his friends, they can do whatever they want. Ling Xiao, I only have one thing to say. Once you join the Golden Martial Kingdom, you can't betray it. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, I, Huang Hai, will risk my life to drag you to hell. Huang Hai said the last sentence very solemnly. After that, Huang Yu took Huang Hai's letter of recommendation and left the manor with Ling Xiao. Let's go. I know a place for you. Huang Yu smiled and led Ling Xiao in a certain direction. On the way, she said from the bottom of her heart, to be honest, I really hope you're sincere about joining the Golden Martial Kingdom. It wasn't just for revenge. There are fewer and fewer factions in the eternal divine realm who dare oppose the ancient race. There aren't that many people with backbone left. Although there are people like my sister who will do anything to become strong, there are no good people in this world. Of course, I'm just saying what I think. Whether you listen or not is up to you. Ling Xiao nodded silently. He was still the same person. He didn't care about the matter. Huang Shui had a grudge against him. He had to take revenge. He wouldn't target the entire Golden Martial Kingdom. He'd left because his identity had been exposed. Now that he'd come back, no one knew who he really was. So he didn't have to worry too much. Mobile version of the website, you have to take note that you can't simply barge into the Golden City. Huang Yu tried her best to tell Ling Xiao everything she knew. She didn't want Ling Xiao to lose his life. There are 2 layers of defense in the Golden City. The first layer is an extremely powerful defensive formation. Even a Divine Soul Realm expert would find it difficult to barge in. The second layer is the legendary Golden War Puppet. It is said that there are a total of 8,000 war puppets. All of them are in the Divine Soul Realm. This is a precious treasure that the Golden God left for the Golden Martial Nation. Every Golden War Puppet has the mark of the Golden God. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. A peak 7th level Divine Body Realm expert was already the strongest in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Here, the Golden Martial Nation alone had 8,000 Divine Soul Realm war puppets. This was really too powerful. The Golden City has the best martial arts resources in the Golden Martial Nation. If you want to grow, you have to go there. So, become stronger. You have to reach at least the 10th level Divine Body Realm to be qualified to step into the Golden City. Huang Yu was looking forward to Ling Xiao. She admired Ling Xiao's wisdom and was also quite surprised by his research on the divine inscription art. I know. Ling Xiao stopped looking down on Huang Yu even though he wanted to quickly go to the massacre holy city. But now, it seemed that the Golden Martial Kingdom was far beyond his reach. He had to work hard to become stronger and climb to the top of the Golden Martial Nation. Alright, this will be the place where you will live and cultivate in the future. One of the 12 cities in the outer circle is called Martial City. This was because the main mission of this city was to protect the safety of the outer circle and focus on cultivation. If you have the chance, join the Martial City Defense Army. You will start as a soldier. The Martial City Defense Army has 1 commander and 6 deputy commanders. There are many teams under their command. Each team will have a sergeant. You will join one of the teams. Although Huang Hai was in charge of the 12 cities in the outer circle, he basically lived in the Golden City. He would only come here occasionally. The one in charge of the Martial City is the Martial City Governor. I'm sorry to tell you that this person is also under Sister Huang Shui. Moreover, he was not as easy to talk to as Huang Hai. Of course, the City Lord of Martial City will not directly target a small fry like you. The ones who are most likely to cause trouble for you are still the squad leader and vice captain. You must be careful. I'm not asking you to stay out of trouble, because even if you don't, others will find trouble with you. You must always remember that the rules are set by the strong. As long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to do anything to you. Understood. Ling Xiao found Huang Yu's request very interesting. He thought to himself that this girl had probably suffered quite a bit of rolling eyes and bullying on a daily basis. In the end, he won some dignity for himself with his strength. Huang Yu did not look for the governor of Martial City or the commander of the city defense force. Instead, he went straight to the team that Ling Xiao was about to join. This team also had a scale of 3,000 people, which was not a small number. Huang Yu's arrival caused this team to be shocked. After all, in such a small place, it was basically impossible to see a big shot like the princess. Even if Huang Yu was just the child of a lowly servant, she was still a princess. Other than those who were carrying out missions or cultivating in seclusion, almost everyone else came out to greet them. In the lead was the squad leader and 3 vice captains. The city defense force's attire was more uniform, but it was clear that the squad leader and vice captain's attire was much better than the ordinary soldiers. They were all Emperor armaments with 1 divine dragon pattern. Meanwhile, the ordinary soldiers' equipment were all Emperor armaments with 9 dragon patterns. Dragon patterns and divine dragon patterns were only 1 word apart, but the difference was 1,000 miles. However, this was already very impressive. It was just an ordinary small team, and a team from the outer circle, but their equipment was already so impressive. Compared to the teams from the inner circle, the middle circle must be even more impressive. Greetings, Your Highness. Everyone uniformly knelt on the ground to greet Huang Yu. Rise, all of you. There's no need to stand on ceremony. This is Ling Xiao, a disciple that my father ordered to join the Golden Region. He's my friend. Please take good care of him in the future. Huang Yu was afraid that Ling Xiao would be treated unfairly, so she purposely brought up the Golden King. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao with envy in their eyes. Although they didn't know where Ling Xiao came from, since he was appointed by the Golden King, he would definitely have a meteoric rise in the future. Therefore, they had to curry favor with him. Xianxia was like that previously. Don't worry, Your Highness. We'll definitely take good care of this brother, the squad leader said loudly. Although it seemed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm, he hadn't reached the minimum standard of the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm. However, since he was appointed by the Golden King, there must be something special about him. They didn't dare to be negligent. There's no need for special treatment to prevent people from gossiping. Just treat him normally. Imperial Father sent him here to temper himself, not to enjoy life. Huang Yu didn't want Ling Xiao to attract too much attention, so she added on. Understood, understood. The squad leader smiled, understanding tacitly. If they didn't give benefits openly, they could give it secretly. The squad leader was looking at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao was also sizing them up. The squad leader was at the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique realm, the same level as Shui Hongyi. He would be considered a top-notch existence in the 4 regions and 9 worlds, but here, he was just a squad leader. However, it was nothing in his eyes. He was already at the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm. Even if he didn't enter the Beast God's body, he could easily defeat ordinary martial artists of the same level. After entering the Beast God's body, he should be able to take down this squad leader easily. Even if it was a martial artist at the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Physique realm, he would be able to put up a fight and might even win. This didn't include the special abilities and secret techniques that he had just obtained and the Saint Pattern art. Those would definitely increase his combat power by a large margin. The City Defense Army belongs to the elite martial artists of the Outer Circle. Originally, only those at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm were qualified to join. However, you're a special case, so you're not included. You have to listen to the squad leader and vice squad leader in the future. Of course, if anyone bullies you, you don't have to be merciful. Remember, Father and I will support you. This was another warning to the City Defense Army about what Ling Xiao's identity represented. Ling Xiao smiled. This Princess Huang Yu really put in a lot of effort. Alright, we'll have to part ways eventually. I'll go back first. I hope to see you in the City of Gold soon. Huang Yu took a deep look at Ling Xiao, then turned and left. After she left, the squad leader and the 3 vice squad leaders walked over enthusiastically. They grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and introduced themselves. The squad leader was a shrewd middle-aged man. He wasn't young and was around 100 years old. Reaching the peak of the 7th level of the Divine Physique realm at this age was nothing special. My name is Zhuang Zhong. You can call me Squad Leader Zhuang or Squad Leader in the future. Don't stand on ceremony, we're all family. Perhaps it was because of Huang Yu, but this person was really frighteningly enthusiastic. Although Sergeant Zhuang Zhong was very enthusiastic, Ling Xiao was very calm. He knew that he had offended Huang Shui, and she would definitely not let him live peacefully. When these people found out about the conflict between him and Huang Shui, they might change their attitude. I'm Lu Mei. You can call me Sister Mei or Vice Captain Liu. Standing beside Zhuang Zhong was a late-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon female martial artist. Her looks were quite outstanding. I'm Lu Chang. Lu Mei is my sister. You can just call me Brother Liu. The young martial artist who looked similar to Lu Mei smiled. His cultivation was on par with Lu Mei. Han Yuan. The 3rd vice captain wasn't as enthusiastic. He looked cold and seemed to be very unhappy with Ling Xiao who came in through the back door. However, Ling Xiao didn't mind. Anyway, he wasn't used to this kind of hypocritical enthusiasm. It made him feel very disgusted. He had goosebumps all over his body. My name is Ling Xiao. I'll have to rely on all of you to take care of me in the future. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and introduced himself. Ling Xiao, what a coincidence. We also have someone called Ling Xiao in the City Defense Army. He's about the same age as you, but he's a true genius. He's already one of the vice captains of the City Defense Army. You still have to work hard. Zhuang Zhong didn't treat Ling Xiao as a special talent at all. In his opinion, Ling Xiao might be a distant relative of the imperial family and was here to make himself look good. After all, even if he was related, he would need to have a certain amount of military merit to be promoted. He had seen many of such things. Ling Xiao didn't have any reaction to Zhuangzhong's words. There were many people with the same name. A vice-captain of the City Defense Army was at most early stage 8th level divine physique echelon. He didn't care about him. Seeing that Ling Zhao's expression didn't change, Zhuangzhong smiled awkwardly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. This is the City Defense Army's rulebook. Take a look. Also, although you're just an ordinary soldier, Princess Huang Yu has personally instructed that you can choose where you live. Just make sure you don't miss your daily patrol and urgent missions." "Thank you. If there's nothing else, can I leave now?" Ling Xiao asked. "Remember to throw a welcome party for you tonight. You must come." Lu Mei smiled. "There's no need for a banquet. I don't like crowds." Ling Xiao rejected the other party's good intentions. If these people were truly good to him, he would definitely not reject them. But this hypocritical fawning really made him feel uncomfortable all over. Lu Mei's smile froze, and she even felt a little embarrassed. Ling Xiao ignored her and left directly. He could choose his own residence, which was more comfortable. All he had to do was choose a house near the military camp. He had money anyway. "Do you really think you're a master? How dare you not give us face?" Looking at Ling Zhao's departing figure, Lu Mei's expression became extremely ferocious. "Alright, they were sent by the higher-ups. What can you do about it? Anyway, they'll leave after the gilding, so don't worry about it. Let's all go back. Cultivation is more important. If you don't have the backing of others, you have to rely on your own efforts." Han Yuan sneered and then left. "Disperse, disperse, all disperse. Just treat it as inviting a master. Don't call him for patrol missions in the future. Offending such a person with such connections will not end well for anyone." Zhuangzhong had seen many such masters. Even if he became a city guard, he would still indulge in wine and women every day. He would definitely not participate in missions. He did not want to offend such a master at all. Ling Xiao bought a manor near the military camp. The manor was very big. The environment inside was also very elegant. Even if he did not live here, people from the 4 regions and 9 worlds could live here in the future. Anyway, this place only cost him a total of 100 supreme-grade spirit stones. It was really not much. In the future, this will be our home for the time being. Everyone, just work hard to cultivate here. The concentration of spirit energy here is much higher than outside the Golden Region. Ling Xiao released everyone from the Qianquan world. Everyone cleaned up and tidied up the courtyard. Ling Xiao set up 4 layers of formations in the manor. The first layer was an alarm formation. It could see everything within 100 meters of the manor. The second layer was a defensive formation. It could resist the invasion of external enemies. The third layer was a maze formation. Once the enemy barged in, they would also fall into the maze formation. The fourth layer was a spirit gathering formation. Ling Xiao was still not satisfied with the concentration of spirit energy here. Therefore, he set up a spirit gathering formation that could increase the effect by more than 10 times. It was almost comparable to the concentration of spirit energy in the inner circle. He and the Yuan Venerate spent a full day and night setting up the formations together. It was also interesting that the city guards did not disturb them even once. They did not even call him for patrol missions. It seemed like Huang Yu had quite a lot of influence. After everything was set up, the 5 of them stood in the attic and looked at the entire martial city. Don't forget the danger just because you are comfortable. All of you have to know that this is the Golden Martial Nation and you can encounter danger at any time. Furthermore, we have offended Huang Shui. Not only that, but our identities could be exposed at any time. There are a lot of people who want our heads. Work hard to cultivate. First, gain a foothold in the Golden Martial Nation and then climb up step by step. I will make that so-called big shot of the sacred city regret putting a bounty on us. Ling Xiao said coldly. The 5 of us will always be together, right? Yu Fanghua asked. That won't be necessary. If someone is looking for a new opportunity, we definitely can't stop them. Although we can stay together for warmth, we will lack the tempering of fighting alone. If there is a need, we will have to go through some things individually. It is enough as long as our hearts are always together. Ling Xiao said faintly. He was very open-minded about this kind of thing. Although he was unwilling to part with Yufeng Hua, there were times when they had to be separated for the sake of Yufeng Hua's growth. That's right. No matter how far apart we are, it is fine as long as our hearts are together. Everyone looked at each other and held hands together. One could see the hard work and determination in everyone's eyes. Danger could not stop them from moving forward. Not even the big shot of the sacred city. Not even Huang Shui. When Ling Xiao and the others started to cultivate, Zhuangzhong and the others welcomed a mysterious guest. This guest was none other than Princess Huang Shui, who had never looked at the city defense army. Compared to Huang Yu, Huang Shui had more power, strength, and connections. Huang Yu's mother only gave birth to her. Huang Shui's mother gave birth to 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. One of the boys was the current crown prince. Huang Shui's mother was the queen of the Golden Martial Nation. The difference in status was too great. Therefore, when they saw Huang Shui, Zhuangzhong, Lu Mei, Lu Chang, and Han Yuan knelt down in fear. They were excited and fearful. It was rumored that this Princess Huang Shui was a demoness who killed without blinking. At the same time, they were confused. What was going on these days? First, it was Princess Huang Yu, and now it was Princess Huang Shui. Their martial city was really lively. Things that had never happened before had happened. What orders does your highness have? We will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Zhuangzhong knelt there and spoke while trembling with fear. Although he was a corporal, in Huang Shui's eyes, he was nothing but a worm. If Huang Shui wanted him dead, he had to die. How could he not be nervous? Huang Shui played with her jade-like fingers and said indifferently, "You don't have to be nervous. Get up. I'm here today to give you a small task. I believe you can do it well." Zhuangzhong and the others hesitated for a moment and stood up carefully. However, they still lowered their heads in fear of offending the princess. "You know Ling Xiao, right?" Huang Shui said indifferently. When the 4 of them heard this name, they couldn't help but be surprised. Why did Princess Huang Yu and Princess Huang Shui know Ling Xiao? Who exactly was this kid? Zhuangzhong hurriedly replied, "Is he the Ling Xiao that Princess Huang Yu brought? If so, he's indeed in our team." Hearing this, Huang Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of dense killing intent. It gave Zhuangzhong a fright. He couldn't understand how a piece of trash at the early stage of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon could make Princess Huang Shui, who was at the half-step Divine Soul Echelon, so angry. Huang Shui couldn't tolerate a rat toying with her. Therefore, even if she had her father's order, she had to kill Ling Xiao. However, she couldn't be implicated. Therefore, she came to find these idiots to be the scapegoats. She knew clearly that these idiots couldn't kill Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's attainments in Saint Runes, just the golden light Saint Runes alone could guarantee that he wouldn't die. Huang Shui had a vicious plan, which was to let these idiots find trouble with Ling Xiao on the surface. Then, she would send experts to assassinate Ling Xiao. If she didn't kill this rat, she would feel that honey was bitter. "It's good that you're here," Huang Shui said with a smile. "This Ling Xiao thinks that he doesn't care about me because he has my little sister Yuer's support. Therefore, I hope you can find some trouble for him. Of course, he's a talent that my father personally appointed, so he can't be killed. He couldn't be crippled. Apart from these 2 things, he would cause him as much trouble as he could. Let him remember that in this golden domain, Huang Shui's words are more effective than Huang Yu's. By the way, let me remind you, that kid has a few helpers, but they usually use some kind of magic treasure to hide. When looking for trouble, don't be careless. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. If you do a good job, I will reward you handsomely." "Just looking for trouble? Why don't we just kill him?" Lu Mei said gloomily. In order to please Huang Shui, she spared no effort. In the past, she didn't have the chance to come into contact with the princess, but now she had the chance. She definitely wouldn't miss it. "Idiot, do you want royal father to punish me? I said that we can't kill him or cripple him. His stupid life is still useful to the Golden Martial Kingdom. Huang Shui glared at Lu Mei and spoke coldly. In fact, she really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but she couldn't say it out loud. Otherwise, it would be bad if something really happened and she was affected. This subordinate deserves to die. Lu Mei hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in horror. Alright, I know that you are eager to contribute, so I won't blame you. Remember, you must do a good job. You know my temper. If you don't do a good job, what awaits you will be a tragic ending. Huang Shui was already threatening them. Your Highness, don't worry. We will do our best and not let him have an easy time. He is merely a 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. We have plenty of ways to make him beg for death. Zhong sneered. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was just that he still didn't understand. Why would Princess Huang Shui care so much about an early-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon trash? Haha, it's fine as long as you can do a good job. I will take my leave first. Oh, right, I have never been here before, and you have never seen me before. In this world, only those who keep their mouths shut can live longer. After she finished speaking, Huang Shui smiled and left with her 2 bodyguards. Although Huang Shui had already left, the fear she brought about still made the 4 of them extremely terrified. After a long time, Zhong raised his head and said coldly, You all heard it, right? This is a great opportunity for us to change our fate. Although Princess Huang Shui didn't say it clearly, she probably wants Ling Xiao to die in her heart. Therefore, we must do our best to complete this task. As long as we get Princess Huang Shui's recognition, we will definitely get more resources. But how are we going to explain to Princess Huang Yu? Han Yuan frowned and said. Although Huang Yu is also a princess, how can she be compared to Huang Shui? Moreover, even if Ling Xiao dies, it's normal. Our city defense army is already on the verge of danger. If he dies in the hands of the enemy, what can others say? Lu Mei sneered. Sister is right. Which one of our city defense army brothers don't die every month? This seemingly peaceful situation is filled with dark clouds. That Ling Xiao is merely an early-stage 6th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. It's not strange for him to die. Lu Chang also said. Actually, we don't have to show up for this matter. Don't we have those prisoners locked up? Lu Mei reminded, those people are all vicious fellows. In order to obtain freedom, they will do anything. As long as we agree to let them go after this matter is done, I believe they will fight with all their might. Good idea. Zhong's eyes lit up. Although they were only a team, they had their own temporary prison cell. Those who were locked up in the prison cell were prisoners who didn't manage to be sent up in time. These people had even sent the name list up. Therefore, even if they died, no one would know. Send that mad dog. As long as we can kill, that mad dog will definitely not refuse. Moreover, his cultivation has also reached the late-stage 7th-level divine physique echelon. Also, send him a few peak 6th-level or 7th-level divine physique echelon prisoners. Corporal, are you talking about that guy who kills people like flies? The mad dog Li who injured hundreds of our brothers? Han Yuan frowned and said. That's right. It's Mad Dog Li. But this guy is our enemy. Back then, the 4 of us joined forces and lost hundreds of our brothers to capture him. Han Yuan was a little reluctant. That's precisely why we're sending him. Only he can complete this mission to the best of his ability. Don't worry. That guy is wearing a special collar. He won't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, only death will await him. Zhong sneered and said, this matter is settled. We'll take action tonight. It's a dark and windy night. It's the perfect time to kill. When they were talking, they didn't notice that someone was eavesdropping. A silhouette left without a sound. In the next moment, he was already beside Huang Shui. Your Highness, those fellows are preparing to take action tonight. They're not stupid. They actually know to send someone to take action for them. The black figure laughed. The people from the city defense army aren't fools to be able to become sergeants. You should go as well and take action when the opportunity arises. I only want Ling Zhao's life. I don't care about the others. However, you can't put yourself in danger. Huang Shui said indifferently. Your Highness, you must be joking. I'm at the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon, and I'm good at concealment. Assassination is my forte. Even if I don't succeed, I won't put myself in danger. The black figure was rather disdainful. I'm not joking with you. That Ling Xiao is definitely not as easy to deal with as you think. If you underestimate him, you'll be the unlucky one. Go. Huang Shui waved her hand and said. Yes. Actually, Huang Shui wanted to send a divine soul realm expert. However, all the martial artists at the 9th level divine physique echelon and above around her were being monitored. It wasn't easy for them to move. Seriously, why does father think so highly of that brat? He's even preventing me from sending people to kill him. Huang Shui clenched her teeth. Although she didn't understand, the situation was already like this. She didn't want to put herself in danger just to kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao obviously didn't know that these people would take action at night. However, it didn't matter whether he knew or not. Anyway, he had already made all the necessary preparations. From the day he came here, he knew that someone wanted him dead. The sky gradually darkened. Yu Fenghua was sitting on the roof and cultivating. Even though she couldn't see the moon, Yu Fenghua, who cultivated the moon essence technique, could still easily absorb the power of the moon. This would be very helpful to her cultivation. Yu Fenghua knew very well that Ling Xiao was walking on a bumpy road full of thorns. She had to do her best to help her man. This was her responsibility and what she wanted to do. Long Chen was cultivating the Great Earth Guardian. Over the past few days, he had been cultivating the mystic art to lesser mastery. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. The Earth Guardian was simply too suitable for him. Cold Plum was also cultivating the Azura True Body. Her originally weak body kept getting stronger with the help of this divine physique echelon. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect of the Azura True Body wasn't its ability to increase one's strength and strengthen one's physical body. Instead, in battle, the more serious one's injuries were, the higher one's combat prowess would be. It could even be increased by 100 times. It was equivalent to the 3rd level of Ling Zhao's sanguinary rats. Little Gold's red sun essence couldn't absorb energy at night. However, it was possible to cultivate offensive techniques. The Crimson Sun essence could condense at most 10 Crimson Suns, which could explode with terrifying heat. Combined with the 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light, Xiao Jin's battle prowess had greatly increased. Ling Xiao released his 3 avatars. His main body studied saint inscriptions. Sovereign Emperor Physique, cultivating the martial spirit transformation secret technique. The body of a demon lord cultivated the sword orb technique. The divine venerable body was cultivating the god-defying art. The 9-word style of the god-defying art had also been raised to the perfection realm. He could now practice the cross form. Ling Xiao actually wanted to know what the god-defying art's attack would become after the cross stance. The saint inscription that Ling Xiao cultivated was a new saint inscription called the Raging Bull Saint inscription. The name didn't sound very elegant. However, the effect was quite good. The Raging Bull Saint inscription could be directly engraved on a martial artist's body, which would increase the martial artist's strength greatly. Currently, Ling Xiao had only reached the initial stage. Therefore, the Raging Bull Saint inscription could make his ordinary attack as powerful as the full-force attack of an ordinary peak 7th level divine body echelon martial artist. Combined with the Saint inscription heaven, it could even match the full-force attack of an early 8th level divine body echelon martial artist. That was terrifying. The Saint inscription sect was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that the ancient race could annihilate them. This Saint inscription art was simply abnormally powerful. Ling Xiao, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. The alert formation had sent a warning that an uninvited guest had arrived. What's wrong? Xiao? Yu Fenghua asked. You guys continue cultivating. I'll go take a look. Ling Xiao stood up. The alert formation told him that the enemy wasn't very strong. Therefore, he alone was enough. Even his 3 avatars were left there to cultivate. They didn't follow him. Boss, if you can't handle it, let us go, Little Gold said. All right. Of course. Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who would puff himself up at his own cost. If he really couldn't handle it, he wouldn't act recklessly. He didn't want the intruders to disturb his companion's cultivation. Therefore, he went straight out of the mansion. At this moment, Mad Dog Li brought 25 fierce-looking prisoners to the mansion's entrance. Mad Dog Li's eyes were filled with killing intent. His skin was green, and he was about 3 meters tall. His muscular body was filled with terrifying power. His green hair was standing on end. His entire body was emitting a dangerous aura that made people afraid to approach him. The other 25 prisoners weren't easy to deal with either. Each of them had taken a life. They even dared to cause trouble in the Golden Region. They were all madmen who licked blood off their blades. Ling Xiao stood in the air and looked at the people outside coldly. They were all unfamiliar faces. Moreover, they were all 7th-level Divine Body Echelon experts. Since when did 7th-level Divine Body Echelon martial artists become so worthless? Charge in. Mad Dog Li waved his hand, and the rest of the prisoners charged into the mansion. Some crashed into the door, while others tried to climb over the wall. However, at that moment, they seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall. All of them were bounced back. Some of them even crashed heavily. What the hell? Mad Dog Li's eyes flashed with cruel killing intent, but there was also a hint of shrewdness. Is it a formation? Who knows about formations? He looked at the others and said. Before anyone could answer, Ling Xiao had already appeared. Why have you all come to my humble abode? I don't think we know each other, right? Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. Regardless of whether they knew each other or not, he would never show mercy to those who dared to harm them. Mad Dog Li looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. You're Ling Xiao? That's right. What a pity. You're a talent, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have. I'm afraid tonight will be the day of your death. Mad Dog Li didn't want to be used by others, so if anyone asked him to kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't hide it. He would tell them. Zhuangzhong told us today that as long as we can kill you, we can regain our freedom. Although there is no enmity between us, if I can regain my freedom, I'd like to try. Zhuangzhong? Ling Xiao frowned. Yesterday, Xianxia was still trying to please him. Only a little time had passed, and now he suddenly wanted to kill him. There was only one possibility. Huang Shui had appeared. Only Huang Shui could make Xianxia ignore Huang Yu's orders. Interesting. This woman finally can't hold back. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He liked enemies. Days without enemies were really boring. You all can go. Before I change my mind, if you're still stubborn, I don't mind killing a few pieces of trash. Ling Xiao felt the pain of wronged souls from these people. Although warriors killed people, they didn't kill indiscriminately. However, some people were different. They didn't care about that. These guys in front of him were like that. The murderous intent in Ling Xiao's eyes intimidated some of the prisoners. However, it only lasted for a moment. These people were all vicious fellows. How could they be intimidated by Ling Xiao's words? Mad Dog Li laughed. You have guts, but do you dare to come out and fight with us? What's the point of hiding in the formation? Against trash like you, there's no need to waste my spirit stones to activate the formation. Ling Xiao took a step forward. In an instant, he was outside the mansion. He left the protection of the formation. His formation was used to defend against powerhouses that he couldn't defeat. How could he be afraid of these people in front of him? Interesting. Your cultivation isn't much, but you have guts. Mad Dog Li sneered and said to an early-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist beside him, go and kill him. Yes. This person didn't dare to disobey Mad Dog Li. Mad Dog Li was too scary. Moreover, he didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was only at the early-stage 6th-level Divine Physique Echelon, but he was at the early-stage 7th level. There was an entire level difference between them. Boom, the early-stage 7th-level Divine Physique Echelon prisoner released his martial soul. It was an extremely vicious fire lizard. The giant lizard looked down at Ling Xiao. Although it wasn't a god martial soul, it was still powerful. Boss, if I kill him, can I follow you in the future? This martial artist with the fire lizard martial soul admired Mad Dog Lee a lot. The news of Mad Dog Lee killing hundreds of City Defense Army martial artists had spread among the prisoners. "Kill him first," Mad Dog Lee said indifferently. He didn't attack directly because he didn't know what trump card Ling Xiao had. Ling Xiao's calmness made him suspicious. Therefore, he had to find someone to test it out. As the fire lizard martial soul was released, terrifying flames engulfed the entire space in an instant. The martial artist seemed to have merged with the flames. It could incinerate everything around it. "Kid, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being too weak." The fire lizard cultivator looked coldly at Ling Xiao. "Don't talk so much nonsense. If you want to attack, then go ahead. I'll say the same thing. Once you attack, I won't show any mercy." Ling Xiao continued to look at the martial artist indifferently. With his current ability, he could kill a martial artist in the early stage of the 7th level divine physique stage even without entering the beast god's body. After all, his void god sword was no ordinary sword. An emperor armament with 3 divine dragon patterns. In the outer circle of the cities, there were probably not many people who had them. Not to mention, Ling Xiao still had the Crimson Blood Demon Sword and the Heaven-covering Blood Hand. They were all monarch armaments with 3 divine dragon patterns. He just stood there and looked at his opponent calmly without drawing his sword. The sky-covering bloody hand on his left hand glowed with a faint red light. Ever since he killed Xuanning and seized the sky-covering blood palm from Xuanning, he had not really used it. Today, let's test its power first. You actually didn't make any preparations? Are you looking down on me? You're courting death. The fire lizard martial artist was furious. He was an existence that made many people tremble in fear at the mention of his name. Today, he was completely underestimated by a martial artist in the early stage of the 6th level divine physique stage. This made him very unhappy. "Since that's the case, you can go to hell." The martial artist punched out with both fists. The raging flames condensed into the appearance of a fire lizard and pounced toward Ling Xiao with a roar. The ferocious power made many martial artists in the vicinity dodge hastily. The terror of a martial technique was that it could instantly increase a person's lethality by several times or even dozens of times. "Haha, that kid is so scared that he doesn't even dare to move." Seeing Ling Xiao's motionless appearance, the prisoners mocked him. "Isn't that obvious? This attack is enough to make a martial artist in the middle stage of the 7th level divine physique stage fearful. Let alone a martial artist in the early stage of the 6th level divine physique stage. That kid is dead for sure." How stupid. He actually dared to come out from the protection of the formation alone. The prisoners all thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. Even the assassin hiding in the darkness thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. He even prepared to leave. Princess Huangshui's judgment was wrong this time. This Ling Xiao is simply a piece of trash. I don't even need to do anything. The fire lizard martial artist also revealed a sinister expression and laughed maniacally. "Now that things have come to this, it's useless even if you regret it." "Regret it? You're the one who should regret it." Sky-covering blood palm. Ling Xiao finally raised his left hand. The terrifying blood palm suddenly descended from the sky. In the next moment, a loud boom erupted. The pitiful fire lizard martial artist didn't even have the chance to scream before he was smashed into fine powder. Even his corpse wasn't left behind. Seeing this scene, all the prisoners were dumbfounded, including Mad Dog Lee. Ling Xiao's strength was beyond their expectations. This kid is really strong. However, if that's all, he still can't compare to me. Mad Dog Lee's eyes darted around as he judged the situation before him. In the end, he sneered. Not only did he not run away or be afraid, but he also became excited. Her entire face was red. "You finally have the value to be killed by me." Although Mad Dog Lee had no reason to kill people, he still wanted to kill the strong. He liked to see the expression of the strong begging for mercy before they died. Perhaps that was the reason why he was alive. Not bad, but being able to kill one person doesn't mean you can kill a group of people. "All of you, attack together." Mad Dog Lee was a smart and cunning guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured after running rampant for so many years. Although he was confident that he could defeat Ling Xiao. But he still needed more information. Therefore, the remaining 24 people were all sent out by him. Little guy, I hope you can survive. That way, I can let you know the terror of Mad Dog Li. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. For him, it didn't matter if one person came or a group came, he would kill. In fact, there was no difference. However, he wanted to use these people to test out his new move. In an instant, Ling Xiao entered the beast god body state. The ferocious transformation caused all the prisoners to be stunned. I didn't expect you to be a beast god martial artist, that's even more worth killing. Mad Dog Li's eyes became even more fervent. The 24 prisoners charged toward Ling Xiao with all their might. These people were all early and mid-stage 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Experts at this level were all overlords in the 4 regions and 9 realms. And now, they were attacking Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked coldly at this group of people. His expression didn't change at all. This made Mad Dog Li frown slightly. Even he would find it difficult to face these people's attacks. This Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all. Who was this guy? He didn't know that Ling Xiao was a talent chosen by the Golden King. If he knew, he would treat him more seriously. Sword Orb Technique. Ling Xiao used the technique he just learned, the Sword Orb Technique. He wanted to know the power of the Sword Orb Technique in actual combat. There were 3 martial artists at the front. They were all early-stage 7th level divine physique echelon martial artists. Ling Xiao didn't make a move. He only used his mind. A sword gleam suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. Sword Orb Technique, bang. Bang, bang. The sword orb pierced through the heads of 3 people. The 3 martial artists died on the spot. They didn't even have time to react to how they died. This scene made the rest of the prisoners show a terrified expression again. They all stopped in their tracks. Ling Xiao's every attack was sudden and powerful. They couldn't defend against it. The sword orb's attack was divided into 2 types. The first was an automatic attack. Once it was released, it would attack all enemies until it was shot down. This was the best way to attack when facing a large group of enemies. The second was to control it with soul power. It attacked according to the martial artist's thoughts. This was a very useful way to attack when facing an expert. After killing 3 enemies, the sword orb didn't stop. It still shot toward the 4th person. However, it was blocked. Automatic attacks didn't have much intelligence. It was normal for it to be blocked. However, it wasn't that easy to shoot it down. These prisoners were holding an emperor weapon with a divine dragon pattern. Mad Dog Li's weapon was the most powerful. It had 2 divine dragon patterns. However, no matter whose weapon it was, it couldn't shatter the sword orb. Although the sword orb was made with an emperor weapon with 1 divine dragon pattern, the sword orb technique allowed it to unleash the power of an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. The warrior who blocked the sword pill discovered that a small crack had appeared on his weapon. His expression changed immediately. In order for them to kill Ling Xiao, Zhuangzhong had returned the weapons they used to use to them. However, was the weapon going to shatter today? What a pity. Damn it. What the hell is this thing? The prisoners wanted to attack Ling Xiao, but they had to guard against the sword orb. The sword orb's attack pattern was to attack whoever got close to its owner first. All of them had a headache. A bunch of trash. Leave the sword orb to me. You guys continue forward. Mad Dog Li suddenly attacked. He used a giant pair of scissors. With just 1 attack, the sword orb spun in the air. Although it wasn't shot down, it was no longer a threat. Kill. When the other prisoners saw that the sword pill had been restrained, they were immediately overjoyed. They continued charging at Ling Xiao. In their opinion, if Ling Xiao used this kind of attack, then his own defense would definitely be weak. As long as he got close, Ling Xiao would be finished. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao gave them an even bigger shock. Martial Spirit Divine Transformation, Limitless Heavenly Rat. Along with the use of the Divine Ability Secret Technique. An illusory unbounded heavenly rat appeared in the void. Although it was in the void form, it was still the unbounded heavenly rat that truly possessed battle prowess. Furthermore, he possessed a portion of the sun god's power. The everlasting heavenly mouse swooped down ferociously. The power of slaughter bloomed crazily. In an instant, 4 people died under its claws. The unbounded heavenly rat possessed all the abilities of the void-shattering power, and it also possessed the powers of the bloodthirsty rat plague and the bloody rat devil. Therefore, it was an extremely terrifying existence. In the blink of an eye, he traveled through space and appeared in front of the enemy, catching the enemy off guard. Even though its combat power was still not very strong. It was only slightly stronger than Ling Xiao's beast god body. But with these special abilities, it could catch the enemy off guard. Mad Dog Li blocked the sword orb, thinking that this would allow the prisoners to get close to Ling Xiao. However, reality gave them a hard slap in the face. The power of the martial spirit divine transformation was truly amazing. It was several times stronger than Ling Xiao's beast god body state. This guy, how can he be so strong? It shouldn't be. Mad Dog Li's expression finally became a bit ugly. When everything was under his control, of course he would go crazy. But when he lost control of the situation, he wasn't so calm anymore. The sword orb technique, martial spirit divine transformation, these were divine abilities and secret techniques that they had never seen before. They were all released from this kid's body. It really caught them off guard. Looks like I have to do that. Mad Dog Li's eyes revealed a strong sense of madness. The enemy was stronger than he imagined, then he could only become stronger. Demonic madness art. While the other prisoners were delaying Ling Xiao, Mad Dog Li used his craziest technique. The demonic madness art could absorb the energy of all the corpses around it. It could make him extremely powerful in an instant. At its strongest, it could increase his combat strength by 10 times. However, every time it was used, the martial artist would lose a part of their memory and their soul would be damaged. Mad Dog Li didn't care about this. If he wanted to defeat Ling Xiao, he could only do this without him to block the sword orb. The sword orb technique once again exploded with power. It crazily killed the prisoners together with the infinite sky rat. How boring, I don't even need to do it myself, just 2 divine abilities and secret techniques are enough to solve the problem. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head. However, his face was filled with joy. His experiment proved the power of the divine inscription sect's divine abilities and secret techniques. That was enough for him. The reason why his main body didn't make a move was because he had already discovered the assassin hiding in the dark. That assassin was very difficult to deal with, but with his current strength, in a one-on-one fight, he still had a 30% to 30% chance of winning. He wanted to try. If it really didn't work, he could use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. If he didn't use a powerful martial spirit, he would be an idiot. However, it might not necessarily come to that. Ling Xiao also noticed another phenomenon. The more people died on the other side, the stronger that Mad Dog Li seemed to be. After the other prisoners were all killed by the infinite sky rat and the sword orb, Mad Dog Li had already raised his strength to the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. He was even stronger than the blood-red coat that Ling Xiao saw back then. However, he was able to kill the blood-red coat back then, and now his combat strength was even stronger. Killing this Mad Dog Li wasn't a problem. To be honest, he had taken a fancy to the scissors in Mad Dog Li's hand. After the Emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns was refined into a sword orb, it could unleash the power of an Emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. It could make his combat strength even stronger. Come, you're the only one left. Don't disappoint me. Ling Xiao looked at Mad Dog Li and hooked his finger. At the same time, he also put away the sword orb and the infinite sky rat. The previous battle was just to test his skills. The next battle with Mad Dog Li was still just to test his new skills. He didn't treat Mad Dog Li as an opponent at all. So, until now, he hadn't used the Void God Sword and the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. You're really confident. Mad Dog Li didn't waste time. A crazy aura burst out. The illusion of a long-haired martial artist appeared behind him. That should be his martial spirit. The Mad Demon martial spirit, this kind of martial spirit was extremely rare. At the very least, Ling Xiao had never seen it before. It was probably the martial spirit of a powerhouse who had gone mad during cultivation and died. Kill. Mad Dog Li charged at Ling Xiao and exploded with all the energy in his body. Mad Dog Li didn't know if he would win, but he knew he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. With his personality, rather than that, he would rather fight. Ling Xiao smiled merrily as he watched Mad Dog Li charge over. The Saint Barbaric Bull tattoo on his body flashed with golden light. Although others couldn't see it, Ling Xiao could feel it. That power made him incomparably powerful. I'll use you to test the power of this first-grade Saint Barbaric Bull tattoo. Ling Xiao stretched out his right hand. This hand didn't have any weapons or magic treasures. But this was the effect he wanted. How much pure physical strength could increase with the help of the Saint Barbaric Bull tattoo? Moo, a bull's roar suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao's body was wrapped in the golden bull shadow as he charged at Mad Dog Li. Boom, it was a collision without any fancy moves. A violent explosion sounded. At that moment, Mad Dog Li flew out like a kite with a broken string. He fell on the street hundreds of meters away. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was obviously seriously injured and couldn't fight anymore. Even the Emperor armament scissors with 2 divine dragon inscriptions were sent flying. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Mad Dog Li. Instead, he walked to the scissors and picked it up. Sword Orb, smelt. The power of the Sword Orb technique was that it could smelt magic treasures into sword orbs on the spot. And when it was cultivated to a certain level, the sword orbs could become 2 or even more. According to the description, the Sword Orb technique could at most release 108 sword orbs at the same time. It was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's current cultivation was too low, and his mastery of the Sword Orb technique wasn't high enough. So controlling one sword orb was already very difficult. Any more and he wouldn't be able to do it. It's done. A moment later, the sword orb was smelted. It was even more powerful than the previous one. At this moment, Ling Xiao walked over to Mad Dog Li and coldly looked at the guy on the ground. A strong killing intent bloomed. You can't kill me. Mad Dog Li struggled to say. Give me a reason first. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Do you know why I haven't been caught for so many years? That was because someone was secretly helping me. If you kill me, you won't have an easy time. He will kill you. Mad Dog Li said. Who? Ling Xiao asked. Mad Dog Li thought for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't dare say that person's name. Otherwise, not only would he die, but his family would also die. Looks like he's not a simple character. But, when have yours truly ever been afraid of anyone? Ling Xiao gave Mad Dog Li a mocking look, then pulled out the Void God sword and thrust it into Mad Dog Li's throat. A rich energy surged into his body. This energy didn't just come from Mad Dog Li, but from the other prisoners as well. Previously, when Ling Xiao used the Golden Light Saint Rune to block the attacks of Huang Shui and the others, he had depleted close to 70% of his potential. The deaths of these people could finally be somewhat recovered. Currently, his potential had recovered to 40%, but it was far from enough. He would need a stronger opponent or a treasure of heaven and earth to ensure that his potential would be fully recovered. Unfortunately, the prisoner's storage rings had long been confiscated, so there couldn't be any treasures at all. Just as he was thinking about this matter, a shadow suddenly attacked from the darkness. Ling Xiao didn't even look. The shadow's attack was blocked as if it had hit a wall. The Golden Light Saint Rune, Ling Xiao had already engraved the Golden Light Saint Rune on his clothes. He could activate it with just a thought. Although his physical body was incomparably strong, Ling Xiao still liked to strengthen his defense. The Golden Light Saint Rune had already been completed. Even a martial artist at the first level of the Divine Soul Realm couldn't easily break it. How could a mere assassin at the early stage of the 8th level of the Divine Body Realm do it? It could be said that as long as Ling Xiao had enough divine origin and potential, martial artists below the Divine Soul Realm couldn't kill him at all. This was his trump card. Come out. You can't hide from me, Martial Soul Barrier. Ling Xiao released the Martial Soul Barrier because he didn't plan to let the assassin leave. This person wasn't a prisoner. There should be many treasures in his storage ring. Your Golden Light Saint Rune is really powerful. But do you think I didn't make any preparations? The assassin's voice rang out in the darkness. His figure gradually appeared. He was holding a bead in his hand. It was emitting a strange and vigorous energy. That's the fire thunder bead? Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and easily identified that item. You have good eyesight. This fire thunder bead is of a very high grade. The power released in an instant is enough to kill a martial artist at the early stage of the first level of the Divine Soul Realm. Do you think your Golden Light Saint Rune can block it? The assassin sneered. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's frightened expression. Unfortunately, he only saw Ling Xiao's excited smile. This fire thunder bead was a good item. If he gave it to Little Gold to devour, Little Gold's cultivation would definitely skyrocket. Of course, he could also leave it to deal with martial artists at the Divine Soul Realm. However, Ling Xiao felt that it would be a waste. You can still laugh? You're really a lunatic. The assassin frowned. He really couldn't understand Ling Xiao's current thoughts. Without the protection of the Golden Light Saint Rune, you're just a piece of trash at the 6th level of the Divine Body Realm. You're still so calm. I can't help but admire your acting skills. No matter what, you're going to die today. The assassin had already given Huang Shui a military order. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao today, he would have to die. Therefore, he had no choice. Huang Shui asked you to come, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. So what if I did? The assassin didn't hide it. Since the other party had already guessed it, there was no point in hiding it anymore. In any case, he would kill Ling Xiao today. No one would know about this. After saying that, the assassin didn't plan to wait any longer. He started to circulate his divine energy and activated the fire thunder bead. This assassin was quite cautious. He used the fire thunder bead from the start because he didn't want to leave it until the end and waste it. Boom! Following the input of divine energy, the fire thunder bead erupted with an incomparably terrifying power. The temperature within the entire martial soul barrier suddenly rose. Thunder and lightning rumbled unceasingly. But this power abruptly stopped in the next instant. Power of cosmic light, time stop. How could Ling Xiao let the other party destroy this fire thunder bead? Since he had his eyes on it, he naturally had to snatch it. In the instant that time stopped, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and the fire thunder bead already landed in his hand. The moment the assassin regained his movement, his expression was extremely ugly. But this guy's reaction was considered fast enough. At this time, Ling Xiao had just obtained the fire thunder bead and didn't have time to retreat. At such a close distance, the assassin crazily attacked. Using a point as a breakthrough, he stabbed towards Ling Xiao's vital point. Behind him, the shadow of a sharp dagger appeared. It emitted a faint light. That was his martial soul. A dagger martial soul was a very common tool martial soul. But to an assassin, this kind of martial soul was sometimes the best. It could greatly increase their attack power. This was what they liked. The weapon used by this assassin was actually an emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon patterns. It was incomparably sharp. The larger the defensive range of the sacred golden light rune, the weaker the local defense. Now that the sacred golden light rune enveloped Ling Xiao's entire body, then as long as the other party focused on one point, it was really possible to break through. Just like how although a divine soul realm martial artist's defense was strong, if someone stabbed a vital point, they would still be injured. This assassin's reaction could be said to be not fast. It could also be said to be not smart. To be able to have such a reaction the moment he lost the fire thunder bead, he was indeed powerful. No wonder Huang Shui would send him to assassinate Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he met Ling Xiao. In that instant, the sacred golden light rune's light contracted, turning into a small spot of light. It blocked the assassin's fierce attack. Ling Xiao, who had the Tai Chi eye, naturally could see which part of him the other party wanted to attack. Then, he just had to control the sacred golden light rune to form a local defense. What? The assassin cried out in alarm and immediately fled. You made the right choice. You are a very powerful assassin. Unfortunately, you met me today. You are destined to be unlucky. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the martial spirit barrier. In the next moment, he put away the sacred golden light rune. Against a martial artist of this level, there was no need to use the sacred golden light rune. After all, it consumed too much divine essence. He had already consumed too much potential and had no time to replenish it. Idiot, you actually abandoned your greatest reliance. What are you trying to do? In the darkness, the assassin's voice came from all directions. It seemed that he didn't understand and was also somewhat surprised. After all, Xianxia was very cunning. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Won't you know what I want to do when you try? Xianxia chuckled and said, hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, I will make the first move. I don't believe that I can't kill you. The assassin shook his head. Under such circumstances, thinking too much would only mess up his mind. He decided to focus on attacking. No matter what Xianxia planned, he had a way to save his life. After making up his mind, the assassin's power continued to condense. Inside the martial spirit boundary world, the wind was raging, sand and pebbles were flying, and the bluestone slabs on the ground were lifted up. All of a sudden, the assassin's silhouettes appeared. However, it was not one, but 9. 9 shadows kill. This was not a simple doppelganger or shadow. Instead, it was a genuine martial skill. Every shadow's attack was real. The assassin had once used this method to kill many martial artists who were stronger than him. He hadn't used it before because he was afraid of Lingxiao's Golden Light Saint rune. Now that Xianxia had removed the Golden Light Saint inscription, his opportunity had arrived. Die. 9 figures charged towards Xianxia at the same time. All of Lingxiao's escape routes were blocked. The assassin firmly believed that without the protection of the Golden Light Saint runes, Xianxia would not be able to escape his terrifying attack. Dead? Aren't you being a little too confident? He was merely an early-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon cultivator. Do you really think you can kill me, god-defying art, cross-form? The god-defying sword suddenly appeared in Lingxiao's hand. 10 sword gleams bloomed at the same time. With Xianxia as the center, they shot out in all directions. In an instant, the 9 figures were pierced by the sword gleams and exploded. In the next moment, a scream came from the darkness. The 10th sword gleam injured the assassin. Although it was only a minor injury, an assassin's defense was very weak. They focused all their energy on increasing their attacks and had almost no defensive means. Their physical bodies were also very weak. Once they were injured, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Lingxiao's sword injury was not that easy to heal. As long as he was determined to kill someone, every attack would be accompanied by a terrifying poison. With the assassin's strength, he could not withstand the poison's attack. Even if it was just a small scratch, he would not be able to survive. Ah! A scream came again, and the assassin fell out of the darkness. Because he was poisoned, he could no longer maintain his concealment state. You actually used poison, you despicable and shameless fellow. The assassin looked at Xianxia in horror and scolded him. Are you scolding yourself? Don't tell me that you didn't smear poison on your dagger. Xianxia walked toward the assassin and smiled faintly. An early-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist was not a threat to him now. Once he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could even kill a peak 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist. However, this time, the assassin was completely tricked by him. Therefore, he defeated him easily without using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. The assassin was too confident in his attack, which resulted in Xianxia turning the tables in an instant. There was nothing he could do. Princess Xianxia will avenge me. I'll go first and wait for you below. The assassin was more courageous than Mad Dogly. He knew that he was going to die, but he did not beg for mercy. Xianxia smiled faintly. I'm afraid that the one waiting for you will be your Princess Xianxia. She tried to kill me time and time again. Does she really think that I don't have a temper? I won't let you be alone. Soon, that woman will accompany you down there. After speaking, Xianxia stabbed out with the Void God sword. The assassin's energy was absorbed to replenish his potential. However, it was a pity that an early-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist could only replenish 10% of his potential. Currently, his potential had recovered to 50%. Let me see what good stuff is in this guy's storage ring. Xianxia picked up the assassin's storage ring. Other than 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones, there was actually a spiritual crystal. A spiritual crystal was equivalent to 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. This time, he really made a killing. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then directly absorbed the spiritual crystal's energy. In an instant, his potential was fully replenished. Not only that, but his cultivation actually rose from the early stage 6th level divine physique echelon to the middle stage 6th level divine physique echelon. This spiritual crystal was indeed worth 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones. The energy was too abundant. However, relying on this thing to increase his cultivation was not stable enough. He had to stabilize it in battle. In the short term, he would not let his cultivation increase anymore. Otherwise, an unstable foundation would not do him any good. Then, he turned around and returned to the mansion. Tomorrow, it might be even noisier. What happened tonight, some people would probably use it to make a big deal out of it. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid. Instead, he was very excited. There was someone he could use to practice his punches and kicks again. After returning to the mansion, Ling Xiao gave the Fire Thunder Pearl to Little Gold. Little Gold did not decline, because he knew that only by becoming stronger could he help his boss. After swallowing this Fire Thunder Pearl, my cultivation will probably directly skyrocket to the half-step Divine Soul realm. It's just that this might take a long time. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and sister-in-law, I'll have to rely on you guys to help my boss during this period. Little Gold looked at everyone and said. Go and cultivate in peace. We'll be outside. Long Chen said, but after you become stronger, you'll have to help us more. Of course. Little Gold looked at everyone deeply, returned to the universe world, and swallowed the Fire Thunder Pearl. Ling Xiao looked at the rest and said, we also have to make the best use of our time to increase our strength. That bitch Huang Shui won't let it go so easily. Mobile version of the website, Everyone nodded and continued to cultivate. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yufeng Hua were all in the early stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. They also had powerful secret arts and their own special abilities. Most likely, no one in the 8th level of the Divine Physique echelon would be a match for them. This was a very powerful combat force. Ling Xiao also sat down cross-legged. He had gained a lot from the battle just now, so he had to comprehend it. At the very least, there shouldn't be any trouble tonight. At the corporal's residence, Zhuangzhong, Lu Mei, and Lu Chang were waiting for the results of the battle. Han Yuan was sent to observe the battle. I'm sure Ling Zhao's residence is already in ruins. Mad Dog Li, that fellow, has never been careless in doing things like this. Lu Mei sneered. It's because he's reliable that he's sent. No one else is qualified. Zhuangzhong said indifferently, next, it's time to wrap things up. Although Princess Huang Yu's status isn't as high as Princess Huang Shui's, she's still a princess. We have to get rid of this matter cleanly. When Han Yuan came back later, he would start preparing to investigate the murderer. He had to put on a good show. We have to put on a show to show our anger towards Ling Zhao's death. Corporal, you're really smart. Lu Chang gave him a thumbs up. Zhuangzhong wanted to say something, but Han Yuan suddenly rushed in from outside. His face was pale. His breathing was also very rapid, and his face was covered in sweat as if he had suffered a great shock. Hey, Han Yuan, you're so useless. Mad Dog Li just went a little overboard. Is there a need to be so scared? Lu Mei frowned and said. She would never have thought that Mad Dog Li would be killed. He had thought that Mad Dog Li had gone too far, but in the end, he had scared Han Yuan. Dead. They're all dead. Not a single one is left. Han Yuan said while panting. It's good that they're dead. Of course, I know they're all dead. If Mad Dog Li can't kill Ling Xiao and his useless companions, it'll be too embarrassing. Chongyang frowned. Han Yuan was usually a very calm person. What was wrong with him? No, Mad Dog Li and the others are all dead. Han Yuan had only seen Mad Dog Li being killed, and had hurriedly fled back, so he didn't know what had happened afterwards. If he knew, he would probably be even more terrified. Han Yuan, don't joke around like that. Lu Chang said. I'm not joking with you. Mad Dog Li and those 25 prisoners were all killed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was alone. That guy was too scary. Even if you personally make a move, you may not be his match. Han Yuan said solemnly. Tell me the details. Solemn frowned and said with a gloomy face. Han Yuan took a sip of water and explained the process in detail. After listening to his story, Zhuangzhong and the others frowned even more. I didn't expect this Ling Xiao to be so strong. I've underestimated him. Solemn's mood was extremely bad. He felt that he had overlooked something. In fact, Ling Xiao's strength should have been expected. Otherwise, how could he be valued by Golden King? How could he be hated by Huang Shui? Lu Mei said. According to Han Yuan's description, this Ling Xiao's fighting strength is at least at the level of Mad Dog Li. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to defeat Mad Dog Li. That's right. Solemn's fingers gently tapped on the table. After a long time, he said, originally, we wanted to use others to deal with Ling Xiao, but it seems that we can't do it now. We have to show up in person. He may be able to defeat Mad Dog Li, but he can't win against the four of us. What's more, we have 3,000 people in our team. The strategy that they thought was foolproof turned out to be wrong in the end. It was purely because they underestimated the enemy too much. What's the reason? Han Yuan asked. There must be a reason to deal with Ling Xiao, right? Isn't the reason simple? Lu Mei sneered and said, just say that he's with Mad Dog Li. He was afraid of exposing his identity, so he secretly let those guys go and then killed them. Anyway, Mad Dog Li is dead. No one can prove that what we said is false. Ling Xiao can't clear his name even if he jumps into the ocean. Wonderful. Lu Chang clapped his hands and said, this way, we can make trouble for Ling Xiao in a justifiable way. Let's do it. Mad Dog Li killed so many of our companions. This debt can be put on Ling Xiao's head. Solemn nodded and said, now go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, send people to surround Ling Xiao's mansion. Corporal, instead of surrounding his mansion, why don't we call him out? It's easier to set up an ambush in advance. That guy is a poisonous snake. We can't underestimate him. Lu Mei said. Okay, we'll do as you say. If he doesn't listen to the order to gather, we'll have more reason. Solemn nodded. Then, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. On the other side, Huang Shui was drinking tea, waiting for the assassin to return. However, at a certain moment, a talisman in her hand suddenly burned. Huang Shui's expression changed. Her eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. It actually failed. That talisman was the assassin's life talisman. Its effect was very simple. It could show the assassin's life status and point out his location. Now that the life talisman had burned to ashes, it meant that the assassin was dead. Well done, Ling Xiao. You're more troublesome than I thought. It seems like your ability isn't limited to the Golden Light Saint inscription. Huang Shui bit her finger and stared outside the window. Her eyes flickered with a cold light. No one knew what she was thinking. She really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but she couldn't do it openly. She could only use tricks secretly. This was equivalent to tying her hands and feet, making her very unhappy. However, if he wanted her to give up just like that, then he was underestimating her ability too much. Men! Huang Shui shouted outside the door. Your Highness, please give your orders. A black figure entered the room and bowed. It's time to put that matter on the agenda. The commander of Martial City's City Defense Army has been missing for a long time. It's been vacant for a long time. Inform all the martial artists in the 12 cities in the outer circle that the competition for the position of Martial City's City Defense Army commander will begin in 7 days. The rules are simple. The final winner of the competition will be the commander. You guys can decide on the specific details. Huang Shui's cold smile blossomed once more. It should be enough if I kill you openly on the arena. I believe that you won't miss this opportunity. I can see the ambition in your eyes. Huang Shui's actions were unknown to Zhuangzhong and the others, as well as Ling Xiao and the others. After all, Huang Shui had just mentioned it. The sky was already bright. The order to gather had already been sent to Ling Xiao's residence. What does Zhuangzhong want to do? His sneak attack failed last night. Is he going to do it openly today? Isn't he too daring? Yu Fenghua frowned and said. Haha, why should I be afraid of him? Since he wants to die, I'll accompany him. Everyone, cultivation is boring. Let's go out and relax. Ling Xiao smiled and said. The fastest mobile version of the website, Ling Xiao smiled. He could imagine what would happen when he went to the barracks this time. However, he was not afraid. On the contrary, he was very excited. It was not good to just sit there and cultivate. Only real combat could hone one's combat strength. He was not the only one. The others were the same. If they did not fight, they would gradually lose their drive. Xiao Jin could not fight because he had to refine the energy of the Fire Thunder Pearl. Long Chen, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum could all participate. Ling Xiao let them enter the universe world first, then flew toward the barracks. At this time, except for Ling Xiao, the 3,000 people in the barracks had all gathered. Lu Mei was giving a lecture. She described Mad Dog Li's escape and his fight with Ling Xiao as if it was real. It had to be said that this woman had a talent for storytelling. Perhaps she had really thought about it all last night. There were no flaws in the story. Those who were simple-minded would be furious when they heard it. This Ling Xiao actually killed his own accomplice in order to clear his name. Did he think that this could wash away the sin of killing hundreds of City Defense Army martial artists? This kind of scum must be destroyed. Angry roars came from the crowd. He even dared to deceive Her Highness and the king. This is unforgivable. Kill him. The voices grew louder and louder. Zhuangzhong and the others all showed a smug smile. At this time, Ling Xiao arrived. He did not say anything and directly stood in the group. However, he could still feel the hostility of the surrounding martial artists toward him. These guys, I don't know how to fool these simple-minded martial artists. Long Chen said with righteous indignation. Let's wait and see. I believe they will draw their swords soon. Ling Xiao was as calm as ever. After all, he had experienced too many things. He was actually immune to this kind of situation. You bastard, how dare you show up, you and Mad Dog Li are accomplices. Finally, a martial artist in the crowd could not hold back and roared at Ling Xiao. Hearing his roar, Ling Xiao suddenly understood. These guys really knew how to twist the truth. As a victim, he had actually become Mad Dog Li's accomplice? I will kill you and avenge my brother. This martial artist's brother should be the one killed by Mad Dog Li. Now that Mad Dog Li was dead, he naturally placed his hatred on Ling Xiao. This martial artist's strength was mediocre. He was only at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon and had the lowest cultivation among the city guards. Naturally, Zhuangzhong did not expect him to kill Ling Xiao. Or rather, he hoped that this person would be killed by Ling Xiao. If that was the case, Ling Xiao's public outrage would be even greater. Their plan could be carried out more smoothly. The martial artist pounced on Ling Xiao, his face full of anger. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, just watched this scene calmly. This was a dead end. Whether he made a move or not, the martial artist who pounced at him would most likely not be able to escape death. This person was already used as a fuse to ignite the explosives. However, he liked to break dead ends, making others dumbfounded. The poor martial artist was personally rewarded with a dessert by Lu Mei this morning. Highly toxic substances had long been added to the dessert. As long as this martial artist used divine essence, the highly toxic substances would erupt, and he would die without a doubt. In front of everyone, if he died, Ling Xiao would become the murderer. At that time, even Huang Yu would not be able to save Ling Xiao. But in the next moment, that martial artist suddenly disappeared. Disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This stunned Zhuangzhong for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered that Ling Xiao had a Dharma treasure that could hide people. Hence, he roared loudly, Ling Xiao, I originally planned to give you a chance. After all, you were introduced by Princess Huang Yu. I didn't expect you to actually dare to kill people in broad daylight. You're simply hopeless. What do you think our city guards brothers are? You bastard. Kill him. Sergeant, kill him. We can't bleed and sacrifice for the Golden Region and be humiliated like this. Among the 3,000 people, 2,000 people were simple-minded idiots. After being tricked, they immediately took the bait. Of course, there were also smart people who watched this scene coldly. They were not prepared to help either side. After all, it was not good to offend anyone. Ling Xiao seemed to have Princess Huang Yu's support, while Zhuang Zhong and the others were local tyrants and could not be provoked. Facing the mixed voices, Ling Xiao slowly floated into the air and looked at Zhuang Zhong and the others mockingly. If you want to kill me, why beat around the bush? Don't you find it tiring? I'm right here, and I guarantee that after I die, no one will find trouble with you. After all, Princess Huang Yu and I just met by chance, and I have never met the Golden King. They won't punish you for me. He was not afraid of fighting. On the contrary, he yearned for battle. If he wanted to unify the Golden Martial Kingdom, he had to stir up this pool of water first. In a one-on-one battle, none of these 4 people would be his opponent. If it was a 1-on-4 battle, he might still be able to play. Domain name, please remember 3, he was going to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, to show those who intended to kill him. What would happen to those who offended him? Ling Xiao, even now, are you still so stubborn? Before Mad Dogly died, he told us that you were their boss. We have already submitted the evidence. Naturally, the higher-ups will investigate it. Our responsibility is not to kill you, but to capture you and hand you over. I hope you don't resist, it won't do you any harm. Zhuang Zhong was still speaking hypocritically. Lu Mei also smiled faintly and said, at first, we thought that no matter what you did before, as long as you are willing to sincerely join the city defense army, we can treat you equally. But unfortunately, you actually did that kind of thing. We can't help but suspect your intention to join the city defense army. Ling Xiao, don't resist. We don't want to kill you. After all, we are colleagues. If you insist on courting death, we won't be polite. Lu Chang also said loudly. However, Han Yuan didn't utter a word. He was probably the thinnest person among the 4. So noisy. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, I am leaving. You are delaying my cultivation time for such a boring matter. You are committing a crime. Ling Zhao's reply was as cold as ever. Captain, don't be polite with him. Everyone, let's go together and capture this brat. Angry roars came from the crowd. With this roar, the crowd was in chaos. Everyone was shouting and wanting to attack. All of you, shut up. Ling Zhao's voice exploded in the void. I only have one warning. Whoever dares to attack, I will kill him. All of you, listen carefully. I even dared to kill that B*TCH Huang Shui. People like you who have no power and no background, even if you die, don't give me a reason to attack. This guy was crazy. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, the 3,000 people were dumbfounded. He actually dared to call Princess Huang Shui B*TCH. Was this guy's brain damaged? Zhuang Zhong, I don't know what that B*TCH Huang Shui told you. But I'm afraid she didn't tell you. Even if the Divine Soul Realm expert beside her attacks, he won't be able to kill me. Can you kill me? Ling Xiao made an even more shocking statement. Ling Zhao's words were a direct threat. It might be useless to some people, but it was useful to most of them. They might not believe all of Ling Zhao's words. But Ling Xiao dared to provoke Princess Huang Shui, dared to call her AB*TCH, and was not afraid of being killed at all. He must have a backer. They did not want to provoke such a person. Actually, thinking about it carefully, it was Mad Dogly who killed their comrades. Ling Xiao avenged them by killing Mad Dogly. There was no need for them to not let it go. In this world, no amount of reasoning was more useful than threats. Reality was like this, and there was no other way. Originally, 1/3 of the people had chosen to remain neutral, but after Ling Zhao's words, there were only a few hundred people who were still clamoring. Most of them were thinking that it was not easy to become a city guard, and there was no need to harm themselves because of this. A bunch of cowards. Seeing this, Lu Chang was furious. He looked at Zhuang Zhong and said, Corporal, no need to talk nonsense with this kid. The 4 of us together are enough to take him down. The few hundred people who are willing to listen to us only need to surround this place, and Ling Xiao won't be able to escape. That's the only way. Although Zhuangzhong's plan was good, there was a huge problem in the process of executing it. He never thought that Ling Xiao, this audacious guy, would dare to curse Princess Huang Shui. This intimidated the majority of the people. Helpless, they could only bite the bullet and do it themselves. Zhuangzhong, Lu Mei, Lu Chang, and Han Yuan surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. A terrifying aura burst out. It made the surrounding martial artists tremble in fear. Especially Zhuangzhong, the aura of a peak 7th level divine physique echelon martial artist was really terrifying. But what puzzled the onlookers was that Ling Xiao, the person who bore the brunt of it, looked calm. It was as if he did not realize how terrifying his opponent was. Ling Xiao heard that these four people knew each other since a long time ago. After joining the city guard, the four of them often worked together. They were almost inseparable. They cooperated very well in battle. They once worked together to kill an early-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist. This was not an easy task. After all, there was a huge gap between level 8 and level 7. This could only mean that their combined strength was truly formidable. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao was willing to fight them. If he didn't even have this bit of strength, it would be too boring. Attack! With a solemn command, the four of them attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Although they attacked at the same time, there were still some differences in their attack methods and attack range. However, these four people cleverly used these differences to their advantage. Han Yuan was a swordsman who was good at moving around and attacking. It could be said that his attack power was the strongest among the four. Lu Mei and Lu Chang's martial soul were both ice crystal tigers, which were good at mid-range and long-range attacks and defense. His martial soul, the single-horned rhinoceros, not only had a strong attack power, but its defense was also shocking. Once the four of them joined forces, it would indeed be very troublesome. Ice tornado! Lu Mei and Lu Chang attacked at the same time. Several whirlwinds and icicles pierced through the void towards Ling Xiao, causing the air to instantly freeze. Furthermore, their attacks were all very tricky. One of them chose the throat, the other the heart. No matter which of the two was pierced, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The whirlwinds and icicles were not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. If Ling Xiao didn't use the Golden Light Saint Rune, even the invincible Ape God Array might not be able to completely block it. Although the two siblings' strength is not that great in a one-on-one battle, their attack power is obviously increased when they join forces. Moreover, they almost gave up on defense and used all their strength on offense. It's really a little scary. However, that's all. Seeing that the opponents were about to attack, Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and instantly began to analyze. Let's start with the two of you. If he wanted to break the combined attack of the four of them, he had to attack the weak points. Among the four of them, Han Yuan had the strongest attack power and the fastest speed. The one with the strongest defense was Zhuangzhong, and the one with the strongest comprehensive ability was also Zhuangzhong. Lu Mei and Lu Chang's specialty was that the two siblings were connected by blood and could greatly increase the power of their martial souls. When the two of them were together, their attack power was already more than the sum of Han Yuan and Zhuangzhong's attack power. However, the two of them had a weakness. When attacking, they couldn't defend. And Ling Xiao happened to grasp this weakness. Sword orb. A sword light flew out from between his eyebrows and arrived in front of Lu Chang in an instant. Brother, be careful. Lu Mei exclaimed. She wanted to defend, but it was too late. Ling Xiao had purposely taken on their ice thorn's whirlwind so that he could attack them when they were defenseless. Chi, the sword orb directly pierced through Lu Chang's forehead. Lu Chang was killed on the spot. Then, it suddenly flew back and shot towards Lu Mei. Han Yuan's reaction was very fast. Before Lu Mei could react from the shock, he had already blocked in front of Lu Mei. Unfortunately, was it useful? Cosmic light power, time stop. In that instant, the sword orb bypassed Han Yuan and still shot through Lu Mei's throat. When the time stopped, Lu Mei and Lu Chang had already become two cold corpses. You dare to kill the vice captain of the city defense army? You're really finished this time. There were two things that Zhuangzhong didn't think of. The first point was Ling Xiao's unbelievably terrifying battle prowess. The second was Ling Xiao's courage. This guy actually dared to kill the vice captain in front of the city defense army in the Golden region. It was simply crazy. So what if I killed them? You don't think that Huang Shui will make a big fuss over two worthless trash, right? Don't worry, that bitch will definitely not openly find trouble with me. She doesn't want to drag herself down to deal with me. She will definitely think of a more dignified reason to deal with me. That's why I said that you idiots are just pitiful worms being used by others. But even so, if you want to kill me, I won't be polite. Next, it's the two of you. Lu Mei and Lu Chang were killed. The remaining Zhuang Zhong and Han Yuan were nothing. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. And he chose the divine beast form. A ferocious blood lightning bull demon that was more than 10 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. There were two types of sacred runes on its back. One was the golden sacred rune. The other was the barbaric bull sacred rune. Ling Xiao discovered that the sacred rune actually increased the divine beast form's strength the most. Although the divine beast form couldn't use human martial skills, the physique would be greatly improved. And the barbaric bull sacred rune increased the strength by a fixed percentage. The greater the basic strength, the greater the increase. Therefore, the divine beast form of the barbaric bull sacred rune was more powerful than the divine beast form. You think you're the only one who can transform? Zhuang Zhong knew that he had no way out. Ling Xiao's strength had exceeded his imagination. But the only thing he could do now was to fight. Beast soul transformation. A huge rhinoceros appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The single-horned rhinoceros and the blood lightning bull demon confronted each other. Then, it madly charged at the opponent. Humph. That Ling Xiao was too complacent. He thought he killed Lu Mei and Lu Chang with a trick. He dared to fight with the corporal in terms of strength. He's courting death. The martial artist who supported Zhuang Zhong snorted coldly in the crowd. That's right. After the corporal transforms, his strength is simply terrifying. He can easily tear his opponent apart. But as soon as they said that, their voices came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, the blood lightning bull demon had sent the single-horned rhinoceros flying. Not only that, but the single-horned rhinoceros was also covered in blood. It couldn't maintain its beast form and returned to Zhuang Zhong's original appearance. At this moment, Zhuang Zhong struggled with all his might. In the end, he stopped breathing and died on the spot. When Han Yuan saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was so powerful that Han Yuan couldn't summon the will to fight. Do you still want to continue? Ling Xiao looked at Han Yuan and asked coldly. I admit defeat. Han Yuan said in horror, this time, it's all Lu Mei and Zhuang Zhong's doing. I was just dragged in. The so-called evidence was also fabricated by Lu Mei. I can prove it. Hearing Han Yuan's words, the crowd sighed. Many people who were fooled were glad that they didn't go crazy with Zhuang Zhong. Ling Xiao was about to say something when he suddenly looked into the distance. Her Highness the Princess has arrived. Someone shouted from far away. Huang Shui's arrival this time was actually an open and aboveboard visit. It seemed that she had a more legitimate excuse. Everyone except Ling Xiao knelt down to welcome Huang Shui's arrival. Ling Xiao still stood there, looking coldly at the people in front of him. He was thinking about the reason for Huang Shui's arrival. Was it to settle scores, or was it something else? Her Highness the Princess, Ling Xiao killed our corporal and 2 vice captains. Seeing Huang Shui arrive, some of Zhuang Zhong's loyal followers mustered up their courage and shouted. Because they felt that their opportunity had come. Since Huang Shui had a grudge against Ling Xiao, she would definitely use this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Of course, this was usually the case. However, Ling Xiao was not an ordinary person. He was a talent chosen by the Golden King. It would have a very important impact on the future of the Golden Martial Kingdom. If Huang Shui used this kind of inexplicable reason to make a move on Ling Xiao, it was completely unjustifiable. It would have a great impact on her future. Why would he do that? Huang Shui asked coldly. That's because the corporal said that Ling Xiao was Mad Dog Li's accomplice and wanted to capture Ling Xiao. That person explained. Do you have any evidence? Huang Shui asked. This, we don't know either. That person started to feel confused. Why didn't this Princess Huang Shui take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao? Then let this princess tell you. Sergeant Zhuang Zhong, Vice Captains Lu Mei and Lu Chong took revenge for a personal matter, fabricating facts to frame Ling Xiao. He even forcefully dragged Han Wen into this. They deserved to die. Even if Ling Xiao doesn't kill them, this princess will kill them. Huang Shui had a righteous look on her face. This confused Ling Xiao. Did this woman change her personality? That's impossible. There must be a deeper conspiracy behind her actions. Ling Xiao really admired this woman. If she continued to frame him, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to take out evidence to rebut her and embarrass her. However, this woman actually did this, causing the evidence that Ling Xiao had prepared to go to waste. He sighed softly and released the cultivator that he had kept in the Qianquan realm. The poison in the cultivator's body had already been removed. He also knew the truth of the matter. The moment he was released, he accused Lu Mei of her ugly actions. This made Han Wen feel very fortunate. Luckily, he had told the truth in advance. Otherwise, he would have been unlucky as well. Alright, that's the truth. Since Zhuang Zhong is dead, your team's corporal will be Ling Xiao in the future. As for the vice captain candidate, it will be decided by Ling Xiao himself. Huang Shui said until here. She glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "You follow me. I have something to say to you." Ling Xiao smiled. This woman could really cause trouble. However, he would just quietly watch how the other party was going to posture. He followed Huang Shui to the side. A table and chairs had already been placed there. "Please have a seat." Huang Shui sat down first. Then, she gestured for Ling Xiao to sit. However, what made her feel awkward was that Ling Xiao had already sat down. A hint of displeasure flashed across Huang Shui's eyes. However, it was concealed very quickly. Today, let's not beat around the bush. The person who ordered the assassins to assassinate you last night was me. The person who ordered Zhuang Zhong and them to make a move on you was also me. The words that Huang Shui suddenly said made Ling Xiao rather surprised. This woman actually suddenly laid her cards on the table. What on earth did she want to do? Don't be so surprised. After last night's incident, I see it clearly. You are a very talented person. It's no wonder that King Father likes you. Hence, I also hope that we can get along peacefully. How about we let bygones be bygones? Huang Shui continued. If your highness really wants to, of course, we can. As the saying went, it was better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Ling Xiao also didn't want to have so many enemies. However, there was a hidden meaning in his words. He didn't believe that Huang Shui would let go of her hatred. It's normal that Brother Ling doesn't believe me. However, time reveals a person's heart. Brother Ling will know my painstaking efforts sooner or later. From today onwards, I will do my best to help you and help you gain a foothold in the Golden Martial Nation. I only have one request. When you achieve great success in the future, please support me to become the Queen of the Golden Martial Nation. Huang Shui's attitude was very sincere. If Ling Xiao hadn't seen so many two-faced people like her, he might really have believed her. Then I will thank Princess Huang Shui first. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Who didn't know how to act? Since they were going to act, everyone just had to act. Huang Shui continued, now, there is a very good opportunity to raise your status again. You also know that in the Golden region, the corporal's monthly salary is 100 top-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, the city defense commander's salary is 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. The difference is huge. Top-grade spirit stones are a necessity for cultivation. It's also a necessity for purchasing items. The Martial City's city defense commander has been missing for many years. I have decided to choose a new one. However, if I directly appoint you, I'm afraid there will be people who won't accept it. Hence, 1 week later, there will be a competition in the outer circle of the 12 cities. Whoever obtains the final victory will be the city defense commander. I'm telling you this in advance because I hope that you will be prepared. Thank you, Your Highness, for your nurturing. Ling Xiao will definitely not disappoint you. Ling Xiao hurriedly cupped his hands. However, there was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. As long as he believed that a person wasn't worthy of his trust, then no matter what this person did, he would consider it from the perspective of a conspiracy. This way, he wouldn't be hurt. All right. Huang Shui stood up and suddenly grabbed Ling Zhao's hand lightly. She said, I have high hopes for you. Father has always wanted to find a good husband for me. I think you are not bad. It's just that you don't have any status now and your strength is a little weak. It's a pity. I have offended you before. If you want to punish me, why don't you marry me? Then, you can punish me as you wish. Speaking of this, Huang Shui even threw a coquettish glance at Ling Xiao. It was quite charming. Mobile version of the website, Huang Shui's words gave Ling Xiao goosebumps all over his body. This woman really dared to say anything. No wonder she was doing better than Huang Yu. It's time to go. By the way, Yuer is a good girl, but don't harm her. The closer you get to her, the more dangerous she will be. That's all I have to say. I hope you can come out on top in the competition for the position of City Guard Commander. Goodbye. Huang Shui smiled and left with her men. What she left behind was a scene of drama. This woman is too shameless. She really dares to say anything. Yu Fenghua's pretty face was cold as she said coldly. When an impulsive wild boar turns into a cunning fox, it's indeed harder to deal with. But it's still a wild beast. It can't beat a hunter. Don't worry. How could those flowery words of hers deceive me? The so-called competition for the position of City Guard Commander is just another trap for me. Ling Xiao sneered. Then what should we do? Refuse to participate? Long Chen asked. Refuse? Why should I refuse? Don't forget my purpose in coming to the Golden Martial Kingdom. I want to take root in the Eternal Divine Realm as soon as possible. The position of City Guard Commander isn't high, but it's not low either. I'll have some power. Moreover, I have a monthly salary of 10,000 supreme-grade spirit stones and more cultivation resources than ordinary soldiers. There are 5 of us. I have to pursue more benefits. Ling Xiao knew that there were tigers in the mountain, but he still wanted to go there. There was nothing to be afraid of. The joy of breaking through the situation was also a kind of enjoyment. He liked to do things that could make the enemy unhappy. For now, he had to secure the position of corporal. Just as he was thinking about how to establish his authority, Xianxia suddenly came to report that the chief deputy commander had arrived. Xianxia was the city guard soldier Ling Xiao had saved. Since then, Xianxia had been grateful to Ling Xiao. That was why he hurried over to report. Chief Deputy Commander? Ling Xiao frowned. It seemed that it would not be easy for him to become a corporal. Although Huang Shui, that cunning woman, had given herself the title of a corporal, in reality, she had stirred up the dissatisfaction of many people. For example, the chief vice commander. Zhuang Zhong was one of his men. Ling Xiao had killed Zhuang Zhong. Not only was he not punished, but he was also promoted to sergeant. How could he accept this? In this matter, he would definitely not let it go so easily. Having figured this out, Ling Xiao felt much calmer. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir. If the enemy came, just fight. Xiao, let me be your helper this time. I can share some of your troubles. Yu Fenghua said. That's fine. I'm sure there's more than one enemy. I'll have to trouble you then. Ling Xiao did not refuse. He was convinced that flowers in a greenhouse could not grow tall. Therefore, when his power grew in the future, a few of his companions would have to share some of his responsibilities appropriately. After letting Yu Fenghua out, Ling Xiao went to meet the chief vice commander. There was only one commander in Martial City, but there were 6 vice commanders. Chief Vice Commander Qi Heng was the strongest among the 6. He was also the one closest to becoming a commander. Even the martial artists in Martial City's city defense camp had long regarded Qi Heng as a commander. Now, Huang Shui had suddenly announced that there would be an open selection for the commander of Martial City's city defense army. This made Qi Heng feel uncomfortable. However, she was a princess. He could not afford to offend her. At this moment, Ling Zhao's name entered his ears. He could not offend Princess Huang Shui, but could he not offend Ling Xiao? If he wanted to be a corporal, he had to ask if he agreed. Of course, because of Huang Shui's order, he could not act directly. Therefore, he had to think of a way within the rules to force Ling Xiao to back off. Qi Heng's method was to follow Huang Shui's example. Ling Xiao, it's hard for people to accept your position as a corporal. There are many experts in the city defense army who want to take the position from you. I can't stop them. Therefore, I'll give you 1 day to prepare. Tomorrow, there will be an open competition for the corporal's position in the City Defense Army's military drill ground. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. The people competing for the corporal's position are all as strong as Zhuang Zhong. As long as you have the ability to defeat them, the corporal's position will be yours. Wrapped in righteousness, Qi Heng left after he finished speaking. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. It just so happened that his hands were itching these days. In order to consolidate his current cultivation, he had to find some experts to practice with. Qi Heng's method was to his liking. At first, he was thinking about how to intimidate these 3,000 soldiers. However, it seemed that there was no need to think about it now. As long as he passed this test, no one would dare to disobey him. After Qi Heng left, Ling Xiao returned to his residence. Everyone continued to cultivate. Ling Xiao continued to study the Saint Runes. The Golden Light Saint Rune was already at great accomplishment. It would be very difficult to improve it further. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune was only at small accomplishment. It needed to be used continuously in battle to improve it. Ling Xiao planned to learn a new Saint Rune. After a few battles, he found that the Saint Rune was very helpful in battle. It would be best to learn more. Anyway, he had 3 avatars. Together with his original body, he could cultivate at the same time. The experience gained from cultivation or learning could be integrated into his original body. It would not waste any time. The next Saint Runes that Ling Xiao wanted to learn were the Light Body Saint Rune and the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune. The Light Body Saint Rune and the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune were similar in that they could increase a martial artist's speed. The Spirit Gathering Saint Rune's effect was similar to the Spirit Gathering formation. Moreover, it could be stacked. The difference was that the Spirit Gathering formation could not be moved. Once the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune was engraved on a martial artist's body, it would be effective no matter where the martial artist went. Even at small accomplishment, the Grade 1 Spirit Gathering Saint Rune could increase the effect of cultivation by 50%. To them, this was extremely important. Ling Xiao knew very well that strength was the key to gaining a foothold in the eternal divine realm. Without strength, everything else was in vain. No matter how smart you were, if you were killed, you would be done for. The next day came quickly. Ling Xiao had already successfully studied the 2 types of saint inscriptions and had even reached the small success stage. This way, he would have a better chance of winning the battle. Ling Xiao knew very well that Qi Heng would not let him take the position of corporal so easily. Therefore, the people he found would not be weak. It would be good if they could increase their fighting strength. The corporal selection was not a big deal. Usually, all they needed was the approval of the chief deputy commander. But this time, because of Huang Shui's order, the position of corporal leader became very popular. The impact was great. On this day, the crimson sun rose and shone its light on the earth. The entire martial city was in a hubbub. It was especially noisy and lively. It seemed that Qi Heng had really put a lot of thought into this matter. That Qi Heng spread the news so that even Princess Huang Shui can't change the result. Chen Qi followed beside Ling Xiao and said, this time, he picked a lot of experts from the city defense army. The weakest one is at the peak of the 7th level divine physique echelon. Their combat power is stronger than their dignity. Don't worry. I know that today's matter won't be easy. I'm already mentally prepared. Ling Xiao nodded. Qi Heng took the initiative to bring up this matter to teach him a lesson. If he sent some trash, how could he teach him a lesson? If he couldn't even think of this difficulty, he wouldn't be Ling Xiao anymore. In order to make this selection as fair as possible, Qi Heng relaxed the conditions after picking some experts. Instead, all martial artists from the Martial City's City Defense Army were eligible to participate in the selection. This way, no one could say anything about it. When Ling Xiao arrived at the military field, it was already packed with people. Many martial artists were chatting excitedly. Their desire for the position of sergeant could be seen from between their brows. On the spectator stand not far away, Ling Xiao saw two familiar figures. One was Huang Yu, and the other was Huang Shui. Both of them were actually here for today's selection. Both of them looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. However, Ling Xiao could still tell one was sincere and the other was hypocritical. Huang Yu floated up like a white crane and landed beside Ling Xiao. "Are you confident?" she asked. "More or less." Ling Xiao smiled. "You know that Qi Heng is messing with you, but you still want to participate. I'm sure you're confident. I won't say much. I wish you success." Huang Yu was an exceptionally intelligent woman. She had long seen through the knack of this. The reason why she didn't stop him was because she believed that Ling Xiao had a way to solve it. Moreover, this was also a chance for Ling Xiao to grow quickly. She shouldn't stop him. While the two of them were talking, Qi Heng and the others on the spectator stand looked at them with a gloomy face. Looks like the rumors are true. This Ling Xiao didn't just get Princess Huang Yu's favor. Now, even Princess Huang Shui is supporting him. Beside Qi Heng were the other 5 deputy commanders. One of them was his sister, Qi Yu. The two of them worked together to control the city defense army. Otherwise, Qi Heng wouldn't be able to become the chief deputy commander so easily. Qi's words, Qi Huang Shui's face became even gloomier. "Humph, I'll humiliate him in front of these two people today. How dare he kill Zhuang Zhong? I want him to pay the price." "I'm afraid you're still jealous?" Qi Yu said. "Qi Shui yu. The two princesses of the martial kingdom were extremely charming. They were goddesses in the hearts of countless martial artists. Shui Qi Heng was yu. In the past, he felt that his status was low and he couldn't reach them. Therefore, he didn't have any improper thoughts. He only thought that being able to do something for the two princesses was already an extremely happy thing. However, Ling Xiao's appearance made him lose his composure. The two goddesses in his heart actually showed kindness to Ling Xiao. The things that he couldn't get after working so hard were obtained by a piece of trash. How could he tolerate this? In addition, Zhuang Zhong was killed by Ling Xiao. This completely ignited the anger in his heart. "Yi Chen, are you ready? Your enemy is that Ling Xiao. I don't care about others, but you must kill this Ling Xiao. Fists and legs have no eyes, and swords are merciless. I believe that the two princesses won't have anything to say about his accidental death." Qi Heng looked at the other person beside him and said. Yi Chen was Qi Heng's #1 fierce general. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine martial spirit, the sword god martial spirit. Although it was only a low-level divine martial spirit, it was much more powerful than ordinary martial spirits. In the entire city defense army, no warrior with the same cultivation level was his opponent. This Yi Chen once defeated Zhuang Zhong and the other 3 in one move. It was also because of this that Qi Heng chose him. In order to be foolproof, Qi Heng also chose some warriors who were as strong as Zhuang Zhong or stronger than Zhuang Zhong to weaken Ling Xiao. By the time Ling Xiao fought with Yi Chen, he would be very weak. Anyway, the arrangement and order of the battle was arranged by him. It was too easy for him to tamper with it. I hope that this Ling Xiao won't let me down. If he is defeated before I meet him, it will be boring. Yi Chen sneered. Silence. Qi Heng suddenly stood up and roared. The chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. All the spectators and contestants looked in the direction of Qi Heng. They didn't dare to speak carelessly. The registration period has ended. There are more than 500 people participating in the selection this time. Now, everyone come forward and draw lots. Those with the same number will be your opponent. Qi Heng said loudly, this selection is fair and just. Therefore, after the results are out, no one can question it. Let's begin. As his voice fell, everyone stepped forward and drew lots. There was more than one number box. Therefore, drawing lots didn't take too long. At this moment, Huang Yu had already returned to her seat and sat beside Huang Shui. Little sister, you can't have fallen for Ling Xiao, right? Why are you so concerned about him? Aren't you not interested in the throne? Huang Shui smiled faintly and said, "Moreover, you should also know that this selection is Qi Heng's trap. I'm afraid that your Mr. Right will be at a disadvantage." Huang Yu already knew that Huang Shui was trying to rope in Ling Xiao, but she didn't need to worry about it. After the Divine Rune Sect's ruins, Huang Yu knew that Ling Xiao was much smarter than her. In terms of scheming, Huang Shui might not be able to outplay Ling Xiao. "Elder sister, you and I are both sensible people. There's no need to say those hypocritical words. I know that you want to scheme against Ling Xiao, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Your design might instead become a stepping stone for Ling Xiao's meteoric rise," Huang Yu said indifferently. Huang Shui faintly frowned in front of Huang Yu's calmness. Soon after, she sneered. Since she had decided on a plan, she wouldn't allow Ling Xiao to escape. This time, she would kill Ling Xiao no matter what. If Ling Xiao was killed in the selection, it would be exactly what she wanted. If not, then the selection of the city guard captain would become the key. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could pass through these two stages in a row. On the other side, although Huang Yu was confident in Ling Xiao, she still frowned. Seeing him, she still frowned. Yi Chen was the successor that Qi Heng had spent a lot of effort to cultivate. If Qi Heng became the captain, he would be appointed as the vice-captain. It was enough to see how powerful this person was. That was a quasi-deputy commander. Sending him to participate in the selection was simply to target Ling Xiao. No matter what, I hope he can win. Huang Yu couldn't do anything at this moment. She could only wait. At this moment, the numbers had already been drawn. Ling Xiao was number 16, and Yu Fenghua was number 109. Yu Fenghua's mission was to help Ling Xiao clear out the obstacles. If the two drew the same number, it would be meaningless. Fortunately, Qi Heng didn't know Yu Fenghua, so he didn't know about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua. Otherwise, he would have definitely interfered. As the numbers were drawn, the battles began at the same time. There were 10 arenas on the drill ground, and 10 battles began at the same time. There was no pause in between. After one battle ended, the second battle would begin immediately. Qi Heng called out Ling Xiao. 20 people from the first group jumped into the ring. This caused the audience and contestants to cheer. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and did not join in the fun. As time passed, the battle gradually came to an end. The difference in strength between the martial artists was huge, and the victor was decided in an instant. The victorious man let out an excited roar. Those who failed were dejected. However, the battle would not stop because of their victory or defeat. The battle continued. Soon, it was Ling Xiao's turn. Ling Xiao was number 16, so they didn't have to wait too long. Number 16, Ling Xiao, Zhang Tai, onto stage 1. As this voice rang out, many people's gazes were focused on arena number 1. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, Ling Xiao had killed Zhuang Zhong and was appointed as a corporal by Princess Huang Shui. Qi Heng had already spread the news. 33 quickest mobile terminal, /// as a result, Ling Xiao had almost become a celebrity in Martial City. However, his reputation was not very good. The second reason was because of Zhang Tai. Among the martial artists participating in the selection this time, Zhang Tai was absolutely ranked at the forefront. Although Zhang Tai was also at the peak of the 7th level divine physique echelon like Zhuang Zhong, he was much stronger than Zhuang Zhong. Of the other candidates, not many were willing to meet Zhang Tai. Ling Xiao's luck is pretty good. He actually met Zhang Tai in the first battle. He's going to lose for sure. Zhang Tai defeated Zhuang Zhong in one move. He's not someone that trash Zhuang Zhong can compare to. There's something fishy about this. Zhang Tai is a major and has 5 corporals under his command. Why are you participating in the selection? Why do you care so much? I'm happy. Anyway, that Ling Xiao is going to lose for sure. Voices of discussion rose and fell. Obviously, no one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. Although they felt that Zhang Tai's action was a little strange, it didn't violate the rules. Others wouldn't have anything to say. Qi Heng, oh Qi Heng, in order to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, you're actually willing to let a captain participate in the selection. You're really something. Huang Yu looked at Qi Heng and sneered. Qi Heng smiled and said, Your Highness, you have wronged me. Zhang Tai has a good relationship with that Zhuangzhong. He probably just wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. He didn't break any rules, so I can't stop him. Otherwise, it would be an unfair match. Humph. Be careful that you don't get the position of corporal and lose a major instead. Huang Yu snorted coldly and said nothing more. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already jumped into the ring. He did not know Zhang Tai. However, from the discussions of the people around them, they could also make out some of it. This Zhang Tai wasn't an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. He was definitely more difficult to deal with than Zhuangzhong. But so what? A mere martial artist at the 7th level of the divine physique echelon wants to stop me, Ling Xiao, from advancing. Aren't you looking down on me too much? Qi Hing looked at the number 1 combat ring, and a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Yi Chen sighed and said, Chief, you've already sent Zhang Tai. Why do you need me? That kid can't win against Zhang Tai. At this moment, Zhang Tai had already stepped into the ring. He was dressed in black. Between his eyebrows, there was a murderous aura, but also a hint of contempt. Hee, Boss Qi Hing is really too much. Why do you need me to participate in this kind of trash, kid? It's your bad luck to have met me today. Zhang Tai sneered. He waved his hand and 2 katanas appeared in his hands. Ling Xiao had seen these katanas before. The ninjas of the Sky Dragon continent had these kinds of weapons. They were narrower than ordinary katanas, but their sharpness was not inferior at all. Moreover, this guy was actually using 2 katanas. Using 2 katanas was different from using 2 katanas to fight. Although it couldn't release 2 martial skills at the same time like Ling Xiao. The degree of coordination was much higher than using 2 katanas to fight. Ling Xiao looked at Zhang Tai indifferently and said, casually working for others will put your life on the line. Zhang Tai sneered and said, you're quite arrogant. However, the one who will die today will be you. A mere mid-stage 6th level divine physique echelon trash. You can't even compare to the most ordinary soldier in the city defense army. The instant the referee gave the order to start, Zhang Tai couldn't wait to pounce on Ling Xiao. He was like a wild horse that had broken free of its reins. He couldn't wait to finish the mission immediately. This was because he was very unhappy with Ling Xiao's words. Zhang Tai came into the ring to kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't have any intention of showing mercy in this attack. The martial soul behind him was released. It was actually a katana martial soul. Although it was only an ordinary martial soul, it was very suitable for him. The power of the martial soul caused the 2 katanas in his hands to increase greatly. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp. This was an extremely terrifying sword attack. Even an early stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist wouldn't dare to be careless. Not to mention Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was very nervous. She grabbed the armrest of the chair, and her face was a little pale. As for Yu Fenghua, she was calm as usual. Because she understood Ling Xiao better. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. A mere Zhang Tai couldn't possibly be his opponent. Under the attention of many people. Facing the sharp sword aura. Ling Xiao gently raised his left hand. He didn't underestimate his opponent. Facing Zhang Tai, he directly entered the beast god's body state. And his left hand was wearing the sky-covering blood hand. That was an emperor weapon with 3 divine dragon patterns. And the 2 katanas in Zhang Tai's hands were merely emperor weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. His advantage was extremely huge. You're actually barehanded? Seeing Ling Xiao raise his left hand, Zhang Tai was stunned. The color of the sky-covering blood hand was almost exactly the same as the palm, so if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell. So much so that Zhang Tai thought that Ling Xiao was going to take his attack barehanded. Since you're courting death, that's even better. You'll save me a lot of energy. After being stunned for a moment, Zhang Tai's face bloomed with a cold smile. His speed suddenly increased. Ding! Amidst Zhang Tai's angry roar, Ling Xiao's left hand actually grabbed both of Zhang Tai's katanas at the same time in a strange way. What an idiot. Do you think my katanas are so easy to grab? Zhang Tai's face revealed a sinister smile. However, in the next moment, his sinister smile suddenly stopped. The violent force stopped in an instant. First, domain name, please remember 3, it wasn't the shocking scene that everyone imagined. Because Ling Xiao's left hand firmly grabbed the two katanas. He actually didn't move at all. Impossible. You're grabbing my emperor weapon with your bare hands. Zhang Tai was extremely shocked, and his face changed drastically. A wave of fear rose in his heart. This Ling Xiao might be much more terrifying than he imagined. He had miscalculated. Zhang Tai, who felt the great danger, was not willing to surrender just like that. He instantly pushed his divine essence to the limit. The two katanas began to vibrate violently, as if they wanted to cut Ling Xiao's palm into pieces. 33 First. That katana seemed to be able to escape at any time. Everyone says that you're stronger than Zhuangzhong, but in my opinion, you're just SOSO, break for me. Ling Xiao's left hand suddenly exerted force. Crack, a crisp sound rang out, and the katana in Zhang Tai's hand actually broke into several pieces. You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Then I'll return it to you. Before Zhang Tai could recover from the shock of the broken Tai Dao, Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he threw the broken blade in his hand. The Saint Barbaric Bull rune on his body glowed, and the force of the throw was much stronger. The broken blade hit Zhang Tai, and he fell onto the arena. He couldn't move anymore. The military drill field instantly quieted down. Other than those who were fighting in the arena, almost everyone was dumbfounded by the scene. The battle between Ling Xiao and Zhang Tai was too short. Many people only saw Zhang Tai charging at Ling Xiao with his blade, and in the next moment, Zhang Tai's blade shattered. Then, Zhang Tai was killed by the broken blade. The whole process didn't take more than 5 seconds. Many people had a new evaluation of Ling Xiao's strength. They originally thought that Ling Xiao was just lucky to be able to kill Zhuangzhong. After all, Zhuangzhong also underestimated his opponent. However, today, they witnessed the scene of Ling Xiao killing Zhang Tai with their own eyes. They finally believed that Ling Xiao was someone with true strength, someone who was truly terrifying. Perhaps only martial artists in the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon could pose a threat to Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was also stunned for a moment, and her eyes were filled with astonishment. She originally thought that Ling Xiao was just a scheming person who was good at the Saint Rune art. Now, she finally understood that Ling Xiao's strength was not bad. Moreover, his talent was simply terrifying. He could easily defeat a martial artist in the peak 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon with his mid-stage 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon Cultivation. It was quite terrifying. Perhaps, he had unintentionally recruited a true talent for the Golden Martial Kingdom this time. At the judges' table, Qi Heng, who was gloating, had an ugly expression on his face. Zhang Tai, that trash. He said coldly. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I really underestimated Ling Xiao. Qi Yu also said with a cold expression, I didn't expect him to defeat Zhang Tai so easily. Yi Chen was also stunned for a moment, then he laughed, now that's interesting. If you don't even have this ability, then you really can't arouse my fighting spirit. Yi Chen, don't be too happy. Zhang Tai, that trash, was probably defeated so easily because he underestimated his opponent. There are people who are more powerful than Zhang Tai. Let's wait and see. Qi Heng's face was still gloomy. Ling Xiao defeating Zhang Tai was indeed beyond his expectations. Furthermore, not only did she defeat him, she actually killed him. This was not giving him any face at all. However, he didn't want to get angry yet. Ling Xiao killing Zhang Tai gave him a reason to kill Ling Xiao. At that time, whether it was Huang Yu or Huang Shui, they would have nothing to say. Although it was shocking that Ling Xiao had killed Zhang Tai, the selection still had to continue. Soon, it was Yu Fenghua's turn. Yu Fenghua's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. Her opponent was also a peak 7th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist. There was a great disparity in their strength. The other party only lasted 3 moves in the hands of Yu Fenghua before he was defeated. Yu Fenghua hadn't even used her true strength. This woman is even stronger than Ling Xiao. Huang Shui couldn't help but be stunned. She had seen Yu Fenghua in the ruins. At that time, Yu Fenghua was cultivating a secret technique, so she only caught a glimpse of her. Her impression of Yu Fenghua was only that she was beautiful. She was the only beauty in the world that surpassed her and Huan Yu. Even a woman like her couldn't help but fall in love with her. It wasn't until today that she realized that this woman wasn't just a flower vase. Her cultivation had already reached the 8th level divine physique echelon. Yet, she was much younger than her. After Yu Fenghua went up for a few more rounds, it was Ling Xiao's turn again. Ling Xiao, Hu Dao. When this voice rang out, everyone's gaze turned to Ling Xiao again. It's actually another captain. And this Hu Dao's cultivation has already reached the 8th level divine physique echelon. Although he has just broken through, it's far from what Zhang Tai can compare to. Isn't Ling Xiao's luck too bad? Is it luck? I feel that there's something fishy about this. It's as if someone is purposely messing with Ling Xiao. I don't dare to talk nonsense. Be careful not to lose your head. Everyone was discussing and staring at the arena at the same time. In the previous battle between Ling Xiao and Zhang Tai, many people didn't see what exactly happened before the battle ended. So this time, they must see it clearly. In the arena, Hu Dao held a long saber and looked at Ling Xiao coldly and vigilantly. Obviously, Zhang Tai's defeat taught him a lesson. He felt that he couldn't underestimate his opponent. Before his breakthrough, he was on par with Zhang Tai. After his breakthrough, he had the combat power to crush Zhang Tai. However, because the breakthrough was too short, he hadn't fully adapted to this kind of combat power. So he didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. Begin. Following the judge's command, Hu Dao instantly released his martial soul. It was also a weapon martial soul, an exquisite battle saber. The moment the battle saber martial soul was released, he quickly activated his divine essence and condensed it into the battle saber. He was fully alert against Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have the intention to attack. Instead, he hooked his finger at Hu Dao and said, "Come, I'll give you 3 moves." Of course, the so-called giving 3 moves wasn't because Ling Xiao was arrogant. It was mainly because he was afraid that once he made a move, he would win easily. It was meaningless for him to hone his combat skills. Although Hu Dao's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon, to be honest, he wasn't much stronger than Zhang Tai. Under Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye, his entire body was full of flaws. Hateful. Ling Xiao's contempt infuriated Hu Dao. He roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao like a thunderclap. Let me tell you, I'm not Zhang Tai. Don't compare me with that kind of trash. The battle saber tore through the void and ruthlessly slashed toward Ling Xiao's neck. The swift and fierce aura made the surrounding martial artists watching the battle feel a chill. When the battle saber was about to land on Ling Xiao's neck, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared. The battle saber directly slashed on the arena. A deep crack appeared on the arena made of bluestone slabs. Hu Dao's entire body trembled. If Ling Xiao launched a surprise attack on him at this moment, he would be dead. Don't worry. I said I'll give you 3 moves, so I'll give you 3 moves. Within these 3 moves, I won't fight back. I'll only defend or dodge. Ling Xiao's voice sounded from behind Hu Dao. Hu Dao suddenly turned around and put some distance between them. His breathing also became hurried. This guy. He clenched his teeth. Through this exchange, he already knew that he wasn't Ling Xiao's match. However, Ling Xiao was actually arrogant and wanted to give him a handicap of 3 moves. This was an opportunity for him. Again. Hu Dao charged forward again. This time, his speed was faster than the previous time, and the power he brought was also more terrifying. The battle saber in his hand emitted a dazzling saber light. He wasn't recklessly attacking directly. Instead, he thought of a strategy to deal with it. Especially after knowing that Ling Xiao's speed was extraordinarily fast, he would target this point and launch an attack. The fastest mobile version of the website, Cage Slash. He realized how terrifying Ling Xiao's movement technique was. Hu Dao thought carefully about his strategy. The Cage Slash wasn't very powerful, but it had one advantage. It could lock onto the enemy instantly. It could form a cage around the enemy so that the enemy couldn't escape. Then, the battle saber could kill the enemy through the gaps in the cage. You didn't expect this, did you? What's the use of being fast? The sharp battle saber pierced through the gaps in the cage and stabbed Ling Xiao. Hu Dao's expression was extremely ferocious. However, in the next moment, the ferocious expression turned into fear. His battle saber didn't seem to have stabbed a human body. Instead, it seemed to have stabbed some kind of metal that was stronger than his battle saber. Ling Xiao's physical defense was extremely strong. Coupled with the effect of the golden light saint pattern, his defense was basically invincible under the divine soul realm. Unless he had a special dharma treasure or a secret technique that could ignore defense. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to kill Ling Xiao. Obviously, Hu Dao didn't have that ability. This move is not bad. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. You still have one chance to attack. Come on. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Hu Dao was extremely frightened and flustered. Hu Dao, are you still a captain? Qi Heng's cold voice sounded. Hu Dao was so scared that his whole body trembled. He knew Qi Heng too well. If he lost today's battle, he would definitely be punished by Qi Heng. He might even be killed. Calm down. My combat strength is enough to kill my opponent. I just didn't find the right way. He told himself. Then, he returned to his original position. He couldn't attack recklessly for the last attack. He had to think of a way to kill Ling Xiao. At the very least, he had to knock Ling Xiao out of the arena. That way, he could finally give Qi Heng an explanation. That's right, he's a major general. And he was in the early stage of the 8th level of the divine body realm. If he couldn't win even if Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves, he would really be a loser. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. He began to accumulate all of his divine energy on his saber. In terms of absolute quantity, the divine origin of an early-stage 8th-level divine body echelon cultivator far surpassed Zhang Tai. As long as this attack landed, he didn't believe that it wouldn't have any effect on Ling Xiao. At the very least, he had to send his opponent flying. Kill. There was no time for him to let his imagination run wild. He launched his final attack. All the power was concentrated on this sword. He had given up all his defenses and speed. He walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. Under normal circumstances, such an attack was impossible because the opponent wouldn't just stand there and let you hit them. Giving up on defense was equivalent to giving up on life. However, today's situation was special. Ling Xiao had said that he would allow him 3 moves, and now he had experienced it firsthand. Ling Xiao wasn't underestimating him, but he wanted to use him to become stronger. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao would not dodge this attack. This was his only chance. When people were forced into a corner, their brains were still pretty good. Hu Dao guessed correctly. Facing this attack that anyone could dodge, Ling Xiao didn't. Instead, he went forward. Boom, the moment the fist collided with the saber, the entire arena cracked. A terrifying storm engulfed an area of 10 meters. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. It was a mess. The power of an early-stage 8th-level divine body echelon cultivator's full-force attack really can't be underestimated. Ling Xiao's voice was heard in the storm. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured without using the golden light saint rune. Moreover, the injury wasn't light. However, at the same time, the cultivation in his body became more solid and stable. This was his goal. Only in this way could he become stronger. 3 moves have passed. It's time to end this. The storm didn't stop, and a figure flew out. When Hu Dao lost all his strength, he was kicked out of the arena by Ling Xiao. Although the arena was shattered, it didn't collapse completely. Hu Dao didn't die, but he was completely unconscious. The surroundings of the arena fell into a dead silence again. Once again, he was defeated with 1 move. Hu Dao, who was much stronger than Zhang Tai, actually suffered the same fate. After 3 moves, he still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao. However, he was easily sent flying by Ling Xiao. Brilliant! After a long silence, the crowd of onlookers finally burst into enthusiastic cheers. Although Ling Xiao's reputation was very bad because of Qi Heng's publicity. However, Qi Heng's publicity couldn't control everyone. Moreover, Ling Xiao's 2 matches were indeed brilliant. The crowd's cheers were understandable. In contrast to their cheers, Qi Heng, Yi Chen, Qi Yu, and the rest had cold and gloomy expressions. This guy has no weakness at all. Yi Chen took a deep breath. An opponent like this finally makes me excited. When Hu Dao and Ling Xiao were fighting, Yi Chen also tried to find Ling Xiao's weakness. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. However, even so, he wasn't afraid. Yi Chen's sword god martial spirit was specialized in breaking situations. His sword was sharp and could break all defenses in the world. Qi Yu laughed and said, "Big brother, you and I both underestimated him. If we can't defeat him here, he will be the commander. I'm afraid the commander's position will be his. Don't even think about it." Qi Heng gripped his deputy hand sinisterly, crushing it into pieces. "Yi Chen, it seems that those trash are useless. I'm afraid we can only rely on you to defeat him. Can you do it?" Yi Chen laughed excitedly and said, "Chief, don't worry. Although he's strong, I'm stronger. I'll let that kid know whose territory this is." "That's good." Qi Heng nodded and said, "But just in case, I'll give this to you." After watching Ling Xiao's 2 matches, Qi Heng didn't have much confidence in his subordinates. He even wished he could go on stage himself. However, the registration had already closed, so he had no chance. Therefore, he could only improve Yi Chen's fighting strength. No need. Yi Chen glanced at the thing in Qi Heng's hand and shook his head. "Take it, just in case." Qi Heng said coldly. "All right." Yi Chen was still a little afraid of Qi Heng and didn't dare to disobey his orders. Therefore, he accepted it in the end. In his opinion, even if he took this thing, he wouldn't use it. "Sister, are you a little worried?" Huang Yu looked at Huang Shui and smiled. "Worried? If he doesn't even have this much ability, how can he qualify to enter the city defense commander's selection? However, that Yi Chen hasn't made his move yet. As long as Ling Xiao loses one match, it'll be his end." Huang Shui sneered. Ling Xiao jumped off the stage. The cracked arena was repaired in an extremely short amount of time. However, the crowd wasn't interested in the stage. They were interested in him. Their angry and disdainful gazes were now filled with reverence. This was all because of Ling Xiao's strength. If he was easily defeated today, his future days wouldn't be easy. Obviously, today's selection had helped him a lot. In the future, he would become a sergeant and even a commander. He wouldn't have to worry that no one would be convinced. To Ling Xiao, the position that he gained through fighting was definitely more stable than the position that was bestowed upon him by others. Just look at the respectful expressions of those people. Inadvertently, he saw Yi Chen, who was standing near the judges, make a throat-slitting gesture at him. He just smiled. Yi Chen, sword god martial soul, hopefully, he wouldn't be too bored. This corporal selection was merely a warm-up for him. More importantly, it was the battle for the city defense commander position that would take place 6 days later. The atmosphere was still lively. The closer it got to the end, the more excited people became because the battles were getting more and more exciting. As time passed, a large number of contestants were eliminated. The remaining contestants were all experts and elites. Of course, the battle between the elites wouldn't be completely one-sided. Naturally, it would be more exciting. Following that, Ling Xiao also participated in a few rounds of battles. His opponents weren't weak. There were even some who were stronger than Hu Dao. However, he still won easily. Soon, it was the semifinals. Only 4 people were left. Ling Xiao, Yi Chen, Yu Fenghua, and another captain of the city defense army. The battle that was currently going on in the arena was between Yu Fenghua and the captain. Both of them were at the early stage of the divine physique 8th level. The captain's strength was second only to Yi Chen. The 2 figures crossed each other in the arena and collided with each other, constantly producing clashing sounds. Everyone's attention was attracted by this battle. If Yu Fenghua could win this battle, she would directly enter the finals. At that time, she only needed to symbolically fight with Ling Xiao and the selection would be over. However, the prerequisite was that both she and Ling Xiao could win their respective battles. The semifinals didn't take place at the same time. They were separated. After all, no one was willing to miss such an exciting battle. Yu Fenghua's opponent belonged to the kind of martial artist that was more well-rounded. Both offense and defense were balanced. Almost no flaws could be found. Even if there were, it would be quickly fixed. Not only was this person strong, but he was also smart. If it were an ordinary martial artist with such a cultivation base, Yu Fenghua would probably finish him off in 2 or 3 moves. However, this opponent might be a little difficult to deal with. Of course, Yu Fenghua had a clear advantage even though they couldn't defeat her for the time being. He dominated the battle on the field, constantly using long-range attacks to weaken the enemy. The captain was basically unable to get within 3 meters of her. When they reached a certain distance, the moonlight would automatically knock them away. Time to end this. After more than 10 clashes, Yu Fenghua finally discovered her opponent's weakness. She suddenly took out the moon god's bow and drew the bowstring. The pure white moonlight condensed into 3 arrows. This was Yu Fenghua's first time using the moon god's bow. Ever since he started practicing moon essence, the power of his moon god bow had greatly increased. "Humph, you want to hurt me with your monkey tricks?" The captain took out a huge shield and placed it in front of him. It made it impossible for the arrow to hit the target. However, Yu Fenghua only smiled faintly. Just as the 3 arrows were about to hit the shield, they suddenly changed directions. The sudden change in direction gave the captain no time to react. The 3 arrows all hit their target. The captain completely lost his battle strength and could only admit defeat. Who is that woman? Where did this dark horse come from? When Xianxia saw Yu Fenghua, he was shocked and infatuated. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but he had never seen a woman like Yu Fenghua who was not only beautiful but also had an outstanding temperament. "Big brother, don't even think about it. I just asked around. That woman is Ling Xiao's woman." Qiyu said faintly. "Then it's even easier." Qi Heng's eyes flickered with a crazy light. "Yi Chen, I want Ling Xiao dead. You know that, right? After killing Ling Xiao, capture that woman alive. How can that trash Ling Xiao deserve such a treasure?" "Yes, sir." Yi Chen walked towards the arena. With Yu Fenghua's victory, the other semifinals were about to begin. The 2 opponents were Ling Xiao and Yi Chen. At this moment, people had already recovered from the shock of Yu Fenghua's victory. They were all focused on the other semifinals. Ling Xiao, the unexpected dark horse, had finally reached the semifinals. His opponent would be Yi Chen, who was considered to be the strongest in this selection. The dark horse's path was cut off. He continued to play the song of victory. Almost everyone wanted to know. The 2 got on the arena. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome but somewhat sinister face revealed a sinister smile. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I really didn't expect that a little mouse that popped out of nowhere could reach this step. Unfortunately, this is the end of it. By the way, let me tell you something. Good. Even if you die, you don't have to worry about your woman. Our chief vice commander will take good care of her." Ling Xiao's cold eyes flickered with a cold killing intent. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. Yi Chen acted as if he didn't know how much Ling Xiao loathed him. "I want you dead." Ling Xiao took out the reverse god sword for the first time. Crazy sword intent erupted, and killing intent filled the sky. "Oh? You actually use a sword as well? That's interesting. Unfortunately, you don't have a martial spirit as outstanding as mine." Yi Chen looked at the reverse god sword in Ling Xiao's hand with disdain and said indifferently. "You'll know once you try." Ling Xiao said. "Match, begin." At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. The 2's conversation ended there. Everyone's heart sped up. Because they realized what kind of battle this was going to be. Excitement was not to be missed. Bang! When the referee's voice rang out, Ling Xiao and Yi Chen's figures disappeared at almost the same time. Fast, one faster than the other, Yi Chen's figure flickered, and the long sword in his hand pierced out. A mournful cry resounded in the air. Cremation ignited. It fiercely pierced toward Ling Xiao's head. The sword in his hand was an emperor weapon with 2 divine dragon patterns. It was different from those trashy emperor weapons with only 1 divine dragon pattern. Even a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have to dodge this attack. Otherwise, they would definitely die under the sword. Ling Xiao rushed forward at high speed, and the reverse god sword in his right hand had already blocked Yi Chen's attack. At the same time, his left hand shot out. In the void, a blood-red palm that blotted out the sky suddenly slammed down. It wanted to smash Yi Chen into meat paste. Ling Xiao exploded the moment he came up. Because Yi Chen had said something he shouldn't have, he didn't have any intention of showing mercy. He wanted to thoroughly kill Yi Chen. Bang! Almost at the same time, Yi Chen made the same shocking move. A sharp blade flew out of his left hand. It turned into a firebird and collided with the blood-red palm. Pung! 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 In a short dozen seconds, the two had already clashed more than 10 times. They frequently switched between offense and defense. Both of them had outstanding battle experience. Even if Ling Xiao used the Tai Chi Eye, he still couldn't completely suppress Yi Chen. It was enough to show that Yi Chen was truly a battle genius. It was no wonder that Qi Heng would place his last hope on this guy. On the stage, dust flew everywhere. Rocks exploded, and the two retreated at almost the same time, as if they had never fought. He returned to his original position before he went on stage. Very interesting, very interesting. Yi Chen felt Ling Xiao's strength, and his eyes shone with excitement. Let's have some fun together. Sword God Martial Spirit, activate. As Yi Chen's roar resounded, a human-shaped shadow appeared behind him. In that instant, Yi Chen's sword intent increased by at least 10 times. A berserk aura engulfed the surrounding air. It shook unceasingly. Everyone could see that his body was wrapped in sword chi. The blue stone slabs on the ground were also cut open by the sword chi, and dust flew everywhere. Kill! Yi Chen shouted coldly and lightly tapped his foot. Although he didn't seem to have much strength, his entire body seemed to have turned into sword light. His speed increased sharply. In a flash, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The sword in his hand ruthlessly pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. Facing the incoming sword chi, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. He could ignore Hu Dao's attack and take it head-on. However, he didn't dare to be careless with Yi Chen's attack. Unless he used the Golden Saint Rune, he couldn't block it. Even the Golden Saint Rune consumed too much divine energy. Therefore, he chose another Saint Rune. Light Body Saint Rune. With the activation of the Saint Rune, his body disappeared from the spot like a graceful swan. His speed wasn't slow to begin with, and with the Light Body Saint Rune, it wouldn't be easy for Yi Chen to catch up to him. The sword chi pierced towards Ling Xiao's neck. It formed a shocking explosion in the distance. So fast. Yi Chen was stunned. He thought that his speed was already at the top among martial artists at the same level. However, after seeing Ling Xiao's speed, he was still amazed. Others didn't know about the existence of the Saint Rune, but Huang Yu and Huang Shui knew that Ling Xiao's speed was completely related to the Saint Rune. His attainments in the Saint Rune art are truly unparalleled. Sister, do you see it? Do you really want to be his enemy? Huang Yu looked at Huang Shui and asked. Humph. Huang Shui bit her nails and snorted coldly. She didn't say anything. This Ling Xiao was really quite troublesome. Of course, it would be best if he could recruit her for his own use. But with Ling Xiao's temper, that was unlikely. Although he's a talent, since he can't be used by me, it's better to kill him. Huang Shui still didn't change her mind. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. Thousand-blade sword. The long sword in his hand suddenly shook, and hundreds of sword lights surrounded Ling Xiao. Clearly, he had realized that a single attack would not be able to lock onto Ling Xiao. Therefore, he chose to use a group attack. No matter how fast Ling Xiao was, it was impossible for him to not be affected by such a large-scale attack. As expected, Ling Xiao paused for a moment in order to block the attack of the sword chi. It was this momentary pause that gave Yi Chen an opportunity. Die. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Yi Chen yelled coldly, the long sword in his hand shining brightly. A beam of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced towards Ling Xiao's throat. Throat again. This Yi Chen was obviously trying to complete Qi Heng's request and wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The sword light rushed towards Yichen. A trace of coldness appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Since the opponent wanted to kill him, then he might as well kill the opponent. But before that, he had to block this attack first. Divine Ape Invincible Formation. Compared to the Golden Light Saint pattern, although the Divine Ape Invincible Formation's defense was weaker, it consumed less energy. It was more than enough to block Yichen's attack. Ling Xiao's surroundings were suddenly covered by a huge King Kong ape's shadow. When Yichen's sword light arrived, it was actually blocked, and it became sluggish. Its power also decreased by more than half. Ling Xiao waved his left hand, and the sword light disappeared. Your strength doesn't seem to be that great. Fight with your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose today. After successfully defending, Ling Xiao said indifferently. So troublesome. Yichen's brows creased. He was excited before because he knew that Yichen was strong, and that he could definitely defeat him. But now, he couldn't be excited. Ling Xiao's strength had caught him unprepared, and he realized that he might lose. Therefore, his expression was somewhat unsightly. Noisy. I haven't even used 70% of my strength. The next move will definitely make you lose your life on the spot. Yichen had already lost his initial calm. The more he looked at Ling Xiao's calm face, the more he disliked it. You think I only know how to defend? Ling Xiao's eyes blossomed with an intense fighting spirit. He looked at Yichen with disdain. The probing was over. Now, it was time to end this battle. The Void God sword flickered, and a powerful sword chi tore apart the void in front of Ling Xiao. An extremely dangerous aura bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. You just said that I don't have a sword god martial spirit, so I'm inferior to you. Then, give me your sword god martial spirit. It's such a waste for you. The moment he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yichen. The counterattack had finally begun, moreover, it was with Yichen's most proficient sword skill. Many people felt that Ling Xiao's actions were extremely unwise. Using the opponent's most proficient skill to attack, wasn't this purely courting death? You want to counterattack? You're the one who brought this upon yourself. Seeing Ling Xiao approaching, Yichen smiled. He tightly gripped the long sword in his hand and made a strange gesture. There was no blossoming sword intent. Instead, it was as if all the power had been withdrawn. Standing there, Yichen seemed to have become an ordinary person. Huang Yu suddenly stood up. Of course, she could recognize this attack. On the other side, Qi Heng and Qi Yu also laughed mockingly. This Ling Xiao, is he afraid that he won't die fast enough? Qi Yu faintly smiled, he actually forced Yichen to use this move. He might have been able to hold on for a while. I'm afraid he's going to die now. Qi Heng also nodded, that's right. Yichen successfully cultivated this move to counter the opponent's attack. It has no offensive power. However, it has a very powerful reflection ability. It can be said that the stronger the opponent's attack, the stronger the reflection ability. Ling Xiao is trying to kill himself. However, if the opponent's attack exceeds a certain limit, he can still break this move. Yichen doesn't dare to use this move in front of Big Brother. Qi Yu said again. Do you think that Ling Xiao can have such a powerful attack? Qi Heng smiled disdainfully. Although Ling Xiao's performance today was outstanding, he was still far from catching up to his strength. As long as he can't surpass that limit, the stronger his attack, the more difficult it will be for him. Under everyone's attention, the distance between Ling Xiao and Yichen was rapidly closing. There were only 3 or 4 meters between them. At that moment, the corner of Yichen's mouth curved into a cruel smile. The originally silent power erupted in an instant. Counterattack. As soon as counter-sword was used, a layer of faint white light enveloped Yichen's body. Although it wasn't very clear, it was definitely there. It is indeed that move. Huang Yu's expression was unsightly. She understood the wonders of counter-sword. Yichen had used this move to kill who knew how many warriors of the same cultivation base. Even martial artists at the mid-stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. What will you do? Huang Yu looked at Ling Xiao nervously. If she were in Ling Xiao's position, she felt that she would have no choice. At such a close distance, even if she gave up on attacking, it would be too late. Regardless of the consequences, she could only fight with her life on the line. Ling Xiao, your sword skill seems quite powerful, but it will be interesting if you lose to your own sword skill. A smile gradually bloomed on Yi Chen's face. It was full of disdain and mockery. This is the first time I've seen such a sword skill. Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised by Yi Chen's sword skill. His Tai Chi I could accurately analyze the effect of the opponent's counter sword and its limits. Is this the sword skill you should be proud of? Very good, then I'll break it for you to see. I'll completely destroy your baseless confidence. Sky Tyrant possession. In that instant, Ling Xiao's strength increased by dozens of times. Reverse God Art, Cross Style. After using Sky Tyrant possession, Ling Xiao used Reverse God Art at the same time. Berserk Sword Chi pounced on Yi Chen. Yi Chen's counter sword was indeed powerful. Even if the attack was several times more powerful than his, he could still easily counter it. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao, who had used Sky Tyrant possession, instantly increased his battle strength by tenfold. It had already exceeded Yi Chen's limits. Swoosh, the 10 sword chis merged into one and pierced the white membrane of light. The frightening sword intent permeated Yi Chen's limbs and bones. In that instant, Yi Chen's expression changed. No. Impossible. How can your strength be so powerful? Yi Chen panicked. Because he could also feel that his opponent's strength had exceeded his counter sword's limits. My strength is not something you can fight back against. Get down. Ling Xiao's cold voice resounded. Sword light bloomed. In the next moment, the sword in Yi Chen's hand shattered. The white light film completely collapsed and disappeared. A horrifying sword light pierced through Yi Chen's body. Ling Xiao reached out his hand and forcibly extracted the sword god martial spirit from Yi Chen's body. Although it was only a low-grade divine martial spirit. However, this sword god martial spirit was too suitable for Ling Xiao, who used a sword. Ling Xiao's martial soul, which was specially equipped for swordsmanship, could no longer keep up with his advancement in strength. The god martial spirit could be upgraded. A low-level divine sword god martial spirit might not necessarily be unable to rise to a middle-level, high-level, or even top-level divine realm. As for the primordial god position, it was probably impossible. Yi Chen lay on the ground with his face facing upwards. The energy inside his body had been completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. Even his martial soul had been extracted by Ling Xiao. This result was truly too tragic. But who could be blamed for this? During the battle, every move he made was aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely. Towards such a person, how could Ling Xiao show mercy? As Yi Chen fell to the ground, he could no longer get up. The semifinals could be considered to have ended. However, the entire arena was deathly silent. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao with their mouths agape. Some were even trembling. Ling Xiao was not only powerful, but also extremely ruthless. Making an enemy out of such a person was simply asking for a beating. Huang Yu's beautiful eyes flickered and her small mouth opened slightly. It was obvious that she was also shocked by Ling Xiao's attack. Yi Chen actually lost. His strongest counter sword was actually broken by someone. Everyone simply couldn't believe it. Ling Xiao actually broke Yi Chen's counter sword with his mid-6th level divine physique realm cultivation. How strong was Ling Xiao's attack in that instant? Was this really something a mid-6th level divine physique realm cultivator could do? Big brother, I'm afraid his attack in that instant was even stronger than mine. The smile on Chiyu's face abruptly disappeared. She was horrified to discover that Ling Xiao's attack had actually reached such a terrifying level. Humph. Qi Heng snorted coldly and crushed the armrest on the other side. He couldn't accept this result. Not only did he lose his position as a corporal in the end, he also lost a few loyal subordinates in a row, especially Yi Chen. That was the successor he had painstakingly groomed. He couldn't accept that Yi Chen died just like that. Completely unacceptable. His handsome face became incomparably ferocious at this moment. Ling Xiao, I must kill him, he must die. Qi Heng suddenly realized something. From the moment he offended Ling Xiao, there was actually no way out. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, then he would be in trouble. This Ling Xiao's talent was so shocking. He would definitely be even more terrifying in the future. Cheers suddenly rang out in the arena. It was deafening. No one thought that Ling Xiao could actually reach this step. From the moment he stepped into the arena, almost no one thought highly of him. They all thought that he would probably die here. But this young man used victory after victory to prove his strength. He proved that he was qualified to be a corporal. Referee, are you still not going to announce the result? Qi Heng and the other referees were stunned at this moment because they didn't expect such a result. For a moment, they actually forgot to announce the result. Humph, Ling Xiao, you're really vicious. Today, you actually killed 3 captains of the City Defense Army. Do you know your crime? Qiyu suddenly snorted coldly. She thought that she couldn't stop Ling Xiao, so she changed the rules to deal with him. Deputy Commander, you're wrong. You said it yourself. They were captains, but they came to participate in the corporal selection. If it was just one, it could be treated as a coincidence. But now, there are already several captains. If this matter is investigated, I'm afraid the Chief Deputy Commander won't have it easy. Do you really want to do this? Ling Xiao looked at Qi fearlessly and sneered. Even a fool could see that Qi Heng was manipulating this selection. If someone really wanted to investigate, Qi Heng would not be able to escape. But Ling Xiao had someone behind him who could investigate this matter. He wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. Announce the result. Qi Heng glanced at Qiyu and said. Damn it, Ling Xiao won this battle. Let the finals begin. Qiyu said hatefully. There's no need for the finals. I admit defeat. I guess everyone here knows that I'm Ling Xiao's woman. Yu Fenghua directly announced that she admitted defeat. Ling Xiao was naturally the final winner. The rules didn't say that she couldn't admit defeat. So there was nothing wrong with what she did. After hearing Yu Fenghua's words, everyone in the arena was envious. Ling Xiao was strong and talented. His wife was also amazing. They were really a match made in heaven. I'm really envious of them. I wonder when I can find my true love. Huang Yu sighed emotionally. Huang Shua's face was gloomy. Although she tried her best to pretend, she couldn't completely hide her true emotions because of the atmosphere. Now, I should be qualified to be a corporal, right? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Heng provocatively. So what if Qi Heng set up layers of obstacles? I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Qi Heng's expression turned extremely gloomy. I really underestimated you. However, I won't let go of today's matter. If he, Qi Heng, wanted to kill someone, he had to die. Unless he was dead. Today, he had lost too much. Not only did he lose a few lives, but he had also exposed himself. This made many warriors in the City Defense Army dissatisfied. Although these people did not dare to say anything for the time being, once Qi Heng lost his power, they would definitely kick a man who was down. Kid, don't be too complacent. You only defeated Yi Chen. Do you really think you're powerful? You dare to be so arrogant in the martial city? I heard that you will participate in the City Defense Army Commander selection in 6 days. I hope you can still smile at that time. Qiyu said eerily. Hee, whether I can smile or not, you will know in 6 days. Qi Heng, Qiyu, and other people who want to block my path, Ling Xiao, listen up. If you want to go against me, you must be prepared to bleed. I, Ling Xiao, am not a good person. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not care about Qiyu's threat at all. Although he only had 6 days to prepare, he could still continue to become stronger. Interesting. I hope you won't run away when the time comes. Qi Heng stood up and turned to leave. The selection was already over. It did not change the fact that Ling Xiao had become a corporal. Qi Heng was too lazy to care about it. After all, he would be able to kill Ling Xiao personally in 6 days. His cultivation was at the late stage of the divine physique realm. Among the 12 cities in the outer circle, his strength was ranked within the top 20. Ling Xiao wanting to defeat him was simply a fool's ravings. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was too useless. He did not even use the item he gave him before being killed. Qi Heng was not that stupid. He really knew how to use it. With that item, Ling Xiao had no chance of turning the tables. After Qi Heng left, Huang Yu and Huang Shui also left. Before they left, both of them gave Ling Xiao a few words of encouragement. But who was a hypocrite and who was sincere, Ling Xiao was as clear as a mirror in his heart. When he returned to his residence, Yu Fenghua personally made a table full of food and drink. It was to celebrate Ling Xiao became a corporal. Although it was only a small victory, it was still a very rare one in the eternal divine domain. Celebration was a must. Apart from that, Yu was a big brother, Big Yu was a big brother. Big brother is big brother. Seeing Qi Heng's expression as if his father had died, it feels so good. Long Chen drank a cup of wine and smiled. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "A corporal is nothing. My goal at this stage is to become a city guard commander. It would be even better if I could control Martial City. With our stronghold in the Golden Region, Sky Tyrant Empire's martial artists can secretly come here to cultivate. Although the laws of the 4 regions and 9 worlds are slowly changing and getting closer to Eternal God Domain, it is not something that can be done overnight. Geniuses like Hai Mian Ko, Lion Xiaobao, Undying King Yinghai, and Yang Shui should come here as soon as possible. Once I become a city guard commander, I can challenge for the city lord's position. My goal is very clear. Big brother is big brother. You are more thoughtful than us." Long Chen nodded. "Don't praise me. You guys have to quickly increase your strength. Otherwise, the martial artists from Sky Tyrant Empire won't be able to come here. After all, we haven't completely opened the channel between the 2 regions. There will be many dangers along the way." Ling Xiao said, "When the time comes, you guys have to help me escort them to Martial City." "Of course. However, Xiao, you have to prepare well for the commander battle in 6 days. Qi Heng won't let you go easily." Yu Fenghua reminded him. "I know that. During this period, I will seize the time to cultivate and try to raise my cultivation to another level. I will also learn a few more saint inscriptions. The saint inscription art will be of great help to me." Ling Xiao nodded. "However, you still have to be careful. Qi Heng is no ordinary person. His cultivation has reached the late-stage 8th level divine physique echelon. He won't be easy to deal with. Xiao, don't underestimate him." Yu Fenghua reminded him again. With such a woman constantly reminding him, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get carried away even if he wanted to. "Of course I won't underestimate him. However, there is no need to be afraid." Ling Xiao had his own confidence and plans to become stronger. This was not a problem. In the chief deputy commander's residence, a few people sat in the front hall. The aroma of tea wafted in the hall. A middle-aged woman in a pale golden robe sat there. She was sipping tea while listening to Qi Heng's report. She didn't have any martial artist's aura, but her eyes were cold from time to time. It made one's heart tremble. Qi Heng, who was usually arrogant, didn't have any arrogance in front of this middle-aged woman. He sat there respectfully and reverently. "So that's how it is. Princess Huang Yu has really dug out an incredible talent this time." The middle-aged woman put down her teacup and smiled faintly. "What talent?" "He's just a trick." Qi Yu was unconvinced. "Shut up." The middle-aged woman suddenly raised her voice and was very strict. "You will be unlucky if you continue to be so arrogant. How many times have I told you to take every enemy seriously? You're just comforting yourself by saying that he's a trick. Give up such foolish thoughts. You have to face the strength of others to become stronger." Qi Yu was wrong. "Please forgive me, City Lord." Qi Yu hurriedly stood up from her seat and knelt down. "It's useless to say it. You have to know it in your heart." The middle-aged woman shook her head and looked at Qi Heng. "Do you also think that you're going to win this battle?" Qi Heng didn't say anything, but he silently agreed. "Stupid." The middle-aged woman said coldly. "Let's not talk about Ling Xiao first. Let's talk about how many hidden experts there are in the 12 cities in the outer circle. They're all eyeing this position. Unlike the battle for sergeant, this battle for commander will probably be fought for by martial artists below the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. After all, they have a very generous salary and can get a lot of cultivation resources. The middle-aged woman was the Martial City's city lord. Her name was Qi Tianmei, she was Qi Heng and Qi Yu's aunt. It was because of this that she wanted to push Qi Heng to the position. Aunt doesn't want to kill another city defense commander. Even now, there were still people secretly investigating what had happened last time. If the same thing happened again, they would definitely be killed. If the same thing happens again, I'm afraid we'll be caught. Therefore, the two of you must not disappoint Auntie's painstaking efforts. Don't let this plan go to waste. Qi Tianmei's aura suddenly became stronger. It turned out that her previous calmness was just a cover. Qi Heng hurriedly stood up and said, "Aunt, don't worry. I definitely won't underestimate the enemy. In these 6 days, I will try my best to make another breakthrough. Not only will I kill that Ling Xiao, but I will also get the position of commander of the city defense army. I will control this martial city in the hands of our Qi family." "Chen Qi, what happened?" Ling Xiao was drinking and celebrating in the house when Chen Qi suddenly came with a shocked expression. He asked. "Corporal, something bad happened." Chen Qi said, "That guy Qi Heng is making things difficult. Many of our 9th platoon left. Now there are only a few hundred people left. These 100 people are either unwanted or have offended Qi Heng before. This is clearly to make you a mere figurehead." Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "It's expected. I didn't expect that Qi Heng to be so boring. Is there any point in using such little tricks? In 6 days, the position of commander will be chosen. What's the use of tormenting the 9th platoon? What an idiot." Chen Qi was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, "Corporal, are you really confident in getting the position of commander?" "I don't dare to say 100%, but I'm 70 to 80% confident. After all, man proposes, God disposes. Even if I'm full of confidence now, there will always be some unforeseen events. I can only say that the hope is very high." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Corporal, although you're full of confidence, it's better to manage the matters of the 9th platoon. It might allow you to improve your cultivation in a short period of time." Chen Qi suddenly said. "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the 9th platoon had some secret? No wonder you don't know. After all, it's your first time here. In fact, every city in the Golden Region has a dragon cave. In this dragon cave, the spiritual energy density is extremely high. The spiritual pressure is extremely terrifying. It's definitely the highest in the city. Entering it can greatly increase one's cultivation speed. However, because the spiritual pressure is too strong, many people can't hold on for long. Our city defense army has 100 teams. Each team can take turns to enter the dragon cave to cultivate. It's of great help. Perfect, tomorrow it will be our 9th squad's turn. If you want to raise your cultivation as soon as possible, you can go to the dragon cave to take a look. Good lad, why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? Ling Xiao stood up abruptly. He had always wanted to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. It seemed like this dragon cave was a place that he had to go to. Bring me there quickly. Let's wait until tomorrow. Today, the dragon cave belongs to the 8th squad. Chen Qi smiled bitterly. He felt as if his bones were about to fall apart after being patted by Ling Xiao. Anyway, it's already late. Go back and tell the rest of the 9th squad to follow me to the dragon cave tomorrow. Ling Xiao couldn't wait any longer. However, he could not be the first to break the rules. Otherwise, Qi Heng would have an excuse to publicly target him. It was better to wait. The night passed in silence. The next day, Ling Xiao woke Chen Qi up early and led the remaining 100 or so people to the dragon cave. What surprised him was that Han Wen had also stayed behind. He did not ask for the reason. He just said, "If you stay, do a good job. I don't want to see anything bad happen again." Of course, Han Yuan was deeply grateful. He was ostracized by Qi Heng because of his solemn behavior. He had no choice but to stay. He was originally worried that Ling Xiao would use his power to avenge a personal grudge. When he heard this, he felt relieved instead. He was already thankful that Ling Xiao did not deal with him. How could he be so ungrateful? Not long after, everyone had already arrived at the core of Martial City. There was a huge cave here, like a dragon's mouth. Hence, it was called the Dragon Cave. Around the Dragon Cave, the vegetation was extremely lush. This was all thanks to the spiritual energy. Just looking from the outside with the naked eye, one could see that the spiritual energy was erupting outside. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. The spiritual energy in the entire martial city was probably from here. No wonder cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. Xianxia smiled and said, "Sergeant, this is our martial city's Dragon Cave. Although it's not as good as the Dragon Caves in the central and inner circles, it's not as good as the Dragon Cave in the City of Gold. But in the outer circle, it's the best. We, the 9th platoon, only have one chance every 108 days. We have to cherish it. Isn't it 100 days?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. There are 100 platoons, and each platoon has 1 day. The commanders have to take 8 days, so it's 108 days. Han Wen explained. I see. In that case, let's go in. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands. Sure enough, coming to a big place had its benefits. If one strolled outside alone, they would definitely not encounter such a good place to cultivate. Wait a minute, Sergeant. Before we go in, there's a procedure. That's to swallow the soul-gathering pill. Although it's just a normal soul-gathering pill, it can greatly increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Don't waste this rare day. Han Wen reminded, that's the pill room over there. Every platoon can receive a certain amount of soul-gathering pills. What a thoughtful service. Han Wen, go get the soul-gathering pills. Ling Xiao said. Yes. Han Wen was quite active now. He hoped that through his performance, he could gain Ling Xiao's trust. No matter what, he had no other choice but to follow Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was unlucky, he would definitely be unlucky too. Ling Xiao waited quietly outside the Dragon Cave. He could vaguely see that there were still people cultivating inside. He couldn't help but frown. Xianxia, didn't you say it's our turn today? Why are there still people inside? Ling Xiao asked. Impossible. Xianxia was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to do. With Ling Xiao's intelligence, he instantly realized the crux of the matter. Qi Heng was obviously making things difficult for him again. But this time, he was in the right. After getting the soul-gathering pills, even if he had to blast them, he would blast the people inside out. A moment later, Han Wen returned with a gloomy expression. Sergeant, the pill formula said that today's soul-gathering pills were already taken away by the people of the 8th platoon. They said that it was Deputy Commander Chi Yu's order to let the 8th platoon cultivate for another day today. Humph, it has always been this young master bullying others. No one bullies this young master. Ling Xiao gave a cold snort, looked in the direction of the Dragon Cave, and said in a clear voice, People of the 8th platoon, listen up. Hurry up and get out. Today is our 9th platoon's cultivation time. I'll only give you guys 10 breaths of time to consider. If you don't come out, all of you will be beaten out. Dare to swallow our soul-gathering pills, dare to occupy our cultivation time. Who gave you the guts? Xianxia, count. Yes, Sergeant. Xianxia started counting excitedly. If it were another sergeant, they would probably be terrified when encountering this matter. But Ling Xiao was not. He felt that he followed the right person. So he was very excited. Very soon, 10 breaths passed, but the people inside the Dragon Cave still did not have any reaction. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Han Yuan, Feng Hua, do it. Ling Xiao was the first to rush in. Following that, Yu Fenghua also followed in. Han Yuan hesitated slightly, gritted his teeth, and simply followed in. Peek as Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, and Han Yuan entered the Dragon Cave. Screams rang out one after another, and the martial artists were thrown out one by one. All of them were bruised and could no longer fight. This was also Ling Zhao's consideration for the 9th squad outside. After all, the other party had more people and their overall strength was strong. If he did not temporarily cripple these people's combat power, there would be trouble. It only took more than 10 minutes. The squad leader of the 8th squad was also beaten out. Ling Xiao, you bastard. The squad leader of the 8th squad's strength was on par with Zhuangzhong. How could he be a match for Ling Xiao? At this time, he could only curse indignantly. If you say one more word, I'll cut off your tongue. Ling Xiao's cold voice came, and then he stepped out of the dragon cave. Your 8th squad is really shameless. You actually want to take up our 9th squad's cultivation time. Who's the bastard? Hurry up and get lost while I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise, Xianxia will be your example. Oh, right, hand over all the spirit stones in your storage rings. Consider it compensation for our spirit-gathering pills. Don't go too far. The squad leader of the 8th squad roared. Am I? Ling Xiao stepped on him to the ground. Maybe I'll go even further. Stop, stop. Here, we'll give it to you. Hurry up and take out the spirit stones. Do you all want to die? The squad leader of the 8th squad thought of yesterday's selection and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Ling Xiao would really kill people if he said he would. He was definitely not joking. It was really not worth it to lose their lives for some top-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao took the spirit stones from everyone in the 8th squad and let them go. The number of spirit stones was quite a lot. There were more than 3,000 people, so it added up to tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Okay, although there are no spirit-gathering pills, it's rare to have a chance to enter the dragon cave to cultivate. Hurry up and go in. Han Yuan, Xianxia, practice for me and Feng Hua. Ling Xiao had never been to the dragon cave before, so he didn't know how it worked. But Han Yuan and Xianxia had been here before, so it was easy. Yes. Han Yuan and Xianxia nodded and rushed into the dragon cave with the others. This dragon cave looked incomparably ferocious, but it was truly an excellent place to cultivate. Only Ling Xiao didn't know about it before. If he knew, he would have come long ago. Rumble, it was still fine if he did not circulate his divine essence to cultivate. Once he started cultivating, the spiritual energy in the dragon cave immediately let out a rumbling sound. It was as if a wave was fiercely crashing into the crowd. Even Ling Xiao was a little fearful of such turbulent waves. The warriors of the 9th Army who had entered were resisting with all their might, but they could also be seen gritting their teeth and resisting with all their might. Obviously, he was not feeling well. But for the sake of cultivation, they also gritted their teeth and persevered. One could imagine what it felt like to be hit by the waves. A spirit energy wave that could even shatter a boulder was truly powerful. In just a moment, the expressions of many martial artists became distorted. However, at the same time, a large amount of pure spiritual qi continued to flow into their bodies. To refine their bodies and divine energy. To help them cultivate. I can't. 3 minutes later, a person rushed out with a miserable cry. One could see that he was covered in wounds all over, but this guy had a look of joy on his face. It was a little painful, but the gains were also not small. It was a pity that the time he persisted was too short. 3 minutes was already the shortest. After that, there were martial artists jumping out one after another. Xianxia persisted for 6 minutes. Not bad, not too shameful. Han Yuan persisted for the longest time, but it was also merely half an hour. Corporal, our 9th Army persisted the longest as Xianxia. Each time, he only lasted for 40 minutes. Han Yuan said with a bitter smile. The injuries on his body made him grimace in pain. This is a bottle of healing pills. Distribute it. Hurry up and recover. Continue cultivating. Finished talking, Ling Xiao stepped into the dragon cave. He already understood the method. Next, it would depend on how long he could persist. As for that healing pill, it was merely snatched from others. The effect was far worse than the healing pill that he refined himself. Using it to win people's hearts was still pretty good. After all, if you wanted others to work for you, how could you not give them some benefits? Although these people were a little useless, they were still martial artists above the peak of the 6th level divine body realm. They weren't weak. If they increased their cultivation, they would be even more powerful. Yu Fenghua also followed Ling Xiao into the dragon cave. It was different from the previous battles. They wouldn't be affected by the spiritual pressure during battles, but they would be during cultivation. Ling Xiao also let Long Chen and Cold Plum out to cultivate together. Little Gold continued to stay in the universe world. Little Gold's cultivation method was to devour. This dragon cave basically didn't have much effect on him, and it might even affect Little Gold's refinement of the Fire Thunder Pearl. The moment he started cultivating, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure coming from the spiritual qi in his body. He sat there cross-legged as if he was sitting in a stormy sea. His body was like a stubborn rock in the sea. It was very likely that he would be smashed and sent flying. It really does hurt a little. But I really didn't come to the wrong place. He could feel that the energy in his cultivation sea was continuously increasing under the impact of the spiritual energy waves. Not only was the depleted potential constantly recovering, but it was also continuously compressing and refining. The total amount didn't change, but the quality of the energy in each potential cell increased by a lot. This speed is still a little slow. I don't have a spirit gathering pill. I wonder if the spirit gathering Saint Rune is effective. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao activated the spirit gathering Saint Rune. At that moment, the speed of his body absorbing energy obviously increased by at least 2 times. It really is effective. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Therefore, he temporarily stopped cultivating and engraved the spirit gathering Saint Rune on his 3 companions. It was definitely a good thing to be able to double the cultivation speed. Originally, cultivating in the Dragon Cavern was 10 times faster than cultivating outside. In other words, 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 10 days outside. In addition to the spirit gathering Saint Rune, it was equivalent to 20 days outside. According to Han Yuan, the spirit gathering pill could only increase the cultivation effect by 30%. The effect was very different from the spirit gathering Saint Rune. Ling Xiao considered whether to engrave the spirit gathering Saint Rune on the rest of the 9th platoon. But he gave up in the end. These people were not people he trusted after all. Their loyalty still needed to be tested. However, he couldn't engrave the spirit gathering Saint Rune. But perhaps he could try to refine the spirit gathering pill. The materials needed for a low-quality spirit gathering pill were not very expensive. There was a pill formula over there. It would only take him about 10 minutes. Thinking of this, he directly left the dragon cave and went straight to the pill room. What is the platoon leader doing? Han Yuan asked Xianxia, who was beside him, in confusion. I don't know. Xianxia shook his head. This platoon leader's actions had always been unexpected. It was not so easy to guess what he wanted to do. About 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao returned outside the dragon cave. Fortunately, the 9th squad had few people now. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to refine 3,000 spirit gathering pills. Now, they only needed to refine 100 pills. Although they were inferior pills, the effect was still better than the ones in the alchemy room. The spirit gathering pills in the alchemy room could only increase the effect of cultivation by 30%. But the spirit gathering pills given by Ling Xiao could increase it by 50%. If this news were to spread, the entire martial city would be in an uproar. Just as he was about to distribute the spirit gathering pills, a group of people suddenly rushed over from afar. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Then, he put the pill back into the box. At this moment, Yu Fenghua also came out. Because she also felt a strong sense of hostility. Long Chan and Cold Plum did not come out because of Ling Xiao's instructions. For the time being, Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua would handle everything on the surface. Greetings, Deputy Commander. Greetings, Deputy Commander Qiyu. The people who came were Qiyu and Qiheng. Along with them was the captain of the 8th Squad and many city defense army experts. Obviously, the captain of the 8th Squad had gone to complain. I heard that Captain Ling Xiao, you actually lasted for more than 10 minutes the first time you entered the dragon cave. That's really not bad, hee hee. Qiyu laughed sarcastically. This woman is not bad. She actually lasted for half an hour. It's really rare to have such results on her first try. Qiheng looked at Yu Fenghua and revealed a kind smile. Obviously, this guy had ill intentions towards Yu Fenghua. I wonder how long the 2 deputy commanders lasted in the dragon cave for the first time. Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Qiyu said, same as your woman, half an hour, my big brother is even better. He lasted for an hour on his first try, so, are you asking such a question to humiliate yourself? Hearing Qiyu's words, the 9th Squad's martial artists all lowered their heads. Han Yuan was even more ashamed. He could only last for half an hour now, but she could last for an hour on her first try. No wonder she was the chief deputy commander and he was only a deputy. Ling Xiao shook his head when he saw their reactions. After being suppressed by Qi Heng for so long, he no longer had any confidence. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "I was delayed by something just now." However, half an hour for Deputy Commander Qi Yu and 1 hour for Deputy Commander Qi Heng are nothing. What shameless boasting! Qi Yu sneered. Am I boasting shamelessly? Does Vice Commander Qi Yu dare to make a bet with me? Ling Xiao smiled. Bet on what? Qi Yu asked. It's very simple. It depends on who can last the longest in the Dragon Cave. Vice Commander Qi Yu shouldn't be afraid, right? You are already very familiar with the Dragon Cave, but this is my first time here. Ling Xiao smiled at Qi Yu. Qi Yu was different from Qi Heng. This woman was very proud, and because of this, she was easily provoked. He, you are really arrogant. Qi Yu sneered and said, I accept your bet, but if I win, your 9th squad will not be allowed to set foot in the Dragon Cave from now on. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao said, but if Vice Commander Qi Yu loses, no matter what happens today, you will not be held accountable. How about it? Qi Yu glanced at Qi Heng. Qi Heng nodded. Okay, let's do it. Qi Yu sneered secretly. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao could last longer than her in his first time entering the Dragon Cave to cultivate. So, the two entered the Dragon Cave at the same time. At the same time, they began to cultivate. Everyone present can testify to that. Chief Deputy Commander, we want to withdraw from the 9th squad, please agree. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Dragon Cave, some people in the 9th squad were ready to leave. They felt that Ling Xiao was too stupid to dare to compete with Vice Commander Qi Yu in the Dragon Cave cultivation time. Domain name, please remember 3, if they lost, they might never be able to come into contact with the Dragon Cave. So, even if they had to leave Martial City, they didn't want to stay in the 9th squad. You are very smart. Whoever wants to leave can leave now and join another squad directly. I will treat everyone equally. Qi Heng smiled faintly and was very proud in his heart. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you are just a small squad leader after all. You want to fight with me? It's ridiculous. As he said this, dozens of people left the 9th squad that originally had 100 people left. There were only a total of 12 left. Including Han Yuan and Xianxia. Han Yuan, I can forgive your previous mistakes, you can also choose to leave now. Qi Heng looked at Han Yuan and said. Han Yuan was indeed a little tempted. But in the end, he still retracted his foot. I have already promised to stay, so I won't change my mind. Well said. Xianxia said loudly. Idiot, just you wait. Without the opportunity to cultivate in the Dragon Cave, how can you compare with the other squads? Soon, the 9th squad will become history. Qi Heng sneered. Not necessarily. As long as our squad leader gets the position of commander, your tricks will be useless. Yu Fenghua said faintly. Ha 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 ha. Qi Heng suddenly laughed wildly. The position of commander? I'm afraid it's just a dream. How long has it been since those two went in? He couldn't be bothered to argue with these idiots. Facts speak louder than words. Soon, these guys will cry. 33 quickest at the other end of the phone, // reporting to the Chief Deputy Commander, 20 minutes have passed. Oh? I didn't expect that kid to have improved this time. I hope you can continue to persevere. Qi Heng sneered. Someone had already brought a chair over. He sat there and chatted with a martial artist beside him in boredom. Soon, half an hour passed. The two of them were still cultivating. Could it be that he was telling the truth when he said that something happened just now? Qi Heng frowned and was a little unhappy. However, he still didn't believe that Ling Xiao could win against Qi Yu. Although Qi Yu could only persevere for half an hour at the beginning, she could now persevere for 2 hours. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he probably couldn't reach this level. Will the squad leader be okay? Han Yuan asked worriedly. Now, he had completely stepped on Ling Xiao's boat. If the boat capsized, he would drown. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't lose, let alone die. Don't worry. He's not the kind of person who would joke with his life. Yu Fenghua said faintly. Only he knew how powerful Ling Xiao was. In order to fight back, he really knows how to hold on. However, I'm sorry to tell you that this kind of stubbornness has no meaning other than destroying his body. Qi Heng's eyes were full of contempt. The way he saw it, Ling Xiao's body was probably in trouble. How pretentious. The other cultivators also chimed in. However, as the time reached an hour, Ling Xiao still didn't come out. This was a little surprising. An hour, except for those deputy commanders and captains, probably no one could hold on for that long. Ling Xiao was simply a monster. Don't tell me he's dead? The 8th squad leader laughed and said, of course a dead man won't come out. You talk too much nonsense. It seems that I should have cut your tongue just now. Yu Fenghua coldly glanced at the 8th squad leader. The killing intent in her eyes made the 8th squad leader sit on the ground in fright. 1.5 hours, 2 hours, everyone's mood became a little complicated. If Ling Xiao didn't die, it would be a little too amazing for him to last for so long. Even Qi Heng clearly felt a trace of nervousness and uneasiness. 2 hours and 10 minutes later. Suddenly, a person rushed out from inside. Qi Yu, everyone saw Qi Yu. At this time, Qi Yu's face was pale and her body was bruised. Obviously, she was seriously injured. In order to win, she had exceeded her limit. Although it was only 10 minutes. Brother, I won, right? Qi Yu looked at Qi Heng and asked. Let's heal first. Qi Heng was a little helpless. Qi Yu had tried so hard, but she still couldn't beat Ling Xiao. Did Ling Xiao really die inside? Just as he was thinking about this, another figure suddenly rushed out. The time he lasted was exactly 1 minute longer than Qi Yu. But it was this 1 minute that determined the outcome. The 8th squad leader sneered and said, he didn't die, but he must be seriously injured. Deputy Commander Qi Yu is already like that. I'm afraid this kid's bones are all broken. There are still 5 days before the commander selection. He has no chance at all. However, just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly flashed to his side. He lifted him up by his hair. How is it? Am I seriously injured? Ling Xiao asked sarcastically. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked speechless. Ling Xiao didn't seem to be injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so agile at this time. Seeing the 8th squad leader's terrified gaze, Ling Xiao threw him to the ground in disdain. Then he looked at the seriously injured Qi Yu and said, Deputy Commander, it's nothing. This was a complete provocation. Qi Yu was furious. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. Qi Heng's face was also very ugly. They originally wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao completely alone and lose the opportunity to cultivate in this dragon cave. However, after struggling for so long, the unlucky ones were them. Qi Heng had originally come to denounce Ling Xiao. Now that Qi Yu had lost, no matter what Ling Xiao had done before, it would all be written off. If Ling Xiao didn't have a backer, he wouldn't have to keep his promise. However, Ling Xiao had Huang Yu and Huang Shui to back him up. He had to keep his promise. Even though he was incomparably furious and stared fixedly at Ling Xiao like a venomous snake. But a loss was a loss, and he had to admit it. However, he couldn't understand how Ling Xiao, a mid-stage 6th level divine physique echelon martial artist, could possess such a terrifying ability. It was simply inconceivable that he could stay in the dragon cave for such a long time on his first try. How did he do it? The cultivators who came with Qi Heng also looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. If they knew that there were still 2 people cultivating in the dragon cave, who knew what they would think? Taking a deep breath, Qi Heng calmed himself down. After that, he looked at Ling Xiao with ill intentions and said, Squad leader Ling is indeed a talent. No wonder the 2 princesses favor you so much. However, in view of the fact that the 9th squad is only left with 14 people now, if I let you guys occupy a day's cultivation time in the dragon cave, I'm afraid others won't be convinced. Therefore, your 9th squad's cultivation time in the dragon cave will be set to 1 hour. The bet just now doesn't count. This commander is benevolent enough, right? Hearing this, the expressions of the ninth squad's cultivators changed. This Xianxia was clearly using his position to avenge a personal grudge. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "This is probably not what Deputy Commander Xianxia, you, has the right to set, you're not a commander yet. Don't think that you'll become a commander just because you added the chief position." Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "I'm indeed not a commander and have no right to change the rules set previously. But according to the rules of using the Dragon Cave, if the team's efficiency in using the Dragon Cave isn't high and wastes time, then the time can be reduced. Even if it's reported to the princess, it's the same logic." "You mean, our ninth squad is wasting resources?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's an obvious fact, but I reckon that you'll be stubborn and unwilling to admit it." Xianxia said indifferently. "Is it obvious? I feel that you deputy commanders have been cultivating in the Dragon Cave for too long. This is the real waste of resources. You guys have occupied 8 days, but the actual effective cultivation time is only 2 days. The rest of the time is spent healing. The rest of the teams are the same. Although they have a day, the actual cultivation time is less than 5 or 6 hours. Many people can't even achieve it. Who's wasting resources?" Ling Xiao looked at the captains and Descartes. Since these people all followed Xianxia to target him, then he wouldn't be polite. "Impudent. Don't think that you can be complacent just because you beat Qiyu in terms of time," Xianxia said angrily. "So what if I'm complacent? In terms of numbers, our ninth squad may not be as good as yours. But in terms of efficiency of using the Dragon Cave, our ninth squad is higher than yours," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Good, very good. Since that's the case, do you dare to bet again? Use the same method as just now. I'll bet with you. In addition, each of us will send a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist to bet. If we win, the ninth squad will withdraw from the right to use the Dragon Cave. If it's a tie, then the status quo will be maintained. If we lose, we can give your ninth squad an extra day of cultivation time in the Dragon Cave." Xianxia seemed to have already thought of how to target the ninth squad. And this person was very cautious. He was worried that he might lose, so he pulled a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. He thought that although the ninth squad had a monster like Ling Xiao, the rest of the team members were trash. He would definitely lose. So a tie at the very least would not affect him at all. Of course, this was just for insurance. In fact, he was full of confidence in himself. Ling Xiao lasted a little more than 2 hours just now, but he could last for 5 hours. Although he would be heavily injured and have to rest for a long time afterward. But he thought that he would definitely win. "Haha, I don't think this is fair. Deputy Commander Xianxia is a late-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm martial artist, and I'm only a mid-stage 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist. The bet between you and me is unfair to begin with, so the stakes must be changed. If you lose, the Dragon Cave will belong to our ninth squad from now on until a new commander is elected. How about it?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "You want to play, right? Then I'll play with you. Be careful, your appetite is too big and you choke to death." Xianxia frowned. "Deputy Commander, you don't dare?" Ling Xiao mocked. "What's there to be afraid of? We'll do as you say." Xianxia was not worried. He would get the commander's position anyway, even if he really lost. Actually, the ninth squad only occupied 5 days of cultivation time. When he got the commander's position, he would redistribute the cultivation time in the Dragon Cave. Although the possibility of them losing was almost non-existent. "Great, Deputy Commander Xianxia is indeed straightforward." Ling Xiao smiled. This self-righteous person always took the bait easily. However, while he was confident, Han Yuan, Xianxia, and the rest were a little nervous. Ling Xiao agreed to such a bet so easily. This was a little too rash. If he lost, it would really be over. However, thinking about it carefully, there was no worse situation. Even if they didn't bet, they probably wouldn't be qualified to continue cultivating in the Dragon Cave. Now, they could only hope that Ling Xiao could win. "Xianxia, come here." Ling Xiao called out to Xianxia. "The other person, you do it." "Me?" Xianxia was stunned and smiled bitterly. Corporal, I can't do it. He really couldn't do it because he could only last for 6 minutes in the dragon cave. This could only be considered below average among the martial artists in the city defense camp who were at the peak of the 6th level divine body realm. Qiheng would definitely choose the best person. How could he resist? If I say you can do it, trust me. Ling Xiao smiled. Alright, I believe in Corporal's words. Qinchi took a look at Ling Xiao and finally nodded. Since Ling Xiao was so confident, he naturally had a way. He just had to accept Ling Xiao's arrangement. Both parties have 3 minutes to prepare. 3 minutes later, we will start. Qiheng took a look at Ling Xiao and then went to choose another helper. Ling Xiao pulled Qinchi to the side and engraved the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune and the Golden Light Saint Rune on him. The Spirit Gathering Saint Rune could guide spirit energy. Not only could it speed up cultivation, but it could also reduce the impact of spirit pressure. The Golden Light Saint Rune was attached to the surface of the body and could protect the martial artist. Previously, Ling Xiao was still a little hesitant about engraving the Saint Rune. However, after what happened just now, Qinchi stood firmly on his side. He had reason to believe in this kid. With the Golden Light Saint Rune and the Spirit Gathering Saint Rune protecting him, Qinchi was confident. Qinchi was finally full of confidence. On Qiheng's side, he naturally made a response. They chose the person who lasted the longest among those at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Because this person practiced the body refining technique, he could last for half an hour. However, Qiheng felt that this was not good enough. So, he had the man take a spirit gathering pill and a body strengthening pill. Its effect was similar to Ling Xiao's 2 Saint Runes. However, the difference in effectiveness was huge. Qiheng thought that his plan was foolproof, but he never imagined that a first-grade saint inscription would be so terrifying. At this moment, it was unknown who spread the news. More and more martial artists gathered in front of the dragon cave. Huang Yu and Huang Shui also came after hearing the news. The two of them seemed to be really free. However, they couldn't be blamed for coming. After all, such a bet was too big. Even they were shocked. Qi Tianmei, the city lord of Martial City, was also present. Although Qi Tianmei was Huang Shui's person on the surface, in reality, Qi Tianmei was only loyal to the Qi family. As the most loyal lackey of the royal family, the Qi family was also the second most powerful family in the entire Golden Martial Kingdom. In the eyes of others, the Qi family would never betray the royal family. However, only the Qi family knew that they had been preparing for many years to take down the Golden Martial Kingdom. They had been pretending to be a lackey for too long. Finally, they could turn the tables. Qiheng, you've done a good job. As long as you win this time, you'll be able to win. If you win, not only will you be able to attack the royal family's morale, but you will also have one less opponent for the commander selection. This small fish doesn't seem to be as smart as the rumors say. He took the bait so easily. Qi Tianmei was very satisfied with Qiheng's method. She didn't care about Ling Xiao, but because Ling Xiao represented the royal family, she had to suppress him. Don't worry, Auntie. This time, that brat will definitely be unlucky. Qiheng said with a smile. Almost everyone present felt that Qiheng was going to win. The only person who still believed in Ling Xiao was probably Yu Fenghua. Chen 7 probably did not have much confidence, so he could only do his best. Ling Xiao, you're crazy. How could you accept this kind of provocation? Can't you see that this is a trap? Huang Yu smiled bitterly. Your Highness, you just need to watch from the side. Trust me, you won't lose. Although it was said that man proposes but God disposes, Ling Xiao still felt that there was almost no chance of an accident happening this time. He was definitely going to win. It was hard to say who would be the fish that took the bait. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. She suddenly thought of Ling Xiao's cunning and slyness. She didn't say anything. Ling Xiao's methods were often unexpected. However, it should be said that the final result was still good. Moreover, given the current situation, she had to take the gamble. Alright, take care of yourself. Huang Yu was actually more concerned about whether Ling Xiao would be injured. As for winning or losing, to be honest, she didn't have much confidence now. Xiao, kill them. Yu Fenghua was always full of confidence in her man. That was because she understood him too well. Ling Xiao would never do things that he wasn't confident in. Squad leader, Xianxia, you must win, the 9th squad is counting on you guys. Han Yuan and the other 9th squad martial artists encouraged Ling Xiao and Xianxia one after another. They were in the same boat now. If they still didn't band together, there would probably be no hope. Done being long-winded? If you want to admit defeat, hurry up and do it now. Perhaps I can be a little merciful and reward you guys with some cultivation time. Right then, Qi Heng was already ready over there. He looked at Ling Xiao and mocked. Our Lord Deputy Commander is really confident. Just now, Deputy Commander Qi Yu seemed to be the same too. Unfortunately, the result wasn't much. Therefore, let's see who's real. It's useless to talk too much. Xianxia, let's go. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he entered the dragon cave first and temporarily put Long Chen and Cold Plum into the Chankuan world. Otherwise, if they were discovered, there would be trouble. Big brother, I feel like I'm about to break through. Long Chen said with some regret. Me too. Cold Plum also felt a little helpless. Don't worry, after winning this bet, you guys can cultivate here to your heart's content. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Big brother, you can do it. Master will definitely win. At this moment, Qi Heng and his helpers also came in. Ling Xiao stopped talking. Instead, he looked at the other party. Today's referee will be this princess. Are both sides ready? Huang Shui stood up and asked with a smile. Yes. Both sides answered in unison. In that case, the competition will begin now. Following Huang Shui's order, both sides began to cultivate. Although there was a slight time difference, it didn't affect the overall situation. The berserk spiritual pressure smashed into their bodies like a ferocious wave. The four people's bodies swayed slightly, but they didn't fall. Xianxia was originally very flustered. However, when the wave hit him, he could feel the effects of the two sacred runes at the same time. As a result, not only did he not feel any pain. Moreover, it was obvious that the effect of cultivation had increased by more than 10 times. Corporal, you're really not a simple person. I wonder what these runes are. I keep feeling that with these two things, I can last for an hour. Xianxia was overjoyed. The original nervousness and fear were instantly gone. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the joy of cultivation. Under the powerful spiritual pressure, the four martial artists quickly immersed themselves in cultivation. The people outside could clearly see the waves of spiritual energy fiercely crashing towards them, each higher than the last. This couldn't be faked. Let's not talk about Ling Xiao first. That Xianxia's record seems to be 6 minutes. Now that 2 minutes have passed, I'm afraid he will be eliminated soon. In this way, even if the chief loses, it will only be a draw. The 8th squad leader laughed. Shut up. How can the chief lose? We will win for sure. Qi Yu had taken the healing pill. Although the effect was not as good as the one made by Ling Xiao, it was definitely not a problem for her to speak now. This Ling Xiao, all he did was win the corporal selection, and he's already so arrogant. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in Martial City? The chief is not trash like Yi Chen. Ling Xiao will definitely feel what despair is. Qi Tianmei also nodded. Although she was only Qi Heng's aunt, Qi Heng and Qi Yu had lived by her side since they were young. She was the most relaxed about Qi Heng's ability. She was a little surprised that Ling Xiao won against Qi Yu. However, Qi Heng and Qi Yu were not on the same level. The people following Qi Heng also showed relaxed smiles because to them, the result was obvious. They could not lose. On the contrary, the people in the 9th squad were a little nervous. They hoped that Ling Xiao and Xianxia would win, but this kind of thing was not decided by who would win. This was really troublesome. Don't be so nervous. The squad leader will win, and so will Xianxia. Yu Fenghua glanced at the people in the 9th squad and said. She knew very well what was going on inside. Xianxia had the sacred runes engraved by Ling Xiao. Although he was still not as good as Qi Heng, he was definitely stronger than the person selected by Qi Heng. As for Ling Xiao, there was no need to talk about him. Although the spiritual pressure in the dragon cave was strong, How could it affect Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao could constantly refine spiritual energy and transform it into potential, increasing the strength and number of potential cells. Not to mention a few hours, it was absolutely not a problem for him to stay inside forever. Although Qi Heng was powerful, he did not have this ability. Even if he could last for a long time, there would eventually be a limit. As long as there was a limit, he would lose. In fact, from the very beginning, this result was obvious. It was just that many people did not know and did not understand. Under everyone's attention. Soon, it was 6 minutes. The scream that Qiyu was expecting from Xianxia did not come out. Xianxia was still sitting there, motionless like a mountain. Humph, I didn't expect this brat to be able to hold on. I want to see how long you can hold on. 20, finally, Qiyu. Qi Tianmei also frowned. Ling Xiao and Qi Heng did not move. Why did Xianxia persist for half an hour without showing any signs of being eliminated? This did not make sense. You don't want to live anymore. Then hold on until you die. Qiyu gritted her teeth. There was a trace of uneasiness in her heart. Things were so strange. It was already far from what she had expected. 40 minutes, 1 hour, finally, the martial artist selected by Qi Heng escaped. When he escaped, he was already exhausted and fainted. His whole body was covered in wounds. It was a tragic sight. How is this possible? Qiyu felt her face burning, as if someone had slapped her. She lost. This carefully selected martial artist had actually lost. On the other hand, Xianxia's body only swayed slightly. He still did not show any signs of giving up. Qi Tianmei's frown deepened. Her original expectations had deviated from the trajectory. It was completely different from what she had imagined. The surrounding mocking laughter also stopped. Each and every one of them looked in the direction of the dragon cave, dumbfounded. How did Xianxia become so powerful all of a sudden? An hour and a half passed. Suddenly, there was a rumble. Xianxia jumped out of the dragon cave. Humph, he must be half dead. His injuries are definitely more serious than ours. It was fine if she did not speak. Everyone ignored the fact that she made a fool of herself and got slapped in the face. But now, she spoke again. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Commander Qiyu. Xianxia is doing very well. Not only is he doing very well, but his cultivation that had stagnated for 3 years has also finally improved. Xianxia said excitedly. There was also a strong sense of sarcasm in his excitement. Xianxia deliberately released the aura of a 7th-level divine body realm cultivation. He really broke through from the peak of the 6th-level divine body realm to the 7th-level divine body realm. He did not break through in 3 years, but he succeeded in one go today. Qiyu and Qi Tianmei's expressions were extremely ugly. This was something they did not expect again. They started to feel very worried. They really did not have confidence in what the final result would be. The winner of the bet was decided. However, the 2 people in the dragon cave continued. 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, when it was 4 hours and 50 minutes, Qi Heng opened his eyes. Because he was about to reach his limit, he wanted to see how Ling Xiao was doing. Opposite him, Ling Xiao's eyes were closed tightly. He was as still as a mountain and did not move at all. How can this guy hold on for so long? Qi Heng's strong self-confidence vanished at this moment, and his brows furrowed tightly. The continuous impact had already caused his body to show all kinds of symptoms. Many bloody marks appeared on his skin. I don't believe that I can't beat you. This time I will break through my limit too. Qi Heng gritted his teeth and swallowed the body-strengthening pill. He did not want to use this thing at first. But now, he was no longer as confident as before, so he naturally had to use it. He wanted to ensure his victory. Otherwise, it would not be just embarrassing. Another 10 minutes passed. It was 5 hours. Over at Ling Zhao's side, there was still no movement. Qi Heng finally had other thoughts. I absolutely can't lose here. Originally, I planned to use that treasure during the commander selection. But I have to take it out today. Otherwise, if I fail miserably, I will lose a lot of face. There was a kind of spirit talisman that did not need to be activated with spirit energy, but with soul power. Thus, it was called a soul talisman. As long as the soul talisman was implanted in the soul realm, it could be done with a thought. Moreover, it was invisible and traceless. Others could not detect it at all. Qi Heng's soul talisman was called Viper Soul Talisman. When the soul power was activated, the soul talisman would produce an effect. The soul power would turn into a viper and wreak havoc in the opponent's soul realm. It would bite the opponent's soul to death. This was an extremely vicious soul talisman. He originally lent it to Yi Chen, but Yi Chen did not have time to use it before being destroyed by Ling Xiao. This gave him a chance. Viper Soul Talisman, activate. Instantly, Qi Heng's thoughts moved. A silent attack was launched. It could not be seen with the naked eye. One could only use soul power to capture it. However, everyone present could see the situation inside. Who would be so bored as to use soul power to probe? Therefore, no one knew what was happening. Only Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's soul power was extremely strong. Even a divine soul realm warrior would not dare to say that they were stronger than him. The moment Qi Heng activated the venomous snake soul talisman, Ling Xiao had already sensed it. Qi Heng, oh Qi Heng, if you had just admitted defeat, it would have been fine. But you chose to attack me. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with killing intent. Qi Heng was afraid of losing, so he used such a despicable method. He would not let him off easily. The venomous snake instantly entered his soul realm. However, the moment it entered his soul realm, it became a nightmare for the venomous snake. It was as if it had entered a swamp and could no longer move. Then, it was slowly melted by the powerful soul power. I'll give you a venomous snake too. Qi Heng had to rely on the venomous snake soul talisman to launch a soul attack. Ling Xiao did not need to use it. He used his soul power to condense a venomous snake, which instantly darted out. Qi Heng was feeling proud. He wanted to see Ling Xiao's soul explode and die tragically on the spot. However, in the next moment, the venomous snake rushed into his soul realm. It bit down. Ah, a shrill scream came out of Qi Heng's mouth. In the next moment, Qi Heng crazily escaped from the dragon cave. He rolled on the ground with all his might. There were not many injuries on his body. However, after being bitten by the venomous snake, his soul was severely injured. If he did not have suitable soul-healing herbs, he might even become a fool in the future. Seeing Qi Heng's miserable state, everyone turned pale with fright. Qi Tianmei rushed over, picked up Qi Heng, and checked Qi Heng's condition. At the same time, her expression changed. She hurriedly stuffed a soul-nurturing pill into Qi Heng's mouth. The venomous snake soul talisman was given to Qi Heng by her. Naturally, she also had a soul-nurturing pill, which could heal the soul. How could it be? How could it be? Qi Yu kept muttering. Her expression was very ugly, and her body was trembling violently. Qi Heng actually lost. She had originally hoped that her big brother would be able to avenge her. Apart from the 9th squad, the martial artists of the city defense camp were all dumbfounded. If Qi Heng lost, they would lose the bet as well. For the next few days, he was unable to cultivate in the dragon cave. This was a disaster. Han Yuan and the other members of the 9th squad were also shocked. Obviously, they had not expected this result at all. It was a miracle that Chen 7 could win. Ling Xiao's victory over Qi Heng was even more miraculous than a miracle. Other than Qi Heng's screams, there was dead silence outside the dragon cave. The expressions on everyone's faces were very interesting. At this moment, a figure dashed out. There was still a calm smile on his face. If it wasn't Ling Xiao, who else could it be? He looked at Qi Heng, Qi Yu, and the others and said with a smile, "You've lost. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Bastard. How dare you use such a despicable method to ambush Qi Heng? I'll kill you." Qi Tianmei suddenly exploded and charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei coldly and activated the Golden Light Saint Rune in advance. Under the Golden Light Saint Rune, Qi Tianmei couldn't do anything to him. However, Qi Tianmei's attack didn't land in the end because it was blocked by Huang Yu. What is the meaning of this, City Lord Qi? Huang Yu frowned and said. This kid is afraid that he can't beat Qi Heng, so he used a despicable method to ambush Qi Heng. causing Qi Heng's soul to be injured. If I didn't have the soul-nourishing pill, Qi Heng might even become a fool. Your Highness, shouldn't this kid be killed? Qi Tianmei said angrily. Huang Yu was stunned for a moment. This made her a little embarrassed. If Ling Xiao really did so, she couldn't protect him. City Lord Qi is so shameless, may I ask what injured Qi Heng's soul? Ling Xiao asked with a sneer. Qi Tianmei didn't say anything. If you don't say it, I will. Qi Heng's soul was injured by the Viper Soul Rune. As far as I know, in the entire Martial City, only City Lord Qi knows how to refine this kind of soul rune, right? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Qi Heng, that idiot, was afraid that he would fail miserably, so he attacked me with the Viper Soul Rune. In the end, he was counterattacked by the Soul Rune. He deserved it. You dare to settle the score with me? I haven't done so yet. As soon as he said this, Huang Yu understood everything. Qi Tianmei was indeed good at using the Viper Soul Rune, and many martial artists had fallen under this Soul Rune. Whether it was the Viper Soul Rune or not, she only needed to test it to know. Ling Xiao wouldn't talk about this matter, and Qi Tianmei couldn't deny it. City Lord Qi, don't you think you should give me an explanation? Ling Xiao is a talent recommended by father. It's fine if you usually suppress him. I can't say anything. But you're actually so vicious, wanting to kill him. If it wasn't for the Viper Soul Rune's backlash, I'm afraid Ling Xiao would be a dead man now. You really deserve to be punished. Huang Yu looked coldly at Qi Tianmei, her face incomparably gloomy. Qi Tianmei couldn't refute. She also regretted her actions just now. A moment of impulse put her in an extremely passive situation. If this matter really blew up, the royal family would definitely use this as an excuse to remove her from the city lord position. Then it would really be like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The dignified chief deputy commander lost both the person and the situation. Truly shameless, actually using such a despicable method. What qualifications do you have to continue being chief? Han Yuan took the opportunity to say. Since he was already following Ling Xiao, he wouldn't miss this opportunity to suppress Qi Heng. Your Highness, this Viper Soul Rune matter was this old one's oversight. Please allow this old one to handle this matter properly. Remove Qi Heng from his position as Chief Deputy Commander, and remove Qi Yu from her position as Deputy Commander. At the same time, Ling Xiao wins the bet. From today until the new commander is elected, Martial City's Dragon Cave will be used by the 9th Squad. Qi Tianmei wanted to do her best to salvage the situation and suppress this matter. Since she already said so, Huang Yu couldn't continue to cause trouble. After all, Qi Tianmei was the city lord of Martial City. If she really forced the Qi family into a corner, it wouldn't be a good thing. Moreover, if this matter really blew up, who knew what would happen? The current situation was the best possible outcome. Forget it. As long as City Lord Qi handles it properly, it's fine. Huang Yu sighed and said. If Huang Shui stepped out now, she would definitely be able to take down Qi Tianmei. However, Huang Shui didn't say anything. Instead, she tried to smooth things over. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Ling Xiao, calm down. Qi Heng will definitely not dare to act recklessly in the future after this lesson. You're right, Your Highness. Ling Xiao also played along with her. Because Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to confront Huang Shui directly, he could only feign civility. Everyone, disperse. Qi Tianmei chased everyone away. Then, she cupped her hands at Huang Yu and Huang Shui and said, Qi Heng's soul is injured. This old one will go back to heal him first. After speaking, she turned and left. Actually, she had been suppressing her anger. She was already extremely angry. She hated that she couldn't take down Ling Xiao. She definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. However, I still hope that you can get along harmoniously. After all, you're all from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Huang Shui smiled at Ling Xiao and said something. Then, she turned and left. I should go too. Be careful. That Qi Tianmei won't let this matter rest. Huang Yu stared at Ling Xiao and left. Peek. Ling Xiao, you're unlucky to have offended the city lord. You're courting death. After Huang Yu and Huang Shui left, the captains and Descartes dared to speak. R? And when W? 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 R? A? N? W? E? Na? C? O? M? They weren't happy about it either. With Qi Heng's loss, who knew when it would be their turn to enter the dragon cave to cultivate? They thought they could get rid of Ling Xiao by working together, but in the end, they dug their own graves. If you guys continue to talk nonsense, don't even think about entering the dragon cave to cultivate when I become a commander. Ling Xiao sneered. Hee, you only won against Deputy Commander Qi Heng in this aspect. In terms of strength, you're still far from him. After this incident, he'll definitely be more prepared. By then, don't even think about winning. I'll let the 9th troop use the dragon cave for a few days. Anyway, once the commander selection results are out, you guys will have no chance. Those captains and Descartes basically had the same idea. Of course, there were some who didn't dare to say anything. They were afraid that when Ling Xiao really became a commander, there would be no turning back. Saying less now wouldn't do them any harm in the future. The annoying person left. The cultivators of the 9th squad shouted excitedly, surrounding Ling Xiao like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars. Needless to say, they were extremely excited. They thought they wouldn't be able to enter the dragon cave to cultivate, but now, they had a few more days to cultivate. Ling Xiao gestured for them to quiet down, then said, "This is just a small step. What's the dragon cave? It'll be ours sooner or later. Now, come one by one to collect the spirit-gathering pills and carve the golden light saint pattern. Everyone, raise your strength as soon as possible. When I become a commander in the future, I'll have to rely on you guys. Maybe you'll be a deck-arch or even a captain. So, you have to speed up your cultivation." It was not easy for the warriors of the Empire of Tyrant Heavens to come over, so Ling Xiao had to train a group of people here for the time being. Although these people's aptitudes were slightly lacking, it was not too embarrassing in Martial City. As long as they followed his instructions, it would only take a few months for them to catch up to the current level of the sergeants and captains. Next, he would inscribe the spirit-gathering Saint Rune and the golden light Saint Rune on each of them. At the same time, they would consume the spirit-gathering pill. With the effect stacked, one's cultivation speed would be even more terrifying. Ling Xiao was happily busy here. The city lord's mansion was in a mess. Qi Tianmei had never been played by such a brat before. Today, she was really angry. Everything in the room was smashed all over the floor. Her originally pretty face now looked hideous and twisted. It was extremely ugly. Qi Heng and Qi Yu stood there, trembling in fear and not daring to speak. The two of them had temporarily regained their mobility, but if they wanted to cultivate, they would need at least 2 more days of rest. Ling Xiao. Very good. It was really good. You dare to go against me, you're really brave. But do you think this is over? Qi Tianmei looked out of the window coldly. In her heart, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Not only because of what happened today, but more importantly, because of the Qi clan's plan. If they could not suppress Ling Xiao, Martial City would not be completely under the Qi clan's control. This was a very important part of the Qi clan's plan. She did not want anything to go wrong. City Lord, actually, you don't have to be too angry. He's just a small character who used a little bit of cleverness to play Qi Heng. Luckily, Qi Heng is safe and sound. We still have a chance to turn the tables. The one who spoke was Qi Tianmei's husband, Qi Heng, and Qi Yu's uncle. Although this man did not have any real power, he had done many things for Qi Tianmei. He was also very powerful. Qi Tianmei still listened to his words. Even so, it would not be good for our reputation if word got out. Qi Tianmei said helplessly, "We all know that Qi Heng is stronger than Ling Xiao. Even Qi Yu is much stronger than Ling Xiao. It's just that there are some differences in soul power. This can be easily made up for with magic treasures or talismans. But the problem is that a loss is a loss. I'm afraid that Qi Heng and Qi Yu's reputation has been ruined. Not to mention that I've taken their vice commander positions. Vice commanders are not important. As long as we can get the commander position, that's enough. What we need to do now is not to regret what happened before, but to think about how to get the commander position safely. Qi Tianmei's husband said again. You're right. If we want to get back our reputation, we can only do it in the commander selection in 5 days. Qi Tianmei nodded and looked at Qi Heng and Qi Yu. In these 5 days, I'll give you intensive training. If you can break through in your cultivation, that would be the best. If you can't, you'll have to have more means to deal with the enemy. Don't forget that Ling Xiao isn't your only enemy in the commander selection. We know. Qi Heng and Qi Yu believed that they could defeat Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was always unpredictable. Therefore, in these few days, they still had to constantly strengthen their combat power. They had to strive for a stable victory. Once they got the commander position, Ling Xiao would be nothing. Their eyes were filled with hatred. They swore that they would seek revenge on Ling Xiao in 5 days. Dragon Cave. Everyone in the 9th Squad had received Ling Xiao's inscription and consumed the essence-gathering pill. Therefore, the cultivation effect was much faster than before. From the 3rd hour onwards, there were always people who had a breakthrough in their cultivation. These people had low cultivation, so it was relatively easy for them to break through. At the 6th hour, even Han Yuan had a breakthrough in his cultivation and advanced to the peak of the 7th level Divine Body realm. The rest of the martial artists had also advanced to the early stage of the 7th level Divine Body realm. That night, Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua broke through one after another. They had all reached the mid-stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. Even Ling Xiao had broken through from the mid-stage of the 6th level Divine Body realm to the late stage of the 6th level Divine Body realm. The speed was so fast that it made one speechless. Of course, this was probably because it was their first time cultivating in the Dragon Cave, so their speed of improvement was faster. The late stage of the 6th level Divine Body realm cultivation increased Ling Xiao's combat power by more than 10 times. However, it was still not safe enough to compete with Qi Heng, who was at the late stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm. Moreover, no one could predict what Qi Heng's strength would be 5 days later. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 6th level Divine Body realm as much as possible before the selection. That way, he would have a higher chance of success. In addition to other means, it could be said that there was no chance of failure. However, Ling Xiao couldn't rely on the Dragon Cave anymore. This was because he realized that after he broke through in his cultivation, the pressure from the Dragon Cave was getting smaller and smaller. The effect of his improvement was also getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to find another way. Unlike him, the members of the 9th Squad could still enjoy benefits for a long period of time due to their low cultivation. After cultivating for an entire night, the energy in his cultivation only increased by 10%. Ling Xiao started to feel that this was a waste of time. The effect of Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua's cultivation was also greatly reduced. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, the Dragon Cave in Martial City would at most help a martial artist break through to the late stage of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. Although Ling Xiao was only at the late stage of the Divine Physique Echelon realm, his strength was close to the late stage of the Divine Physique Echelon realm. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua were also working hard to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome guys and beauties, can you register as a member first? If you register as a member, you can use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Synopsis: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake's broken bridge, full of mysteries. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was just a short distance away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/317/317/317/3175553/content trial reading chapter 001 Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shiling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, and the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage approached from afar, speeding along a small road in Jiangnan's countryside. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful word Su on the lantern swayed unsteadily. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road, so he could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night didn't affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtain swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle of the group was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like that of a graceful swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantong's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Ruan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. 33 starters. First, domain name, please remember 3. All of a sudden, the frosty night changed from a cold white color to a golden glow. It was as if a sealed sun had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and reared up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Ayo!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtains, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting also followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. 33 update, mobile terminal, / 33 update fastest computer, / he saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as if it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shock wave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the air. A few places in the distance were on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state and quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a cover, and the path was silent. The oil wall carriage stopped there and the 2 horses snorted in a daze as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time in Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and slowly walked over. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress and a beautiful rose was inserted into his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The flower-wearing young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he was not smiling, there was a slight smile on his lips. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person was called Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department in the Song Dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song Dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either scoundrels like Miao Er, who could control people, or slick in dealing with people, who knew how to steer according to the wind, and who was alert and clever. But when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He had the gift of the gab, was alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a small person at the bottom of society, in the 300 years of the Song Dynasty, the commoners lived the best and wealthiest lives. If you did not have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you only wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song Dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a small urban management of the Song Dynasty in the Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han had offended some big shot, nor was it that he had met some scoundrel with a powerful background, so he couldn't do it anymore. It was because the head of the sub-district department, Mr. Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the job of the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestral grave. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city fox and the rats in Jiankong City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? The daughter of the head of the department was called Li Xiu. She was born beautiful, but she was not very restrained in the imperial examination. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Musi. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it is better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He would not be a scrubbing pot for that surnamed Mu. If he was pointed at behind his back, it would be a laughingstock. Therefore, Yang Han used all his skills and did not hesitate to sully himself. He was unwilling to submit no matter what. However, this Master Li did not know what was wrong with his brain. He did not understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons are not sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to submit, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they did not expect that he would show up in the evening. There was a restaurant next to Taoyidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw that it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls liked to be pretty, who did not like to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this restaurant. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup would be full of ingredients. They were even willing to add a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and busied herself. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a pole. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." This Old Fan was a person who carried a pole and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the restaurant. He put down the pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around and saw that everyone was listening attentively. Only then did he smile reservedly. Not really, not really. It's just that I'm indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture Magistrate Master Li for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked and exclaimed, "Io. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you've become a steward in the Li estate, I'm afraid your status won't be lower than head Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It was not good for him to flatter himself, but he did not deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Southern Song Chronicles 2/33XS/317/317/317/3175553/ Princess is wise. Zhong Ling's eyes shone with respect. Princess Huang Shue's move was beautiful. No matter if the assassination was successful or not, she could shift the blame to Qi Tianmei and let the Qi family fight with Ling Xiao. She would sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. It was really amazing. But will Ling Xiao believe it? Zhong Ling was still a little worried. This is even simpler. Some time ago, I accidentally obtained a magic treasure from the Qi family. It's called Soul Sword. It's said that there aren't many people in Qi Tianmei's line who know the Soul Sword technique, but there are still a few. The Soul Sword technique is a saint-level soul secret technique that's very good at sneak attacks and assassinations. It's a genuine third-level saint-level secret technique. It's not the rubbish that's circulating outside. I heard that many small oases also claim to have saint-level techniques. That's ridiculous. Those are just fake saint-level techniques. The real saint-level techniques can only be cultivated when one's cultivation reaches the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. The requirements for saint-level martial skills and saint-level secret techniques are relatively lower. One can cultivate them at the 1st level of the divine physique echelon. However, only at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon can one unleash the true power of 1st-level saint-level martial skills and secret techniques. Secret techniques are harder to learn than martial skills and are more special. I believe that Ling Xiao will have to believe it after seeing this soul sword technique. Huang Shui sneered and said, "Originally, I nurtured someone who's good at the soul sword technique to sneak into the Qi family. But this time, let's test his loyalty first. Let him kill Ling Xiao." Zhong Ling's heart trembled. This Princess Huang Shui was indeed extraordinarily intelligent and cunning. No matter how smart Ling Xiao was, he probably wouldn't connect this assassination to Huang Shui. "Princess, don't worry. I'll take care of it." Zhong Ling nodded. Such a perfect plan had to be executed well. She couldn't let Princess Huang Shui's efforts go to waste. "Ling Xiao, blame yourself for offending Princess Huang Shui. You don't know what's good for you. If you die this time, you'll be lucky." Zhong Ling glanced outside the window. She had to make a move. At that time, she would go to the Hummer mountain range in the name of helping Ling Xiao. After all, Princess Huang Shui was now cooperating with Ling Xiao on the surface. If she didn't help, it would raise suspicions. At this time, in the Hummer mountain range, in a deep and dark forest, only specks of light fell on the ground. There was a rustling sound not far away, as if something was hiding in it. It made his hair stand on end. This was an open space. Ling Xiao stood there. He was surrounded by people. Standing in front of him was one of the 36 leaders of the Hummer gang, ranked 32nd. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. No wonder the Hummer gang was so arrogant. The strength of the 36 bandit chiefs was probably at the 8th level of the divine physique echelon or above. If that was the case, it would not be easy for the warriors in the outer circle of the Golden Region to annihilate them. Qi Tianmei really had sinister intentions in assigning them this mission. There were more than a dozen Hummer gang bandits around them, and their strength was at the 7th level of the divine body realm. Their average strength had already surpassed the Martial City's city defense army. Die! Bandit Chief 32 suddenly shouted. His feet suddenly left the ground, and he dashed toward Ling Xiao. Like a ferocious beast pouncing on its enemy, his speed was extremely fast. The machete in his hand emitted a bloody aura, which made one tremble in fear. Ling Xiao had already entered the beast god's body state. Facing such an enemy, he didn't dare to be careless. Holy ground demonic shadow, light body saint inscription. Ling Xiao instantly performed a movement technique. Together with the light body saint inscription, his body instantly turned into an afterimage. He left his original position. Boom! Bandit Chief 32's blade energy flew past Ling Xiao's body, splashing the grass on the ground. It's actually a top-notch pseudo-saint movement technique. No, it seems even faster. Bandit Chief 32 muttered to himself as he felt a terrifying danger approaching. How could Ling Xiao just dodge? While dodging the opponent's attack, he performed the void-shattering technique with his left hand. A ray of light pierced Bandit Chief 32's body, leaving a bloody hole on his back that was still emitting black smoke. The void-shattering technique transcended the void. The speed of this move was definitely not a problem, but the power was lacking. It actually didn't pierce through the opponent's body. Even so, Bandit Chief 32 was still hit and fell to the ground. However, this guy was a fierce bandit after all. Even under such circumstances, a dagger suddenly flew out of his hand. It pierced Ling Xiao's arm. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's physical defense was extremely strong. Although the dagger pierced, it couldn't penetrate deep. However, it was also because of this that Ling Xiao's god-defying art attack was stopped. If Ling Xiao couldn't perform different martial arts techniques with both hands at the same time, he might really have been able to turn the tables this time. However, there were no ifs in this world. The moment his right hand was hit, his left hand brazenly blasted out a bloody handprint that covered the sky. The terrifying bloody handprint was incomparably huge. It fell from the sky and smashed directly toward Bandit Chief 32. Boom! Without waiting for Bandit Chief 32 to react, the bloody handprint had already landed on his body. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering rang out. Bandit Chief 32 lay on the ground, unable to get up anymore. This battle happened so quickly. By the time the surrounding bandit chiefs reacted, the battle had already ended. Bandit Chief 32 was killed. The Hummer gang bandits didn't run away. Instead, they were all furious. Chi, a sword gleam suddenly shot toward Ling Xiao's back. It was a peak 7th level divine body realm bandit charging over. Although the other bandits also attacked at the same time, there was a slight difference in the timing. This sword went straight for Ling Xiao's back, wanting to kill Ling Xiao in one strike and avenge Bandit Chief 32. God-defying art, cross stance. A cold glint flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He could kill Bandit Chief 32 in one strike. These pieces of trash actually dared to act rashly. The god-defying sword in his hand flickered coldly. 10 sword gleams pierced through the air. The first to bear the brunt were the martial artists closest to him. Their throats were all pierced by the sword gleams, and they fell to the ground on the spot. Blood splattered all over the ground. Once Ling Xiao made a move, he naturally wouldn't show mercy. He released the Dragon God Frost Array diagram. In an instant, the other bandits' movements all slowed down. Some were even directly frozen. Then, he turned into an afterimage and harvested lives like a ghost. In a short while, all the bandits were killed. Ling Xiao bent down and collected a drop of blood from these bandits into a container. This would be the key to drawing the blood-colored sacred pattern of justice. After collecting the blood, Ling Xiao cremated the corpses and turned to leave. He didn't want to destroy the corpses. The key was that if these corpses were exposed outside, they might very well breed bacteria and even bring about a plague. It would bring a lot of trouble. It was better to deal with it. Are they all back? When Ling Xiao returned to the temporary base, he saw Yu Fenghua and asked. Long Chen and Cold Plum aren't back yet. Yu Fenghua said. They discovered the Hummer gang's lair half an hour ago. However, they sensed that the enemy was too strong, so they deliberately lured these people out to kill them. The Hummer gang's bandits were everywhere. Ling Xiao and the others had all met their opponents. Don't worry, Long Chen and Cold Plum won't be defeated so easily. Yu Fenghua comforted Ling Xiao when she saw his worry. Ling Xiao nodded. She was right. Long Chen and Cold Plum had been with him for a long time. Even if they met an opponent they couldn't defeat, they could still escape. That wasn't a problem. A few minutes later, the two of them returned. However, they were both heavily injured. Ling Xiao activated the maze and let them heal. We were so unlucky to meet a bandit leader in the top 20. His cultivation was at the late-stage 8th level divine body realm. Although we defeated him, I was also injured by his subordinates. Long Chen swallowed the healing pill and said helplessly. Me too. Cold Plum's reply was as concise as ever. If that's the case, the top 10 bandit leaders of the Hummer gang will probably have a peak 8th level divine body realm martial artist, maybe even a 9th level divine body realm martial artist. Ling Xiao frowned. This mission won't be easy to complete if we don't use our brains. By the way, big brother, we encountered something strange during the battle. We were clearly using 6th level Saint class cultivation techniques, but those bandit leaders said our cultivation techniques were pseudo Saint class. Long Chen suddenly said. I encountered it too. The 1st level Saint class martial arts technique they used was obviously much stronger than the 7th level Saint class martial arts technique I used. Cold Plum also said. I encountered this too. It seems that the Saint class in the Eternal Divine Realm is a little different from the ones in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Yu Fenghua said. I investigated the memories of Bandit Leader 32 and came to a conclusion. Ling Xiao said, the Saint class cultivation techniques in the 4 regions and 9 worlds are only pseudo-Saint class here. Even the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow, which I always thought was a 10th level Saint class movement technique, and the Black Lotus Treasured Light, were only pseudo-Saint class cultivation techniques. He was only at the peak of the false saint level, not even at the 1st level of the saint level. This is the price of ignorance. I was tricked by Lotus Flower. Fortunately, that fellow is unable to use true saint-level martial skills in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Otherwise, I might not have been able to win. I see. Then, the most important thing for us now is to quickly get a few sets of true saint-level cultivation methods and saint-level martial skills to use. Otherwise, you'll be at a disadvantage. Long Chen said. Of course. Once we destroy the Hummer gang, we'll have it. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the leaders of the Hummer gang all seem to know saint-level techniques. I also searched through their memories, but I wasn't satisfied. Let's wait until the Hummer gang is gone and look for it in their treasury. After a while, everyone's injuries were fully healed. Ling Xiao stood up and said, let's move. Seize the time to break through them one by one. The earlier we complete the mission, the earlier we can obtain the cultivation technique and martial skill we want. Understood. 5 figures shot into the dense forest. The hunting operation had resumed. An hour later. Somewhere. Long Chen had just killed a group of bandits and began to collect blood. At this moment, his expression changed and he put away the container. He looked into the depths of the dense forest. Come out. As he spoke, he consumed a healing pill that Ling Xiao had personally refined. The effect was much better than ordinary healing pills. I've been discovered. A person walked out of the dense forest. The black-masked man looked at Long Chen and said, I've long heard that Ling Xiao's subordinates are quite strong. Today, I see that it's true. However, you're seriously injured now. Are you still my match? Before the black-masked man finished speaking, he had already charged at Long Chen. At the same time, Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua also encountered the black-masked man. However, one person appeared at Cold Plum's side. 2 people appeared at Yu Fenghua's side. I heard that Ling Xiao's women are outstanding in appearance. Today, I see that they are indeed top-notch. How can that kid have the fortune to enjoy them? One of the black-masked men sneered as he appeared from the dense forest and said to his companion beside him. This man was tall and sturdy. He stared at Yu Fenghua with a burning gaze as if he had already forgotten the purpose of his visit. Hee, that's right. How about the two of us serve you together? We'll definitely let you enjoy the happiest feeling in this world. The other man also smiled slyly. When the two of them saw Yu Fenghua's breathtakingly exquisite face, they really couldn't control the fire in their hearts. In particular, Yu Fenghua's cold gaze made their fire burn even more fiercely. They wanted to burn this beautiful iceberg jade. Little beauty, it's best if you don't resist. That won't end well for you. Both of us have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As long as you cooperate, we won't let you suffer for half a day. The black-masked man stared at Yu Fenghua and almost drooled. Yu Fenghua's expression was still indifferent. Suddenly, she opened her red lips and said, "Die." At that moment, a terrifying aura was released from Yu Fenghua's body. The two black-masked men clearly felt the terrifying power that was enough to devour them. Their expressions suddenly changed. The three of them were attacked, and Ling Xiao was naturally not spared. Boom, Ling Xiao killed the last bandit with a punch. He collected the blood into a container. Including this bandit leader, there are only 10 bandit leaders left of the Hummer Gang's 36. There shouldn't be many bandits left. Next is the battle. These 10 bandit leaders won't be easy to deal with. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and stood up. However, at that moment, a sharp cold light flew out from the dense grass and stabbed at the back of Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao didn't even look. He bent his body slightly and dodged the cold light. However, a tree not far away was hit by the cold light and exploded into pieces. It showed how terrifying its power was. Ling Xiao never underestimated the enemy when he was in danger. Even if he killed all the enemies in front of him, he always paid attention to the movements around him. He could see clearly when the enemy launched a sneak attack, so it was very easy to dodge the enemy's sneak attack. Come out. You want to kill me with this trick? Dream on. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the forest and said. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of coming out. Ling Xiao sneered and activated the void-shattering power to shatter the space where the other party was hiding. The void-shattering power, cosmic light power, god-reversing art, and various beast soul magical powers had the offensive power of a true first-level sacred class martial technique. It was much stronger than the Black Lotus treasure light. As for the sky-covering blood handprint, it was even more terrifying. It was actually a third-level sacred class martial technique. This was a true third-level sacred class technique. It wasn't a fake sacred class technique. This was probably Ling Xiao's most powerful technique at the moment. Of course, if the god-reversing art had a breakthrough, Ling Xiao might have other options. The moment the space shattered, the person was finally exposed. To be able to dodge and shatter the void in an instant, his strength was indeed not to be underestimated. You're not from the Hummer Gang. Who are you? Ling Xiao asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you're going to die today. It's not easy to be a sergeant in the City Defense Army, and you're not qualified to fight for the position of commander. The other party just said eerily. Tyrannical Sky Marshal Sol, Tyrannical Sky Marshal Sol, Qi Tianmei sent you here? Judging from the other party's words, there was a high possibility that Qi Tianmei sent him. However, there was another possibility, which was that someone deliberately framed Qi Tianmei. Regardless of which possibility it was, he had to kill the enemy in front of him first. Otherwise, he would be the one to die today. If you're the only one who came, I'm afraid you're not my match. Ling Xiao said indifferently, why didn't your master just send a martial artist above the 9th level of the divine physique echelon? That way, you'll have more confidence in killing me. There's no need to kill you. The assassin said coldly, oh right, your companions are probably being targeted now. I'm curious. Don't you have 4 companions? Why isn't one of them here? You even know about this. Seems like your master isn't Qi Tianmei. Ling Xiao smiled. In the Golden Region, only Huang Yu and Huang Shui knew that he had 4 companions. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't do that. Then there was only one possibility. Your master is that B*TCH Huang Shui, right? Haha, that woman really likes to go to great lengths. It's a pity that she sent an idiot. Ling Xiao smiled. When the assassin heard that, his pupils shrank. This made Ling Xiao even more certain. Go to hell, you chatty brat. The assassin said the wrong thing and exposed his master's identity. He wanted to make up for his mistake. The only possibility was to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Huang Shui's plan would be in vain. He roared and rushed forward. A heavy hammer appeared in his hand, and he smashed it toward Ling Xiao's head. The heavy hammer looked extremely heavy. Even if he didn't activate his divine energy, just smashing it on a person's body would probably turn them into minced meat. There was a sonic boom as the heavy hammer smashed down. This guy's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Although his combat power was slightly weaker than Qi Heng, he was definitely not ordinary. Ling Xiao naturally didn't dare to be careless. Facing such a brazen attack, Ling Xiao held the Void God's sword with both hands. The Saint Barbaric Bull rune shone brightly. The golden barbarian bull's shadow wrapped around Ling Xiao's body. This caused Ling Xiao's strength to skyrocket in an instant. The Void God's sword met the attack head-on. Hee, people who use swords pay attention to movement techniques, speed, and techniques. You actually dare to fight me head-on, what an idiot. The assassin sneered disdainfully. He had heard Zhong Ling describe Ling Xiao and thought that he was a great person. He didn't expect him to be such a brute. Boom, the Void God's sword and the hammer collided, and a terrifying power spilled out. In that instant, the assassin's expression changed drastically. The power released from the Void God's sword was no weaker than his. In fact, he might even be stronger. He was actually bounced back and landed 10 meters away. Although Ling Xiao's feet sank about 3 inches into the ground, he was not injured. What's going on? Is this guy really that strong? The assassin was shocked. He suddenly realized that Zhong Ling's words might be true. He might have underestimated his opponent. This kid was definitely not a brute, but a very difficult 6th level divine physique echelon martial artist. Good, very good. You're worthy of my attention. The assassin said with a ferocious expression. He didn't dare to underestimate him. He waved the hammer in his hand again and directly smashed the air apart. It carried an even more terrifying might as it blasted towards Ling Xiao. At that moment, the shadow of a giant elephant appeared behind the assassin. This was his martial soul, the giant elephant martial soul. His terrifying power also came from this powerful martial soul. At that moment, the sword god martial soul appeared behind Ling Xiao. This martial soul was snatched from Yi Chen. It was still in the low god realm, but in terms of enhancement, it was still better than ordinary martial souls. In the beast god body state, releasing the sword god martial soul naturally increased the power of all his sword skills greatly. Light body Saint Rune, Holy Ground Demonic Shadow. If the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow was used alone, its speed wouldn't be much of an advantage, especially when the opponent had a saint-level movement technique. After all, the Holy Ground Demonic Shadow was only at the peak of the pseudo-saint level. It was still far from a saint-level movement technique. But with the light body Saint Rune, it could make up for this disadvantage. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to his opponent, especially when he activated the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune. But if he wanted to kill his opponent, this kind of head-on battle was meaningless. He still had to find the right opportunity to attack his opponent's vital points. Can you dodge? I've learned all about you. Wind Resistance Talisman. The assassin saw that Ling Xiao was trying to avoid his attack, so he used the talisman. Talismans were similar to Saint Runes in that they could increase speed, but most could only be used once. Saint Runes, on the other hand, could be used many times. Moreover, the talismans on the Black Tortoise continent weren't that good. True talismans could only be seen on the Divine Secrets continent. But it was too far away. At least in the Eternal Divine Realm, Ling Xiao believed that Saint Runes were more powerful and practical than talismans. The assassin used the Wind Resistance Talisman to catch up to Ling Xiao's speed. Ling Xiao had to brandish the Void God sword again to block. But this time, it wasn't just a simple block. The moment the Void God sword collided with the heavy hammer, the power of the void exploded. A sharp beam of light shot toward the assassin's face. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. Even a late-stage 8th-level divine physique echelon martial artist would be injured if they were hit by the transcending the void. As expected, the assassin's expression changed when he saw the cold beam of light. He tore another talisman apart. His face was covered in golden light. It was a golden talisman. Its defensive power wasn't as strong as the golden saint rune. However, it also blocked Ling Xiao's transcendence from the void. You're really rich. Huang Shui must have spent a lot of money to kill me. I'd like to see how she feels when the assassin she sent is killed again. Ling Xiao's attack failed, and he was knocked back by the heavy hammer. He sneered. You want to kill me? I admit that you're difficult to deal with, but you must have misunderstood something. Do you think you can kill me? The assassin sneered and rushed forward again. After releasing the loud sound martial soul, his strength and attack power had increased a lot. However, they had almost failed miserably just now, and Ling Xiao had taken the initiative to destroy them. At that moment, he was both embarrassed and furious. Boom, the heavy hammer smashed out again. Its speed and strength had increased. And there was a layer of blue light on the heavy hammer. It made people uneasy. They could even smell danger. First-level sacred class martial technique, poison explosion hammer. A first-level sacred class martial technique, it was indeed powerful. According to the information he received, only martial artists at the peak of the 8th-level divine body realm could truly master first-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques. To fully master second-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques, one had to be at least a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Of course, one could cultivate first-level sacred class martial techniques and techniques after reaching the first-level divine body realm. But they couldn't fully master them. In terms of heat control, it was much worse. Even in the eternal divine realm. Generally, martial artists below the 8th level of the divine physique echelon would still cultivate pseudo-saint level cultivation techniques and martial skills. Only the outstanding geniuses of the large clans could be the first to obtain the true saint-level cultivation methods and martial skills. This assassin should have received Huang Shui's attention and grooming. His attainments in level 1 saint class martial skills were quite high. The power of the poison explosion hammer was extremely terrifying. The moment it was unleashed, the strong wind brought about by the heavy hammer caused the surrounding vegetation to wither and crack. In the face of such a powerful attack, Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a serious look. I have to end the battle as soon as possible. If this drags on, I'm afraid it'll attract the masters of the Hummer Gang. Thinking of this, he used Sky Tyrant possession. Red light blossomed from the heaven-covering blood hand. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the heaven-covering blood handprint before. 33 quickest computer / but ever since he found out that this thing was actually a 3rd-level saint class martial skill. Thus, he attached great importance to it. This was because the heaven-covering blood palm was more ferocious than any of his current attacks. This time, the blood-red handprint did not descend from the sky. Instead, it appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, it blasted towards the assassin. At that moment, the surrounding space was filled with the smell of blood. A strong gale raged, and a strong pressure pressed down on the assassin, causing the assassin's expression to change greatly in an instant. How is it possible to upgrade a rank 3 martial technique? The assassin clearly saw the terrifying level of the heaven-covering blood handprint, although Ling Xiao was unable to fully display the power of this move. But to him, it was still a huge threat. At the very least, his poison explosion hammer would not be able to withstand it. While he was still in shock, the bloody handprint had already arrived. The poison explosion hammer was easily shattered by the bloody handprint. The assassin let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying by the palm wind and fell to the ground. He was motionless, dead. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Was the power of the heaven-covering blood palm really that great? He opened his Tai Chi eye and observed for a moment. He couldn't help but sneer. This guy actually faked his death. If you faked your death, I'll let you die for real. Ling Xiao activated the Void God sword in his right hand, and 10 sword lights burst forth. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Secret Soul Technique, his expression changed drastically. The assassin who had faked his death had actually used a secret soul technique. An invisible sword ray shot out from between the other party's eyebrows and pierced towards him. If not for the Tai Chi eye, he would probably be in for a bad time today. Soul secret arts could only be blocked by soul power. Ordinary martial skills were useless. Of course, he could also choose to avoid it. In that instant, Xiao used the earth elemental golden light technique and disappeared. What? The killer's attack, which he thought would definitely succeed, missed. He had forcefully used the soul sword art, and it had already backfired on his soul. At this moment, both his soul and body were heavily injured, and he really didn't have the strength to resist. Xiao swung the Void God sword and killed the assassin. As expected, Huang Shui sent them. Xiao had stolen the memories from the depths of his soul. He confirmed his guess. This person was heavily nurtured by Huang Shui and was prepared to enter the inner circle of the Qi clan. Now, it had been destroyed by him. Huang Shui would probably fly into a rage. Moreover, from this matter, he also thought of a way to survive. He could take advantage of the conflict between the Qi clan and the imperial family. After all, he was still very weak, and it wasn't wise to forcefully clash with the two clans. However, if he took advantage of both sides, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. However, it was very dangerous to use a fierce tiger to fight a fierce wolf. If he wasn't careful, he might be eaten. But it didn't matter. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have come this far. At the same time that he stole the assassin's memories, Xiao also obtained the soul sword art that the assassin had used before. This was a third-level Emperor-class soul secret art, and its power was boundless. With his soul power, he could completely unleash its terrifying power. Not to mention Qi Heng, even a first-level divine soul realm martial artist would be heavily injured if they were hit by it. He really had to thank Huang Shui for sending him such a good thing. After collecting a drop of blood from the assassin, Xiao sensed Yufenghua's aura and left. The assassin's corpse had been incinerated. Among Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yufenghua, it was obvious that Yufenghua was in the most danger. After all, Yufenghua was facing two assassins, and one of them might have been prepared for Xiao Jin. However, Xiaoxin was cultivating in the universe world, so he went to deal with Yufenghua. When Xiao found Yufenghua was lying under a tree. Her body was glowing faintly, as if she was healing. Not far from her, there were two corpses. It seemed that Yufenghua had won this battle, but she was also heavily injured. She was facing an assassin in the middle stage of the 8th level divine body realm. Moreover, the assassin might have a first-level sacred class cultivation technique. It was already rare for Yufenghua to win. Fenghua, are you okay? Xiao hurried over to check on her. I'm fine, but I'm at a disadvantage because I don't know any sacred class cultivation technique or cultivation technique. Luckily, I have the moon essence technique, which can increase the power of my cultivation technique. I barely managed to defeat my opponent. Yufenghua smiled bitterly. Xiao checked Yufenghua's body, and after confirming that there were no major problems, he heaved a sigh of relief. The cold killing intent in his eyes exploded. Huang Shui, if I don't kill you, Xiao, swear that I'm not human. He wouldn't let anyone who dared to hurt his woman go so easily. However, just as Yufenghua said, the most important thing now was to get their hands on sacred class cultivation techniques as soon as possible. Only then would they be able to increase their combat power in a short period of time. Translator, Transin editor, Transin translator, Transin editor, Transin don't take such risks in the future. Don't we have Little Black? With Little Black around, these two fellows are nothing. Xiao said. Little Black is a secret weapon. It's too wasteful to use it against martial artists in the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. Yufenghua shook her head and said, Xiao, don't worry about this. Who won't get hurt? Don't forget, I'm also a martial artist. While the two of them were talking, Long Chen and Cold Plum also rushed back. Both of them had light injuries on their bodies. Obviously, they were at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation technique. If the conditions were the same, they could have won completely. Master, someone entered the mountain. It seems to be Princess Huang Shui's men. They're shouting that they're going to help us deal with the Hummer Gang's martial artists. Cold Plum suddenly said. 33 people started. Hee, they really know how to act. But this is good too. Let's go meet these people. Ling Xiao sneered. He was just worrying about how to wipe out the Hummer Gang when Huang Shui sent people over. It would be a pity if he didn't use them. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao saw Zhong Ling. At this time, Long Chen and Cold Plum had already returned to the universe world to rest. Yu Fenghua also went back to recuperate. It's good that you're fine. Her Highness received a secret report that the Hummer Gang was tyrannical and that someone might harm you. She sent us over to help. My name is Zhong Ling. A valiant female martial artist was saying extremely hypocritical words. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. In this situation, it was actually better to make use of Huang Shui. If they fell out, it wouldn't be good for him. Since Princess Huang Shui is willing to help, we naturally welcome it. It just so happens that the Hummer Gang is a tough nut to crack. I hope Miss Zhong can help. Ling Xiao took advantage of the situation. Although he knew that the other party was being polite, he still took it seriously. Unless Huang Shui wanted to fall out with him, he still had to help. Zhong Ling frowned and said, Tell me, what do you want us to do? We've already killed 26 of the 36 bandit leaders of the Hummer Gang. We've also killed a lot of bandits. Now is the time to launch an all-out attack. How about we trouble Miss Zhong Ling to bring some people to attack the Hummer Gang's lair with us? Ling Xiao said. I thought you had some plan. So it's just a strong attack. Her Highness said that you're smart, but she overestimated you. Zhong Ling looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully and said. Of course, who can be more beautiful and intelligent than Princess Huang Shui? I wonder if Miss Zhong Ling is willing to help us? Ling Xiao asked. Alright, since it's Her Highness's order, I can't refuse. We'll set off now. Zhong Ling brought a lot of people with her. There were more than 100 of them. And their strength wasn't weak. This was also Ling Xiao's confidence to launch an all-out attack. It would be stupid not to use such a large force. After everyone discussed, they set off for the Hummer Gang's lair. This place was an abandoned ancient city occupied by the Hummer Gang. Although there were many damaged places, they were all repaired by the Hummer Gang. Now, it could definitely be considered as an impregnable fortress. And it was high up, so it wasn't so easy to attack. There were bandits on warhorses patrolling around the ancient city. There were also arrow towers and observation towers on the city walls. There were almost no blind spots. It was quite difficult for anyone to break into this ancient city unknowingly. The bandits were all dressed in black with a blood-red warhorse pattern embroidered on the black clothes. It was said that it was the martial soul of the Hummer Gang's leader, Hummer. Hummer had the Fergana horse martial soul. It was extremely fast. And it was rumored that it could suck human blood. It was very terrifying. The name of this gang was also named after their leader. It was rumored that Hummer's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. That was definitely not an existence that Ling Xiao and the others could easily defeat. He had asked Zhong Ling to deal with this Hummer. Hummer practiced a very evil martial art called the Blood Demon Art. The more blood it sucked, the higher its power would be. The stronger the master of the blood, the greater the benefits. However, the more one cultivated the demonic blood technique, the more savage and bloodthirsty one would become. Such a demon would be very useful for Ling Xiao's performance of the blood-colored justice rune. I didn't expect there to be so many bandits. The scale of this Hummer Gang is really huge. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. They had already killed many bandits. However, there were more than 10,000 bandits in the area that the Taiji could see. In comparison, the 100 or so of them were too few. Fortunately, these 10,000 people were clearly not as strong as the bandits Ling Xiao and the others had encountered earlier. Most of them were at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. Although there were many of them, they were easier to deal with. It's a bit difficult to wipe out all the bandits, but it's not too difficult to kill the remaining 10 bandits. What do you plan to do? Zhong Ling looked at Ling Xiao and asked. To kill the bandit leader, we need an expert to sneak in. Leave this to us. Miss Zhongling, can you help us stall those bandits outside? Ling Xiao said. Aren't you worried that I'll leave you behind? Zhongling smiled. You don't dare to disobey Princess Huangshue's orders. Ling Xiao said lightly. If it was just Zhongling, Ling Xiao believed that she would really do that. But with Huangshue's orders, she didn't dare. Her purpose this time was to let Ling Xiao believe in Huangshue's sincerity in cooperating. If she ran away, wouldn't it be the opposite of what she wanted? Humph. Zhongling snorted coldly. Although she didn't say it, Ling Xiao had hit the nail on the head. Kill. The people Zhongling brought were all experts. The weakest among them was at the early stage of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. So although they were few in number, they had a huge advantage against the ordinary bandits of the Hummer gang. More than 100 people were like wolves in a flock of sheep. In an instant, they killed those bandits patrolling outside and killed them on the spot. Boom, a loud sound came from the direction of the ancient city. The array cannon was activated. It seemed that the other reason why the Hummer gang couldn't be taken down was because of this array. The array cannon was activated, and a huge energy ball flew out. If it landed in a crowd, even an 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist would be seriously injured. This was the power of the array. However, the next scene made Ling Xiao dumbfounded. Among the 100 people, 10 of them suddenly jumped up. At the same time, they activated their divine essence. A terrifying aura burst out. It formed a huge palm of divine essence and intercepted the energy ball in midair. Then, Zhongling soared into the air and kicked the energy ball towards the city wall. With a boom, the protective wall of the defensive array was blown up and became much weaker. Golden Divine Might Fist. After Zhongling kicked the energy ball away, she condensed divine essence in the air. At the same time, the 100 martial artists transferred their divine essence to her hand. A terrifying giant golden fist smashed out. Cracks actually appeared on the energy barrier. It was about to shatter. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These people were strong. And this was only the weakest group of Huangshue's personal guards. Their combined power was actually so terrifying. It seemed that if Ling Xiao wanted to be enemies with Huangshue, he had to create a strong team for himself. Or he had to become stronger. Thank you, Miss Zhong. In the chaos, Ling Xiao turned into a shadow and disappeared into the crowd. He entered the ancient city in a few steps. In a hidden corner, he let Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua out and said, killing the enemy isn't the most important thing. Try to find the Hummer gang's treasury. If we want to stabilize our foundation in the Golden Martial Kingdom and take down Martial City, we need a lot of spirit stones, pills, and other things. We also need cultivation methods. That's the most important thing. If we can avoid fighting, try not to. Zhongling has already attracted the Hummer gang's attention. Let's use this opportunity to take the things and talk about other things. Remember, if you encounter an enemy you can't beat, don't force yourself. Run away immediately. Where there's life, there's hope. Big brother, you're really sneaky. Long Chen laughed. If they could really find the Hummer gang's treasury, they would really be rich. The Hummer gang had run amok in the Golden region for decades. They didn't know if there was someone in the imperial court who hadn't been eliminated. They must have accumulated a lot of wealth. If they could find it, it wouldn't be a small amount. Ling Xiao could do a lot of things. Moreover, it was said that this ancient city was also a ruin. The Hummer gang probably took all the treasures in this ruin. The combined wealth of 100 martial cities would probably only be comparable to the wealth of one Hummer gang. Huangshue probably sent Zhongling here to seize the Hummer gang's treasure. You're the thief. Do you know how smart this is? Now spread out and find the treasure. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yu Fenghua turned and left. He also continued to move in one direction. In the ancient city, most of the buildings had collapsed, but there were still some intact buildings. That should be where the Hummer gang lived. A large number of bandits gathered near the intact buildings. However, because of the battle outside, they all headed toward the city gate. Originally, no matter how many people there were, Ling Xiao could rely on the Shadow Dancer's ability to sneak in. Now that there were fewer and fewer people patrolling and defending, it became easier for him to sneak in. There seems to be the smell of treasure there. Ling Xiao found a very well-hidden building. Although it was not very grand, it was very well hidden. The architectural style was also very magical, giving off the aura of an ancient building. The most important thing was that no matter how anxious the bandits elsewhere were, they all rushed toward the city gate. However, the bandits here did not move at all, as if they were indifferent. Obviously, it was not that they did not care about the situation at the city gate. It was because there was something more important that they needed to guard here. Ling Xiao smiled and dashed into the building in an instant. What a strong smell of blood! Ling Xiao, who had arrived inside the building, could not help but frown. As soon as he entered, he saw a bandit leader. This was a bandit leader ranked in the top 10. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the divine body 8th level. His strength was already close to Qi Heng's. This person sat on the throne and looked in the direction of the city gate warily. It was obvious that the commotion outside had caused him to be on guard. He was standing guard here. Being able to have a bandit leader in the top 10 guard here made Ling Xiao even more certain of his thoughts. There was something incredible in this building. Since you're here, why hide? The bandit leader suddenly opened his eyes. The 6th master of the Hummer gang welcomes the guest again. As he spoke, the long saber in his hand suddenly slashed in the direction of Ling Xiao. The terrifying saber chi made Ling Xiao feel the threat of death. Ling Xiao did not know how he was discovered, but it was clear that the shadow dancer form did not work in front of this person. Therefore, at that moment, Ling Xiao left the shadow warrior form and opened the martial soul barrier. Dealing with one person was still fine. If he let those martial artists outside rush in, he would really have a headache. At the same time, Ling Xiao also dodged his opponent's saber chi. After all, the distance was quite far. Ling Xiao still had time to dodge. The saber chi hit the martial spirit barrier and disappeared. Who are you? Why do you have to go against the Hummer gang? The 6th elder stood up and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His entire body was releasing an astonishing killing intent. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm Ling Xiao, captain of the 9th troop of the Martial City Defense Army. I've been ordered to eliminate the Hummer gang. Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao. Do you know why the Hummer gang has been safe and sound all this time? The 6th elder laughed and said, with the power of the Golden Region, it's actually very easy to eliminate us. But it didn't happen. Why? Because you have someone in the court. Ling Xiao laughed. You're smart. It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. Our backer is the Qi family, this time you came to carry out a mission. Qi Tianmei said to make you stay here and never go back alive. We thought it was a simple matter. Who would have thought that you're so cunning and killed 26 of our brothers? How do you think I should torture you to get rid of the hatred in my heart? The 6th elder said coldly. I see. It's almost as I guessed. 6th elder, I don't care who you're working with. Right now, you only have one chance to live. As long as you promise me 2 things, I promise I won't kill you. Ling Xiao said calmly, first, stop cultivating the blood demon technique and don't kill the innocent. Second, bring me to your treasure vault. The 6th elder was obviously stunned when he heard Ling Xiao's words. Are you trying to make me laugh? The 6th elder said with a smile, I heard from Qi Tianmei that you're arrogant. Today, I see that it's true. I really don't understand. You're just a piece of trash at the late stage 6th level divine physique echelon. What gives you the confidence to say that you want to kill me, who gave you so much courage? As he spoke, a black demonic hand suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Ling Xiao's legs. The only outcome for you is death. You're delusional to think that you can find our treasure vault. You're delusional. The 6th elder revealed a sinister smile. However, his smile stopped abruptly in the next moment. The demonic hand touched a protective wall condensed by golden light and was bounced back. It did not injure Ling Xiao at all. Although Ling Xiao did not use the golden light sacred rune often, at critical moments, he would not be stingy either. This 6th elder's strength was not ordinary. Better be a little careful. Indeed, it came in handy. The other party said to sneak attack, so it was a sneak attack. 6th elder? Hoo, really a fool who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think that I'm joking? I'm really giving you a chance. Forget it, if you don't want it, then I'll kill you and directly steal your memories. Ling Xiao finished talking and immediately unleashed an attack. A heaven-covering blood palm appeared in the void and rumbled towards the sixth elder. Oh? You actually even know a sacred rank 3 martial technique. Not bad, not bad. It's just a pity that your cultivation is too weak. Want to rely on this to kill me, it's still too lacking. Although the sixth elder was rather surprised, Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm was not to the extent of making him fearful. Demonic blood shield. In order to weaken Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm's attack, the sixth elder urged divine essence. A shield blocked in front of him. On the shield, there was a hideous evil demon head. Looked like it was not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not count on the heaven-covering blood palm being able to directly take down the sixth elder in the first place. The corners of his mouth curled into a hint of a cold smile. Soul Sword Art. An invisible sword light instantly shot out from between Ling Xiao's brows, piercing towards the sixth elder. This soul sword art was stolen by Ling Xiao from that assassin's memories. Although Bing was incomplete, only the upper half. But to him, this cultivation genius, a few minutes was already a small accomplishment. Releasing it at this time, how terrifying was the sacred rank 3 soul secret art, soul sword art, when the sixth elder reacted to it, it was already too late. In that instant, he screamed miserably. The demonic blood shield also disintegrated instantly. Under the situation of being defenseless, he was smacked to death by Ling Xiao's heaven-covering blood palm. Ling Xiao used the heavenly fiend eye to steal the other party's memories. He could not help secretly laughing and said, "Indeed, in this place." He incinerated the corpse. Walking to the vicinity of that throne that the sixth elder sat on just now. Opening up the secret passage leading underground according to the method in his memories. This secret passage should have been built when the ancient city was still around. It was later used by the Hummer gang to store their wealth. The labyrinthine underground tunnels were really dazzling. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, which could seek fortune and avoid calamity. It could remove the false and retain the true. Otherwise, he would not have been able to walk out. The underground was full of mechanisms and traps. However, with Ling Xiao's Tai Chi Eye and the golden light saint runes, these things could not do anything to him. Finally, after deciphering all the mechanisms and traps, Ling Xiao came to the treasure vault in the sixth head's memory. A thick metal door blocked his way. Layers upon layers of formations emitted a mysterious light, blocking out those who attempted to force their way into the treasury. What a pity that you met me. Ling Xiao smiled and went forward to decipher the formations. After about 10 minutes, the thick metal door slowly opened. Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked in. At that moment, he was completely stunned. In the treasure vault, piles of supreme-grade spirit stones were neatly placed. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, there were at least tens of millions of them. Ling Xiao had never seen so many supreme-grade spirit stones. It seemed that this trip was really worth it. Not to mention other things, just these supreme-grade spirit stones were enough for him to create havoc in the Golden Martial Nation. Moreover, if he was alone, these supreme-grade spirit stones would be an astronomical figure. However, he had the Sky Tyrant Empire behind him. If the Sky Tyrant Empire wanted to enter the eternal divine domain, they could not lack supreme-grade spirit stones. After all, they were the hard currency here. Ling Xiao smiled and kept all the supreme-grade spirit stones in the Qianquan world. The space in the Qianquan world was much bigger than the Dongxing Emperor ring. It was a piece of cake to contain these spirit stones. After keeping all the supreme-grade spirit stones, Ling Xiao looked at other things. The treasure vault was huge and there were many compartments, all of which were blocked by formations. Obviously, the treasures in each compartment were different. Ling Xiao found a large number of elixirs in a secret room. These elixirs were basically provided for divine physique realm martial artists. Most of them were basic elixirs like healing elixirs, vitality replenishing elixirs, and antidote elixirs. Ling Xiao did not think highly of them, but they were very useful for the future development of Martial City. Martial artists could not lack these elixirs. It could be said that their value was even greater than supreme-grade spirit stones. In addition to these ordinary elixirs, Ling Xiao found a type of elixir called supreme-grade spirit stones. This was amazing. Each pill emitted a white jade-like luster. Just looking at it was enough to make people excited. There were about 100 of them, and every single one of them could help a divine physique realm martial artist break through their shackles. Raise the cultivation base. This was good stuff, but the medicinal effect wasn't good enough. Ling Xiao planned to go back and refine it again. In the future, when the warriors of the Sky Tyrant Empire came over, it would be given to them. The 9 Revolutions body-breaking pill was extremely precious. Not everyone had the qualifications to use it. It was fine for ordinary martial artists, but at the very least, this thing should be used by geniuses. And it was even more useful for the geniuses of the 4 regions and 9 worlds who stayed in the low-level laws for a long time. It could stimulate their potential suppressed by the laws and maximize the efficacy of the elixir. They might be able to break through a few realms at once. This thing combined with the blood-colored righteous saint pattern could nurture a large number of experts in a short time. In addition to the supreme-grade spirit stones, there were other elixirs with good quality. Ling Xiao took them all in one go. They might be useful in the future. If not, he could sell them for money after refining. 10 million supreme-grade spirit stones might seem like a lot, but it was only the value of a low-grade spirit crystal. Money was essential for national activities. You could never have too much money. In another secret room, there were a large number of Dharma treasures and weapons. Most of them were Emperor weapons with 1 divine dragon pattern. There were also Emperor weapons with 2 divine dragon patterns. Ling Xiao was originally worried about the difference in Dharma treasures after the divine physique realm martial artists came. It would be troublesome. Now, the Hummer gang had prepared everything for him. In the last secret chamber, Ling Xiao found the cultivation method and martial technique that he had yearned for even in his dreams. There were at least tens of thousands of them on the bookshelf. Of course, most of them were first-level sacred class martial arts techniques. There were also a few second-level sacred class martial arts techniques. As for third-level sacred class martial arts techniques, there was none. However, it was enough for a divine physique realm martial artist to cultivate. When he became stronger in the future, there would naturally be more and better martial arts techniques. He was not in a hurry. After taking these things, Ling Xiao was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw a painting hanging on the wall. Looking at it carefully, the painting was made with the crystal cores of divine soul realm beasts. It was called the 9 Dragon Portrait. 9 divine dragons and hundreds of divine soul realm beasts' crystal cores were used. It was really powerful. He wondered who made this painting. It was really scary. Ling Xiao observed the 9 Dragon Portrait with his Tai Chi eye and saw a strange scene. This made him very excited. He knew that this thing must be a treasure. So, he put it away. Bastard, who touched my 9 Dragon Portrait? When he was collecting those treasures, he was not discovered. However, just as he put the 9 Dragon Portrait into the universe world, he suddenly heard this angry roar. He was shocked. He could feel an extremely powerful aura rushing here at high speed. This is a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Ling Xiao shouted in his heart. However, it was too late to escape now. The other party blocked his escape route. Clenching his teeth, Ling Xiao decided to stay where he was. He could kill a divine soul realm martial artist. It was not impossible for a half-step divine soul realm martial artist. Soon, a figure appeared at the entrance of the treasury. This person had long blood-red hair. His skin was also blood-red. It was obvious that he had cultivated the blood demon technique to an extremely high level. The explosive aura caused Ling Xiao to furrow his brows. Ling Xiao had no choice but to choose the beast god body and sky tyrant possession. At the same time, he activated the sun god's blood demon array. You bastard, this 9 Dragon Portrait is something I worked hard to get. Even all the treasures in this treasury can't compare to it. You greedy thing, you took other things and still coveted my 9 Dragon Portrait. You're really a bastard. Take this. The red-haired man did not give Ling Xiao a chance to speak at all. He directly attacked while cursing. The terrifying aura caused the entire treasury to shake. Good guy, he actually values this 9-dragon portrait so much. It seems that this thing is not simple. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. It seemed that he had really picked up a treasure today. Originally, he just wanted to take the Hummer Gang's martial arts manual. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky? Facing the red-haired man's attack, Ling Xiao did not panic. Instead, there was a trace of joy. Something that could be treasured by the other party must be extraordinary. Golden Light Saint Rune. Ling Xiao knew that he was no match for this enemy, so he activated the Sub-God Blood Array and the Golden Light Saint Rune to weaken him. Now, it was time to see who could last longer. Boom, the terrifying attack collided with the Golden Light Saint Rune, and the entire secret room shook violently. It was as if it was about to collapse. Despite being separated by the Golden Saint Rune, Ling Xiao actually felt a wave of suffocation. It was extremely uncomfortable. Thief, where do you think you're going? Just as he was about to confront the other party, a delicate sound suddenly rang out. It was actually Zhong Ling who had chased after him. It turned out that the half-step Divine Soul Realm red-haired man was the leader of the Hummer Gang. He was fighting with Zhong Ling, but he suddenly felt that the 9-dragon portrait was moved. So he rushed over. However, he couldn't get rid of Zhong Ling. Zhong Ling was also a half-step Divine Soul Realm expert. It's you? Zhong Ling was stunned when she saw Ling Xiao. She immediately understood something when she saw the treasure vault. Ling Xiao, give me half of the treasure and I'll help you kill him. Wealth moved people's hearts. Although Huang Shui had ordered her to do this, Zhong Ling believed that Huang Shui wouldn't blame her. After all, she was going to give the treasure to Huang Shui. Deal. Ling Xiao nodded without hesitation. If Zhong Ling and the others hadn't restrained a large number of enemies, he wouldn't have had such a good opportunity to seize the treasure. Anyway, only he knew how much treasure he had taken. When the time came, he would give Zhong Ling some as a reward for her hard work. He wouldn't give the 9-dragon portrait to anyone. He had to keep it for himself. Let's do it. Zhong Ling saw that Ling Xiao agreed and pounced on the leader. The two of them fought. The divine essence and energy kept colliding, and the building began to collapse. The two of them rushed outside. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to follow them. What he didn't know was that the only one left of the 36 leaders of the Hummer Gang was the leader. He killed the 6th leader. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yufeng Hua also killed a leader. Of the remaining 6, 5 were killed by the experts outside. Only this first head was left. Because of his tyrannical strength, he had not been killed. Zhong Ling and the First Master were like two humanoid beasts fighting. The ancient city was already in ruins, and now it was ravaged beyond recognition. Large areas of the city walls and buildings collapsed. Some of the bandits who couldn't escape in time were crushed to death. Ling Xiao saw this and began to collect blood. Blood. He continued to kill those evil Hummer bandits. Long Chen, Leng Mei, and Yufeng Hua had already charged out. Everyone gathered together and launched their final attack. Although the Hummer Gang had many gangsters, they weren't strong enough. Under the attacks of these powerhouses, they were naturally forced to retreat repeatedly. However, Ling Xiao also discovered that more than a dozen of the experts Zhong Ling had brought with her had died. They were all martial artists at the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. It was only right for him to share some of his treasures with the other party. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party's attitude was good enough. Otherwise, he didn't mind taking the treasure for himself. The battle was coming to an end. The Hummer Gang was killed. But the battle between the leader and Zhong Ling was still going on in the sky. Both sides were locked in battle, and neither could do anything to the other. Master, someone is coming. They're experts. Cold Plum suddenly said to Ling Xiao, they'll be here in about 10 minutes. They're probably reinforcements from the Hummer Gang. The Hummer Gang is related to the Qi family. The Qi family will protect them. They're just a little late. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, we can't delay any longer. This leader must be killed. He knows the secret of the treasure. Feng Hua, let Little Black do it. Got it. Yufeng Hua nodded and released Little Black. The two people fighting in the sky had already noticed the arrival of the experts. The leader laughed wildly. Once the reinforcements are here, you'll all die. How dare you kill so many people from the Hummer gang? I'll let you taste the greatest pain in the world before you die. Zhongling's expression was ugly. She sensed that there was a divine soul realm expert among them. This was definitely not something she could fight against. Retreat. Zhongling didn't have time to think about the treasure. She waved her hand and ordered her subordinates to retreat. She didn't care about Ling Xiao's life anymore. He couldn't let all of his men die here just because of Ling Xiao. Seeing them leave, Ling Xiao sneered. The next moment, the leader swooped down to chase after Ling Xiao. But this guy never dreamed that this was the last thing he had to do in this world. Little Black suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the first master in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, the biggest problem was solved. We should go. Ling Xiao had everyone enter the Qianquan world and use the holy ground demonic shadow. At the same time, he activated the light body Saint Rune and fled into the distance. Because they knew the enemy's reinforcements were coming, they chose different escape routes. Nothing happened on the way back to Martial City. Ling Xiao went straight to the Dragon Cave. When he arrived at the Dragon Cave, he found that some guys were actually plotting something outside the Dragon Cave. Fortunately, he set up a defensive formation and a maze before he left. Otherwise, the 9th squad would be in trouble. Who gave you the guts to ignore the rules? Ling Xiao shouted, causing those people to stop what they were doing. Their expressions were not good. When did the city lord Qi Tianmei's promise become so worthless? Since you don't even listen to the city lord, then I'll teach you bastards a lesson today. Ling Xiao, if you dare to touch us, the city lord won't let you go. One of them shouted in horror. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by Ling Xiao. Will the city lord let you bastards break the rules of the city defense army? How dare you disrespect her? You're courting death. Ling Xiao was using the tiger's skin as a banner. He believed that Qi Tianmei would definitely not admit to such a shameless thing. This group of idiots was equivalent to being sold as cannon fodder. No matter how he taught them a lesson, Qi Tianmei would definitely not say a word. Spare us, platoon leader Ling Xiao, spare us. Hearing Ling Xiao's words and seeing Ling Xiao's tyranny, these people were really frightened. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. Hand over your storage rings and scram. Ling Xiao said coldly. They were just a group of cannon fodder. He was too lazy to kill them, so as not to cause a bad influence. After all, these people might become his cannon fodder in the future. Yes, yes, yes. No one dared to say a word. Facing the furious Ling Xiao, they did not want to die. Thus, they all handed over their storage rings. Ling Xiao roughly summed it up. These people added up to tens of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones. The rest were all trash. It seemed that Martial City was not as rich as the Hummer gang. Martial City's wealth was probably stored in the Hummer gang. The Qi clan was indeed thoughtful, but it was a pity that Ling Xiao had benefited from it. Alright, now that there's no one to disturb us, the three of you should consume this 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. I'll inscribe the blood justice saint pattern for you guys. Then, cultivate in the Dragon Cave while I protect you. Also, call Han Yuan and Chen Qi out. These two are going to be important for the time being, so let's give them some benefits. When no one was around, Ling Xiao took out the elixir and gave it to Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yufeng Hua. Then, he inscribed the blood justice saint pattern on the 3 of them. The 3 of them entered the Dragon Cave to cultivate and called out Han Yuan and Chen Qi. Ling Xiao did the same thing to them again. It was still the same saying. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. The martial artists of the Empire of Tyrants were too far away to quench their immediate thirst. Ling Xiao had to find some people who could help him first. Ling Xiao didn't treat the other 10 martial artists of the 9th troop unfairly. It was just that it was a waste to give them the 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. However, Ling Xiao still had a purple gold spirit gathering elixir. Its effect was much better than the spirit gathering elixir that Ling Xiao refined. He believed that these people would have continuous breakthroughs in their cultivation in the next few days. Of course, this kind of breakthrough wasn't stable. It would cause their foundation to be unstable. However, these people didn't care. They might not be able to raise their cultivation in their lifetime. Now that they had the chance to raise their cultivation, they wouldn't care even if there were flaws. After all, if they raised their cultivation to the early stage of the 8th level Divine Body realm, they would still be stronger than a 7th level Divine Body realm martial artist even if their foundation wasn't stable. If he worked hard on his cultivation base in the future, he would be able to stabilize his unstable cultivation base. After helping others, Ling Xiao also engraved the blood-colored Saint Rune of Justice on himself. At the same time, he swallowed a 9 transformation body breakthrough elixir. Then, he entered the dragon cave to cultivate. When they returned from the mountain, it was already night time. The next morning, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. An even more powerful aura was emitted from his eyes. The rest of them stopped cultivating earlier than him. After all, not everyone could stay in the dragon cave like him and not be afraid of anything. Even with Long Chen's giant dragon body, he could only stay for 7 hours at most. Even so, everyone's cultivation had broken through one after another. Ling Zhao's cultivation rose from the late stage of the 6th level of the divine physique echelon to the pinnacle. His potential cells evolved once again, and the energy became even more condensed. Long Chen, Yufeng Hua, and Cold Plum's cultivation levels rose to the peak of the 8th level of the divine physique echelon. And this was the situation where the effects of the medicine had not been completely absorbed. Han Yuan's cultivation level rose to the early stage of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Qin Qi had risen to the peak of the 7th level of the divine body realm. The other 10 people's cultivation had also risen to the mid-stage of the 7th level divine physique echelon. This was because they could not continue to cultivate in the dragon cave. He believed that once the effects of the medicine were completely absorbed, these people's cultivation would increase even more. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a little depressed. His body and soul were too strong. Even if he absorbed all the medicinal effects of the pill, he would only be able to advance to the peak of the 6th level divine physique stage. It was still very difficult to break through to the 7th level of the divine physique echelon. However, he was better at breaking through during a battle. This was because he could stimulate the potential in his cells during a battle. He did not have to worry about this. At the very least, he, who was at the peak of the 6th level divine physique echelon, was not afraid of an opponent at the peak of the 8th level divine physique echelon. In addition to the help of the soul sword technique, his combat power was even stronger. Looks like we followed the right person. After staying in the martial city for so many years, our cultivation levels did not improve at all. Once platoon leader Ling Xiao came, our cultivation levels improved by leaps and bounds. It was right not to lead back then. Han Yuan and the others were very glad. Back then, the 9th platoon had more than 3,000 people. Only the 12 of them were left. They were originally worried, but they did not expect to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Everyone felt grateful to the point of shedding tears. Platoon leader, we won't say any words of gratitude. From today onwards, you're our second parent. Just a word from you, and we won't even bat an eyelid if you want us to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. Han Yuan said excitedly. The others also nodded. There's no need to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames. As long as you're loyal, there will be benefits in the future. Alright, you guys can continue to cultivate. Try to completely absorb the effects of the medicine in these few days. At that time, even if the 9th platoon has fewer people, no one will dare to bully us. Ling Xiao smiled. Yes. Everyone nodded. After healing the injuries on their bodies, they entered the dragon cave again. Ling Xiao did not plan to improve his cultivation level for the time being. Because he used the medicine to help him improve, he felt that his foundation was not stable, so he did not want to improve too quickly. He was different from the others in the 9th platoon. He was very ambitious, so he wanted to stabilize his foundation before continuing to improve. Next, he planned to study the 9-dragon sculpture. Previously, he did not have time to study it in detail due to the lack of time. Now, he had the chance. While Ling Xiao was studying the 9-dragon sculpture, Zhong Ling had already escaped back to the princess residence. What? You guys were fooled by that brat? Huang Shua's face was almost distorted. The assassins she had painstakingly trained for many years were killed, and she could not complain to anyone. The most depressing thing was that Zhong Ling, this idiot, helped Ling Xiao kill the Hummer gang, but did not get any benefits at all. Instead, she lost many of her experts. At this moment, her eyes were almost spewing flames. Zhong Ling was so scared that she did not dare to speak. After a long time, when Huang Shui gradually calmed down, Zhong Ling said, "If the experts of the Qi clan did not arrive, I would definitely be able to get half of the treasure from Ling Xiao. Forget it, at least it proves that the Hummer gang is related to the Qi clan. I don't know what the Qi clan is doing in secret. Father always thought that they were loyal and devoted, but now it seems that they are not." Huang Shui sighed softly. At this point, she knew that it was useless for her to be angry. Fortunately, it was not completely fruitless. In the end, the Qi clan was forced out. "The leader of the Hummer gang is not dead," Zhong Ling said. "I'm afraid he is already protected by the Qi clan. I believe that Ling Xiao could not have found all the treasures. We just need to catch the leader." In Zhong Ling's opinion, Ling Xiao and the others would definitely not be able to kill the leader. In addition, the Qi clan had helpers, so Ling Xiao could only escape. Moreover, she obviously did not know that Ling Xiao could steal other people's memories. She always felt that Ling Xiao could not have learned the location of the real treasure from the Hummer gang. Unfortunately, all of this was just her wishful thinking. Send someone to secretly find the whereabouts of the leader of the Hummer gang. Huang Shui felt that Zhong Ling's words were reasonable, so she ordered. "No need." At this moment, a voice came from outside the door. "Master." Huang Shui hurriedly bowed. "Master, what do you mean? This old man also has spies in the Qi clan. The leader is dead, and not even his bones are left." A man who looked to be in his 20s walked in, but called himself this old man. It seemed that he was an old monster who had changed his appearance. Anyway, his strength was unfathomable. The young old man looked at Huang Shui and said, "You still underestimated that Ling Xiao. I advise you not to play any tricks. This time, send your strongest subordinate under the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon to deal with that Ling Xiao. If you don't kill him now, there will be trouble in the future." Working hard to update, please refresh later. This chapter is working hard to update, please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, can you register as a member first? Register as a member and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf. If this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later. Otherwise, you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary: he was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? Westlake's broken bridge, full of treachery. Fate linked by a thread. The truth was close at hand. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address, /33xs/317/317/33xs/317/553/content. Trial reading Chapter 001, Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shieling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky and the night mist curled up in spirals. An oil wall carriage approached from afar and sped on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful Su character on the lanterns flickered. 33. The carriage was draped with light muslin curtains and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road and could walk on it with his eyes closed. Therefore, the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The curtains swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a young lady dressed in red. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like an elegant swan. The girl on the left had white hair and the girl on the right had green hair. Judging from her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. However, looking at the three of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter spreading all the way, it was obvious that they were as close as sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantong's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, Bai Su and Qing Ting. The three ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Ruan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Ruan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember 3. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him, causing them to stand up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a paw sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. "Ayo!" The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. "Old Huang, what's going on?" Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She immediately lifted the curtain, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qing Ting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was emitted from it. It swayed in the air as though it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shockwave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The coachman, old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove under the carriage. However, Su Yaoyao, Bai Su, and Qing Ting couldn't avoid it in time. The golden light passed through their bodies. The 3 beautiful girls swayed and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared, and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places in the distance were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as it quietly shone on the 3 beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The orchid dew was like a crying eye. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oily wagon stood there, and the 2 horses snorted blankly, as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf ferry, a young man waved a small fan and walked over slowly. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a legless headdress, and there was a beautiful rose in his hair. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as one was a man, they liked to wear flowers. The young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he wasn't smiling, there was a slight smile on his face. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. 33 people. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Neo Air who could control people or a slick person who knew how to steer according to the wind. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He was eloquent, alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a commoner at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis or conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a little urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankong city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial in his enforcement of the law and offended a big shot. It wasn't that he met a scoundrel with a strong background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, liked him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankong City and was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself, so how could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiao. She was born beautiful, but she didn't behave properly in the imperial examination. From the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had a few lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar called Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, one would rather marry a prostitute and live a good life than marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu and be criticized behind his back. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He refused to give in no matter what. However, he didn't know what was wrong with this Master Li's brain. He didn't understand the principle that forcefully twisted melons won't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to give in, so he lost his job. These 2 days, when the people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for him. They didn't expect that he would actually show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table, and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls love pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of the shop. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup was full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and got busy. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a load. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a load and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the shop. He put down the carrying pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. I'm just indebted to our Jiankong Prefecture's magistrate, Master Li, for his appreciation. Now I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Oh. That's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, you're now a steward in Master Li's estate. I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. It was clear that he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of, returning home in silken robes? Domain name, please remember 3, Southern Song Records forwarding address, /33xs/317/317/317/3175553/in the dead of the night, the entire Martial City fell into silence. Only the night watchman passed by on the streets. Even so, for safety's sake, Ling Xiao still entered the shadow dancer form. He was going to assassinate the Martial City's city lord, Qi Tianmei. Once he was discovered, it would be very troublesome. After easily finding the city lord manor, Ling Xiao was preparing to look for Qi Tianmei's residence. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the courtyard. Ling Xiao scurried out without even thinking. Being discovered in someone else's territory was a very dangerous thing. Ling Xiao didn't return to the dragon cave, nor did he return to his residence. Instead, he came to a remote place in the city. That person also chased over. Sir, you came to visit the city lord manor in the middle of the night. Are you leaving without a cup of tea? The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a smile on his face. But his strength was terrifyingly powerful. Although his cultivation was also peak 8th level divine physique echelon, his strength was more terrifying than Qi Heng's. You're quite hospitable. I won't hide it from you. The reason I went to the city lord manor was to kill Qi Tianmei. But I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Ling Xiao noticed that no one was following him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Haha, you're quite confident. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy, dragon scale art. The middle-aged man smiled. Suddenly, he urged his divine essence, and dragon scales grew all over his body. Although these dragon scales might not be comparable to a real divine dragon, it was of great help to his defense. You're Qi Tianmei's husband, dragon-scaled guest, known as the strongest defense under the 9th level divine physique echelon? Ling Xiao heard people talking about this dragon-scaled guest before, but he had never seen him before. Seeing him today, he indeed lived up to his reputation. This dragon-scale art's defense was extraordinary. Even the god-reversing art couldn't pierce through it. Oh? You actually know me. Who exactly are you? Dragon-scaled guest frowned. He really didn't expect that someone would be so daring to sneak into the city lord manor to assassinate city lord Qi Tianmei. This kind of thing had never happened before. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you'll die. Qi Tianmei's rotten ideas were all thanks to you, right? Then I'll let you pay for the pain she caused me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course, he wouldn't easily reveal his identity. If he couldn't kill this dragon-scaled guest, then he would be exposed. Therefore, even if he wanted to reveal his identity, he would have to wait until the other party was dead. You sure are confident. The dragon-scaled guest sneered and suddenly launched an attack. A huge python appeared behind him. The python's body was covered in scales that were very similar to the scales on his body. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and his body shot out like a cannonball. It carried an incomparably terrifying impact force. They charged towards Ling Xiao. It was as if a ferocious dragon had opened its bloody mouth. The dragon-scale python had two scariest aspects. One was its defense, and the other was its venom. In the face of the dragon-scaled guest's all-out attack, even a 9th level divine physique echelon martial artist would have to avoid it and not dare to face it head-on. However, Ling Xiao did not back down. He stood there as if he didn't take the dragon-scaled guest seriously at all. He didn't even take half a step back. He just raised his right hand and released the power of the divine dragon bloodline. A golden divine dragon gradually condensed and took shape. Golden light flickered, and the divine dragon let out a low roar. Although it wasn't big, it was filled with terrifying pressure. Ling Xiao didn't move from beginning to end. He just looked at the dragon-scaled guest quietly. The golden divine dragon was churning in his palm, but he concealed it. He could only use this move once every 10 minutes. Once it failed, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to wait until the enemy was closer to him to ensure that he wouldn't miss before making the move. Finally, the dragon-scaled guest's attack was about to land on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his right hand, and the golden divine dragon shot out. It directly hit the dragon-scaled guest's head. Boom, a terrifying roar sounded. In the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. 19 Dragon's divine art actually turned the dragon-scaled guest into a bloody mist. It scattered all over the sky. Not even a corpse was left behind. This scene made Ling Xiao a little dazed as he watched. Wasn't this power a little too strong? Without using any Dharma treasure, just the power of one dragon annihilated the dragon-scaled guest with the strongest defense below the 9th level divine body realm. And there wasn't even a corpse left. Ling Xiao's body swayed, and he directly knelt on one knee on the ground. He hurriedly swallowed a pill to replenish his strength. Although his divine essence could be replenished with potential, his physical body couldn't do this. This move's consumption was really too terrifying. Of course, he didn't release its power. After recovering a little, Ling Xiao picked up the dragon-scaled guest's storage ring on the ground and left. He couldn't stay here for long. If he was discovered, he might not be able to keep his life. Returning to the dragon cave, Ling Xiao checked the dragon-scaled guest's storage ring. This guy was indeed Qi Tianmei's husband. Just the supreme-grade spirit stones in the storage ring alone had 100,000. Moreover, there was actually a complete set of soul sword technique. The incomplete soul sword technique was a 3rd-level saint-class soul secret technique, while the complete soul sword technique could reach 6th-level saint class. It was a pity that there were still no clues about the second half of the 9 Dragons' divine art. But the dragon-scaled guest was dead, so Ling Xiao didn't dare to rush around recklessly anymore. Hence, he stayed in the dragon cave and cultivated the soul sword technique. Anyway, his soul rank had already reached the divine soul realm, and he could completely master a 3rd-level saint-class soul secret technique. He could also cultivate a 6th-level saint-class soul secret technique. It was just that he couldn't completely master it. But even so, the power of the soul sword technique would also increase greatly. This was beyond doubt. In cultivation, time was the easiest to consume. When he was bitterly cultivating the soul sword technique, Qi Tianmei already discovered the disappearance of the dragon-scaled guest. She started to order the entire city to search for the whereabouts of the dragon-scaled guest. It even alarmed the 9th squad. Unfortunately, that dragon-scaled guest who didn't even have a corpse left, how could they possibly find him? No matter what, it was useless. Moreover, even that complete soul sword technique manual also disappeared. This made Qi Tianmei's heart even heavier. And, the city defense army has already searched the entire martial city with the help of the city governor's mansion's soldiers, but they didn't find any trace of Uncle. It's as if he disappeared into thin air. I'm afraid he's most likely dead. In the city governor's mansion, Qi Hing said with a grim expression. Qi Tianmei's eyes released a ruthless killing intent. After a long silence, she said, the soldiers guarding the city that day can prove that the dragon-scaled guest didn't leave the city. Now that a search of this scale can't find him, there's only one possibility. That is, he's already dead, and there's no corpse left. Who's so daring to actually kill someone in Martial City? Qi Hing said in surprise. I'm not sure. Your uncle was a martial artist at the peak of the 8th-level divine body realm. He was also known to have invincible defense under the 9th-level divine body realm. Even if he couldn't defeat the enemy, he should be able to escape. The enemy was really terrifying. I can't think of who did it for now, but this person took away the soul sword technique manual. It'll be exposed sooner or later. Qi Tianmei said while gritting her teeth. Qi Tianmei coldly snorted and said, if I find out who killed dragon-scaled guest, I'll make him beg for death. Oh right, how's that Ling Xiao doing recently? He hasn't done much these 2 days. He's been cultivating in the dragon cave. I guess he's still trying to fight for the position of commander. Qi Hing replied. Then you should go and cultivate as well. Don't underestimate any enemy. The position of commander of the Martial City's city defense army is very popular. Many people want it. Qi Tianmei suppressed her anger and said. To her, dragon-scaled guest wasn't just her husband. He was also her think tank. Many of her ideas were given to her by Dragon-Scaled Guest. Dragon-Scaled Guest's death was a double blow to her. It was a mental blow and a physical blow. Auntie, I remember that Han Yuan has a sister called Han Li. The two of them depend on each other. Before they left, Qi Heng suddenly said. Han Yuan? Is that the guy who doesn't know what's good for him? Qi Tianmei was currently in a fit of anger. Qi Heng told her this because he wanted her to vent her anger. Alright, send a captain and a few men to capture that Han Li. I'd like to see what Ling Xiao will do. We have to give him some trouble. We can't let him be so smug all the time. Understood. It was another afternoon. There were only 3 days left until the selection of the Marshall City's City Defense Army commander. Han Li made some delicious pickles and was going to send them to the Dragon Cave. The pickles were made with special ingredients. Not only did they taste good, but they also had high nutritional value. It was extremely helpful for people who cultivated continuously to replenish their stamina. Han Li was going to reward her brother, Han Yuan, and Corporal Ling Xiao, who helped her brother improve his cultivation. The girl was also a martial artist. Moreover, her talent was stronger than Han Yuan's. However, the two of them depended on each other. One of them had to focus on martial arts while the other took care of the family. Han Li chose to sacrifice her martial arts path. However, ever since her brother, Han Yuan, became the vice captain, she started to practice martial arts again. She was now a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level Divine Physique realm. Unfortunately, she wasn't qualified to join the City Defense Army. Little girl, where are you going? Suddenly, 7 or 8 sturdy martial artists dashed out of the empty alley. One of them was even a captain in the middle stage of the 8th level of the Divine Physique echelon. Han Li tried her best to calm herself down, but her heart was still thumping wildly. It felt like it was going to jump out of his body. What do you want? She asked in horror. The captain sneered, Don't worry, the city lord has invited you over for tea. Your brother, Han Wen, will be there too. You're lying. My brother told me not to trust anyone other than the 9th squad. Han Li shook her head. Since that's the case, there's no need to waste words with you. Your brother, Han Yuan, has offended the city lord. He had Ling Xiao to protect him. Ling Xiao is someone with a backer, so we don't dare to provoke him. As for you, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. As the captain spoke, he waved his hand, and a few others blocked off Han Li's escape route. Han Li shrank into a corner, praying in her heart that someone would come and save her. In a trance, she actually saw her brother, Han Yuan. She subconsciously became happy. However, on second thought, her expression changed drastically. Brother, don't come over. She realized that her brother was no match for the captain. After all, her brother was only a vice captain. The positions in the City Defense Army were usually divided according to strength. Han Yuan wasn't even a match for a captain. With the addition of the other 6 experts, Han Yuan didn't believe it at all. However, Han Yuan didn't run away. Instead, he came in front of her at an even faster speed. The captain was worried that you guys would lay your hands on Han Li. I didn't expect it to be true. A bunch of dogs who bully the weak and fear the strong. Han Yuan was furious. If he hadn't come in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Han Yuan, you've walked right into the trap. Without that Ling Xiao, you're nothing. Attack. The captain sneered and waved his hand. 6 late-stage 7th level Divine Physique echelon martial artists pounced on Han Yuan at the same time. They wanted to take Han Yuan down. A few days ago, Han Yuan was only at this cultivation level. Therefore, the captain didn't think there would be any problems. It was absolutely foolproof. Han Yuan stood there and protected his sister, Han Li, behind him. He looked at the 6 people coldly without any change in his expression. If it was in the past, he would have been in complete despair or could only wait for someone to save him. However, it was different now. Ling Xiao had given him too many benefits, allowing his strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. He didn't care about mere 7th level Divine Physique echelon martial artists. Seeing that the 6 people were getting closer and closer, they were like eagles grabbing their prey. Han Li screamed in fright. However, at that moment, Han Yuan suddenly attacked with his sword. 6 people with one strike, a wound appeared on each of their throats. Although it wasn't deep, it was fatal. To Han Yuan, his sister was his angel. She was the person he cherished the most in this world. He would kill anyone who dared to hurt his sister. The 6 martial artists died in an instant. Even they didn't understand what was going on, let alone the captains who were watching from afar. He looked at the scene with his mouth agape. Strange. It was too strange. Han Yuan, whom he looked down on, actually became so strong in such a short period of time. Do you still want to continue? Han Yuan stared at the captain and asked coldly. Brat, do you really think you can be arrogant in front of me after killing a piece of trash? You're just a vice captain. I'm a captain. Go to hell. The captain recovered from his shock and charged forward. Han Yuan was a little nervous. Although his cultivation level had increased a lot, he hadn't actually engaged in a real battle. Killing 6 people with one strike was just his first attempt. However, it wasn't difficult because his opponent's cultivation levels were much lower than his. However, the captain's cultivation level wasn't much lower than his. He was at the mid-stage 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. His opponent was also at the mid-stage 8th level Divine Physique Echelon. You can do it, Han Yuan. Captain Ling Xiao even gave you some pointers on sword techniques before. Han Yuan took a deep breath and recalled Ling Xiao's pointers. It was a first-level Saint-class sword technique. Although it was simple, it was very powerful. It was very suitable for people like him. He liked simple and practical sword techniques. In the next moment, he suddenly attacked and turned into a sword gleam. Impossible. There was shock in the captain's eyes. A drop of blood seeped out from between his eyebrows. Li let's go. Han Yuan didn't even have time to check after killing the captain. He quickly grabbed Han Li's hand and rushed toward the dragon cave. He figured that his home wouldn't be safe in the future. He planned to stay in the 9th troop for now. The 9th troop was the safest place for him now. There was a table in front of the dragon cave. On it were the pickles that Han Li brought along, as well as some other dishes. Everyone chatted as they ate. Han Yuan recounted what had happened just now. He was really excited and scared at the same time. Don't worry. When I become the commander of the City Defense Army, Martial City will soon be under my control. When that time comes, you guys won't have to worry anymore. Ling Xiao drank a cup of wine and said, Han Yuan did well. If you absorb all the medicinal effects, you'll probably be able to reach the late stage of the 8th level Divine Body Realm. In terms of cultivation alone, you'll be able to catch up to Qi Heng. Corporal, there's internal news that Qi Heng has reached the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm, Chen Qi suddenly said. The 9th level Divine Body Realm was very clear. The 9th team's achievements were obvious to all. Ling Zhao's strength was also obvious to all. Naturally, there were also people who wanted to join them. These people became the eyes of the 9th level Divine Body Realm. A hint of a smile flashed across Ling Zhao's eyes. This was fun. If Qi Heng was too weak, it would be boring. This Qi Heng had been finding trouble for him since the day he became a corporal. He used all kinds of tricks. Today, he even set his sights on Han Yuan's sister, Han Li. He was really shameless. This kind of behavior had already exceeded Ling Xiao's bottom line. If they met in the arena, Ling Xiao would definitely kill this guy if he had the chance. You guys want to kill me in the arena, but you don't know that I want to kill you guys too. Let's see who's more capable. After the meal, everyone continued to cultivate. Long Chen, Cold Plum, and Yufenghua's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm. They absorbed all the medicinal effects. What they had to do next was to cultivate Saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Ling Xiao chose second-level Saint-level cultivation techniques and martial techniques for them. They could at least be used until the half-step Divine Soul Realm. Cultivation coupled with powerful combat skills formed a complete combat strength. Ling Xiao also specially allowed Han Li to join the 9th level Divine Body Realm and cultivate with everyone. He also used the purple gold spirit gathering pill. This child was much more talented than Han Yuan, and his future achievements would definitely be greater than Han Yuan's. Ling Xiao continued to cultivate the soul sword art and the 9 dragons divine art. The afternoon before the commander selection, Huang Yu had arrived. During this period of time, Huang Yu did not come over. Today, she was clearly giving Ling Xiao pre-battle encouragement. It's only been a few days since we last met, yet you've become much stronger. If I don't work hard, I'm afraid I'll be surpassed by you. When Huang Yu saw Ling Xiao, his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Not only had Ling Xiao's cultivation improved, but more importantly, he had become more confident. This meant that the body itself was powerful. Her Highness isn't bad either. She's already at the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, right? From today onwards, you can be considered a half-step divine soul realm expert. It was said that divine soul realm experts could fuse their soul force into their spirit essence to increase the attack power or speed of their spirit essence. A half-step divine soul realm martial artist should also be able to do this, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Don't praise me. I've only just stepped into the half-step divine soul realm. It's simply impossible. The situation you're talking about is when you reach the peak of the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, where your spirit essence and divine soul are connected. We call this stage the soul consolidation realm. Only after stepping into this stage can you be considered to have stepped onto the direct train to the divine soul realm. Huang Yu shook his head and said, but, what you said does make some sense. After reaching the 10th level of the divine physique echelon, one's soul force can passively increase the attack power during battle. However, a martial artist can't control it, and the increase won't be much. There's even a soul consolidation realm expert. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This should be similar to the Shattered Core realm. The Shattered Core realm was the key to breaking through from the divine core realm to the divine physique echelon. The soul consolidation realm was the key to breaking through from the divine physique echelon to the divine soul realm. If he could cultivate to the soul consolidation realm, or even the divine soul realm, his powerful soul force would be even more useful. Right now, his soul force could only be used to perform soul secret arts or to investigate his enemies. But, once he reached the soul consolidation realm, he could directly use his soul force to attack. At that time, he could become even more powerful. You'll know in the future. I heard that you annihilated the Hummer gang. Why didn't you go and claim the reward? I believe that the contribution points are all recorded in your identity token. Huang Yu asked curiously. With my current relationship with Qi Tianmei, isn't it obvious that I'm looking for trouble if I go and claim the reward? I might as well wait until I become a commander and find a way to reward myself. Ling Xiao smiled. Are you confident? Huang Yu asked. I can only say that I'll do my best. Before the battle ends, it's not reliable to say that I'll definitely win. Ling Xiao replied. Yeah, just do your best. I heard that it's not just Qi Heng. This time, my sister also found an expert. He's said to be the #1 person under the 9th level of the divine physique echelon. You must be careful. Huang Yu reminded. Understood. Ling Xiao smiled. He could also predict this. Huang Shui wasn't a fool. She should have realized it already. He had to get rid of him during the selection of commanders. However, would it be so easy to eliminate him? His cultivation had increased, and he had the heaven-covering blood palm, soul sword technique, and 9 dragons divine art. Why would he be afraid? Oh right, Your Highness, have you heard of the 9 dragons divine art? Ling Xiao had no choice but to turn to any doctor in his desperation. After all, his influence in this golden martial nation was weak. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to find the 9 dragons divine art. He wanted to get it as soon as possible, so he could only ask Huang Yu for help. Never heard of it, but I'll help you ask around. Don't let your imagination run wild now. Focus on the commander selection. Huang Yu stood up and said, I'll be there to watch the battle tomorrow. I'll take my leave first. Watching Huang Yu leave, Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly turned cold. Qi Heng, Huang Shui, Qi Tianmei, Qi Yu, let's settle our scores tomorrow. The second day came quickly. All the martial artists of the 9th troop came out of the dragon cave. Because they had to be there to cheer for their platoon leader. On this day, other than Han Li, everyone else had finished absorbing the medicinal effects. Han Yuan's cultivation had stabilized at the late-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm. Xianxia's cultivation had reached the mid-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm. The other 10 martial artists had collectively reached the early-stage 8th level Divine Body Realm. Unfortunately, these 10 people had limited potential. After this time, their potential was basically squeezed dry. Unless they found some heaven and earth treasure to help with their cultivation. Otherwise, their cultivation would probably be stuck at this level for the time being. However, this cultivation could totally let them live a good life in the 12 cities in the outer circle. As long as they didn't step into the middle circle, their lives would still be good. Han Yuan and Xianxia still had potential, but they were not as good as Han Li. Han Li had only cultivated for a day and a night in the Dragon Cave, and her cultivation had already skyrocketed to the peak of the 7th level Divine Body Realm. It was like flying. This was the benefit of having a strong potential. In time, she would definitely be stronger than her brother, Han Yuan. She would also become a fierce general under Ling Xiao. However, today, they could only watch the show and cheer from below. On this day, Martial City was bustling with noise and excitement. However, there was an undercurrent in the bustle. The forces of the 12 cities in the outer circle were eyeing the position of the City Defense Army commander. Even the big shots from the 12 cities in the inner circle were paying close attention to the performance of the martial artists they sent. Although they didn't show up personally, they sent representatives. This made the City Defense Army commander selection in Martial City particularly lively. The competition was also particularly intense. Those who were as clear-minded as a mirror understood. This wasn't a simple selection of commanders. It was related to the relationship between the royal family and the other families. The Qi family was at the peak of their power. If they really rebelled, the royal family would suffer heavy losses even if they suppressed them. Now, both families were unwilling to fall out with each other. Therefore, they could only fight on this matter. There were also some rising families that hoped to stand out in this competition. For example, the Yang family. The Yang family had a peerless genius, Yang Qi, which caused the entire family's status to rise. This time, they naturally sent martial artists to compete. Therefore, although Ling Xiao seemed to be fighting for himself, he actually had the royal family's support behind him. Except for Huang Shui, the princess who always wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The others still hoped to see him win. Because if he won, it would mean that the royal family won. This could greatly increase the royal family's morale and make those rascals give up their rebellious thoughts. Let's go. For the commander selection this time, Feng Hua, Han Yuan, Xianxia, the 3 of you should come along. Help me eliminate as many people as possible. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he would be exhausted eventually. Therefore, it was necessary to have helpers. Understood. The 3 of them nodded. Then, everyone headed toward the large drill ground. The previous corporal selection was held in the large drill ground. This time, it was the same for the commander selection. However, in terms of influence and scale, this time, it was much larger. On the large drill ground, the 10 arenas had been renovated. They could withstand more powerful attacks. At this moment, the large drill ground was packed with people. Other than the martial artists from Martial City, the martial artists from the other cities in the outer circle were also there to watch the fun. The chaotic atmosphere only served to accentuate the importance of today's selection. When Ling Xiao led the martial artists of the 9th platoon to the large drill ground, it quickly attracted the attention of the crowd and the sounds of discussion. There were both positive and negative comments. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about this. The discussions before the selection were too subjective and arbitrary. The comments after the match were more realistic. Ling Xiao looked up at the stage. The city governor of Martial City and a few deputy commanders were sitting there. However, there was an empty seat. That was the position of Martial City's commander, who was absolutely qualified to sit on the same level as the Martial City's city lord. This position had been vacant for a long time. It was rumored that the previous commander had been killed. Ling Xiao guessed that it was most likely Qi Tianmei's doing. She wanted to pave the way for Qi Heng, but she didn't expect Huang Shui to interfere and organize a commander selection assembly. He guessed that Qi Tianmei must be very angry. Unfortunately, he couldn't get angry yet. Qi family was very powerful now, but compared to the royal family, they were still lacking. Hence, if they started a rebellion without sufficient preparation, even if they could inflict heavy damage to the royal family, their Qi family would still be annihilated. That would only benefit other families. They wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Princess Huang Shui and Princess Huang Yu have arrived. Along with the loud and clear voice, Huang Shui and Huang Yu appeared at the same time. Today, the two of them were quite ostentatious. It also showed how much importance the royal family placed on this selection. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Her eyes revealed a trace of coldness. She had played both overt and underhanded, but she still couldn't win against Ling Xiao. This made Huang Shui very angry. Sister, you must be hoping that Ling Xiao wins today, right? Huang Yu suddenly said with a smile. Don't be complacent. Ling Xiao won't have a good time in today's selection. Huang Shui glanced at Huang Yu and snorted coldly. Then we will wait and see. Huang Yu smiled. He believed that today's selection would be fair because there were not only people from Qi family among the judges, but also people from the royal family. Qi Tianmei wouldn't mess around. Your Highness, can we start now? Qi Tianmei stood up and bowed to the two princesses. Then, she asked. The two of them nodded at the same time. Immediately, the drums and music on the military field sounded. It was an extremely lively scene. The music stopped. Qi Tianmei said loudly, Martial City's commander selection battle begins now. Along with her voice, the entire field became quiet. Selection battle atmosphere, Team A and Team B, the top 5 will be decided. After that, the top 5 from Team A and Team B will fight. Defeat the 5 from the other team and you will be declared the winner. The 5 people who win will become the deputy commander of the city defense army. If you are not satisfied, you can use cultivation resources to replace the reward. In the end, the champion among the 5 people will be the commander candidate. The teams were randomly assigned. However, no one knew whether it was intentional or not. Anyway, the 4 contestants of the 9th team were all in Team A. The martial artists sent by the City Lord Mansion and Huang Shui were in Team B. The rest of the contestants were evenly split between the 2 teams. This made the people in Team A dissatisfied. Because Qi Heng, Huang Taiwun, and Yang Xiao, the 3 most likely to become the commander, were in Team B. They thought that Team A would lose for sure. If Team A lost, they wouldn't have the qualifications to become the commander or deputy commander. That would be too unlucky. However, Ling Xiao was very happy. He was very clear about the strength of the 3 people under him. Putting aside Han Yuan and Chen Qi, Yu Fenghua wasn't weaker than him. As for the rest of Team A, none of them were a match for the 4 of them. This was obviously intentional. The following battle also proved Ling Xiao's guess. In the end, the 5 people in Team A remained. Just the 9th team took up 4 people. The other person was only a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist. Obviously, the so-called balanced distribution was just a cover. If the 4 people in the 9th team were removed, Team A's overall strength was much weaker than Team B. Those left in Team B were all tough. All 5 of them had reached the peak of the 8th level divine physique echelon. Qi Heng, Huang Taiwun, Yang Xiao, Huang Ling, and Gu Qiao, they were extremely powerful. Haha, Team A is going to lose for sure. Huang Shui laughed. Huang Yu also frowned. In her opinion, Ling Xiao probably had to go all out to defeat Qi Heng. None of the remaining 4 people were easy to deal with. It was really possible that Team A was going to lose for sure, like what Huang Shui said. Both teams, please come on stage. The center of the largest arena was where the battle was going to take place. There were also seats on the 4 sides for the contestants. Therefore, before the battle, both teams could go on stage and greet each other. Well, it was originally a greeting, but when both teams went on stage, the greeting changed. Ling Xiao, do you still remember what happened in the Dragon Cave? I, Qi Heng, am a very vengeful person. Don't even think about the commander's position. Just take care of your own life. Qi Heng said sinisterly. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly when he heard that. Thank you for your reminder, Deputy Commander Qi Heng. However, I can defeat you in the Dragon Cave. I can still defeat you today. Moreover, you will lose even more miserably, loser. Qi Heng's mouth twitched. Losing to Ling Xiao in the Dragon Cave was probably the most humiliating thing for him in recent years. Not only did he lose his position as the chief deputy commander because of that. More importantly, his status in the hearts of the martial artists in the city defense army plummeted. After all, it was because of his bet with Ling Xiao that those people lost the opportunity to cultivate in the Dragon Cave. You're Ling Xiao? You're really arrogant. I heard that you don't even care about the imperial family. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The one who suddenly spoke was Huang Taewun. As a declining noble of the imperial family, he had never forgotten his bloodline. He wanted to use this opportunity to let his family step into the golden domain again. And Ling Xiao was his best stepping stone. You want to use me as a stepping stone to complete the revival of your family? Don't be too naive. Before the results are out, anything you say is meaningless. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Huang Yu had already told him about Huang Taewun's identity. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they dared to block his path, he would kick them away. Moreover, there was still some enmity between him and Huang Taifeng. Last time in the giant dragon city, Huang Taifeng suddenly attacked him. Although it didn't cause too much damage. Since then, there had been a grudge between the two of them. You're just a lowly commoner. You really think you're something, Yang Xiu sneered. Yang Xiu smiled coldly and said, look at you few repulsive melons and dates. Better surrender early. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Yang Qi has the right to talk to me like that. Who do you think you are? You're much older than Yang Qi, but your cultivation is thousands of miles away. You want to talk about your background and status? In the arena, your family background is useless. Ling Xiao mocked, or rather, the higher your status, the more humiliating it will be if you lose. You'll become a burden instead. What a sharp tongue. You'd better not go against me, or I'll definitely destroy you. Yang Xiu said fiercely. Then you have to be careful. I don't like killing people, but if someone wants to kill me, I don't mind being ruthless. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. Facing such a powerful opponent made him extremely excited. Only such a battle would be interesting. If the enemy was too weak, it would be too boring. The battle had yet to begin, but Team A and Team B were already at daggers drawn, sparks flying everywhere. This was equivalent to the 9th Squad fighting against the rest of the Alliance army. It really made people look forward to it. That Huang Ling and Gu Qiu are also outstanding figures chosen by the other 12 cities. His strength was probably not inferior to Yang Xiu's. Even Qi Yu isn't qualified to enter the list of 5. Han Yuan said to Ling Xiao. Han Yuan, Chen Qi, the two of you remember, don't force yourself if you can't win. Just choose to surrender. Feng Hua and I will deal with it. Ling Xiao couldn't be too harsh on Han Yuan and Chen Qi. After all, the two of them had improved in a short period of time. Even so, their cultivation wasn't as good as the other party. This time, the competition had a specific task, which was to weaken the opponent. It wasn't to defeat the opponent, but also to gain experience. Yes, Corporal. The two of them nodded and said. All right, both sides can start the challenge. If you win, you can continue to fight. If you lose, you'll be eliminated. It doesn't matter which side challenges. Qi Tianmei said coldly. At this moment, she almost laughed out loud. This situation was really too advantageous for Team B. Whether they could kill Ling Xiao or not, Ling Xiao would definitely not get the position of Marshall City's City Defense Army commander. Instead, she was somewhat worried about Huang Taewun. This guy might be Qi Heng's strongest competitor. Corporal, I'll throw a brick to attract the jade. Chen Qi stood up and said. He knew that he couldn't win against either of them, but he could use the battle to let Ling Xiao observe the other party's performance. Alright, remember what I said just now, don't be reckless. Ling Xiao reminded him. Got it. Chen Qi walked to the middle of the arena and said to Team B, Team A, Chen Qi challenges. A piece of trash, I'll deal with it. Gu Qiu stood up and instantly went to the center of the arena. Gu Qiu and Huang Ling didn't seem to be here for the position of City Defense Army commander. It seemed more like they were paid to do it for others. They actually volunteered to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia cupped his hands at Gu Qiu. Gu Qiu looked disdainful and didn't even look at him. At this moment, the referee finally announced the start of the battle. The two of them attacked almost at the same time. Xianxia didn't hold back and went all out. At the same time, he released his martial soul and used 100% of his strength. He knew that he had no hope of winning, so he didn't plan to consider the next battle. Gu Qiu was different. Gu Qiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength. Obviously, he looked down on Xianxia. He also planned to save his strength to deal with the next battle. He was a peak 8th level Divine Body Realm expert. Wouldn't it be a joke if he went all out against a peak 6th level Divine Body Realm martial artist? This person didn't know Xianxia's current true cultivation level. Ling Xiao had recently studied another Saint Rune called the Qi Restraining Saint Rune. This Saint Rune had no other uses. It could only allow the martial artist to restrain his aura so that the opponent couldn't see his strength. As long as he didn't expose his strength. Even a Divine Soul Realm martial artist couldn't see through it. Bam! Bam bam, the two of them exchanged blows several times in an instant. The two figures separated and merged, causing the surrounding air to explode. Under countless shocked gazes, Xianxia, who was thought to be a piece of trash, became a strong dark horse. Originally, many people thought that he could enter the top 5 in Team A because most of the martial artists in Team A were trash. It wasn't that Xianxia was strong. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Xianxia must be very powerful to be able to gain the upper hand in the battle with Gu Qiu. Although Gu Qiu didn't release his martial soul and only used 50% of his strength, it was impossible to suppress him without a cultivation level of the 8th level Divine Body Realm. What happened to this guy? 5 days ago, he was only a low-level soldier at the peak 6th level Divine Body Realm. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? The people who were the most shocked were Qi Heng, Qi Yu, and the rest of the Martial City's City Defense Force. This was because they were familiar with Xianxia. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Xianxia didn't just cultivate during this period of time. He also fought with Long Chen non-stop. With a strong opponent like Long Chen, facing Gu Qiu was really nothing. If Gu Qiu continued to underestimate his opponent, he might really be defeated by Xianxia. Boom, at a certain moment, the two of them separated. Xianxia took 2 steps back, but Gu Qiu kept retreating and almost went out of the center circle. Not only that, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by Xianxia. Gu Qiu, you look down on me, so you're unwilling to go all out. However, if this goes on, you'll be the one who loses. Xianxia said calmly. During the battle, he became more confident. Humph, what a joke. Do I need to go all out against a piece of trash like you? Since 50% isn't enough, 70% is. It's enough. Gu Qiu was really arrogant. He was unwilling to release his martial soul and go all out. Xianxia shook his head calmly. The battle continued. Boom, the battle between Xianxia and Gu Qiu reached its climax again. He thought that Gu Qiu could defeat Xianxia after increasing his power to 70%. However, the reality was different. Gu Qiu was still suppressed by Xianxia. His expression became worse. Bastard, how did this happen? Looks like I can only go all out. Otherwise, I'll become a joke. Gu Qiu faced Xianxia's fierce attacks. He had no choice but to release his martial soul and increase his power to 100% at the same time, attacking with all his might. One had to admit that there was a huge gap between their strength. Once Gu Qiu attacked with all his strength, Xianxia was no match for him at all. He was obviously suppressed. Haha, it's about time. Xianxia had drawn out all of Gu Qiu's strength and completed his mission. He was ready to leave after he succeeded. I admit defeat. He suddenly retreated and left the center circle. Although he lost the battle, he was not injured at all. On the other hand, Gu Qiu was injured by him. Although it was not serious, it was a great humiliation. Coward! Gu Qiu roared. Haha, you said that you could defeat me with 70% of your power, but you still went all out in the end. How dare you call me a coward when you talk like a fart? I know my ability. I won't be such a fool. Xianxia smiled. Gu Qiu's face turned red. He had indeed slapped himself in the face. Now that he thought about it, it was really embarrassing. What's your cultivation level? Gu Qiu could not help but ask. Xianxia smiled and released the aura of his cultivation base. Middle stage divine body 8th level. How did this happen? Many martial artists from the Martial City's City Defense Army stood up abruptly, especially those from the 9th Troop. Although Xianxia's aptitude was slightly better than theirs, the difference was not big. They were still at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique realm, but the other party was already at the middle of the 8th level of the Divine Physique realm. What exactly happened in these short 5 days? Ling Xiao, you actually used the treasure you got from the Hummer gang on this piece of trash. I'm not done with you. Qi Tianmei's plan was to take back the things that Ling Xiao had taken away after she obtained the position of commander. However, she never thought that Ling Xiao would actually dare to use their Qi family's medicinal pills without permission. He was really angry and unhappy. My turn. Seeing that Xianxia was in the limelight, Han Yuan also wanted to show his face, so he stood up and said. Do as I say. Ling Xiao looked at him and said. Understood. Han Yuan nodded and walked to the center circle. Team A, Han Yuan issues a challenge. At this moment, Gu Qiu was still standing on the stage, unwilling to step down. However, according to the rules, after a battle, there was a period of rest and recovery time. This guy was angered by Xianxia, so he wanted to get back at Han Wen. However, Qi Hing did not seem to want to give him the chance. Gu Qiu, don't be rash. Come back and heal. Let Huang Ling go. Gu Qiu wanted to refute, but when he remembered that he had taken their money, he had no choice but to return to his seat and swallow a healing pill to recover. Huang Ling stood up and looked at Gu Qiu. He said sarcastically, even a piece of trash can hurt you. You've really made us proud. Why don't you go up again? I'll help you get rid of all your opponents. You'd better take care of yourself. These people are not easy to deal with. Gu Qiu said coldly. Just wait and see. I only need one move to make Han Yuan step down. He's just a vice captain. Huang Ling did not care about Gu Qiu's warning and walked to the center circle of the stage. After the referee announced the start of the battle, Han Yuan did the same thing as Xianxia, fighting with all his strength. Huang Ling chose to do the same thing as Gu Qiu. It was as if to prove that Gu Qiu could not win with 50% of his strength, but he could. Idiot. Gu Qiu gritted his teeth. Don't blame me for not warning you if you're unlucky. At this moment, the battle had already begun. Han Yuan was much stronger than Xianxia. Be it cultivation or sword technique, he was much stronger. Huang Ling, this idiot, actually dared to underestimate his opponent. In the end, the moment the two came into contact, Han Yuan chopped off one of Huang Ling's arms. Blood splattered everywhere. Huang Ling hugged his arm and held in pain. Despair could be seen in his frightened eyes. At this moment, he had already lost an arm. Even if he fought with all his strength, it was impossible for him to win against Han Yuan. This was really an accident. It was an accident that Ling Xiao did not expect. He really did not know that the other party was actually so stupid. Han Yuan did not show mercy when he gained the upper hand. His sword technique swallowed and attacked Huang Ling crazily. Only then did Huang Ling hurriedly release his martial soul to increase his strength. However, it was already too late. Although Han Yuan's sword technique was simple, it was ingenious. Moreover, it was incomparably ruthless. Huang Ling desperately blocked the attack and jumped out of the center circle in horror. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. He realized that if he did not admit defeat, he would definitely die. Han Yuan was stunned for a moment. He originally never thought that he would win. He just did his best to display his strength. In the end, his opponent inexplicably underestimated him and was defeated by him in one fell swoop. Idiot. I told you long ago not to underestimate the enemy. These people are not to be trifled with. Gu Qiu gnashed his teeth in anger. Huang Ling lost too shamefully this time. He clearly had the strength to absolutely defeat the other party, but in the end, because he underestimated the enemy, he had an arm broken and was even forced to admit defeat. Extremely wretched. The ninth team, what the hell happened? First it was Xianxia, then Han Yuan. These two guys' strength both skyrocketed in a short time. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have left. A martial artist who left the ninth team shook his head, regretting it endlessly. Although his aptitude was not as good as Han Yuan, it was much better than Xianxia. Under the same conditions, he thought that he was absolutely more outstanding. But the cruel reality now was that he was already left far behind by Xianxia. Get lost. Xianxia kicked away Huang Ling, who fell to the ground and immediately walked to the center circle. Staring at Han Yuan, he said, "The two of us fight. Han Yuan, come back and rest. Let this companion go up first and exchange a few moves with Brother Yang." Ling Xiao looked at the unfamiliar martial artist who ranked in the top 5 of Team A with them and said, "Me?" That person was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, no, no, I don't dare. Xianxia is a member of the Yang family. And his strength is very terrifying. I'm not his match. If you don't fight, then you're not qualified to stay in Team A, isn't that right, referee?" Ling Xiao looked at the referee and asked. "Indeed, if you lose without a fight, you're automatically disqualified." The referee nodded. There were many important people here today, so the referee did not dare to talk nonsense. Me. The martial artist's face turned ugly. He wanted the reward, but he was afraid of Xianxia. He was in a dilemma. Aren't you a mid-stage 8th level divine physique echelon martial artist? You don't even have the courage to fight with Xianxia? Ling Xiao asked curiously. What do you know? Do you know what the Yang family's martial soul is? Xianxia was blessed by the heavens and received a gift from the gods. He can bestow a low-grade deity martial soul to the other 12 people. This Xianxia received the earth god martial soul. This allows him to absorb the power of the earth, and his combat power is much stronger than his cultivation. The martial artist looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly, "Forget it, I can't explain it to an idiot like you. I don't want the reward. I forfeit." The martial artist turned around and walked down the stage. Haha, who else wants to accept my challenge? Xianxia stood there and looked at Tima proudly. Han Yuan was resting, so only Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua were left. This was a very unfavorable situation for Team A. Yu Fenghua was about to stand up, but Han Yuan stopped her. "Miss Yu, even if I fully recover, I won't be a match for Xianxia. So, there's no difference between fighting now and later. Look carefully and see what's up with Xianxia's earth god martial soul." After Han Yuan finished speaking, he walked to the middle of the stage. He knew that he wasn't a match for Xianxia. After his defeat in the Yellow Tomb, Xianxia wouldn't underestimate his opponent. That way, Han Yuan wouldn't have any chance of winning. So, his only goal was to make Xianxia release his earth god martial soul for Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua to see. "Don't you want to see my martial soul? Then take a look." Xianxia smiled in disdain, and a short old man appeared behind him. Although he was short and old, the power released by his martial soul was not to be underestimated. The earth god martial soul was much stronger than ordinary martial souls. There was no doubt about that. Boom, the moment Xianxia released his earth god martial soul, the earth seemed to have become one with him, and the power of the earth flowed into his body. This was similar to the earth guardian that Long Chen was proficient in. But there were some differences. The earth god martial spirit allowed Xianxia to absorb the power of the earth to strengthen his martial spirit. The earth guardian allowed Long Chen to borrow the power of the earth to do many things. One was to absorb, while the other was to borrow. If it was a battle, earth guardian would obviously be better. However, in terms of cultivation, the earth god martial spirit was obviously better for martial artists. Han 1, retreat. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned and shouted. The moment the earth god martial spirit was released, Ling Xiao felt a sense of uneasiness, so he shouted. Without any hesitation, Han Yuan fled towards the outside of the center circle. It was his absolute trust in Ling Xiao that helped him. However, his legs were pierced by spikes that suddenly emerged from the ground. If he hadn't run away, his heart or head would have been pierced. Xianxia was determined to kill Han Yuan. What a pity. Seeing that Han Yuan had escaped from the center circle, Xianxia felt somewhat helpless. If he continued to attack, it would be against the rules. With the imperial family's princess here, he didn't want to affect his own family by killing Han Yuan. "Thank you, Corporal," Han Yuan said, still in a state of shock. "Let's not talk about this for now. Swallow the healing pill." Ling Xiao looked coldly at Xianxia. This person was determined to kill Han Yuan. His heart was already filled with killing intent. "Feng Hua, after you go up, kill him," Ling Xiao said coldly. According to the plan, the next person to go up was Yu Fenghua. Ling Xiao believed that Yu Fenghua wouldn't have a problem defeating Gu Qiu and Yang Xiu. Therefore, this Yang Xiu could only be dealt with by Yu Fenghua. Understood. Yu Fenghua nodded. She was also very angry. During this period of training and sparring, Han Yuan had already become their friend. Yu Fenghua also liked that little girl. Hanli, someone wanted to kill that little girl's brother. She couldn't ignore it. Moreover, Yang Xiu was a ruthless person. If she wasn't ruthless, she would probably be killed too. Only Huang Ling from Team B has lost. The other 4 can be said to be fine. On the other hand, Team A only has Ling Xiao and his woman left. "Little sister Yu, do you still think Team A has a chance of winning?" Huang Shui looked at Huang Yu and said mockingly, "Even if Yu Fenghua and Ling Xiao went all out and defeated 2 of them, they must have exhausted a lot. It's impossible for them to recover completely. They're bound to lose." Huang Yu didn't say anything. She just stared at the arena. This was indeed a crisis. What was Ling Xiao going to do? At this moment, Qi Heng was also looking at Ling Xiao with a cold smile. He seemed very pleased with himself. Although Huang Ling's unexpected loss made him a little angry, they were back on track now. They didn't even have to use their final trump card and were about to win. This was simply too easy. No one was optimistic about Team A's chances. Well, it was just the 9th team. It wasn't some mysterious team. How powerful could they be? It wouldn't be strange if they lost. On the other hand, it would be strange if Team B lost. Looks like the position of commander is going to be born in Team B. Will it be Qi Heng, Huang Taiwun, or Yang Xiao? Many people had such thoughts. Under everyone's attention, Yu Fenghua stood up and walked to the center circle. At this moment, what people were paying attention to wasn't her strength, but her appearance. Well, Yu Fenghua's beautiful appearance was a little too dazzling. It made all the women there feel a trace of jealousy. However, some people were jealous and envious, while others were mad with jealousy. "Xiao. I'm going," Yu Fenghua said to Ling Xiao with a charming smile. This smile was bright and moving. It really captured the hearts of too many people. "Just do your best. Leave the rest to me." Ling Xiao's greatest concern wasn't whether Yu Fenghua could win, but Yu Fenghua's safety. "I understand." Yu Fenghua smiled. She naturally understood Ling Xiao's concern for her. However, at the very least, he had to clear 2 obstacles for Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be too tired. As she spoke, Yu Fenghua stepped into the center circle. Everyone looked at this valiant young lady, and they were all shocked by her beauty. However, they didn't care about her strength at all. "I really can't bear to part with such a delicate beauty. Gu Qiu, you should do it." Yang Xiu returned to his seat. "I don't care." Gu Qiu stepped into the center circle. No matter if it was a man or a woman, no matter if it was ugly or beautiful, they were all just opponents to him. He wanted to regain his lost dignity from this woman. "Let the duel begin." Following the referee's command, Gu Qiu completely unleashed his strength. At the same time he released his martial soul, he also pushed his cultivation to the extreme. Berserk divine essence exploded in his limbs and bones. This time, he didn't want to make the same mistake as before. He wanted to win beautifully. Unleashing his martial soul, Gu Qiu pounced on his opponent like a venomous snake. The cold dagger symbolized his cruelty and viciousness. The viper martial soul behind him, covered in colorful spots, made him look even more sinister. He hadn't had the chance to unleash his martial soul before. Although he'd won, he'd been humiliated. This time, his viper was going to bite the woman's throat. Yu Fenghua didn't move in the face of Gu Qiu's ferocious attack. She stood there calmly, not even releasing her martial soul. You dare underestimate me? You're courting death. Gu Qiu was furious. He'd underestimated his opponent and suffered grievous injuries. He'd even embarrassed himself. This time, it was his opponent's turn to underestimate him. She hadn't unleashed her martial soul, and he sensed that she'd only used 80% of her strength. This made him very unhappy. Therefore, he wanted to kill her. However, when he was 3 meters away from Yu Fenghua, his attack suddenly slowed. The air around him was extremely cold. Gu Qiu found his body stiffening. Oh no! He realized that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Something was wrong with this woman, and she was very strong, even though she'd only used 80% of her strength, it was enough to crush him. Yu Fenghua didn't pursue him. Gu Qiu retreated to his original spot unscathed. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. To an onlooker, this was extremely strange. Gu Qiu had launched a powerful attack, but he'd suddenly retreated after missing. What kind of trick was he playing? Activate, Berserk Saint Rune. Gu Qiu suddenly roared, and a blood-red Saint Rune appeared on his body. This made Ling Xiao frown slightly. Berserk Saint Runes? It seems that there are other cultivators in the Eternal Divine Domain who know how to use Saint Runes. But then again, the Divine Rune sect was so powerful that it must have nurtured many Saint Rune masters. The ancients couldn't have killed all of them. A complete Berserk Saint Rune could increase a cultivator's strength by 100%. Unlike the Barbaric Bull Saint Rune, it was an all-round improvement. The Barbaric Bull Saint Rune could only increase strength. This thing was much stronger than the Raging Bull Saint Rune. However, the opponent's Saint Inscription Master was only able to inscribe first-grade Saint Inscriptions. The Berserk Saint Inscription was a second-grade Saint Inscription, so he was unable to completely inscribe it. Only 1/3 of the engravings were completed. Currently, the power it could display was only a 30% increase in combat power. But this is already very terrifying. Ling Xiao knew very well that Gu Qiu was not the only one with the Berserk Saint Rune. Qi Hing should have it as well. This was because Huang Ling and Gu Qiu were obviously the helpers Qi Hing had found. The Berserk Saint Rune was also engraved by Qi Tianmei. However, he couldn't be sure that Yang Xiu and Huang Taiwun didn't. Therefore, they had to think of a way to deal with it. Originally, this kind of selection didn't allow the use of pills and talismans that could instantly increase one's battle strength. Ling Xiao thought that the Saint Rune art had also been banned. But now, it seems that there is no such thing. Since the other party had used it, why couldn't he? However, even if Gu Qiu used the incomplete Berserk Sacred Rune, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Fenghua. He wasn't worried. However, he had to think of a way for the next round. Saint Rune Encyclopedia. Ling Xiao summoned the Saint Rune Encyclopedia and searched for a way to counter the Berserk Sacred Rune. At this moment, Gu Qiu and Yu Fenghua in the middle of the circle were fighting again. After Gu Qiu used the Berserk Sacred Rune, his combat power had increased significantly. Yu Fenghua could no longer suppress him with 80% of his combat power. Hehe, you didn't expect this, did you? This is my true strength. Gu Qiu attacked fiercely, constantly attacking Yu Fenghua. Die, die, die. Die. The 2 daggers in his hands were like vipers that constantly blasted out, making Yu Fenghua unable to cope. It's a little difficult. Then, let's use 100% of my strength. Yu Fenghua took a deep breath, and his aura suddenly increased. Then, he took out the Moon God Bow and used his movement technique to increase the distance between them. He shot an arrow, the divine arrow condensed from the essence of the moon tore through the void and pierced Gu Qiu's body. The berserk power sent Gu Qiu flying. He flew directly from the arena to the ground. The tide of the battle had turned. Yu Fenghua was like a goddess of the moon, mesmerizing everyone. I didn't expect this beauty to be so powerful. Gu Qiu is actually not her match. Everyone was amazed. Gu Qiu was defeated too quickly. And this woman called Yu Fenghua didn't even release her martial soul. It was obvious how big the gap between the two of them was. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Yu Fenghua wanted to directly challenge Xianxia. However, Ling Xiao called her back. He then engraved a saint rune on Yufenghua's hand. This is called the Berserk Saint Rune. It can make a warrior's blood boil in an instant and increase his combat power. However, its effect is far from the Berserk Saint Rune. However, this Berserk Saint Rune can be used on others. If the opponent activates the Berserk Saint Rune, you can use this Berserk Saint Rune on him. These are two types of Saint Runes that cannot be stacked. Once they are stacked, the consequences will be unimaginable. As for what it is exactly, to be honest, I'm not sure either. Remember, it will only work if you aim the Saint Rune on your palm at the opponent's Berserk Saint Rune. Whether you can hit it or not will depend on your ability. Ling Xiao stared at Yufenghua. Yufenghua nodded and stepped back into the center circle with a smile. She didn't use much of her divine essence to deal with Gu Qiu. A healing pill that Ling Xiao had specially refined was enough to replenish her divine essence. Who else? Yufenghua stood in the center circle and looked at the three people from Team B. The original 4 against 2 had become 3 against 2. Team A had regained some of their advantage. The martial artists of the 9th squad cheered loudly. They seemed to be a little unique. There were tens of thousands of people in the audience, but the 9th team only had a dozen people. Their cheers resounded in all directions. Qi Tianmei's expression turned ugly. Unlike Huang Ling's unexpected defeat, Gu Qiu was easily defeated even after using the Berserk Saint Rune. They had neglected Yufenghua. Maybe this woman is even more terrifying than Ling Xiao. Huang Yu was a little happy. Earlier, Team A had been at a disadvantage. She had been mocked by Huang Shui, but she didn't dare to say anything. However, it was different now. Sister, the situation seems to be different. Huang Yu smiled. This is within my expectations. This woman can defeat Gu Qiu, but she can't defeat Yang Xiu. Huang Shui gritted her teeth. Yang Xiu had already walked into the center circle. Looking at Yufenghua indifferently, he said, although it would be a pity if such a beautiful flower were to be destroyed. However, since you're blocking my path, you deserve to die. Let the battle begin. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. Boom! Yang Xiu immediately released his earth god martial soul and erupted with all his strength. Even a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. Moreover, Yufenghua wasn't weak. Yang Xiu didn't dare to underestimate her since she could defeat Gu Qiu, who used the Berserk Saint Rune. At the place where Yufenghua stood, a pile of sharp spikes suddenly emerged. However, in that instant, Yufenghua's figure had already disappeared. Ling Zhao's performance was so dazzling that Yufenghua was neglected. However, Yufenghua, who had awakened the power of the Moon Lady, was not inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of talent and combat skills. However, she was willing to stay quietly by Ling Zhao's side. She would only unleash her terrifying combat power if someone dared to hurt Ling Xiao. Her speed was not inferior to Ling Zhao's. Have you ever seen how fast Moonlight is? Yang Xiu's speed was not enough to catch up to her. Not bad. Yang Xiu saw that his sneak attack had failed and pounced forward. In that instant, his earth god martial soul put on a layer of khaki armor for him. It was completely formed by the power of the earth. It improved both his defense and attack. Yang Xiu did not use weapons. He clenched his fists and smashed them down like boulders. Boom, the air was smashed and there was a loud sonic boom. Unfortunately, his powerful attack could not catch up to Yufenghua's speed. His attack did not touch Yufenghua. Yang Xiu's fist landed on the arena, creating a crater and several cracks. After all, this was a strengthened arena. For it to be smashed into such a state, it was sufficient to see how powerful Yang Xiu's attack was. Unfortunately, Yufenghua was faster. What kind of movement technique is this? She's like a fairy from the Moon Palace. I can't catch her at all. Qi Heng was also stunned when he saw this scene. Yang Xiu's attack was strong, but Yufenghua's movement technique surprised him. I must have this woman. Ling Xiao does not deserve her. After a few rounds, Yang Xiu was a little irritable. A terrifying and violent aura was released from his body. The Berserk Saint Rune was activated. This guy actually had the Berserk Sacred Rune. It seemed like Ling Zhao's worries were correct. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, Qi Tianmei actually did not hesitate to cooperate with Xianxia. He even gave him the Berserk Saint Rune. Activating the Berserk Saint Rune, Xianxia's speed soared. Yu Fanghua could no longer avoid it. However, just as everyone was worried about what Yu Fanghua would do next, Yu Fanghua suddenly launched an attack. Instead of running away, she rushed towards Xianxia. It's over. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If Xianxia did not use the Berserk Saint Rune, it would be fine. If he used the Berserk Saint Rune, it would be impossible for him to win. Good timing. When Xianxia saw Yu Fanghua charging at him, he clenched his fists together. The power of the earth gathered on his fists, and a terrifying fist force blasted out. Like a giant cannon, it blasted everything in front of it away. Moonlight barrier. Yu Fanghua did not dodge. More importantly, she could not dodge. Xiangshia's attack covered a large area. If she wanted to avoid it, she would miss the opportunity to attack. Hence, she chose to face it head-on. The bright moonlight instantly formed a sturdy protective wall. The violent fist force collided with it, but it was unable to destroy it. In the next moment, Yu Fanghua was nowhere to be seen. Xianxia was shocked. Berserk Saint Rune. At this moment, Yu Fanghua appeared beside Xianxia and imprinted the Berserk Saint Rune on the Berserk Saint Rune. Two Saint Runes stacked together. Yu Fanghua did not need to do anything. Xianxia was bleeding from all 7 orifices on the arena. He was seriously injured and unconscious. Although he did not die, it could be considered as revenge for Han Yuan. To be honest, Xianxia's situation was worse than death. At that moment, the entire arena was dead silent. She won again. Not only did she defeat Gu Qiu, but she also defeated Xianxia, one of the 3 giants of Team B. This Yu Fanghua was truly a bit too powerful, right? Qi Tianmei, Huang Shui, Qi Heng, and the others' expressions were very ugly. Huang Yu and the members of the 9th team breathed a sigh of relief. The originally huge disadvantage was gradually turned around. Sister, I've said it before. Don't be complacent until the end. Huang Yu looked at Huang Shui and smiled. I'll return this to you. In Team B, the strongest are Huang Taewun and Qi Heng. That Xianxia is still weak. It was impossible for Yu Fanghua to be a match for those 2. In order to let Ling Xiao conserve his energy, Yu Fanghua will definitely fight continuously. No matter how strong she is, she can't defeat the remaining 2. Huang Shui said coldly. Huang Yu did not say anything. Huang Shui's words made sense. It was the truth. It seems like I can't use the Berserk Saint Rune. Qi Heng frowned. But fortunately, I still have other trump cards. He was not stupid. From Xiangshia's failure, he could see that the originally powerful Berserk Saint Rune had become a weakness. In fact, this was not the Berserk Saint Rune's weakness. If it was a complete Berserk Saint Rune, there was no need to worry. But the incomplete Berserk Saint Rune was not good. I've said it before. You guys are unorthodox. If you're afraid, leave the remaining 2 to me. Huang Taewun looked at Qi Heng in disdain. Then, he said to Yu Fanghua, go and rest. I don't want to take advantage of you. Finally, that Ling Xiao is not qualified to fight with me. I'll leave him to Qi Heng later. Huang Taewun wanted to fight with you Fanghua because he saw how strong Yu Fanghua was. Fanghua, come back and rest. Leave the next 2 battles to me. Ling Xiao said with concern. Xiao, I'll be fine after resting for a while. I'll leave that Qi Heng to you. But I want to try and see if I can defeat Huang Taewun. Yu Fanghua said. Huang Taewun is a member of the royal family after all. The martial skills and cultivation techniques he cultivates are probably 2nd level Saint class. And the quality is probably better than yours. Plus, he has cultivated for a long time, so his proficiency is much higher than yours. If you have 1 more month, you can defeat him. But today, it's a little difficult. Ling Xiao said seriously. It's okay. It's just a challenge. If I can't win, I can force him to use his trump card. At that time it'll be easy for you to deal with him. Yu Fanghua smiled. I can't persuade you. If you want to go, I'll agree. But remember, if you feel that it's not enough, withdraw. Even if those two join forces, they are not my match. So, you don't have to worry about me. Ling Xiao said confidently. Of course, this was more because he didn't want Yu Fanghua to risk her life. In fact, if he really faced both Qi Heng and Huang Taewun at the same time, he would be in a lot of trouble. While they were talking, the 5-minute break had passed. Yu Fanghua walked back to the center circle. First of all, I won't go easy on you just because you just fought. Huang Taewun released his martial soul as he spoke. That was the most famous Golden God martial soul in the Golden Martial Nation. Although everyone's Golden God martial soul would be different due to their battle characteristics, there was one common characteristic. However, they all shared a common characteristic, and that was that they were humanoid, golden in color, and had a high-level deity position. Although Huang Taewun is not as strong as Huang Taifeng, he has been stuck at the peak of the 8th level divine physique realm for a long time. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is invincible below the 9th level divine physique realm. Ling Xiao analyzed Huang Taewun carefully. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Taewun and analyzed carefully. Yu Fanghua wanted to fight Huang Taewun to give him a chance to analyze. He naturally couldn't let Yu Fanghua down. Of course it's best if I go all out. Otherwise, if I win, others will say that I relied on luck. Yu Fanghua didn't dare to be negligent and released her martial soul for the first time. A bright moon hung high in the sky. It was clearly daytime, but the surrounding scenery had a strange change. It was like night. This is the most special celestial martial soul among the nature-type martial souls. It's not inferior to the god martial soul at all. Discussions could be heard from below the stage. A high-grade god martial soul versus a celestial martial soul. This was a very interesting thing. You are indeed very strong, but I will definitely win this battle. Huang Taewun's eyes released a strong fighting spirit. His battle strength was at its peak. Yu Fenghua's strength made him extremely excited. The battle begins. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. In that instant, Huang Taewun launched an attack. He suddenly punched out from a distance. The golden fist tore through the void and instantly arrived in front of Yu Fenghua. Golden fist. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Indeed, he did not intend to show any mercy. However, his first attack still had a hint of probing. Because his opponent was very strong, he didn't dare to rashly attack with all his strength. Otherwise, if his attack failed, he would be in trouble. But the golden fist was definitely strong. Because it was a rank 1 sacred class martial skill. Ling Xiao had said before that although Huang Taiyun was from a declining royal family, he was still a member of the royal family. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Some powerful martial skills and divine abilities were nothing. Yu Fenghua saw that this guy's attack was powerful and immediately took out the moon god Bao. The essence of the moon condensed into a divine arrow and shot it out. The divine arrow and the golden fist collided in the air. There was a loud explosion. They were actually evenly matched. However, Huang Taewun was not someone Yang Xiao could compare to. Before the golden fist was broken, he had already prepared for a second attack. When the two attacks dissipated, he was already in front of Yu Fenghua. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel sneer. When I kill people, I don't care if they're men or women. Don't blame me if you die. A pair of metal gloves suddenly appeared on his hands. This glove was obviously a treasure. Furthermore, there were 3 divine dragon patterns on it. Golden dragon claw. Its sharp claws reached for Yu Fenghua's head. This attack had already reached the level of a second-level Saint class martial skill. Yu Fenghua had no choice but to deal with it. Her reaction was very fast. Furthermore, there was no sign of nervousness on his face. Forming a seal with his right hand, Xianxia thrust his palm forward. This was Yu Fenghua's second-level Saint class martial skill. The ice-cold handprint collided with the golden dragon claw. First, domain name, please remember 3, boom, there was another loud explosion. The shattered blue stone on the arena turned into dust. Debris flew everywhere. The two of them retreated more than 10 steps at the same time. However, it was obvious that Huang Taewun had the upper hand. Although they were both second-level Saint class martial skills, Huang Taewun's golden dragon claw had been cultivated for many years. It was much more mature than Yu Fenghua's seal of the cold moon. There was not much difference in their overall strength. Yu Fenghua was naturally at a disadvantage. I didn't expect you to know a second-level Saint-class martial skill. However, you don't seem to be familiar with it. How long can you block such a fierce attack? Huang Taewun sneered and launched a series of attacks. Yu Fenghua had no choice but to activate the Light Body Saint inscription and the Barbaric Bull Saint inscription. Only then could she barely block it. She didn't use the Golden Light Saint inscription because it consumed too much God essence. She didn't have as much God essence as Ling Xiao did. For a moment, Huang Taewun attacked fiercely while Yu Fenghua kept retreating. It was obvious that she was at a great disadvantage. At that moment, Yu Fenghua's eyes flashed with a cold light. She was going to use the Fever Saint inscription on herself. Fenghua, enough. Ling Xiao believed that Yu Fenghua could win if she went all out. She could definitely do it with the Fever Saint inscription. However, the Fever Saint inscription had a huge flaw. After using it once, the user would completely collapse. The user would suffer for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Ling Xiao didn't want his woman to suffer so much pain. The key was that there was no need. Yu Fenghua heard the unquestionable tone in Ling Xiao's voice. Although she was a girl with her own opinions. 33 people started. However, she also knew that Ling Xiao could be very unreasonable at times, especially when it came to protecting his woman. She didn't want Ling Xiao to be sad and angry for her. Therefore, she chose to retreat. She jumped out of the center circle. Even if Huang Taiyun wanted to hurt her, it would be impossible for him to do so. Good obedient child. Ling Xiao patted Yu Fenghua's head and said, "You've already done well enough. This isn't a situation where you have to risk your life. Go back and rest. Let me do the rest." Yu Fenghua nodded with a red face and sat there obediently. Seeing this, Qi Heng was so jealous that he wanted to vomit blood. That woman who was as cold as ice towards him was obedient like a pet beside Ling Xiao. He really couldn't stand it. "Ling Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Qi Heng roared in his heart and stepped into the center circle at the same time. He couldn't wait any longer. Team A is finished. That was what many people thought. The strongest member of Team A, Yu Fenghua, has already lost. It's impossible now. That Ling Xiao hasn't made his move yet. Who knows, he might be very strong. Do you believe it? A piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Do you think he can turn the situation around? This seems like it's really impossible. No one thought highly of Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao didn't hide his cultivation at all. A peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon stood there like a joke. These people underestimated the corporal. They'll be slapped in the face later. Chen Qi sneered. That's right. Only those who have fought with the corporal will understand that they'll be at a disadvantage if they only look at cultivation. Han Yuan nodded and said. He didn't admire anyone, but Ling Xiao was definitely one of them. Previously, he also looked down on Ling Xiao. However, after this period of contact, he understood how powerful and great Ling Xiao was. Qi Heng, quickly finish off that piece of trash. Let's have a good fight. Although you're not as good as me, you're probably the strongest among these people. I can't give up the position of commander to you. Huang Taewun sat there with a hint of disdain. Not as good as you? Qi Heng looked at Huang Taewun indifferently and said, "You think too highly of yourself. Even when I was at the late stage of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, I only lost to you by half a move. Now that I've broken through to the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, do you still deserve to fight with me? Get lost, you don't have a chance to fight here." At the same time, Huang Taewun suddenly spat out blood and fainted with a dull expression. He was unconscious. What's going on? Is there an internal conflict in Team A? A lot of people were stunned. That's not the main point. The main point is that Qi Heng actually knocked Huang Taewun out with a roar. How powerful is he? Everyone present acted as if it was their first time meeting Qi Heng. Qi Heng's roar that stunned Huang Taewun caused quite a commotion. I didn't expect him to be so weak, Qi Heng said nonchalantly when he was questioned by the judge. He did not make a move, so it was not against the rules. Moreover, he had the support of the Qi family, so nobody dared to criticize him. In the end, this small commotion ended with the people's shock. Qi Heng stepped into the center circle and glared at Ling Xiao fiercely. All right, there's no one to disturb us now. Just accept your death obediently. I'll avenge the dragon lair today. I'm afraid that not only will I fail, but I'll also lose my life. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He knew that Qi Heng had become much stronger, but it was not like he did nothing these days. I didn't expect it to become a civil war in Martial City in the end. However, this Ling Xiao is only here to accompany the crown prince, right? He can't be compared to Qi Heng at all. I think so too. Huang Taewun was stunned and lost his chance to compete for the position of commander. It seems like the position of Martial City's city defense commander that has been vacant for a long time will be Qi Heng's. When Ling Xiao and Qi Heng stepped into the center circle, the audience burst into an earth-shattering discussion. Nobody was optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. After all, Ling Xiao was still too weak in terms of strength on the surface. It was impossible for him to compete with Qi Heng. In the entire Martial City, Qi Heng was a powerhouse second only to Qi Tianmei. On the spectator stand, Huang Yu and Huang Shui seemed a little nervous as they stared at the arena with burning eyes. The battle between Ling Xiao and Qi Heng would completely change the situation in Martial City. It would even affect the entire outer circle. It would affect the competition between the Qi family and the imperial family. Sister, you must be feeling conflicted right now. I didn't expect our imperial family to rely on an outsider to keep up appearances. That Huang Taewun you found is too weak. Huang Yu glanced at Huang Shui and said. Huang Shui was indeed very conflicted. On one hand, she hoped that Ling Xiao would die. On the other hand, she didn't want Qi Heng to win. However, Huang Taewun, whom she had high hopes for, was stunned by Qi Heng's roar, which made her very passive. Humph, it's not about who I support now. Do you really think that Ling Xiao can defeat Qi Heng? Huang Shui coldly snorted. Perhaps I didn't have much confidence in him before, but at this point, I believe in him. Huang Yu said. Foolish trust. Huang Shui cursed and stopped talking. At this moment, the arena could be said to be the focus of attention. Qi Heng stood with his hands behind his back, looking mighty and domineering. His brocade robe made him look even more majestic. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled into a smile. You're really stubborn. Even Huang Taewun couldn't withstand my attack. Do you think you can? Ling Xiao gave him too many surprises, especially the incident in the dragon cave, which even made him feel humiliated. However, Qi Heng still believed that if they were to fight, he would definitely win. Moreover, his cultivation had broken through and reached the peak of the 8th level divine body realm. Under Qi Tianmei's guidance, he also cultivated an even more powerful martial technique secret method. There was no way he wouldn't win. Whether I think it's not important. What's important is that since we're already standing on the arena, let's fight it out. There's no point in talking anymore. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Fight it out. Fight it out. I'll make you completely convinced today, then die. Qi Heng suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, but he didn't release his martial soul. Perhaps in Qi Heng's opinion, he didn't need to go all out to deal with a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level divine body realm. Although a lion would use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. However, Ling Xiao wasn't even a rabbit in front of him. He was only an ant. It's not that easy to kill me. Ling Xiao also entered the beast god's body state at the same time and activated the sun god's blood formation. He entered the 2nd level of the bloody rat demon. He activated the sky tyrant's possession. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless when fighting against someone like Qi Heng. He was ready to go all out from the start. In the arena, the auras of both parties kept colliding. There were sparks flying in the air. Energy overflowed. Let the battle begin. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the battle. Boom, Qi Heng immediately launched an attack. He couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao. He had been accumulating energy before, And it was only when the referee's voice sounded that he completely unleashed his accumulated energy. At that moment, the entire arena became nervous. Everyone stared at Qi Heng's figure that was like the wind. He was as fast as the wind and as powerful as lightning. Rumble. In the midst of the attack, there were continuous sonic booms in the air. The powerful energy tore the air apart. A saber suddenly appeared in Qi Heng's hand. It was an extremely sharp saber, an emperor artifact with 3 divine dragon patterns. He slashed out a crazy saber light, aiming at Ling Xiao's head. The saber light seemed to have turned into an afterimage at that moment. It was extremely fast. Facing this crazy saber attack, Ling Xiao didn't retreat or dodge. Because Qi Heng's current strength wasn't enough for him to dodge. The Void God sword suddenly rose. Clang, the sword and saber collided violently. They were entangled. Qi Heng couldn't help but frown. He thought that he could easily take down his opponent, but it turned out that the opponent was much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Without thinking, he clenched his left hand into a fist and smashed it at Ling Xiao's head. This guy's 2 attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao's head. Clearly, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered and raised his left hand at the same time. However, the difference was that Qi Heng used a normal attack, while Ling Xiao used the Demon Ox Fist. Boom, the 2 of them collided again. This time, Qi Heng was obviously at a disadvantage. He was forced to retreat more than 10 steps, and even blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Smoke and dust flew up from the arena. Spiderweb-like cracks kept spreading. What? Seeing this scene, the audience was dumbfounded. Huang Shui was even more dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao was only relying on the divine inscription art. But now, Ling Xiao clearly didn't use the divine inscription art, but he was able to suppress Qi Heng. What's going on with this guy? Those martial artists who thought that Ling Xiao would definitely lose were a little dazed at this time. The direction of this battle was completely different from what they had imagined. Again, Qi Heng was at a disadvantage, and a violent emotion rose in his chest. He pounced forward crazily. Bang! Bang! In the next moment, Ling Xiao and Qi Heng attacked each other crazily. They fought from the arena to the air. They fought from the air back to the ground. The figures of the 2 would only appear at the moment of contact. Due to the fast speed of the battle, most martial artists couldn't see them clearly at all. In just more than 10 seconds, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. This made the shocked audience even more dumbfounded. Finally, at a certain moment, bang! Qi Heng's figure flew out again and fell on the arena. He was forced back again, and this time, he was in a worse state than before. Countless people in the drill ground were in an uproar. If the previous one could be said to be a coincidence, then after dozens of blows, not only was Ling Xiao not at a disadvantage, but he was also able to force Qi Heng back again. This couldn't be a coincidence. Originally, these people thought that Ling Xiao would be defeated as soon as the battle began. They thought that he wouldn't even be able to block a single move from Qi Heng. But now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Not only did Ling Xiao not lose, but he even managed to force Qi Heng back and injure him. Release your martial soul. Otherwise, you're no match for me. Ling Xiao stood there and said calmly. He knew that the Qi family's martial soul was also a god martial soul. It was called the Hound God. The Hound God martial soul was actually a type of beast god martial soul, but it was different from the Hound God of the primeval god position. There was no comparison. It could be said that the Hound God of the primeval god position was the ancestor of the Qi family's Hound God. Qi Heng looked at Ling Xiao with a gloomy face. He was very unhappy. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't as weak as he looked. But he still thought that he could easily defeat him. But after the real fight, he realized that something was wrong. Ling Xiao was much more terrifying than he thought. Even without using the Saint Runes, he could still suppress him without releasing his martial soul. Alright, I'll fulfill your wish, Hound God martial soul, release. Following Qi Heng's roar, a terrifying energy surged from behind him. At the same time, a shadow with a dog's head and a human's body appeared behind him. A terrifying aura erupted. It pressed down on Ling Xiao. You didn't defeat me before I released my martial soul. This is your stupidest mistake. Now, you're going to die. Qi Heng sneered and charged at Ling Xiao again. With the enhancement of his martial soul, Qi Heng's speed was more than 10 times faster than before. In an instant, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Light body Saint Rune, holy ground demonic shadow. Ling Xiao didn't meet force with force. He chose to avoid the attack. Can you escape, Hound God Wind? Coupled with the Hound God martial soul's movement technique, Qi Heng speed soared again. Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. Mad Dog Thunderstorm Blade. Qi Heng didn't show any mercy this time. A second-level Saint class martial skill was unleashed. At that moment, thunder rumbled in the air. Before the saber Qi approached, Ling Xiao could already feel the pain of being cut. Even smoother cuts appeared on the bluestone slabs on the ground. Saint Barbaric Bull Rune, God-defying art, cross-form, combine. Ling Xiao raised the Void God sword to meet the attack. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it head-on. Although the God-reversing art was not as good as Qi Heng's martial technique, it was still very powerful. However, Ling Xiao's Void God sword was sharper than his opponent's battle blade and had improved significantly. With the help of the Saint Barbaric Bull Rune, he was confident that he wouldn't lose. Clang, the saber and the sword clashed again. The power spread out beneath their feet. A huge crater had been blasted open on the stage. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, it was actually Ling Xiao who was at a disadvantage. In that instant, Qi Heng attacked again. The battle blade in his hand almost turned into an afterimage as he slashed at Ling Xiao again and again. Let's see how long you can last. It was almost like a storm of battle blades. The entire stage was shrouded in saber qi. After Qi Heng released his martial soul, he suppressed Ling Xiao. He kept attacking, trying to beat Ling Xiao until he lost his will to fight. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Ling Xiao. If he was hit by that attack, he would probably be turned into minced meat. However, Ling Xiao didn't look nervous at all in the face of Qi Heng's attacks. With Qi Heng's strength, the help of a second-level Saint class martial skill, and the Emperor artifact battle blade with 3 divine dragon runes, it was normal for him to fight like this. He seemed to only have the power to defend and didn't have the power to fight back, but he blocked all of his opponent's attacks. In the Tai Chi Eye, Qi Heng's every attack, even the trajectory of the attack, was clearly imprinted in his mind. The most terrifying thing was that the Tai Chi Eye helped Ling Xiao to analyze the weakness of the attack and think of a way to deal with it. It's my turn. The Tai Chi Eye suddenly flickered with a sharp light. Ling Xiao found the only flaw in Qi Heng's saber technique. In that instant, Ling Xiao released the power of the void with his right hand. The light of transcending the void instantly pierced through the layers of saber net and stabbed at Qi Heng. The move transcending the void completely ignored space. Once Ling Xiao released it, Qi Heng had no time to defend at all. That sharp light directly hit Qi Heng. However, because the attack power wasn't strong enough, it only shattered Qi Heng's protective divine essence and left a shallow bloody mark on Qi Heng's cheek. Even so, it gave Qi Heng a fright. It made Qi Heng's saber net even more vulnerable. At this moment, Ling Xiao used his real killing move. Heaven-covering blood palm. The power of a rank 3 Saint class martial skill directly shattered the saber net and blasted Qi Heng's body. Qi Heng flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell on the arena again. At this moment, the whole arena was shocked. One had to know that Qi Heng was repelled by Ling Xiao before because Qi Heng didn't release his martial soul. Now, Qi Heng had released his divine dog martial soul. But he was still repelled. And the injury this time seemed to be more serious than the previous 2 times. Heaven-covering blood palm? What's your relationship with the city lord of Dual Axe City? Qi Heng said angrily. Why do you care so much? Now, do you still want to say that you can definitely win? Ling Xiao didn't pursue because he knew that Qi Heng still had other killing moves. If he got too close, it would be easy for the other party to succeed in a sneak attack. He had to weaken the other party to a certain extent before completely destroying him. Qi Heng's eyes seemed to turn blood red. At that moment, he roared like a wild beast. Ling Xiao, you must die, divine dog possession. The phantom behind Qi Heng was instantly absorbed into his body. At that moment, his body also started to change. Regardless of whether it was strength or speed, it increased again. That terrifying aura made countless people tremble with fear. After transforming, Qiheng grabbed the ground with both hands and moved like a wild beast on all fours. His blood-red eyes were filled with berserk killing intent. That dog had especially looked incomparably malevolent. Qiheng miscalculated again. He originally thought that he could win after releasing his martial soul, but once again, he was injured by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, this trash, actually cultivated a third-level Saint-class martial skill. This was something he never expected. Last time in the Dragon Cave, he lost all face. He didn't expect that he would lose face again in this commander selection. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he wouldn't be able to make a comeback. I still say the same thing. Even if you turn into a dog, you can't kill me. Ling Xiao still looked indifferently at Qiheng. Stupid Qiheng, he still didn't realize that the bloodthirsty plague had weakened him. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I really admire your courage. Qiheng's expression was malevolent, his voice incomparably cold. Ling Xiao, to be able to force me to this extent, I really admire you. But unfortunately, at this point, it also means that you're completely finished. You think the divine dog possession is everything? Let me tell you, this is only the first step. Because there's a cultivation method that can only be used in this state. Hearing this, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This Qiheng indeed had other trump cards besides the Berserk Saint Rune. After Qiheng was possessed by the Hound deity, he indicated that he still had an even more powerful trump card waiting for Ling Xiao. As his voice landed, a dangerous aura was released from his body. A hoarse and terrifying voice was spat out from his throat, Madhound Mystic Art. Bang, a tyrannical aura was released from his body again with a loud bang, akin to an erupting volcano. Everyone could feel Qiheng's aura rising steadily. It was just that Qiheng's eyes had an additional look of increasingly intense madness. It's actually the Madhound Mystic Art. Many people stood up in shock. They did not expect that Qiheng was actually forced to such an extent. The Madhound Mystic Art was a mystic art unique to the Qi family. It could instantly increase a martial artist's combat power tenfold. The most terrifying thing was that the Madhound Mystic Art could even make a martial artist's divine essence undergo changes, slacking off the terrifying rabies germs. Once the opponent came into contact with this germ, if not dealt with in time, they would become increasingly weaker until they died. It could be said to be an extremely troublesome mystic art. Of course, such a powerful mystic art naturally had a particularly powerful weakness. Otherwise, Qiheng would have used it from the start. There were two weaknesses. Actually, it was better to say that they were sequelae. Firstly, the user would be affected by the rabies germs, becoming crazy and losing reason. Secondly, once the Madhound Mystic Art was used, the cultivation would definitely regress after the battle. As for how much it would regress, it would depend on the user's cultivation stability as well as their physical quality. No matter what, this was very troublesome. Even the Qi family's martial artists really did not dare to use it unless it was a desperate situation. Blood-red divine essence enveloped Qiheng's entire body. This made the Qiheng who was lying there with his hands and feet grabbing the ground look like a blood-red beast. Even his teeth also became incomparably sharp. A low roar emitted from his throat, not like a human at all. In order to kill me, you're really going all out. But aren't you afraid that doing this will be futile? Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Qiheng as he said. As long as I can achieve the goal, this bit of price is nothing. If I don't do this, the one who will be unlucky will be me. Qiheng said coldly, compared to the regression of my cultivation base, I think death is more troublesome. After all, once a person dies, there's no chance left. As soon as Qiheng said the last word, he suddenly pounced forward. Their target was Ling Xiao. In that instant, the blood-red figure was extremely fast. As expected of the Mad Dog's secret art. It is indeed crazy. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Even with the light body Saint Rune, his current speed was comparable to Qiheng's. Now that his opponent had sped up, it was too late for him to speed up, and he would only expose his flaws. Therefore, at this moment, Ling Xiao's face was like water, and he rationally chose to resist. He wanted to see just how strong Qiheng was after using the Mad Dog's secret technique. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two of them collided again. This time, Ling Xiao directly used the heaven-covering blood palm. In the end, he couldn't hold on for more than a moment. His opponent's combat strength had increased too much. Stacked together, it was 100-fold increase, and it wasn't something he could resist at all. Ling Xiao's figure flew backward, and in the end, he had to rely on the sharpness of the Void God's sword to slow down on the arena before he could stop. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's physical body was tough enough, so he wasn't seriously injured this time. He was only pushed back. You're really tough. You've cultivated a body-refining martial technique, right? But no matter how tough you are, how many times can you block it? After Qi Heng's attack, he didn't stop, and he appeared in front of Ling Xiao again. A violent attack blasted out again. However, this time, Ling Xiao was prepared, and he used the earth-piercing golden light technique to avoid the attack. He didn't let Qi Heng's goal succeed. However, he was forced to dodge like this. Many people could see that Ling Xiao was beginning to be at a disadvantage, suppressed by Qi Heng. If he didn't have any other trump cards, he would probably die here today. Huang Yu's expression became solemn, while Huang Shui looked conflicted. The Ninth Squad's martial artists all clenched their fists tightly, nervously watching the changes in the arena, their hearts heavy and worried. In contrast, Yu Fenghua looked relaxed, as if Ling Xiao wasn't in any trouble at all. Because only she understood how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Even though Qi Heng used the Mad Dog's secret technique and posed a threat to Ling Xiao was actually enjoying the battle. Unfortunately, Qi Tianmei didn't know this, and that old guy was still smiling proudly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Qi Heng kept shrinking the encirclement. He didn't give Ling Xiao a chance to use the earth-piercing golden light technique. This made Ling Xiao's space to dodge smaller and smaller. At some point, Ling Xiao realized that no matter where he fled, he would face Qi Heng. It was simply impossible to escape. A ferocious smile appeared on Qi Heng's face. Run, run. Run, why aren't you running anymore? Today, I'll make you lose your life here. As he spoke, Qi Heng's hand movements didn't stop. The tyrannical attack enveloped Ling Xiao, sealing off all of Ling Xiao's escape angles. In the spectator seats, many people already stood up. That was because they felt that this battle might end here. Even if Ling Xiao lost, he actually already won respect. After all, Ling Xiao fought with Qi Heng for so long, and even injured Qi Heng 3 times. Although he was going to lose now, it was a glorious defeat. They thought so, but Ling Xiao didn't think so. Since they were going to fight, he wouldn't admit defeat. Do you think you can scare me by pretending to be calm? You have no chance at all, die for me. Qi Heng hoped to see fear and shock on Ling Xiao's face. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao's expression was as calm as ever. Even at the moment when he attacked, he revealed a disdainful smile. Oh? Are you so sure? The rabid dog's secret technique may have given you powerful combat strength. But at the same time, it also made you lose your mind and even your sense of pain. Don't you realize that you're already injured all over? Also, don't you know? Why was I chosen by the Golden King to enter the Golden Region? I'm a Saint Inscription Master. Ling Xiao chuckled and activated the Golden Saint Inscription. Boom! At the same time, Qi Heng's attack landed on the protective wall formed by the Golden Saint Inscription. This was a protective wall that even a first-level Divine Soul Realm martial artist couldn't break easily. Qi Heng couldn't break it either. Originally, he just couldn't break it. However, at this moment, Qi Heng's body was covered with small wounds. After the violent impact, these wounds suddenly split open. Blood spurted out. Qi Heng roared in pain and became a bloody man. Why? Qi Heng knelt on one knee. Obviously, he was seriously injured. It was a miracle that he didn't die after losing so much blood. The audience also wanted to ask why. Because this was a situation that they had not expected. Ling Xiao, who they thought would lose, turned the situation around in an instant. It was really strange. So Ling Xiao is a Saint Inscription Master? No wonder he was so calm. What he released just now was the Golden Light Saint Inscription, a first-grade defensive Saint Inscription. However, it can only defend and not counterattack, right? Why is Qi Heng in such a miserable state? Look, what's that? Someone with sharp eyes saw the flashing sword pellet beside Ling Xiao. The sword pellet was only the size of a quail egg. Moreover, it usually flew at high speed. It was not easy to see it. Now that it stopped, they finally noticed the sword pellet. It's the Divine Inscription Sect's sword pellet technique. Huang Shui had seen the sword pellet technique before. Now, she finally understood why. Ling Xiao wasn't just dodging Qi Heng's attack. While dodging, he released the sword pellet. Qi Heng didn't even know he was injured because he used the Mad Dog's secret technique. It was only when the sword pellet collided with the Golden Light Saint inscription that all the wounds opened up. What a terrifying guy. Huang Shui couldn't help but shiver. Ling Xiao wasn't very strong, but his mind was really vicious and cunning. One had to be 200% focused when fighting with him. Otherwise, one would definitely be plotted against. Why? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. How can I not study the Mad Dog's secret technique that can instantly increase one's combat power? Your Qi clan is very famous. It's even easier to find information on the Mad Dog's secret technique. Damn it. Qi Heng's mind completely exploded. He had miscalculated again. He thought he could pay the price and use the Mad Dog's secret technique to kill Ling Xiao. Who would have known that Ling Xiao was an ant transformed from a demon? He was always scheming against him. Admit defeat. I don't want to become mortal enemies with the Qi clan. If you admit defeat, I can give you the position of deputy commander. Ling Xiao smiled. Shut up. You want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Do you think you can defeat me with the Golden Light Saint inscription? In your dreams. Qi Heng struggled to stand up. A vicious expression appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was as calm as ever, as if he had expected this to happen. How could Qi Heng admit defeat at this time? This guy still wanted to kill him. The sword orb technique and the Golden Saint rune should be your final trump card. And I still have the most powerful trump card. So you're dead for sure this time. Qi Heng's deep voice was filled with the aura of death. A small blood-red sword suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Of course, other people couldn't see this blood-red sword. They could only feel the sudden surge of Qi Heng's soul power. An aura that made one's heart tremble formed there. Secret soul technique. A knowledgeable martial artist exclaimed. It's clearly Qi Tianmei's most proficient soul sword technique. He hadn't expected Qi Heng's attainments in soul techniques to be so high. You must have used this to knock out Huang Taewun just now. Ling Xiao is in trouble now that the soul sword technique is out. If he doesn't admit defeat now, I'm afraid he'll become a fool. The terrifying soul power continued to condense. The blood-red sword became stronger and stronger in Qi Heng's perception. The air in that area seemed to be frightened by the soul sword Qi, making a trembling wail. I didn't expect Qi Heng to have cultivated the soul sword technique to the 3rd level. You must know that the soul sword technique is very difficult to cultivate. Martial artists under the Divine Soul Realm can cultivate it to the 4th level at most. Even Qi Tianmei, who is the most proficient in this technique, can only touch the edge of the 4th level. How did Qi Heng do it? It doesn't matter how he did it. The situation is reversed again. Even if Qi Heng is seriously injured, as long as Ling Xiao dies, he still wins. There were too many changes in this battle, bringing too many surprises to people. But this time, it seemed that it was really going to be over. Ling Xiao, you didn't expect that I still have the soul sword technique. Although you're very strong and can injure me seriously, you can't escape death in the end. You must be very desperate and unhappy, right? Unfortunately, the reality is so cruel. Qi Heng looked at Ling Xiao coldly. The most terrifying thing about the soul secret technique was that it was extremely fast. It was almost faster than any martial skill. So he wasn't worried that Ling Xiao would escape, because Ling Xiao couldn't escape at all. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your bad luck. If you had joined the Qi family, maybe you wouldn't be in this situation today. Covered in blood and with a ferocious expression, Qi Heng looked like a violent monster. Ling Xiao could see the blood-red sword with his Tai Chi eye. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Yes, the reality is really cruel. You've always wanted to kill me, but in my eyes, you're just a pathetic weed. You're nothing but a miserable weed that grew on my path of cleaving through thistles and thorns. Since you want to die, I'll gladly fulfill your wish. Ha 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 ha. Qi Heng laughed wildly. You're about to die, but you're still so sharp-tongued. Do it, and I won't argue with you. Anyway, you're about to die. If I argue with a fool, I'll become a fool too. Oh, right, after you die, don't worry about your woman. I'll love her. Because of the last words, Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with the strongest killing intent. Although I really want to kill you, that's too easy for you. I'll turn you into a fool and humiliate you for the rest of your life. I'll take your dog god martial spirit and use it to upgrade my sword body martial spirit. Haha. Qi Heng sneered, but didn't say anything. He was too lazy to speak. The soul sword art was finished. The blood-red sword stabbed at Ling Xiao crazily. The golden light Saint Rune could block martial skills, but it couldn't block the soul secret technique. Everyone stood up and looked at the arena. They wanted to see what would happen in the end. Would there be another miracle? Facing Qi Heng's attack, Ling Xiao stood there like a fool. He didn't move at all. Huang Yu was nervous. Han Yuan, Chen Qi, Han Li, and the rest of the 9th platoon were so nervous that they wanted to rush up to save him. Luckily, Yu Fenghua stopped them. Otherwise, it would have caused a lot of trouble. Qi Tianmei sneered proudly. Although Ling Xiao escaped from the previous attack, she didn't hesitate to use an evil cultivation method to let Qi Heng cultivate the soul sword art to the 3rd level. For this, she sacrificed hundreds of divine body realm martial artists' souls. She believed that she wouldn't lose this time. Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to turn the tables again. Under the sympathetic, mocking, and excited gazes of countless people, Ling Xiao smiled. What a coincidence. I know the soul sword art too, and I'm stronger than you. Although they couldn't see it, everyone could feel Ling Xiao's soul power exploding in that instant. If Qi Heng's soul sword was compared to a 3-inch flying dagger, Ling Zhao's soul sword was a 3-meter-long green dragon crescent blade. The two couldn't be compared at all. Ling Zhao's soul power was too strong. Even if their soul sword art attainments were only at the 3rd level, the gap between them was still too big. How is that possible? How does Ling Xiao know the soul sword art? Qi Tianmei was dumbfounded. Not only did Ling Xiao know the soul sword art, but his mastery of it was also very strong. Qi Heng couldn't compare to him. Qi Tianmei couldn't even compare. In terms of soul power, Qi Tianmei lost to Ling Xiao. Rumor has it that the soul sword art is unique to the Qi family. How did he learn it? Haha, his mastery of the soul sword art is above Qi Heng's. He's even stronger than Qi Tianmei. This is too unexpected. Cries of shock rang out one after another. Ling Xiao once again made everyone's jaws drop. Qi Heng was dumbfounded at that moment. The fear in his eyes showed his despair. I concede, he wanted to admit defeat, but unfortunately, he couldn't say the last word. The soul secret technique was too fast. Qi Heng's soul sword was shattered. Ling Zhao's soul sword pierced Qi Heng's soul. In that instant, Qi Heng lost consciousness. He didn't even have time to scream. At this moment, the entire great drill ground fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared blankly at Qi Heng, who fell off the arena. Qi Heng was not only covered in blood, but he was also unconscious. The outcome of this battle was finally decided. However, this result shocked most of the people. Except for Yu Fenghua, no one would have thought that Qi Heng, who knocked out Huang Taewun with a roar, would be defeated so easily. He was defeated by Ling Xiao in such a sorry state. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who was standing proudly on the arena, with astonishment in their eyes. Originally, no one had put this young man in their eyes, but he had used his tyrannical fighting strength to prove his fearsomeness and strength. Maybe the martial city was going to change. A new era was going to start in the Golden Region. Some were surprised, some were angry. Huang Yu was surprised, and Huang Shui was shocked. Qi Tianmei, on the other hand, was furious. She immediately went to Qi Heng's side to check on Qi Heng's injuries. In the end, she had to admit that Qi Heng's soul was severely injured. Even she couldn't save Qi Heng. Qi Heng would continue to be in a coma and become a real vegetable. Even if he woke up one day, he would become a retard. At that moment, she couldn't suppress the anger and killing intent in her heart. She pounced on Ling Xiao. "Thief, I'll kill you." Boom, a pitch-black demonic claw appeared in the sky, madly grabbing at Ling Xiao. The violent power instantly crushed the arena. How could the arena, which was already riddled with scars, withstand the terrifying attack of a 9th-level divine physique echelon expert? Ling Xiao was the devil's soul sword technique. Many people cried out in surprise. Huang Shui revealed a strange smile. This was the situation she wanted to see the most. After Ling Xiao was killed by Qi Tianmei, she would punish Qi Tianmei. Then, the martial city would be under her control. However, at that moment, a figure appeared beside her. It was Huang Yu. Huang Yu had long anticipated that Qi Tianmei would not let the matter rest, so she had been preparing all along. She wanted to block this attack for Ling Xiao. "Sister, where are you going?" Huang Shui wouldn't allow Huang Yu to ruin her plan. Zhong Ling, who was standing beside her, already flew over and blocked in front of Huang Yu. Zhong Ling's cultivation was much stronger than Huang Yu's. Blocking Huang Yu was a piece of cake. While they were delayed, Qi Tianmei's attack had already landed on the stage. The ground shook. Dust filled the sky. The battle stage was completely shattered. However, people were shocked to see a person in the shattered battle stage. He was wrapped in a ball of golden light. He looked at Qi Tianmei calmly. "Qi Tianmei, is your Qi family planning to rebel?" His roar gave Qi Tianmei a fright. Qi Tianmei calmed down in anger. She was scared. If she were to be accused of this, she would most likely ruin her family's plans. At that time, even if the royal family didn't punish her, her family would. Fortunately, she didn't kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Ling Xiao won the final victory in the selection. He was already the commander of the Martial City's City Defense Army. She killed the commander of the Martial City's City Defense Army in front of so many people. If that wasn't rebellion, then what was? Haha, I believe City Lord Qi did such an irrational thing in a moment of anger. He didn't mean to rebel. Am I right? At that moment, Huang Shui suddenly spoke. Ling Xiao frowned. He instantly understood this woman's thoughts. She didn't want him to grow, so she deliberately kept Qi Tianmei as a hindrance. What a good idea. Unfortunately, was it useful? After becoming the commander of the City Defense Army, his next step was to seize the position of City Lord of Martial City. Qi Tianmei had to be eliminated sooner or later. Hearing Huang Shui's words, Qi Tianmei heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Sorry, Qi Hing grew up by my side. He's like my own son. Seeing him injured, I couldn't control my emotions. I hope you can forgive me, Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao looked at Qi Tianmei. He didn't plan to play his cards according to the routine. "If I forgive you just because you ask me to? How much face would I lose?" He suddenly sneered and said, "What if I don't forgive? The arena is full of danger to begin with. Injuries and even death are normal. If everyone interferes like you, what are the rules for? Or is it that your Qi family isn't willing to follow the rules set by the royal family at all?" Hearing this, Huang Shui and Qi Tianmei's faces changed. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao, this fellow, was actually so difficult to deal with. Ordinary people would quit while they were ahead. But this brat was actually so persistent. "Then what do you want to do?" Huang Shui asked with a frown. Is your highness confused? You're a member of the royal family. Qi Tianmei, as a city lord, broke the rules and attempted to kill the new city defense army commander. Don't you know how to punish her? You still need a small character like me to teach you? Ling Xiao sneered and kicked the ball to Huang Shui. Want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? No way. Huang Shui really gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. If she knew, she wouldn't have come. Now, if she didn't deal with Qi Tianmei, it would definitely be thought that the royal family was afraid of the Qi family. It would damage the royal family's prestige. But if she wanted to deal with her, she would fall out with the Qi family. It wasn't a good thing in the end. After all, now wasn't the time to break off relations with the Qi family. What to do? Is there a need for your highness to think so much? How to punish, isn't it written in the law? Do you want me to read it out for you? Destroying the selection, attempting to kill the new city defense army commander. According to the law, she should be imprisoned for at least 3 years and be removed from the city lord position. If the circumstances are serious, she can even be executed. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. When he said this, Huang Shui's head hurt even more. Remove Qi Tianmei from the city lord position, imprisoned for at least 3 years, how was that possible? Now that the Qi family was at its peak, if they really did that, the Qi family wouldn't let it go. What should she do? Haha, why don't you listen to me, let's both take a step back. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. It attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao also looked over curiously. Someone who could say something like that in such a situation was definitely not an ordinary person. As expected, the person standing in the crowd was the outer circle's lord, Huang Hai. Ling Xiao hadn't seen him since the last time they parted. He didn't expect him to appear today. Huang Shui sighed in relief when she saw Huang Hai. Sir, please speak. Ling Xiao said. Qi Tianmei hurriedly said, Sir, we'll do as you say. Alright, since both sides agree, then let's do it this way. First, Ling Xiao will be the Martial City's city guard commander. Second, Martial City's castellan, Qi Tianmei, can't interfere with the city guard commander's affairs. Third, the time limit is 1 month. After 1 month, if Ling Xiao wins against Qi Tianmei, then Ling Xiao will be the Martial City's castellan. Huang Hai explained his solution. Ling Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this. This was very beneficial to him. He was confident that he could defeat Qi Tianmei in 1 month. Moreover, Qi Tianmei couldn't interfere with the city guard commander's affairs, so he wouldn't be restricted too much. This might be a little hard for Qi Tianmei to accept. However, it was better than being removed from the position of castellan and locked up. She thought about it and nodded in agreement. After 1 month, she would definitely make Ling Xiao regret it. Huang Hai's appearance brought the selection to a successful end. There was no need to compete within Team A anymore. Qinqi, Han Yuan, and Yu Fenghua wouldn't compete with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was officially appointed as Martial City's city guard commander by Huang Hai. This result caused quite a stir. In a short time, the news spread throughout the outer circle. Some people in the inner and middle circles were also interested in Ling Xiao. Who wouldn't be interested in such an interesting guy? Undercurrents were surging under the calm surface. The Qi family had originally not paid any attention to this bug-like brat. But now, they would no longer underestimate Ling Xiao. Qi Tianmei even closed the door and refused to see any guests. She handed over her work to her capable subordinates. She chose to cultivate in seclusion. Although she firmly believed that Ling Xiao would not be her opponent in a month. But this still did not make her feel at ease. There were too many surprises in the commander selection competition. Therefore, she wanted to become stronger. Since she was already like this, Ling Xiao would definitely not be negligent. Ling Xiao directly handed over the matter of the city defense army to the new deputy commanders, Han Yuan and Qinqi, to handle. Both of them were originally from the city defense army, so they were more familiar with the internal affairs of the city. It was easier for them to solve these problems than for him. You two can do as you wish. Clear out the trash for me. If anyone doesn't like it, come to me and I'll settle it. Ling Xiao had almost completely delegated his authority. He knew that he could not stay in this small martial city forever. He had to train Han Yuan and Qinqi to be independent. For the next few days, Ling Xiao cultivated, absorbing the essence and experience of battle. He discovered that after absorbing Qi Heng's Hound God Martial Soul, his Sword God Martial Soul did not level up. But it did become a little stronger. The Sword God Martial Soul formed a Sword God constellation in the Sky Tyrant universe. This constellation was made up of a total of 108 dim stars. Only 1 star lit up for the Hound God Martial Soul. According to Ling Xiao's conjecture, if he wanted the Sword God Martial Soul to reach the intermediate divine rank, he estimated that all 108 stars would have to light up. That was difficult. After all, the Hound God Martial Soul was an intermediate divine rank martial soul. It had only lit up 1 star. If it was a low divine rank martial soul, it probably wouldn't even light up 1 star. But with a goal, a person would have motivation. There were many martial souls in the Eternal Dominion. He did not have to worry about his sword god martial soul not being able to level up. A few days later, Huang Yu suddenly paid him a visit, saying that she had something important to tell him. Ling Xiao stopped cultivating and received Huang Yu in his governor's residence. "Your Highness, what brings you to my humble abode?" Ling Xiao smiled. Huang Yu said, "How's your cultivation these few days? Have you improved?" "Not much. I'm just drawing on the experience of the selection. I can use it in future battles. In terms of cultivation, I've improved a little during the selection, but I'm still very far away from the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon," Ling Xiao said. The selection had raised his cultivation C to 30% of the peak 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. In the past, he had a feeling that when he reached the next level, it would be very difficult to increase the energy in his cultivation C. So he had to find an opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to raise his cultivation to the 7th level of the Divine Physique Echelon after a month. That would be troublesome. Don't be too anxious. There's still a long time before the deadline. You have to pay special attention to the Qi family during this period of time. Although Qi Tianmei has gone into seclusion, the Qi family will definitely not let this go. Don't forget, Qi Tianmei is only Qi Heng and Qi Yu's aunt. Their parents are much more powerful than Qi Tianmei. Qi Heng has already been sent back to the Qi family, and Qi Yu has also followed. No one can predict what that woman will say. Huang Yu reminded. I know that. Or rather, I hope that the Qi family will find trouble with me. This will speed up the improvement of my strength. Ling Xiao had always felt that the second half of the 9 Dragons' divine art was in the hands of the Qi family. Oh right, Your Highness didn't come to me today just to talk about this, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Of course not. What I'm going to talk about next is a secret order from Father. Huang Yu suddenly said very seriously. Understood. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands. You know about the land of exile, right? Huang Yu asked. Of course. When Ling Xiao was in Heaven's Wall City, he had fought with the motley crew in the land of exile. Moreover, if the Sky Tyrant Empire wanted to expand their influence, their next stop would be the land of exile. This had always been a problem in his heart. He didn't expect Huang Yu to mention the land of exile at this time. Could this secret order be related to the land of exile? You guessed right, the land of exile is such a big place, naturally there would be someone guarding it. The person guarding the land of exile was Father's sworn brother, an expert known as the Sword King. He used the low god position Sword God Martial Spirit, but cultivated to the top in the Golden Martial Kingdom. Later on, due to some animosity with Father, he volunteered to guard the land of exile. He has many experts under him, and he even has the Sword King army. Father hopes to rope in the Sword King, so that he can completely destroy the Qi family. Your task is to investigate the situation, and report back when you return. Huang Yu explained. Can I ask what happened between the Golden King and the Sword King? Ling Xiao wasn't curious, but he felt that he had to ask. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to his task. What made the Sword King so disheartened that he chose to leave the Golden Domain and head to the land of exile? Ling Xiao asked. For his own safety, and for the sake of this mission. He had to know. Father wasn't wrong in this matter, but he was also at fault. It's hard to explain. But since you've asked, I'll tell you. Huang Yu sighed. Back in the day, the Sword King and the Gold King were like brothers. Huang Yu was born of a lowly servant, and everyone looked down on her. Only the Sword King's family treated her well. Huang Yu was grateful to the Sword King, and she didn't want to become his enemy. Therefore, she naturally hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to complete this mission. Some things had to be said. The land of exile is a large desert between the eternal divine domain and the 4 realms. Although there are many oases, the desert is much larger, and it expands every year. Desertification is serious. Many monsters live in the desert, making it a place that cultivators don't want to go. So, to punish those who committed crimes, they were exiled and left to fend for themselves. One of them called himself the Wild Sand King. Not only had he managed to survive, but he'd also managed to gather all the villains who'd tried to rebel against the eternal divine realm. They formed an organization called the Black Sandstorm. Like the Black Sandstorm, it's a powerful organization that's about to engulf the entire eternal divine domain. Huang Yu's words had nothing to do with the Sword King. Ling Xiao didn't interrupt her. He believed that Huang Yu wouldn't say these things for no reason. There had to be a connection between the two. The leader of the Black Sandstorm, the Wild Sand King, had an unfathomable cultivation. The members of the Black Sandstorm were all vicious and evil people. One day, they suddenly rebelled, broke through the defenses of the land of exile, and entered the eternal divine domain. They slaughtered cultivators and plundered their belongings. At the time, my father was ordered to wipe out the Black Sandstorm. The Sword King and the Quan King went with him. The Quan King was the head of the Qi family. They also brought their own experts to fight with them. After a fierce battle, the Black Sandstorm was basically wiped out. Only the Wild Sand King and a few of his trusted aides escaped with serious injuries. At that time, the Sword King's only son, Yi Qiu, had coincidentally met them. I also sent a message to inform my father. Father ordered Yi Qiu to keep a close eye on the enemy, and they immediately set off. However, by the time they arrived, the Wild Sand King was already nowhere to be seen. Only Yi Qiu and the others were lying on the ground, their bodies already poisoned. Yi Qiu's strength was relatively strong, and he was an outstanding genius at that time. He was even more outstanding than my older sister Huang Shui. That was why he was lucky enough to survive. After treatment, he survived, but unfortunately, he was affected by the strong poison and could not use his divine essence and soul force. Golden King can't be blamed for this, right? Ling Xiao frowned. The Sword King didn't blame the Golden King, he just couldn't get over it. Perhaps in his opinion, Golden King's order at that time should have been to keep Yi Qiu away from the Wild Sand King. With Yi Qiu's strength, it was simply impossible for him to be the Wild Sand King's match. In fact, if it wasn't Yi Qiu, but Imperial Father's son, Imperial Father would indeed let them escape. This became the Sword King's sore point, and also became a barrier between the two. In addition, someone tried to sow discord, so although the Sword King did not blame the Golden King, he asked to guard the land of exile. From then on, he no longer asked about the Golden Martial Kingdom's matters and completely stayed out of it. Huang Yu sighed. Was it the Qi family who tried to sow discord? Ling Xiao asked. Although everyone knew, there was no evidence, so the Sword King did not mention it. Moreover, Imperial Father did not suspect the Qi family at that time and trusted King Quan very much. It was only later that he found out that he was tricked by King Quan, causing him to lose an arm for no reason. Huang Yu smiled bitterly. All these years, the Qi family has been trying to rope in the Sword King, but unfortunately, the results were minimal. However, I heard that Qi Heng has a younger brother who also joined the army in the land of exile. This person is called Qi Fei, and his talent far surpasses Qi Heng's. He is more than 10 years younger than Qi Heng, but his cultivation is stronger than Qi Heng's. He has already reached the early stage of the Divine Physique 9th stage. Moreover, Qi Fei is an expert in the art of war. He has made many contributions in the land of exile and is now a deputy general. The Sword King seems to think highly of him, and even sees him as his future son-in-law. He wants to marry his only daughter, Yi Hua, to Qi Fei. If this matter really succeeds, then the Qi family can definitely start a rebellion. Your Highness, you should know that I don't care about the Qi family or the Imperial family ruling the Golden Martial Kingdom. If there are no other benefits to this mission, I won't be interested in it. Ling Xiao suddenly said. In the end, this was the Imperial family's matter. He could choose not to contribute. However, he did not want to do that. He could contribute, but only if there were benefits. I knew you wouldn't do this for free. Let me tell you something else, and I believe you won't reject it. Huang Yu smiled and said, we've received accurate news that after a storm in the land of exile, an undiscovered ancient ruin has appeared. Oh? I am indeed interested in this. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. After coming to the Eternal Divine Realm, he had discovered 3 ruins and benefited greatly from them. This time, he would not miss out on it. Is there something in the ruins? Hee, I knew you would be interested. The Sword King had already sent people to investigate the ruins. At the entrance of the ruins, there was a heavenly treasure that would make people yearn for it in the future. One of them is called the Flower of Principles. It's of little use to those from the eternal divine realm, but it's of great use to cultivators from the 4 realms and 9 worlds, where laws abound. Huang Yu smiled. What is it? Ling Xiao asked. The Flower of Principles can help the cultivators of those places adapt to the environment of the eternal divine realm. They will not suffer from sudden changes in the laws. Whether it is the physical body or divine energy, they will reach the same level as the cultivators of the eternal divine realm. Huang Yu said. A divine item. If I had known about this earlier, we wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Ling Xiao had to get his hands on this item. Although he did not need it, the cultivators of the Sky Tyrant Empire still wanted to come. In a situation where the laws were not completely equal, the Flower of Principles was extremely important and urgent. In addition to the Flower of Principles, there is also the Fruit of Gods. Huang Yu said. The Fruit of Gods is even more terrifying. It can transform a cultivator's ordinary martial soul into a god martial soul. It can make a god martial soul ascend to godhood. Surely the Sword King has already obtained such a good item? Ling Xiao asked. No. Huang Yu shook his head. The Wild Sand King, who has disappeared for a long time, has reappeared. The black sandstorm has risen from the ashes. They are confronting the Sword King outside the ruins. No one wants the other to get the treasures. Besides, the treasures are guarded by powerful demonic beasts. It is not easy to get them. Huang Yu replied. Who else knows about this news? Ling Xiao asked. King of Swords, my father, and King Quan. Huang Yu said. King Quan. I'm afraid the Qi family is up to no good this time. Ling Xiao frowned. Since he had become enemies with the Qi family, he must not let the Qi family get their hands on this thing. There were not many people who knew about this relic. King Quan and King of Gold probably had no time to seize this treasure. But they would definitely send their capable subordinates. King Quan gave this task to Qi Fei. My royal father sent my elder sister there. On the surface, Qi Fei is not as strong as my sister, but no one knows what King Quan is thinking. I shouldn't have told you this, but I still did. You can give up on the god's fruit, but the flower of law should be very useful to you, right? Huang Yu said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. Ling Xiao was really grateful to Huang Yu. If not for Huang Yu, even if he knew the news later, it would have been too late. You don't have to thank me. After all, you saved my life, and to be honest, I think highly of you. Recently, the Golden Martial Kingdom has been in trouble. My father is in a terrible fix. If you can stand out, you may be able to change some things. Huang Yu sighed. Who dares to make a move on the Golden Martial Kingdom? Ling Xiao was a little curious. Who else can it be? Who is above the Martial Kingdom? Huang Yu said. Sacred City. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the royal family was targeted by the 12 sacred cities. To be exact, it's the Sacred City of Nightmare. There was an important person there who gave us a secret order, telling us to target a seed from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. But my father refused. So we were oppressed. The Qi family has been in contact with this big shot recently, so they dared to expose their intentions more and more obviously. Huang Yu frowned. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Ling Xiao analyzed an interesting thing from Huang Yu's words. The person who wanted to deal with him should be in the Sacred City of Nightmare. However, Golden King actually refused such an unreasonable request. It seemed that he had wronged Golden King before. This man was still a mighty man who couldn't be subdued by force. In that case, he would help this Golden King. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Moreover, if the imperial family was destroyed, it would be much easier for the Qi family to deal with him. He had to let the imperial family and the Qi family fight. Only then would he be able to reap the benefits. Alright, that's all. Pack up and get ready to leave. Remember, you have to leave secretly. Otherwise, if you are targeted by the Qi clan, you might be killed before you even reach the land of exile. Huang Yu stood up and said, "Everyone, have a safe journey." That night, Ling Xiao handed over the city defense force of Martial City to Han Yuan and Qinqi. Then, he set off with Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum. As for Long Chen, he also asked him to stay. After all, Han Yuan and Qinqi were not very strong. Long Chen stayed behind just in case. Early the next morning. The news had only just reached the Qi family. Qilin Manor. This was Qi Heng and Qi Yu's home. Qilin was their father. At the same time, he was also the lord of the Golden Domain. He was extremely powerful. "Father, I just received news that Ling Xiao and Yu Fenghua suddenly left Martial City last night and headed in the direction of the Land of Exile. They should be heading for the ruins." Qi Yu immediately went to find her father after receiving the report. "I'm afraid the Golden King has given Ling Xiao a secret order. This kid is quite smart. After leaving for so long, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up. Well, since his destination is the Land of Exile, he must go to Sword King City. Send a message to Qi Fei. I want this Ling Xiao dead." A ferocious look appeared on Qi Lin's face. Until now, his son Qi Heng was still in a coma. Although Qi Heng's talent was not as good as Qi Fei's, he was still very helpful to him. Moreover, that was his own son. How could he not be angry after being harmed like this? "What about the ruins?" "I'm afraid second brother is too busy," Qi Yu said. "Don't worry, your second brother has someone helping him." Qi Lin sneered. "This time, we're not only going to kill Ling Xiao, but also get the treasures in the ruins. If the Sword King still refuses to surrender, then we'll have to kill him. Then we'll shift the blame to Ling Xiao. When he and Qi Fei get married, the 300,000 Sword King army will belong to our Qi family." "Got it, father." Qi Yu felt a chill in her heart, but at the same time, she was very happy. Ever since Ling Xiao appeared in her life, her originally proud life had been completely ruined. The deputy commander was dismissed. Her eldest brother Qi Heng was beaten into a vegetative state. Even her aunt Qi Tianmei's position as the city lord might be taken away. This Ling Xiao was simply the bane of their Qi family. Therefore, he must be killed. After Qi Yu left, Qi Lin looked at Qi Heng lying on the bed with a vicious look in his eyes. "Golden King, since you're heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. So what if you got the position of the city guard commander? This time, I'll make you suffer a double loss." He completely regarded Ling Xiao as Golden King's man. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao always had his own plans. He didn't belong to any side and would only fight for himself. Ling Xiao and the others had been rushing for the whole night. And Huang Shui had just set off. However, the formation was completely different. Huang Shui had many experts around her. It would be impossible for others to harm her. Ling Xiao's matter made my father very dissatisfied with me. Therefore, this mission must be completed. Huang Shui gritted her teeth. She tried to harm Ling Xiao many times, but she was warned by Golden King. Moreover, he warned her personally. This put her on the spot. This mission was an opportunity given to her by Golden King. If she didn't complete it well, her position in the Golden region would be lower than Huang Yu's. There were many experts around her, but those people were loyal to her father first. They were loyal to her second. She knew very well in her heart that if she offended her father, she would lose everything. The Land of Exile was relatively close to the Golden region, but that was only relative to other martial countries. If they traveled by foot, it would probably take a month. Of course, those who went to the Land of Exile weren't ordinary people. Ling Xiao calculated that with their speed, they would arrive in 3 days at most. Along the way, Ling Xiao let his main body travel while his 3 avatars cultivated in the universe world. They cultivated the 9 dragons' divine art, god-defying art, and heaven-covering palm. It was convenient to have avatars. Not only did they fight, but they also had a great advantage in cultivation. Otherwise, why would that lotus flower be said to be a peerless genius? He actually created a cultivation method like the Lotus Sutra based on an incomplete ancient scroll. The 9 dragons' divine art was currently cultivated to the level of 1 dragon. However, he wasn't proficient enough, so he had to strengthen it. The god-defying art was very important. After cultivating to the cross stance, he still hadn't broken through. Ling Xiao was also very anxious. After all, the god-defying art and the god-defying sword were the perfect combination. As for the heaven-covering palm, as one of Ling Xiao's regular combat methods, it had to be strengthened. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A city that looked like a steel fortress appeared in front of him. This was the only safe city in the entire land of exile. No one had ever been able to break through it. It was not only because it was sturdy, but also because it was guarded by the Sword King. Do you feel that the laws in the land of exile are very similar to those in the eternal divine dominion? Ling Xiao felt this the moment he stepped into the land of exile. Indeed. This is probably why you opened the road between the Empire of Tyrants and the eternal divine dominion. Cold Plum nodded. Yu Fenghua frowned. This is not good. The so-called motley crew that could not display their true strength should be able to do so now. Will Heaven's Wall City be alright? We have to believe in Qin Huang's ability. Moreover, the land of exile is not the same as Heaven's Wall City. Heaven's Wall City is still part of the 4 domains and 9 worlds. The laws there will not change so quickly. Ling Xiao smiled. Now, we should be more worried about ourselves. We don't know when Little Gold will come out of seclusion. If he comes out, our chances of winning will be higher. The 3 of them talked and slowed down their pace as they walked towards Sword King City. Although Sword King City was safe, its surroundings were still filled with unsettling factors. There were traces of battle everywhere. They could even see white bones exposed in the desert. This made them realize that this place was not a good place. It was more dangerous and terrifying than the Golden Martial Kingdom. The passers-by on the road were all vigilant and serious. They were filled with murderous intent. It seemed that the land of exile had brought out the darkest side of human nature. It had become a slaughterhouse and a meat grinder. When the 3 of them arrived at the city, they realized that the city gates were tightly shut. The guards on the city gate tower were also very serious. We are envoys from the Golden Martial Kingdom. Please report our arrival. If what Huang Yu said was true, then the Sword King and the Golden Martial Kingdom did not have a death feud. He believed that even if the Sword King was unreasonable, he would not refuse him at the door. He would not attack him. Wait. Someone on the tower responded. Ling Xiao waited there. Cold Plum was somewhat dissatisfied. What a big show. We have the Golden King's secret decree, yet they are so negligent. It seems that this Sword King is relying on the fact that he is the sworn brother of the Golden King, relying on the fact that he has become a popular target for both sides. He is somewhat complacent. Forget it. He's an expert, after all. He's bound to have some temper. Ling Xiao said with a smile. After a long time, the city gates opened. About a dozen warriors riding on desert lion camels rushed in. They surrounded Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao frowned. Even if the other party was a little negligent, he didn't care. There was no need to get angry. But if the other party dared to make a move, then he would be angry. You said that you are the envoy of the Golden Region. Do you have any proof? The leader of the riders was actually a woman. Dressed in silver armor, he looked valiant. Her strength was also unexpectedly very strong. Ling Xiao took out the secret decree. Golden King's secret decree is here. Could it be fake? The woman actually reached out to take the secret decree, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. Are the people of Sword King City so unruly? The secret decree is for the Sword King. You are not qualified to see it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Impudent, you actually dare to be disrespectful to Deputy General Yi Hua. How many heads do you have? A rider at the side roared angrily. You are the one who is bold. You actually dare to yell at the envoy of the Golden King. Could it be that your Sword King City is really going to rebel? Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, and his cold eyes looked at that rider. That person was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Because he couldn't bear this responsibility. Although it is for my father, we still have to check if it is real. We can't rashly let a fake envoy into Sword King City. Recently, the Black Sandstorm organization has started to move again. We have to be careful. Yi Hua's eyes were still cold. Perhaps it was because of Qi Fei, Yi Hua didn't have any good impression of the royal family. Ling Xiao was being resented on account of the house and its crow. Good reason, here you go. Ling Xiao threw the secret decree to Yi Hua and stood at the side. Yi Hua carefully opened the secret decree, but he didn't have the intention to check it. Instead, he looked at the content inside. After reading, he suddenly sneered and said, "Golden King is really interesting. He did so many things to us in the past. Now, he actually wants us to continue working for him. In his dreams. I am just an envoy. If the Sword King agrees, I will go back and report. If not, I can also go back and report." "Miss, why are you so harsh on me?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yi Hua laughed at himself. Thinking about it, he was just an errand boy. "Let's go, I will bring you into the city. However, I am afraid that you won't be able to see my father for the time being. My father is receiving some guests. You can stay in the guest house for the time being. The guest house in Sword King City is full of famous people. I hope that you won't offend anyone after staying there. Otherwise, if something happens, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Yi Hua turned the desert lion camel around and headed towards the city. Ling Xiao and the other two followed behind. Not long later, they arrived at the guest house. Although it was an inn, it was an official inn. It was specially used to receive official guests. Stepping into the guest house, Ling Xiao noticed that many eyes were looking at them. However, most of them were on Yufanghua and Cold Plum. Ling Xiao was a little regretful. He should have let Yufanghua and Cold Plum stay in the universe world. Two great beauties with two different styles. They were really too attractive. As a man walking in the middle, he seemed a little redundant. "Yi Hua, you are back." Suddenly, a voice rang out, and a person walked out from a private room in the VIP building. Although he was wearing casual clothes, he still had a military aura. He was really a good man. He looked to be in his 20s and was very handsome. He was also very strong. The early stage of the divine physique realm was really not bad at his age. The moment Ling Xiao saw this person, he guessed his identity. Because this person actually looked 50% similar to Qi Heng. He must be the Qi Fei that Huang Yu mentioned. "Brother Qi Fei, why are you here?" Yi Hua blushed when she saw Qi Fei. It was obvious that she had fallen for this handsome and strong boy. "Oh, I am here to meet a friend." "Who are these people?" Qi Fei asked. "They are the envoys of the Golden Territory. They are here with the Golden King's secret edict to persuade my father to work for the royal family." Yi Hua's voice wasn't soft when she said that. It was as if she wanted everyone to hear her on purpose. That was a secret edict. She casually revealed the contents of the edict. It was obvious that she was targeting Ling Xiao. Hearing Yi Hua's words, a ruthless look flashed across Qi Fei's eyes. However, it was just a flash and no one saw it. "Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao, the one who was favored by the two princesses and rose to the top. In just half a month, you went from a normal soldier to the commander of Martial City's city. Defense Army." Qi Fei suddenly laughed and walked up to Ling Xiao to greet him. "That elder brother of mine is also under your care. Right now, he's still lying unconscious on the bed." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Most of the people who wanted to kill me are already dead. He should be thankful that I didn't kill him." Ling Xiao was not courteous at all when he spoke. It was a direct confrontation. He knew that since Qi Fei knew what happened in Martial City, someone must have sent him a message from 1,000 miles away. Qi Fei would not let him go. Regardless of his attitude, the result would be the same. There was no need to be so secretive about it. What an arrogant kid. "I thought you were pitiful for running errands for Golden King. But now, it's hard for me to pity you." Yi Hua's eyes turned cold. Ling Xiao did not know what Qi Fei had instilled into Yi Hua's head, but this Yi Hua was truly quite sick. Could it be that women in love were all so foolish? Yi Hua, this person defeated Qi Heng and became the commander of the City Defense Army. He also has the favor of the two princesses. It's normal for him to be arrogant. I'm very interested in this brother's strength. Why don't you show us some of your moves?" Qi Fei looked at Yi Hua and smiled. "Sword King City values martial arts. When we meet for the first time, we'll make friends by exchanging pointers. If you don't show us some face, I'm afraid you won't give the Sword King army any face. Qifei was indeed a ruthless person. This one sentence of his had forced Ling Xiao into a dilemma. If he agreed, there would be trouble. If he did not agree, he would be looked down upon by the Sword King army and leave a bad impression. After that, many things would be difficult to do. But was it really a dilemma? Ling Xiao sneered. He only had one choice. Exchanging pointers is not a problem. But will you be the one to fight? Of course not. If I made a move, even if I defeated you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be convinced. How about this? I heard that you defeated my brother. My brother, Qi Heng, is a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. However, you've just broken through. How about I send a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm to battle with you? Qifei was really tempted. The reason why he proposed to spar today was just to dampen Ling Xiao's spirit. He didn't want to kill Ling Xiao because he didn't dare to. If he attacked Ling Xiao in broad daylight, the Sword King would definitely stop him. At that time, he would be the one in trouble. But it shouldn't be a problem to teach him a lesson. Actually, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao, who looked like he was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Physique Echelon, could defeat his older brother. He must have used some underhanded means. Therefore, a martial artist at the peak of the 8th level Divine Body Realm would definitely be able to defeat Ling Xiao. And he was the most vicious. The person he sent belonged to the Sword King army, but he had already bribed him. He said that it was a spar, but he secretly wanted this person to kill Ling Xiao when he had the chance. This way, Ling Xiao's death would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, it would affect the relationship between the Golden King and the Sword King. It was killing many birds with one stone. Ling Xiao was about to speak when Qifei said, "It's fine if you don't agree. After all, you're the commander of the Golden Region City Defense Army. The martial artists in the Land of Exile can't be compared to you. It's normal for you to look down on us." Qifei wanted to block Ling Xiao's path of rejection. Actually, he didn't have to do that because Ling Xiao didn't intend to reject. Yihua obviously guessed Qifei's thoughts, so he added, "That's true. He has the two princesses behind him. If he was really injured in the Sword King city, we won't be able to bear the consequences if the princesses blame us. So, forget it. Commander Ling Xiao, I'll pass the secret edict to my father. You had better go back, lest this filthy air stain your noble breath." Yihua's words could be said to be extremely sarcastic. Ling Xiao laughed when he heard this. "You guys just want to force me to make a move. There's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll just agree." Yihua and Qifei smiled. They were about to find the peak 8th level Divine Physique Echelon martial artist to fight. However, they were rejected by Ling Xiao. There's no need to go through so much trouble. This suggestion was made by Deputy General Qifei. "Why don't you let Deputy General Qifei spar with me?" Ling Xiao said indifferently, "You can't be afraid of losing, right?" Qifei was stunned. Ling Xiao's suggestion ruined his plan. If he made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, Yihua obviously didn't know what Qifei was thinking. She was still egging him on. "Brother Qifei, since he wants to make a fool of himself, let's fulfill his wish. Teach this arrogant fellow a lesson so that he won't dare to come to the Sword King city in the future." Now that things had come to this, Qifei couldn't refuse anymore. He forced Ling Xiao to make a move. Ling Xiao agreed. Ling Xiao asked him to make a move. If he rejected, it would mean that he was a coward. "Forget it," Qifei looked at Ling Xiao and said, "A spar is a spar, but fists and legs have no eyes. I hope you can forgive me if I hurt you." "You can't hurt me, because I only need one move to defeat you," Ling Xiao said coldly as he pulled out the Void God sword and looked at Qifei coldly. In the previous selection, he didn't use the Divine Nine Dragon art, nor did he use the Soul Sword art at the start. Otherwise, Qi Heng would have lost in one move. Today was different. He wanted to intimidate these arrogant Sword King army martial artists. He had to defeat Qifei cleanly. But whether he should use the Divine Nine Dragon art or the Soul Sword art was a problem. "You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yi Hua said sarcastically, if Big Brother Qifei said that, I can accept it. But you? Qifei was also smiling. You really think highly of yourself, don't you? I'm not trash like my brother. You took so long to defeat him. You actually dare to say that you can defeat me in one move. I'd like to see how you lose. There was a stage in the guest pavilion that was used for sparring. Qifei jumped up first. He was suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. Ling Xiao, this bastard, dared to look down on him. He was going too far. Come. Qifei didn't want to make a fool of himself, so he didn't underestimate his opponent. He released his divine dog martial soul at the start and chose to use divine dog possession. A long spear appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao jumped onto the stage and looked at Qifei indifferently. Then, divine energy gathered in the Void God sword. In the end, he decided to use the divine Nine Dragon art. The Soul Sword art was too subtle and couldn't intimidate his opponent. But the divine Nine Dragon art was different. A golden dragon jumped on the Void God sword and was dyed black by the power of the sword. It was an evil black. Kill. Ling Xiao rushed out. He said he would defeat Qifei in one move, so he meant it. Therefore, he couldn't give Qifei time to prepare. If Qifei reacted, this move wouldn't work. The divine Nine Dragon art was powerful, but Qifei definitely had a way to block or dodge it. Only by catching him off guard could he win in one move. Qifei did not dare to be careless when he saw Ling Xiao charging at him. However, he was an early-stage 9th level divine physique echelon expert after all. It was impossible for him to go all out. Even if he did not want to underestimate his opponent, he would still underestimate his opponent. Moreover, as a powerhouse, why would he defend himself? Since Ling Xiao dared to attack, he naturally had to attack as well. This was the demeanor of a powerhouse. He shook the spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear glowed with fiery red energy. At the same time, the shadow of a fiery red wolf dog shot out from the spear and flew toward Ling Xiao. The wolf dog let out a low growl with an extremely violent aura. Just this casual strike had a might that was much stronger than Qi Heng's strongest attack. However, Ling Xiao did not even bat an eyelid in the face of this powerful attack. He just stabbed out with the Void God sword in his hand. A low dragon roar was heard. A blood-gold divine dragon shot through the air and collided with the wolf dog's shadow. Divine Nine Dragon Formula. Compared to when he first started cultivating the divine Nine Dragon Formula, this divine dragon's aura was clearly much more powerful. Boom, the divine dragon grew in the wind, and with a roar, it tore the wolf dog's shadow into pieces. Then, it pounced on Qifei without stopping. The distance between the two of them was only 5 to 6 meters. In such a short distance, Qifei would not be able to react at all. This was because the speed of the divine Nine Dragon Formula was extremely fast. Therefore, there was no way for Qifei to escape. The divine dragon slammed into Qifei and sent him flying. He landed heavily on the arena and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Qifei had a defensive treasure on him that saved his life at the critical moment. If he did not defend himself, this attack would have killed Qifei on the spot. The guest pavilion was dead silent. The disdain in their eyes toward Ling Xiao had turned into shock. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao would really defeat Qifei in one move? Although this was mainly due to the element of surprise, a victory was a victory. However, a win was a win. Even if Qifei was unconvinced, it was useless. Brother Qifei. Yi Hua only came back to her senses after a long while and hurriedly rushed over. Big Brother Qifei, are you all right? He won't die yet. Ling Zhao's voice suddenly rang out. As expected of a member of the Qi clan, the defensive magic treasure on his body is not bad. It's a pity that the attack just now should have shattered it, right? As Ling Zhao's voice fell, a cracking sound was heard. A heart protection mirror fell from Qifei's body. The protective shield released by the heart protection mirror could instantly protect the vital parts of the body. Unfortunately, the Nine Dragon Formula was too powerful and even this thing was destroyed. Ling Xiao felt a burst of exhaustion, but he obviously couldn't fall down at this time. Therefore, he forced himself to stand there. Catch him! Yi Hua roared hysterically. Although she roared, the people beside her did not make a move. The Sword King army doesn't belong to me. Moreover, the Sword King army had their own pride. This was a fair duel. If Ling Xiao won and went to capture him, it would obviously ruin the reputation of the Sword King army. Even the martial artist who was loyal to Qi Fei didn't make a move. He was a hidden chess piece in the Sword King army. If he made a move, it would be equivalent to exposing himself. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to face Ling Xiao. However, they didn't know that the current Ling Xiao was extremely weak and his stamina was almost exhausted. If they really attacked, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua were beside Ling Xiao, and they naturally wouldn't ignore it. What? Lieutenant Yi Hua, are you going to go back on your words? Are you going to trample on the Sword King army's face? Ling Xiao looked at Yi Hua and mocked. I don't know what kind of person the Sword King is, but this woman of his is really stupid. I don't care so much. How dare you hurt my big brother Qi Fei, I'll take your life. Yi Hua saw that the others weren't willing to make a move, so she personally made a move. Her cultivation had also reached the early stage of the 9th stage divine physique echelon, but her combat strength was definitely not as good as Qi Fei's. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum both stood out. They naturally had to stop Yi Hua. However, Qi Fei didn't have any intention of stopping Yi Hua. Whether Yi Hua killed Ling Xiao or Ling Xiao killed Yi Hua, it would be the most beneficial for their Qi family. Sister, stop. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded. A white-clothed youth was pushed into the guest house in a wheelchair. Father was worried that you would mess around, so he intentionally ordered me to come and check. Yi Qiu, Ling Xiao looked at the youth. According to Huang Yu's description, this should be Yi Qiu. After the incident 10 years ago, Yi Qiu, who was already 26 years old, became a lot more mature. However, he was almost a cripple. Not only was he unable to use his divine energy, but he also couldn't feel his legs. That wheelchair was obviously made by a famous master. It was powered by spirit stones, and it could move the wheels and even fly. There were also a lot of magic array fluctuations on the wheelchair. It could be seen that it was used to protect Yi Qiu. Furthermore, the woman who was pushing Yi Qiu's wheelchair was also very strong. Brother. Yi Hua seemed to be very afraid of her brother. Even though her brother was already crippled, she still seemed to be very afraid of him. Don't blame me, it's all because of this person. He clearly came to our Sword King city, and yet, he still dared to injure people. I am also seeking justice for our Sword King army. Don't try to quibble. Yi Qiu said coldly, all these years, because of me, father has been especially doting on you. He has really spoiled you. In a fair competition, a loss is a loss. Yet, you actually want to find trouble with others. Do you want our Sword King army's reputation to be tarnished? Go back. Take Qi Fei and quickly treat his injuries. Oh. Yi Hua was helpless. She fiercely glared at Ling Xiao, then ordered people to carry Qi Fei and left. Hua. The instant Yi Hua left, the guest house suddenly rang out with enthusiastic applause. It was for Yi Qiu and Ling Xiao. Yi Qiu's fairness was neither biased nor selfish, and they respected him. Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the divine physique realm, and he defeated Qi Fei, who was at the early stage of the 9th level of the divine physique realm, in one move. Previously, when they heard Qi Fei's words, they thought that Ling Xiao had used some underhanded means to obtain the position of the City Defense Army's commander. But now, they no longer thought that way. Ling Xiao used his powerful strength to prove himself, and at the same time, changed their impression of him greatly. Perhaps, this was something that Qi Fei had never expected. The sparring was originally to embarrass Ling Xiao and even kill Ling Xiao. In the end, not only was he injured, but he also lost all his face. The image that he had always established in the army could be said to have collapsed in an instant. It really felt like he had suffered a double loss. Brother Ling, please forgive my sister for being disrespectful. Father has an important guest to meet today, so he couldn't come out to welcome you. Please don't mind. Although Yi Qiu's voice was weak and his body was weak, this person was indeed much better than his sister. No matter whether it was the way he spoke or the way he acted, he revealed the demeanor that a general should have. It seemed like he was someone who would do great things. It was a pity that his body was crippled and he couldn't use divine origin. Of course, what Ling Xiao didn't know was that Yi Qiu had already arrived. If he, Ling Xiao, lost to Qi Fei, Yi Qiu probably wouldn't be so polite to him. All of this was exchanged with his strength. Can I ask, if Qi Fei really wanted to kill me just now, would young master save me? Ling Xiao wasn't a 3-year-old child who was easily won over by others' enthusiasm. He was very clear that he didn't have to thank anyone for all this. What he should be grateful for was his strength. Of course. Yi Qiu said without hesitation, there wasn't a trace of hypocrisy in his eyes. However, Brother Ling, you don't need me to save you, right? The two beside you, any one of them isn't any weaker than Qi Fei, right? Hee, you flatter me. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. If they really fought, whether it was Yu Fenghua or Cold Plum, they could take Qi Fei's life. Young master, we should go back. The guest that the prince met today is a powerful alchemist. He was recommended by Deputy General Qi Fei, and the Qi family put in a lot of effort for this matter. Even if young master doesn't believe it, you should try. Perhaps you can really stand up again. The woman pushing the wheelchair suddenly said to Yi Qiu. Who is that alchemist? Yi Qiu asked indifferently. I heard that he's called Hua Tianyi, known as the Miracle Doctor. He's the descendant of Hua Tuo, one of the 12 immortals. The woman said again. It's actually Hua Tianyi. Yi Qiuming revealed an excited expression. This Hua Tianyi was very famous in the Golden Martial Nation. It was said that there was no illness that he couldn't cure. Of course, the rumors might be a little exaggerated, but such a famous person should be capable. Alright, let's go back. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned to Ling Xiao, saying, Brother Ling, rest in the guest house for a while. Father will naturally receive you at a later time. Young Master Yi, please wait. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a way to rope in the Sword King. He didn't dare to say that his medical skills were unparalleled, but at least his master's medical skills were definitely unmatched in the entire mystic world. If he could cure Yi Qiu, then the Sword King would owe him a big favor. If they could obtain the Sword King's help, it would be much easier for the Sky Tyrant Empire to enter the Eternal God domain. Wasn't he recommending Hua Tianyi to rope in the Sword King? The Sword King thought highly of his only son, Yi Qiu. Because of Yi Qiu, he actually fell out with the Golden King. Once Yi Qiu was cured, even if he didn't rely on the Qi family, he would definitely help them. Ling Xiao had no feelings for the royal family, but this Sword King was someone he could use. Is there anything else, Brother Ling? Yi Qiu asked curiously. I also know the art of Qi Huang, and I'm quite proficient in it. Why don't young Master Yi let me take a look first? Ling Xiao asked. You? Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Such a young martial artist was also an alchemist, he could not help but be suspicious. It's just a check. It won't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Alright then. Yi Qiu ultimately still wanted to befriend Ling Xiao, so he wasn't willing to directly refuse. Moreover, it was just a check, not a treatment. There was no harm. Seeing him agree, Ling Xiao went up to take his pulse and inject divine essence. At the same time, he opened the Tai Chi eye to check. About 5 to 6 minutes later, Ling Xiao put down Yi Qiu's hand and frowned. Your Excellency, if there's nothing else, we can go now, right? The woman pushing Yi Qiu was clearly somewhat impatient, feeling that Ling Xiao was completely wasting time. But Ling Xiao ignored her and looked at Yi Qiu and said, You're afflicted with a curse, right? Hearing this, Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, and he said, That's right. So what if you just know that it's a curse? Ordinary alchemists will know after checking. That woman said again. Then do they know that this curse is refined from gathering the resentment of corpses that are more than 10,000 years old? Ling Xiao countered with a question. What? This time, that woman didn't refute. Instead, she was very surprised. There were very few people who could see this kind of thing. In these years, the Sword King had invited many alchemists to treat him, but there really weren't many who could see this point. At the very least, it meant that Ling Xiao was relatively outstanding among alchemists. This corpse should be the corpse of the Black Death Snake from 10,000 years ago. Ling Xiao said again. This time, Yi Qiu and that woman were even more surprised. Yi Qiu even directly asked, "Is there a treatment method?" "Of course there is, but the Qi clan has already sent a famous doctor, Hua Tianyi, for you. It's not good for me to snatch someone else's patient. How about this, if he can't be treated, I'll think of another way." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The fish had taken the bait. "Brother Ling, why don't you come with me to the general's residence? With two famous doctors present, I'll be more confident." Yi Qiu hurriedly said. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. He had successfully grasped Yi Qiu's anxious mind. "Alright, let's go take a look." Ling Xiao nodded. "Please." Yi Qiu was even more respectful than before. Previously, he only thought that Ling Xiao was an outstanding genius who was worth befriending. But now, he was simply worshipping him. Soon, they arrived at the general's residence. At this moment, the Sword King was talking to Hua Tianyi. Qi Fei and Yi Hua were also there. When he saw Hua Tianyi, Ling Xiao understood that Qi Fei must have been treated by Hua Tianyi and had recovered. This Hua Tianyi really did have some ability. He was not simple. Hua Tianyi's hair and beard were all white, and he looked like an expert. However, his expression was very arrogant. Even in front of the Sword King, he still had the air of an expert. "Qiu'er, you're back. Who are these people?" The Sword King saw that Yi Qiu had returned and asked with a smile. "Father, that's the guy who injured Qi Fei. What a despicable sneak attack." Yi Hua suddenly shouted. "Shut up." Before the Sword King could say anything, Yi Qiu shouted sternly, "Yi Hua, that's enough. When did you learn how to lie and frame others? It was a fair duel, but in your eyes, it was a sneak attack. I don't want to hear you slander Master Ling anymore, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing this, the Sword King and the others were stunned. "Master Ling? When did Ling Xiao become a master?" "Qiu'er, your sister is still young. Don't blame her." "But you, why did you come with this person?" "I said that I don't want to see people sent by the royal family." The Sword King frowned. "Father, it was me who took the initiative to intercept the Wild Sand King. That's why I ended up like this. It has nothing to do with the Golden King. Moreover, although Master Ling was sent by the royal family, you probably don't know that he's actually an extremely powerful pharmacist, right? He could even tell that I was poisoned by a curse, and it was made from the resentment of the Black Death Snake." Yi Qiu said very seriously. "That's nothing. Being able to tell doesn't mean that it can be treated. Does young Master Yi mean that you're not willing to accept my treatment?" Hua Tianyi's face was gloomy. He was obviously unhappy. "Tyrannical Sky Martial Spirit Senior Hua, you're worrying too much. I've heard of your reputation, so I came here to pay you a visit. Of course, I'll have to rely on you to cure the poison. I can be your assistant." Before Yi Qiu said anything, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He had two purposes for coming here today. First, if Hua Tianyi could cure the poison, he would interfere and prevent him from succeeding. Then, he would treat the poison himself. Second, if Hua Tianyi couldn't cure the poison, he would replace Hua Tianyi. Therefore, it wasn't wise to ruin his relationship with Hua Tianyi too early. After all, the Sword King trusted Hua Tianyi more. Well, not more. He probably trusted Hua Tianyi completely. If he ruined his relationship with Hua Tianyi, he would be the one in an awkward position. Forget it. I don't like to use a stranger. Qi Fei, you can be my assistant. Hua Tianyi glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. Obviously, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously anymore. How could a timid kid pose a threat to him? Hua Tianyi also seemed to understand that it wasn't good to target Ling Xiao now. It was better to cure Ling Xiao. At that time, the Sword King would agree to whatever he said. "Please come in, young Master Yi." Hua Tianyi looked at Yi Qiu and made an inviting gesture. "The rest of you can wait outside." "I'm afraid that won't do." The Sword King frowned. "Let me accompany him." He was obviously worried that someone would harm Yi Qiu without him by his side. With Yi Qiu's current weak state, he would be ambushed. He couldn't sit in that wheelchair forever. More importantly, something like this had happened before. It almost led to a big mistake. Forget it. The Sword King can follow. Qi Fei, you can come too. Hua Tianyi didn't insist and nodded. Then, he entered the room with the Sword King. From the beginning, the Sword King didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if he didn't exist at all. Ling Xiao could understand this as well. This was probably also a case of hating the house and its crow. He was really unlucky to be an envoy of the royal family. He might as well come with his own identity. However, since things had already come to this, there was no need to think too much about it. At the very least, Sword King didn't reject him as much as Yi Hua, which was already not bad. After Hua Tianyi and Sword King stepped into the room, Qi Fei suddenly came to Ling Xiao's side and said in a low voice, "Ling Xiao, once Yi Qiu is cured, it will be the time of your death. I believe that no one will care about the death of a city defense commander from the outer circle of the Golden Region." With that, he turned around and entered the room. Looking at Qi Fei's back, Ling Xiao sneered. Did she think that he wouldn't be able to do anything if she didn't let him into the room? Just wait and see. Master Ling, what did Qi Fei say? Yi Qiu asked curiously. It's fine. Young master, you should hurry and get treated. If you feel that something is wrong, feel free to shout. If you can't shout it out, I'll be able to sense it with just a thought and I'll immediately go in to save you. In fact, Ling Xiao felt that Sword King was quite funny. So what if Sword King followed him into the room? Would you be able to tell if a pharmacist wanted to harm someone? Unless the pharmacist was more powerful than the pharmacist, it would be useless even if he opened his eyes wide. He felt that Qi Fei wouldn't be so kind. The Qi family wanted to obtain the Sword King army and let Qi Fei marry Yi Hua. If Yi Qiu recovered, it wouldn't be good for Qi Fei. Let's hope that Qi Fei's worries were groundless. Alright. With Ling Xiao's words, Yi Qiu felt more confident. Actually, he was more willing to trust Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao's eyes had a trace of sincerity, which was very difficult to fake. On the other hand, Hua Tianyi was too sophisticated. After the door was closed, Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye. Even though he was standing outside, he could see the situation in the room like the back of his hand. After entering the room, Yi Qiu was helped to the bed. Then, Sword King looked at Hua Tianyi very sincerely. Immortal Master. I'm counting on you this time. If you can cure Qiu, I'm willing to agree to your request. Hearing this, Qi Fei's face lit up. This so-called request must have something to do with the Qi family. The Qi family really put in a lot of effort. Hua Tianyi nodded and sat on the chair beside the bed. Then, he checked Yi Qiu's condition. After a while, he suddenly said, it's actually cursed poison, and it's refined from the resentment of the 10,000-year-old Black Death Snake. Young master has been poisoned for too long, and the poison has already entered his bone marrow. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to completely expel it. Also, because this poison has been suppressed by Sir Sword King for a long time, once it spreads, it will be like a flood breaking the dam. You won't be able to stop it, and the only result is death. This was basically the trick of all swindlers. First, they said that the other party's condition was very serious, making them feel despair. Then, they said that they could cure it, making the other party think that they were the savior. Sure enough, Sword King's face changed greatly, and he actually almost fainted. Even though he was a tough guy, when it concerned his son's life, he couldn't bear it. Immortal Master, you can definitely help, right? Sword King suddenly grabbed Hua Tianyi's shoulder and asked excitedly. There was hope in his eyes, like a drowning person hoping to grab a lifebuoy by the shore. General, Immortal Master will definitely be fine. Qi Fei comforted from the side. Hua Tianyi saw that it was about time and smiled. Even so, my ancestor is Hua Tuo, one of the 12 human immortals. You found the right person. I'm afraid that in this world, other than me, no one else can save him. Sword King was obviously relieved. This usually astute general was now completely confused by the situation. His thoughts were completely controlled by his emotions. Qi Fei, get the tools. Hua Tianyi said to Qi Fei. Understood. Qi Fei took out the tools that he had already prepared. There were more than a dozen bottles of strange medicine and more than 30 silver needles. After Hua Tianyi disinfected a pair of silver needles, he gently smeared the medicine on them with cotton wool and pierced them into Yi Qiu's acupuncture points. As the silver needles entered Yi Qiu's body, he groaned but didn't feel any pain. This old man's medical skills are really amazing, especially his acupuncture skills. It's really outstanding. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise. Master, why are you still in the mood to praise that guy? If Hua Tianyi really cures Yi Qiu, we'll be in trouble. Cold Plum smiled bitterly. It's okay. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't explain anything. He continued to watch. At this moment, Hua Tianyi was performing acupuncture. It could be said that the room was completely silent. The people outside the room didn't dare to make any noise. Ling Xiao saw the sinister traces of the curse on Yi Qiu's body. It was as if a snake was entrenched in Yi Qiu's body. This snake would slowly grow. It was estimated that 10 years ago, it was only the size of an earthworm, but now it was more than a meter long, almost occupying Yi Qiu's entire body. He couldn't help but sigh. Yi Qiu was actually able to live until now. It seemed that he had met a benefactor. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. If not for someone suppressing the Black Death Snake curse poison for him back then, Yi Qiu would have died long ago. He wouldn't have lasted until today. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. This guy's motives are indeed impure. Ling Xiao was an expert, so he could see what Hua Tianyi was doing. The Sword King in the room was a complete layman, so he didn't know what Hua Tianyi was doing. He didn't object to what Hua Tianyi was doing. He just watched quietly, not even daring to breathe loudly. Time passed by minute. Hua Tianyi had already pierced all 30 silver needles into Yi Qiu's body. Upon closer inspection, it actually looked like a cage imprisoning the snake tattoo. Vaguely, there was actually the fluctuation of a formation. This made the Sword King's eyes light up, and he praised in his heart, Immortal Master is indeed capable. You actually know formation techniques in addition to the Qi Huang technique? At this moment, he clearly trusted Hua Tianyi even more. When all the silver needles were used up, Hua Tianyi circulated his divine essence and poured it into the 30 silver needles. Following this action, the silver needles trembled. The snake tattoo on Yi Qiu's body also began to tremble, as if it was struggling and trying to escape. Where are you going? Cold sweat dripped from Hua Tianyi's forehead. Although it looked very difficult, he didn't give up on the treatment. This made the Sword King extremely moved. He was a person who valued friendship. If someone really saved his son, he would be grateful for the rest of his life. As the treatment continued, the snake tattoo actually became fainter and fainter, and finally completely disappeared. At the same time, the 30 silver needles turned black. There was even a fishy smell coming from it. Success? The Sword King looked at Hua Tianyi excitedly and asked. For 10 years, he didn't know how many famous doctors he had invited to treat Yi Qiu, but in the end, they all failed. But today, he actually succeeded. This made the Sword King feel like he was dreaming. Even though he knew that after such a thing happened, he would have to become the Qi family's lackey. But he didn't regret it. As long as his son could recover, so what if he worked for the Qi family? Of course it's a success. The black color on the silver needles is formed by the curse poison. My ancestor has passed down the method of expelling poison with silver needles. Together with the formation, it has endless miraculous uses. Those potions were also secret recipes passed down from generation to generation. There was absolutely no second person in the world who knew how to make them. Originally, I wouldn't easily reveal these things. Because of this, it would take too much energy to treat them, and I would be extremely tired. Today, for the sake of your noble young master, I've risked my life as well. If there had been any mishap, I'm afraid the first one to die would have been me. That poison isn't something to play with. Hua Tianyi's words were nothing more than to tell the Sword King how difficult it was for him to treat him. How great was his contribution. The Sword King supported Hua Tianyi and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Immortal Master. I will definitely reward you well this time." For Hua Tianyi, although he was invited by the Qi family, he also wanted to gain some benefits. The Sword King's promise made him satisfied. All these years, the Sword King had been guarding the land of exile and had obtained many treasures. Men, capture those envoys from the Golden Domain. The Sword King suddenly gave an order. He had promised Qi Fei that if Yi Qiu was cured, he would immediately capture Ling Xiao. The Sword King didn't care about a mere envoy. It was up to him whether Qifei wanted to kill or torture him. Understood. A voice came from outside. Qifei revealed a smug smile. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you didn't expect this, did you? Although I lost to you last time due to my carelessness, you're still going to die at my hands. However, in the next moment, a scream came from outside. The door was smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao walked in alone from outside. Cold Plum and Yu Fenghua were fighting. If the Sword King captures me now, I guarantee that in 7 days, Yi Qiu will die from the poison. He looked at the Sword King and said bluntly, you were cheated, yet you still want to count the money. That's exactly what you're talking about. Not only are you conceited, but you're also stupid. Ling Xiao, you've got guts. How dare you make a move in the general's residence? You even cursed young Master Yi Qiu. What are you trying to do? Qifei shouted sternly. Curse? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, I thought Hua Tianyi was really an expert. I didn't expect that he wasn't saving people, but harming people. It seemed like the curse was removed, but in fact, it didn't. Instead, it made the curse even more ferocious. His intentions are terrible. Hearing this, the Sword King was stunned. He didn't dare to be careless when it concerned his son. Everyone, stop. He ordered those who were fighting Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum outside. Your Excellency Sword King, I worked hard to treat your son, but now I'm being slandered. Are you going to believe him? Hua Tianyi's face suddenly darkened. However, there was also a flash of panic in his eyes. Immortal Master, please don't be angry. It concerns my son's safety. Some things are better explained clearly. The Sword King said lightly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, if you're talking nonsense, blood will be spilled here today. Now, tell me, what's going on? Ling Xiao also looked at the Sword King and sneered, Your Excellency Sword King, I don't like your attitude. If I didn't hit it off with young Master Yi Qiu, I wouldn't have stepped forward. However, we'll settle this score later. Right now, saving people is more important. After saying this, he went straight to Hua Tianyi's toolbox. Because he wanted to verify his judgment. Hua Tianyi and Qifei naturally wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by the Sword King. You too, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If there's something wrong with the proof, I'll apologize. I'm willing to kneel and apologize, but for now, let's do as he says. The Sword King wasn't completely muddle-headed. Compared to his daughter, Yi Hua was much stronger. While the Sword King was stopping Hua Tianyi and Qifei, Ling Xiao checked the medicine bottles and silver needles. As expected. Hua Tianyi, you're really vicious. As a pharmacist, you actually conspired to harm people. You really don't deserve the title of Immortal Master. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Sword King, in these medicine bottles, there's no healing medicine at all. They're all highly toxic. The silver needles turned black not because they were infected by the curse, but because of the changes caused by the highly toxic medicine. If you don't believe me, you can get someone to test it. Hua Tianyi, is what he said true? The Sword King asked sternly. Sword King, don't listen to that kid's nonsense. Although the medicine is highly toxic, I'm using the method of fighting poison with poison. Hua Tianyi said. Still want to quibble? Do you really know what a curse is? Although there's a saying of fighting poison with poison in this world, a curse is not in this category. No matter what kind of highly toxic poison enters, it will be eaten by the curse's food. You're not expelling the poison at all, but feeding the Black Death Snake the curse. Ling Xiao questioned Hua Tianyi coldly. The Black Death Snake cursed poison is trapped by the formation. However, as long as it becomes stronger and accumulates enough energy, it will be able to break free from the formation. During this period, there will be a gap of 7 days. Therefore, during this period of time, the cursed poison seems to disappear, but it is actually hiding and accumulating energy. Now let me ask you, Hua Tianyi, why did you feed the Black Death Snake cursed poison so many poisonous things? Ling Xiao's words could be said to hit the nail on the head, hitting the nail on the head. Brat, you're slandering me. Hua Tianyi was obviously panicking because what Ling Xiao said was true. This made him feel like he had been seen through. Your Excellency Sword King, I came all the way to Sword King City just to save young Master Yi Qiu. I didn't expect you to suspect me because of this brat's nonsense. Hua Tianyi said angrily, if that's the case, if anything happens to anyone in Sword King City, don't come begging me. I'll take my leave. He did not even want the reward and was in a hurry to leave. Stop him. The Sword King said coldly, why are you in such a hurry to leave, Master Celestial? If this brat slandered you, I will definitely apologize to you. The Sword King was really not afraid of offending people. His attitude towards Ling Xiao was very domineering. Before, Ling Xiao thought that he was influenced by the royal family. Now it seemed that the Sword King was such a person. He only cared about things and not people. The large group of people outside were originally here to capture Ling Xiao, but now they were here to stop Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi's face was pale. He knew what he had done. If he was really exposed, he would probably suffer the Sword King's thunderous anger today. However, he had no choice. He was focused on medicine, and his cultivation was not very strong. Ling Xiao, can you prove what you said? The Sword King asked, after all, I can't attack a Master Celestial just because of your speculation. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded straightforwardly and said, without this diamond, I wouldn't have taken on this porcelain job. Although the Black Death Snake cursed poison is hidden. However, if there is a more delicious poison to attract it, it will definitely be exposed. It just so happens that I'm also a poison expert. It won't hurt Qiu, right? Sword King frowned and asked. He's already on the verge of death. So what if he's injured? Or do you want to wait 7 days to see the result? Ling Xiao said as he looked at the Sword King. Father, you can't let him cause trouble. Why are you so muddle-headed today? The Qi clan has always treated us well. Hua Tianyi was also the top pharmacist in the Golden Martial Nation. Would you rather believe a layman than them? Right now, Yi Hua was still stubbornly obstinate. Shut up. The Sword King angrily shouted. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, let's start. He was definitely a decisive person. It was not easy for a father to make such a decision. However, the Sword King still clenched his teeth and made his decision. Ling Xiao nodded and released the 9-headed demon king snake beast spirit. The most terrifying poison seeped out. Everyone in the room felt a great threat. The Sword King even took out his own weapon. Just in case. Don't worry. Compared to you, I admire Yi Qiu more. I won't harm him. Poison-resistant Saint Rune. Ling Xiao muttered. Then, he used his hand as a brush and engraved a poison-resistant Saint Rune on Yi Qiu's body. It was still a first-grade Saint Rune. This way, Yi Qiu would be able to avoid the pain of the poison. It's actually the Saint Rune art. The Sword King was shocked to see this. After the Saint Rune sect was destroyed, those who knew the Saint Rune art were in high demand. Most of them were divided among the major forces. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to inscribe a first-grade Saint Rune so easily at such a young age. One had to know that the Saint Rune masters he had seen who could inscribe first-grade Saint Runes were at least in the Divine Soul realm. A moment later, the Black Death Snake cursed poison that had completely disappeared reappeared. It was clearly much larger than before. It was clear that it had grown after swallowing poison. Seeing this, the Sword King's eyes revealed a terrifying killing intent. He turned to look at Hua Tianyi and asked, what else do you have to say? Misunderstanding, it must be a misunderstanding. That's right, that Ling Xiao must have used some sorcery, how could the miraculous fairy doctor do such a thing? Yi Hua, this woman, is truly hopeless. Even now, she is still speaking up for others. Wake up, he's the one who wants to harm your brother. The Sword King said coldly. Deputy General Yi Hua, please save me. It must be that brat's doing. Hua Tianyi suddenly approached Yi Hua. Before Yi Hua could react, Hua Tianyi's expression suddenly changed, and a poisonous silver needle appeared in his hand. Don't come over, or I'll kill her. Immortal Master. Yi Hua was stunned. She had always been protecting Hua Tianyi, but she did not expect that she would become someone's hostage in the end. Deputy General Yi Hua, I'm sorry. That Ling Xiao is cunning, so you'll have to be my hostage for now. After I've investigated this matter, I'll come and ask for forgiveness. Even now, Hua Tianyi was still trying to trick Yi Hua. The key was that Yi Hua, this stupid woman, actually believed him. She purposely blocked the Sword King's angle of attack so that he could not attack Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi slowly retreated. Brat, one day, I'll settle the score with you. We're not done yet. At this moment, someone that Hua Tianyi was not on guard against launched an attack. It was Qi Fei. Unknowingly, Qi Fei had already walked to Hua Tianyi's side. Hua Tianyi was not on guard against him, and his temple was pierced by Qi Fei's finger. His body went limp. He died on the spot, and he did not even have the chance to say his last words. The Sword King looked at Qi Fei and frowned. Anyone could see that Qi Fei was trying to silence him. But he was already dead, and there was no evidence. Qi Fei hurriedly knelt down and said, "General, I didn't see the right person, and I actually let such a bad person harm young Master Yi Qiu. But this guy is obviously the #1 doctor in the Golden Martial Nation. I really don't understand why he would do such a thing. I'm afraid you know very well." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "This move of silencing people is indeed beautifully executed. Your reaction can be said to be fast. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your plan will fail." "What are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Qi Fei laughed dryly. He already hated Ling Xiao to death in his heart. If not for Ling Xiao today, no one present would have been able to see what Hua Tianyi had done. 7 days was enough for him to do a lot of things. The plan would have gone smoothly according to his arrangements. But Ling Xiao's appearance ruined everything. "You don't understand? Forget it." Ling Xiao did not say anything else. Now that there was no evidence, there was no point in saying anything. The Qi clan would completely pour dirty water on Hua Tianyi. "General, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. I will take my leave first." Qi Fei cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Is it really okay to let him leave just like that?" Ling Xiao looked at the Sword King and said, "You should know that what Hua Tianyi did was arranged by the Qi clan. Words are no proof. So what if I know? He acted too quickly." The Sword King shook his head. He did not want to offend the Qi clan now. "What if I tell you that I can save Yi Qiu?" Ling Xiao smiled. "Are you serious?" Sword King's eyes widened. "Of course, I'm not a liar like Hua Tianyi." Ling Xiao said. "If you can cure Yi Qiu, I'll uproot Qi Fei and the people the Qi family arranged in Sword King City. From then on, I'll swear allegiance to the royal family." Sword King said. "No, no, no." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "You owe me a favor, not the royal family. I hope you can help me." "Help? No need to go through so much trouble. If you can cure Yi Qiu, my Sword King army will obey you from now on." Sword King said. His words were powerful and resonating. When it came from his mouth, he basically wouldn't lie. Good, straightforward. That's what I want. But let's talk about this later. Curing Yi Qiu is more important. Ling Xiao said, "To cure Yi Qiu, I need a few medicinal herbs. Send someone to find them immediately. The sooner the better. I'm 100% sure that I can find them within 7 days. But after 7 days, even an immortal won't be able to save him." While speaking, he wrote down the medicinal herbs he needed. In fact, he didn't need any medicinal herbs. He just wrote down the medicinal herbs he needed to refine other pills. In the future, when warriors from the Sky Tyrant Empire came, they would have to rely on pills to improve their strength. Most of the medicinal herbs he needed were for refining the law pill. Although the law pill's main ingredient was the flower of law, supplementary medicinal herbs were also indispensable. Ling Xiao didn't have any on him. He could borrow the strength of Sword King City and also test the strength of the Sword King army. At the same time, if it was too easy to expel the poison, it would make people think that he was too relaxed. That wouldn't be good. I'll send someone to collect the medicinal herbs now. Master Ling, you don't need to go to the guest house. Just stay in the general's residence. I'll order someone to clean up the room." Sword King said. "I'll listen to the general." Ling Xiao nodded. Staying in the general's residence was to make Sword King feel at ease. In addition, it was definitely safer here. Qi Fei's plan was ruined by him. He wouldn't let him go. He would definitely try to kill him. Who knew if Qi Fei had other helpers here? After Ling Xiao left, Yi Hua said, "Father, do you really think that Ling Xiao will be able to cure Big Brother? Even Hua Tianyi can't do it, but Ling Xiao can?" The Sword King sighed. To be honest, he was also forced into a corner. If what Ling Xiao said was true and Yi Qiu only had 7 days to live, what could he do, other than believing in Ling Xiao? Was there any other way? No. Let's leave it to the heavens. If this brat dares to lie to me, I will definitely kill him. If he really has the ability, I don't mind selling my life to him. The Sword King gritted his teeth. Father, I'm going back. Yi Hua let out a sigh. Right now, she was very conflicted. On one hand, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would be able to cure Yi Qiu. He also hoped that Ling Xiao could cure Yi Qiu. After a day of torment, everyone was tired. Thus, Ling Xiao, Yu Fenghua, and Cold Plum all sat cross-legged in the room and rested. Martial artists were all like this when they rested. They could still cultivate while resting. Early morning of the second day. The outside suddenly became chaotic. Ling Xiao, Her Highness wants to see you. It was Zhong Ling's voice. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and frowned. He didn't expect Huang Shui to arrive so quickly. He really didn't want to see this princess. This princess's brain is filled with schemes. Staying with this woman is too tiring. My brain can't even rest for a moment. However, he had his own plans right now. For the time being, he didn't want to fall out with Huang Shui. Thus, after packing up, he left the room. Huang Shui lived in the imperial palace beside the general's residence. This imperial palace was uninhabited all year round. However, there were always people cleaning it. Thus, it was still very clean. No matter if it was the environment or the size, it was much better than the general's residence. Ling Xiao, who gave you the courage to actually accept this kind of job? What if you fail? How are you going to explain this to my royal father? When Huang Shui saw Ling Xiao, she immediately reprimanded him. Your Highness, you do your thing, and I do mine. Let's mind our own business. Why do you need to be so angry? Ling Xiao said as he looked at Huang Shui lazily. This woman could be considered an ally this time. However, she was also a dangerous ally. At the crucial moment, no one knew who this woman would help. You are still as arrogant as before. Huang Shui said coldly, however, you seem to have forgotten that this is not the Golden Domain. That girl, Huang Yu, is not here. If I really kill you, it doesn't seem like a big deal. After all, it is normal for people to die in the land of exile. In that case, why hasn't your Highness made a move yet? Ling Xiao yawned and said, I am very tired. If your Highness doesn't want to kill me, I will leave. Simply stubborn. Huang Shui gnashed her teeth in hatred. Scram. In that case, your Highness, goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave. Huang Shui looked at Ling Xiao's departing figure, feeling extremely displeased. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao, too. However, the general's residence had already announced that Ling Xiao was an honored guest of the general's residence. Whoever dared to hurt him would be the enemy of the entire Sword King army. No matter how bold Huang Shui was, she wouldn't dare to do that. The reason she was displeased was that Huang Yu and her father were protecting Ling Xiao in the Golden Domain. In the end, Ling Xiao was instantly protected by the Sword King in the land of exile. How was this brat so capable? Your Highness, there is no need to be anxious. How could that brat save someone that even Hua Tianyi couldn't? He must be looking for an opportunity to escape. At that time, without the general's residence's protection, wouldn't it be easy for us to kill him? Zhongling said with a smile. We can only do so. Huang Shui didn't believe that Ling Xiao would be able to cure Yi Qiu. If he was really able to cure Yi Qiu, then wouldn't Ling Xiao be a god? In the following 3 days, Ling Xiao didn't step out of the courtyard at all. He was immersed in cultivating his martial technique. Finally, the god-defying technique showed signs of breaking through. The unification form to the cross form had completely fused together, forming a terrifying sword. The name of the sword was God-defying technique. When this sword was used together with the god-defying technique, its might actually surpassed the heaven-covering blood palm. It even surpassed the 9 dragons' divine technique, which only had 1 dragon. And this was under the situation where Ling Xiao wasn't completely proficient in the god-defying technique yet. However, because of this sword, something happened, and that was, the room that the Sword King gave him was destroyed. The Sword King heard about this. Yi Hua was rather displeased. "Father, that Ling Xiao doesn't look like he wants to cure Big Brother at all. He only knows how to cultivate his sword technique every day. He actually destroyed the room. Are you sure you want to believe him? At this time, do I still have a choice? Those medicinal herbs that he wants can be gathered by today. In any case, whether it is a mule or a horse, I will just bring it out for a walk." The Sword King was still as resolute as before. That was because he had no other choice. If there was, he wouldn't have placed all of his hopes on Ling Xiao. In the past few years, he had looked for too many famous doctors. And now, even Hua Tianyi couldn't cure Yi Qiu. With his ability, he couldn't find anyone stronger. He could only see if Ling Xiao had the ability or not. "Qi Fei, hurry up and leave. If that Ling Xiao really manages to cure my brother, your situation will become very dangerous." In a certain mansion in Sword King City, Qi Fei brought some people and stayed there. After Yi Hua found out from her father that all the herbs were gathered, she hurriedly ran here to report. "Don't panic, I don't believe that Ling Xiao can cure an injury that even Hua Tianyi can't cure." Qi Fei sneered with a gloomy face. "Don't be afraid of what if, just be afraid of 10,000. Yi Hua also doesn't believe that Ling Xiao can cure Yi Qiu, but in this world, there is always a what if. She doesn't want anything to happen to Qi Fei. Don't worry too much, help me keep an eye on that Ling Xiao and see what he is up to. If there is any movement, immediately inform me." Qi Fei comforted Yi Hua and said, "Also, I naturally hope that Yi Qiu can be cured. However, if that Ling Xiao really swindles you, inform me immediately, I will kill that bastard with my own hands. In order to vent the hatred in my heart. There is no need for you to do anything, if he can't cure my brother, my father will not let him off." Yi Hua said. "That's true. Alright, you can go back first, in case your father gets angry again." Qi Fei said intimately. "Big brother Qi Fei, no matter what happens, I will help you." Before leaving, Yi Hua said to Qi Fei with an expressionless face and then left. After Yi Hua left, Qi Fei's smiling face became sinister and cold. "Stupid woman, if not for using you to deal with Sword King, why would I say those disgusting words?" He has already possessed Yi Hua's body, but he has never taken Yi Hua seriously. Because this woman is too stupid, she is not suitable to be his woman. However, her looks are not bad, playing with her for a while is quite interesting. Isn't young master being too cruel to a woman by doing this? A secret door opened in the room, and a person walked out from it. His entire body was emitting a fiendish aura, incomparably sinister. If Sword King was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He is actually one of Wild Sand King's right-hand men, General Sand Crocodile. The Wild Sand King had 2 powerful subordinates. General Sand Crocodile was an expert in assassination. Of course, he wasn't here to assassinate Qi Fei. Instead, he had something to discuss. A real man shouldn't be bothered by trifles. Qi Fei said calmly, "Yi Qiu, on the other hand, has become a problem. I've seen that Ling Xiao before, and he's definitely not a fool. He keeps saying that he can cure Yi Qiu. Although I think it's just nonsense. However, he still had to be on guard. That's why I invited General Sand Crocodile over to discuss this matter. Young master, you're being too cautious. The Black Death Snake cursed poison has been in Yi Qiu's body for so many years. Have you ever seen anyone who could break it? Our boss's curse, other than himself, no one else can break it. So, why didn't you directly ask our boss for help? Why did you look for Hua Tianyi instead?" General Sand Crocodile said disdainfully. "Sword King and Golden King don't know what happened back then. Once your boss comes forward, won't everything be exposed?" Qi Fei shook his head. His father, Qi Lin, once told him a secret. Back then, when the 3 kings were pursuing the Wild Sand King, the Quan King had secretly met the Wild Sand King. If he hadn't let the seriously injured Wild Sand King go, Yi Qiu wouldn't have been poisoned. and the Wild Sand King wouldn't have risen again. In the past 10 years, the Qi family had spent a lot of resources to cultivate the Black Sandstorm. The Black Sandstorm had also done a lot for them. Outsiders didn't know that they were in a cooperative relationship. So what if we're exposed? The Sword King obviously has no intention of cooperating with the Qi family. It's better to solve it as soon as possible. Let our boss become the ruler of the land of exile. At that time it'll be easier for your Qi family to do things. General Sand Crocodile said calmly. Since it's already like this, it's useless to talk about it. Now, we have to prepare for the worst. We have to consider the plan under the premise that Ling Xiao can cure Yi Qiu. We can give up the treasure, but the Sword King must die. Qi Fei said coldly. Have you made up your mind? General Sand Crocodile said with a smile, you should have done so long ago. I'll go back and report to our boss now. No need. Tell him to meet me at the guest house. There are some things that must be discussed in detail. Once Ling Xiao cures Yi Qiu, we'll take action immediately. Don't they want the flower of law and God's fruit? Let's wait for them to come. Qi Fei sneered. He could already imagine the Sword King's defeat. A joyful expression appeared on his face. That afternoon, the Sword King sent someone to find Ling Xiao, saying that he had gathered all the herbs. Ling Xiao thought that this speed was not bad. It meant that the Sword King's army was very capable. He was relieved. After all, the Sky Tyrant Empire's first stop in the Eternal Divine Domain was the land of exile. With the Sword King's army guarding it, it should be safer. Bring me there. Ling Xiao got up, washed up, and followed the person who came to find him. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum followed beside him. They were Ling Xiao's bodyguards. They could not leave as they pleased. When Ling Xiao arrived at the room, the Sword King, Yi Hua, and Yi Qiu's mother were all waiting for him. Master Ling, the herbs are ready. Can we start today? The Sword King was eager to save his son. Give me the herbs. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Give them to Master Ling, the Sword King ordered. The person beside him should be the Sword King's confidant. All the herbs were in his storage ring. Ling Xiao turned around and said with a smile, not bad. They're all top-quality herbs. Seems like the Sword King has put in a lot of effort. Does that mean Qiu'er can be saved? The Sword King asked anxiously. I've said it before. As long as you gather all the herbs in 7 days, I have 100% chance of saving him. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Actually, even if the Sword King could not gather all the herbs in 7 days, he would still save him. Yi Qiu was a good person. He did not want Yi Qiu to die like this. Then that's great. The Sword King let out a breath of relief. Although I don't mind you guys watching here, remember, during the treatment, you are not allowed to talk. You must not interrupt me. Otherwise, if something happens, you will have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao took a look at the people in the room. There were 6 or 7 of them. Thus, he said coldly. Master Ling, you can rest assured. The Sword King nodded his head. Ling Xiao did not speak anymore. He walked to the front of Yi Qiu and took a look. The black death snake cursed poison that he fished out was hidden again. However, under his Tai Chi eye, it could not hide at all. Actually, the treatment process was very simple. He only needed 3 things. The first thing was his 9-headed demon king snake beast soul. This was a beast soul that could absorb all the poisons in the world, including the cursed poison. The second thing was the poison resistance Saint Mark. This was necessary. Otherwise, Yi Qiu's weak body would not be able to withstand the poison's attack. The third one was naturally the vitality pill. This was prepared for Yi Qiu's body. Otherwise, after 10 years of not using his spirit essence, once the curse was removed and his spirit essence was released, his weak body would collapse in an instant. Thus, Ling Xiao planned to seal her divine energy with a formation and slowly release it. Then, he would use the vitality pill to repair Yi Qiu's body. In a few days, Yi Qiu would be able to regain her former strength. It sounded complicated, but the process of removing the poison would take less than a minute. That would seem too simple, and he was afraid that others wouldn't believe him. Thus, Ling Xiao began to refine the vitality pill in his room. Of course, the Sword King had sent people to find the ingredients for the vitality pill. He only needed to spend some effort. Ling Xiao, why are you doing this? Yi Hua was surprised to see Ling Xiao refining pills in the air without using a cauldron. However, she was very confused, so she asked. Get out. Ling Xiao shouted. Am I the one saving her, or are you the one saving her? Did he forget what he had just said? It's fine if you waste these ingredients, but if you delay the treatment of Yi Qiu, I'm afraid you can't bear the responsibility. Actually, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of being disturbed at all. He was a person who could multitask. However, Yi Hua's attitude towards him wasn't good in the past. She was clearly using her position to avenge a personal grudge. Yi Hua wanted to say something, but the Sword King glared at her. She had no choice but to leave. She waited outside the room. Master Ling, don't blame Yi Hua too much. She's just worried about Qiu'er. The Sword King hurriedly said. You should shut up too. Otherwise, get out too. Ling Zhao's attitude was just as strong. The Sword King's attitude towards him wasn't good in the beginning, so he naturally wanted to get back at him. It was fine to say that he had a childish temper. After all, he was only a teenager in this world. The Sword King laughed bitterly and didn't say anything. He thought to himself, this kid is so vengeful. If I had known, I would have treated him better in the beginning. Actually, the Sword King believed Ling Zhao's words a little more. After all, he had never seen an alchemist who could refine pills in the air in the eternal divine realm. It was said that only the alchemists of the Immortal Court continent had such abilities. Ling Zhao's ability had clearly surpassed Hua Tianyi's and brought him great hope. After the Sword King shut up, Ling Xiao started to get busy. In Sword King City, two forces had already begun to move. General Sand Crocodile killed the people who were watching Qi Fei and left Sword King City with Qi Fei. He began to plan to kill Sword King. The Sword King was definitely going to fight for the God's Fruit and the Flower of Law, so they had to set up a trap there. At the same time, Huang Shui also left Sword King City. Her mission in the Land of Exile this time was also to explore the ruins. Although she really wanted to kill Ling Xiao before leaving, she had already delayed long enough. He could only wait until the mission was completed. Of course, the commotion on both sides quickly spread to the general's mansion. However, the Sword King's mind was completely focused on his son at this time. He simply didn't have the energy to care about other things. After spending 10 minutes, Ling Xiao managed to refine 10 vitality pills. This vitality pill's effect was mild. 3 times a day, 1 pill each time. Basically, Yi Qiu's body could recover in 3 days. The 10th pill was used to consolidate. Seeing Ling Xiao finish refining the pills, the Sword King suddenly became nervous because he knew that the most crucial moment had arrived. Little did he know that the next step was the easiest for Ling Xiao. He redrew the poison-resistant sacred inscription for Yi Qiu. After that, he released the 9-headed demon king snake beast soul. This beast soul had already appeared before, so the Sword King wasn't surprised. He just wanted to know what Ling Xiao was going to do. Ling Xiao pointed his right hand and pressed it on Yi Qiu's body. The 9-headed demon king snake beast soul started to absorb the poison in Yi Qiu's body. This curse poison already had its own consciousness. Absorbing it wasn't very easy. However, Ling Xiao naturally had his own way. A soul sword shot out from between his brows, accurately killing the curse poison's consciousness without any mistake. A curse poison without consciousness was a dead object. It wouldn't resist at all. The entire process was so simple that it didn't require any effort. Was that a secret soul technique just now? Although I couldn't see it, I felt a powerful soul fluctuation. This Ling Xiao is really a mystery. Superb alchemy skills, knows the sacred inscription technique, and now he even exposed a powerful secret soul technique. This person isn't simple. The Sword King originally wanted to rely on Ling Xiao after he cured Yi Qiu, but he was still somewhat unwilling in his heart. After all, everyone wanted to rely on a wise master. In the end, he still wasn't very satisfied with Ling Xiao. He was just a youngster. Wanting him to work for him, he really wasn't convinced. But after these events, he gradually felt that this Ling Xiao really wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps following this Ling Xiao wasn't a bad choice. In fact, the curse poison was completely absorbed in just a few dozen seconds. However, Ling Xiao was still putting on an act. He had to show that he was working very hard, right? The Sword King could clearly see his son's skin gradually returning to its normal color. He was overjoyed and wanted to jump up and cheer. But thinking of Ling Xiao's words before, he could only shut his mouth and wait. He didn't want the treatment to fail because of him. The other people in the room were also holding back their excitement. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao really couldn't keep up the act anymore. Only then did he start to arrange the array. That skillful operation made the Sword King feel a burst of surprise. He even knew how to arrange an array, and he was still so familiar with it. Is he still human? He's simply an omnipotent monster. A moment later, the array was finished. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat down, feeling a little exhausted. Yu Fenghua hurriedly went forward to help Ling Xiao wipe his sweat. Sword King, no need to be so tense. If you want to cheer, then cheer. It's already over. Next, I just need to use the pills I just refined to help him recuperate. At most 3 days, he will be able to return to his former glory. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's great. The Sword King fiercely clenched his fist and waved it. For 10 years, he had been thinking about this day every day. Sometimes, he had even lost all hope. But today, it was Ling Xiao who pulled him out of the abyss of despair. Hearing the cheers in the room, Yi Hua revealed a confused expression. He clenched his teeth and finally chose to run to report to Qi Fei. From today onwards, Yi Mo will follow young master's lead. Sword King Yi Mo, this name resounded throughout the Golden Martial Nation. But now, he actually knelt in front of Ling Xiao. Tears flowed down his face as he was overjoyed. Senior is a man of his word. There's no need for such a big ceremony. Get up. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yi Mo stood up and said, Young master, if you have any instructions in the future, feel free to say it. As long as I, Yi Mo, can do it, I will do my best. Right now, there's something I need to trouble Senior with. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. Is it about the ruins? Yi Mo asked. As expected of a smart person, he really understood with just a hint. Master Ling, don't worry about the ruins. We've already done a comprehensive investigation. If it wasn't for the Wild Sand King, we might have already obtained the God's Fruit and the Flower of Law. Sword King Yi Mo said, I'll definitely tell you the truth. I'll listen to Master's arrangements. Master Ling, that sounds awkward. Just call me young master. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Yi Qiu should be waking up soon. Accompany him first. We'll talk about the ruins later. Although he wanted to know everything about the ruins as soon as possible, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Thank you, young master. I just happened to collect some written information. Take a look. Yi Mo ordered his subordinates to bring the information to Ling Xiao's room. Ling Xiao turned and left. At the same time, Qi Fei, who had already left Sword King City, also received the news. Someone directly used a voice transmission talisman to tell him the news. The worst-case scenario has actually happened, this Ling Xiao can't be underestimated. Qi Fei was very shocked. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be in trouble after curing Yi Qiu. Therefore, he left Sword King City in advance. But that was only because he was cautious enough. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao actually did it. This brat is interesting. General Sand Crocodile was also shocked. But since he dared to spoil the Wild Sand King's plan, he won't be far from death. That's right. Qi Fei was also gnashing his teeth. He had worked hard for many years under Sword King Yi Mo. It could be said that he had suffered a lot. It was all for the sake of obtaining Yi Hua and then further controlling the entire Sword King army. But Yi Qiu was cured by Ling Xiao, which completely disrupted his plan. He believed that with Yi Mo's character, he would definitely listen to Ling Xiao from now on. Everything he had painstakingly built was ruined. Except for Yi Hua, this stupid woman, maybe he could still make use of her. Young Master Qi, the ruin seems to have become a little troublesome. Yi Mo will definitely cooperate with Huang Shui. Boss and Yi Mo's confrontation was already hard enough. Now that Huang Shui has come, the situation is very unfavorable for us. General Sand Crocodile frowned. Chi Fei sneered, of course we can't fight head-on. Let's go and see the Wild Sand King first. They discussed what to do next. I must get the god's fruit, since Yimo did not know what was good for him, then he could only get rid of him as well. That Yi Qiu had just been cured of the poison, so it would take at least a few months for him to recover. Therefore, as long as they killed Yimo and Yi Qiu during this period of time, they could shift the blame to the royal family. Then, I would be able to marry Yi Hua, and I would still be able to take over the Sword King army. No wonder King Quan sent you here. Young Master Qi is truly a genius. Being your enemy, I'm afraid that nothing good will come out of it. General Sand Crocodile saw Chi Fei's vicious glare and shuddered. This brat was truly vicious. If this plan succeeded, then it would be killing many birds with one stone. About half an hour later, in the meeting hall of the general's residence, Yimo and Yi Qiu both appeared there. Ling Xiao brought you Fanghua and cold plum over. Everyone was preparing to discuss the matter of the ruins. Yimo looked at Yi Qiu, his eyes filled with joy and relief. It was as if he had suddenly become 10 years younger. The stone that had been weighing on his heart for 10 years had finally been lifted. It was a very comfortable feeling. Yi Qiu's recovery speed also exceeded Yimo's expectations. He believed that this was all thanks to Ling Xiao. That seemingly ordinary medicinal pill contained astonishing effects. Young master, I can't thank you enough. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Yi Qiu stood up and clasped his hands at Ling Xiao. If it was an ordinary person who could not move their legs for 10 years, it would be impossible for them to stand up in such a short time. But Yi Qiu could. He was once a divine soul realm expert, and his talent was not inferior to Yang Qi and Yin Li's. Moreover, Ling Xiao was not a boast. The pills he refined were extremely effective. This was also the main reason why Yi Qiu could stand up. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Ling Xiao was not modest at all. He did not know Yimo and Yi Qiu, and he did not ask for anything in return for saving them. It was so that the father and son could be loyal to him. This was what he deserved. There was no need to be coy and refuse to accept. Young master is straightforward. Then I won't say anything unnecessary. Let's talk about the ruins. Young master came this time, nominally to persuade the Shi on behalf of the imperial family, but in reality, you should be aiming for the ruins, right? Yimo smiled. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded and said, the flower of law in the ruins is related to my plan. So, I have to get it. As for the fruit of gods, if possible, I want it as well. As for the plan, after the treasure hunt is over, I will naturally tell you. After all, Your Excellency Sword King is an indispensable part of my plan. Ling Zhao's ambition was huge. It was an ambition that others did not dare to imagine. Unifying the mystic world, probably even the strongest king of sovereigns in this world did not think of it. Although the king of sovereigns was powerful, there was no lack of powerhouses among the people too. In order to maintain his current position, he definitely did not dare to easily offend. But Ling Xiao did not care. Ling Xiao was just a minor character. Even His Majesty the Sky Tyrant Empire's heavenly emperor was still a minor character, to be honest. Could not compare to the king of sovereigns. One was simply the crimson sun and the other was the candle flame. The disparity was too great. So he dared to have such ambition, to be willing to be cut into pieces, to dare pull the emperor off his high horse. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Yimo and Yi Qiu exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in the other party's eyes. The ruins were actually not Ling Zhao's main objective. Just what kind of blueprint was this young man sketching in his heart, really made people look forward to it. Rest assured, young master. That flower of law and fruit of gods will be handled by young master. Yimo saying so was equivalent to already expressing his stance. Even if he obtained those two things, he would also give them to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and said, with your words, I can rest assured. However, you don't have to be afraid. As long as a god's fruit is in my hands, I will be able to obtain it. As long as I have one fruit of gods, I will be able to refine at least 10 deity pills. When the time comes, both father and son will get one each. Although Yemo and Yiqiu were very loyal, Ling Xiao could not give them any benefits just because of this. That would sooner or later make them bitterly disappointed. There are a total of 3 deity fruits. Yemo said, I wonder if you can give me one more deity pill? I can give it to you, but if you want to give it to your daughter, Yi Hua, I suggest you give it up. During this period of time, you have to keep a close eye on your daughter. If she does something stupid again, you might regret it for the rest of your life. Ling Xiao was very disgusted with Yi Hua, and he did not hide this fact. He would not pretend to be kind in front of Yemo. Hate is hate. Yi Hua, this woman, Ling Xiao saved her brother, but she didn't even say a word of apology. Instead, she only thought about Qi Fei. Could it be that a woman in love was so stupid? However, no matter how stupid she was still Yemo's daughter and Yiqiu's sister. Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to remind her, lest this stupid woman cause trouble again. I've already sent people to keep an eye on Yi Hua. You can rest assured. She's just obsessed for a moment. She'll slowly come to her senses. Let's talk about the ruins. I'm sure you've already read the information, right? Yemo sighed. Because of Yiqiu, he had spoiled Yi Hua too much in the past. This led to his daughter's stupidity. Therefore, he didn't want to be too harsh on his daughter. Ling Xiao didn't continue to dwell on this matter. He nodded and said, I've already read the information. I've summarized a few points. First, the ruins are very dangerous. It's not only because of the black sandstorm, but also because of the powerful demonic beasts in the ruins. Second, our main competitor is the black sandstorm. However, we still need to consider Huang Shui. We can use her first and then seize the opportunity to snatch the treasures. Third, the land of exile used to be a part of the eternal divine realm. Later, due to desertification, a large number of cities and countries were submerged. The ruins were left behind by a force called the Soul Armor Sect. Fourth, the Soul Armor Sect is good at forging soul armors. Their skills are the best in the eternal divine realm. The so-called soul armors are martial soul battle armors. Battle armors made specifically for martial souls are very special techniques. They can only be made with sacred runes and arrays, as well as powerful soul power. Fifth, although the Soul Armor Sect was destroyed due to the natural disaster, many powerful martial souls were left behind to guard the sect. The martial souls guarding the Flower of Law and God's Fruit are all powerful divine soul realm martial souls. However, I don't understand. Can martial souls leave the human body and exist independently? At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. They don't exist independently. They're rooted in the warrior's soul. These martial souls were soul armors. On the soul armors are the soul imprints of the Soul Armor Sect's experts. Yemo explained. Young master, you have a good memory and a strong analytical ability. You've listed out the most important parts. That's about it. I'm still too weak. Ling Xiao sighed. No matter how smart he was, without strength, people would feel powerless. The divine soul realm martial spirit was guarding it. He could only rely on Yemo and Yiqiu to solve this. Therefore, he planned to postpone his trip to the ruins for 3 days. In any case, with such a powerful item guarding it, regardless of whether it was the Wild Sand King or Huang Shui, it would not be easy for them to obtain it. Moreover, he might even be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. How strong is the Wild Sand King? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He's a bit more powerful than me. You should know that back then, the 3 of us had to join hands to seriously injure him. Yemo smiled bitterly. The Wild Sand King might be stronger than His Excellency Sword King, but he's definitely not as strong as you make him out to be. Although the 3 of them are working together, I'm afraid that one of them is holding them back. Ling Xiao was referring to King Quan. Right, I asked you to monitor Qi Fei. How's it going? Hearing this question, Yemo suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head. He's been killed. None of the people monitoring him were left alive. Their blood was all sucked dry. This method is very similar to the Wild Sand King's subordinate, General Sand Crocodile. Now that you mention it, it's clear. Ling Xiao had originally supported his guess, but once this clue came out, everything seemed to have become clear. The Qi family has already joined hands with the Black Sandstorm organization. It's even possible that the Black Sandstorm organization has been supported by the Qi family all these years. No wonder the Qi family is not worried about leaving Qi Fei here alone. With the help of the Black Sandstorm organization, he does not need anyone else to interfere. What? Hearing Ling Zhao's guess, Yimo was shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, many details were exposed. A few years ago, some of the martial artists in his army who firmly opposed the Qi family were quietly killed. In the end, they found out that it was the Wild Sand King who did it. Yimo did not think too much about it and just blamed it on the Wild Sand King. But now, it seemed that the Qi family was slowly removing obstacles in order to take over the Sword King army. That's really ruthless. Yimo's face was extremely gloomy. Qi Fei, Qi family, I am irreconcilable with you. He was someone who loved his soldiers like his children. How could he not be angry when so many of his subordinates were killed? Since Qi Fei has already joined hands with the Wild Sand King, we can be at ease. There's only one target left. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Sword King, this trip to the ruins is very dangerous, so you only need to send some elites. Also, the city has to be on guard. I'm guessing that Qi Fei definitely has a backup plan. Also, you have to remove the Qi family from the Sword King army in these 3 days. Can you do it? Young master can rest assured about this. All these years, we all know who the Qi family has planted. We just pretended not to see it. We just want to catch them all in one go. Yi Qiu smiled. Alright, since that's the case, it's easy. I'll leave the matter of removing the spies to you, Yi Qiu. Senior Sword King, what you need to do is to gather all the martial artists above the 9th level of the Divine Physique Echelon. Half of them will stay in the Sword King city. The other half will head to the ruins. Is that okay? Ling Xiao immediately made the arrangements. Since Yimo and Yi Qiu listened to him, there was no need to be courteous. Understood. Yimo and Yi Qiu looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Ling Zhao's orders obviously didn't seem like someone who had never experienced war before. Moreover, the arrangements were appropriate and consistent with their expectations. Naturally, they had no need to object. I also need to set up a formation for the Sword King city in these 3 days. Just in case. Sword King, send someone to me. After all, I'm still not familiar with the Sword King city. Ling Xiao said. No problem. Yimo sent his most capable subordinate to assist Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left with his men. Looking at his departing figure, Yimo couldn't help but sigh. Qiu'er, perhaps we've really followed the right person this time. I didn't expect that a bad thing would turn into a good thing instead. That's right. Not only is this brother Ling extremely talented, but he's also skilled in medicine, sacred patterns, and formations. He's practically omnipotent. Yi Qiu said as he looked at Ling Zhao's departing figure with admiration. He had already sworn in his heart that he would protect this benefactor of his with his own life. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao was busy setting up the formation. Yimo and Yi Qiu also had their own matters to attend to. Those rats that were hiding in the Sword King's army were all ferreted out and killed. Since they had broken off relations with the Qi clan, there was no need to be merciful anymore. Spies were the most detestable existence in the world. Even if the 2 armies were at war and didn't kill captives, spies were still targets that had to be killed. Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum had gotten some good stuff from Sword King Yimo and had been cultivating for the past 3 days. They hoped that they could break through to the early stage of the Divine Body 9th level before heading to the ruins. That way, they would be able to help Ling Xiao in more ways. On the 3rd day, 2 rays of light suddenly rose from Ling Zhao's residence. A ray of bright moonlight. A ray of dark green natural light. The 2 rays of light rose several hundred feet high. It lasted for a long time. In the end, I didn't let down the good stuff that I shamelessly got from Yimo. Both of you have broken through. Looking at Yu Fenghua and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao revealed a happy smile. With the 2 of them breaking through, the operation this time would be more assured. Let's go. Yimo and Yi Qiu are already waiting for us outside. Don't let them wait for too long. The 2 of them nodded and got up to pack up. Then, they followed Ling Xiao out of the room and went straight out of the city. Outside the city, Yi Mo, Yi Qiu, and a group of elite martial artists were waiting there. Yi Qiu had already completely recovered. Not only that, but because of the 10 years of accumulation, after he recovered, he actually broke through consecutively. His strength had reached the peak of the 3rd-level Divine Soul realm. At his age, there weren't many people who could reach such a level of cultivation. Or rather, it was simply extremely rare. In these 10 years, Yi Mo had used too many elixirs on Yi Qiu. However, most of them had been stored in Yi Qiu's body as energy. In addition, Yi Qiu had never given up on cultivating. Even if he couldn't use his divine energy, he still persevered. This kind of tenacity was probably something that others couldn't compare to. It was precisely because of this that he was so strong now. Yi Qiu is our secret weapon this time. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior Sword King, you are in charge of dealing with the Wild Sand King. I will inscribe a few sacred runes for you. It should be able to make up for the difference between you and the Wild Sand King. You don't have to worry about the rest. Just suppress the Wild Sand King with all your strength. Even if you can't kill him, you have to hold him back. Wild Sand King's subordinates, General Sand Crocodile and General Scorpion, I'll leave them to senior subordinates. Is that all right? Of course, there's no problem. Other than me, there are 2 other Divine Soul Realm experts in the Sword King army who aren't inferior to General Sand Crocodile and General Scorpion. These 2 are my strongest lieutenants. Although there are many deputy generals in the Sword King army, there is still a ranking. Yi Mo replied. That's great. Ling Xiao nodded. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's set off immediately. Set off. Yi Mo waved his hand at the crowd. Then, the group of over 100 people began to move toward the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The team moved at a very fast speed, like a torrent rushing through the desert. However, they did not underestimate the enemy and were always on guard against sneak attacks. However, this was left to Cold Plum to handle. Although it was a desert, there were also many desert plants. This was very simple for her. There was a natural underground cave near the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The Wild Sand King treated this place as his temporary base. At this moment, Qifei was sitting there, discussing with the Wild Sand King about the ruins. It's been 3 days. The Sword King city has finally made a move. Should we also make a move? Qifei could not wait any longer. He wanted to see Ling Xiao and Yi Mo die as soon as possible. Why are you panicking? That Princess Huang Shui from the Golden Region entered the ruins before. In the end, she came out with a nose full of dust. This ruins is a little strange. I'm afraid it's impossible to get the treasure with just one force. Who knows, we might have to cooperate with the Sword King army for the time being. The one who spoke was a black-clothed martial artist with disheveled hair. This person had the face of a natural villain. No matter what expression he had, one could feel that he was thinking of something bad. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with cunning and worldly wisdom. This was the Wild Sand King. If the Wild Sand King was a fool, he would have been killed long ago. He would not have lived until today. Cooperate with the Sword King army? Qifei frowned. To be honest, he was extremely unwilling to see such a thing happen. However, if they could not enter the ruins, they would not be able to get the treasure. Killing Ling Xiao and the Sword King did not seem to have much meaning. That's right. It's a cooperation. Of course, when we cooperate, your plan can continue. Actually, I also want to see Yi Mo return to the ruins of the Sword King city. The Wild Sand King sneered. You are more vicious than me. Qifei looked at the Wild Sand King and took a deep breath. On the surface, he was talking about cooperation with a smile, but behind his back, he was attacking someone else's base. It was indeed terrifying. This is what Yi Mo asked for. I have not forgotten the enmity from 10 years ago. The Wild Sand King said coldly, this time, many experts in the land of exile have been persuaded by me. They have been under the surveillance of the Sword King city all these years and cannot escape. However, if the Sword King city is destroyed, they can escape with their lives. Even if they go to places like the 4 regions and 9 worlds, it is still better than staying in the land of exile and suffering. Are you sure there is no problem? The Sword King city has stood in the land of exile for so many years, but no one has been able to break through it. Not even you. Among the others, there is no one who can compare to you. It is even more impossible for them. Qi Fei frowned. That is why I said you are still too inexperienced. The Dual Axe City will also take action. My adopted son, Yi Han, has already become the city lord of the Dual Axe City. Back then, when I sent Yi Han to Sword King City to cultivate, he already showed his terrifying talent and intelligence. He has already learned everything Yi Mo knows. The Wild Sand King said indifferently, with the cooperation of the Dual Axe City and the encirclement of the Land of Exile, it is only a matter of time before the Sword King City falls, unless it is protected by a powerful formation. Vicious. Qi Fei was taken aback, then said heavily. Now, there was no need for him to worry about the Sword King City. He only needed to focus on the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. The Land of Exile was not as chaotic as Ling Xiao had imagined, although it was full of slaughter and strife. In fact, it was a society similar to the Eternal Divine Domain. The prisoners and adventurers here formed a complete social system. In fact, the Black Sandstorm was not the only organization here. There were many large and small factions, even sects and cities. However, they were all built by the prisoners. On the way to the Soul Armor sect, Ling Xiao passed by many cities and towns. These cities and towns built on the oases were not very prosperous, but they had a complete model. There were markets and restaurants. It was very complete. It could be said that a sparrow, although small, had all the essentials. Many warriors saw the army from the Sword King City. Although most of them had hatred in their eyes, they did not dare to do anything. The Sword King, Yi Mo, alone was enough to intimidate them. Not to mention that this 100-man army was made up of Divine Soul Realm experts. The only ones who were not in the Divine Soul Realm were Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Yufeng Hua. These people were the elites of the Sword King City. They were also the strongest faction in the Land of Exile. Even the Black Sandstorm did not dare to fight against them. The martial artists on the road avoided the Sword King City when they saw them. No one dared to approach them. Ling Xiao and the others could not be bothered with them. They sped up and soon arrived at the Soul Armor sect's ruins. Because of the ruins, a large number of martial artists had gathered here. They even set up a market outside the ruins. They specialized in selling materials and tools for exploration. Sword King City and Black Sandstorm tried to occupy the Soul Armor sect's ruins. However, the Soul Armor sect's ruins were too big. They could not do it. Ordinary martial artists would only be sending themselves to their deaths. The number of elite martial artists was limited. In the end, the two factions turned a blind eye to it. After all, their main enemy was the other party, not those little rats. The only thing those rats could do was to go in and get some so-called treasures. The rats might be overjoyed, but the two factions did not care about them at all. Of course, if the rats really got something good, the two factions would definitely fight for it. The only difference between the Land of Exile and the Eternal Divine Dominion was that there were no rules here. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the most basic situation. General. The Sword King City's martial artists stationed near the Soul Armor sect's ruins hurried over when they saw Yi Mo. What's the situation? Yi Mo asked as he dismounted from the lion camel. General, there is no movement from Black Sandstorm. They seem to be waiting for something. However, a few days ago, Vice General Qi Fei met with Wild Sand King. Also, Princess Huang Shui brought people into the ruins. However, they came out very quickly. A few people died. It seems that things did not go well. That person replied. Young master, your guess is correct. Doesn't that mean that he is indeed with the Wild Sand King? That bastard. Yi Mo was already unhappy with Qi Fei. When he heard that Qi Fei was with Wild Sand King, his killing intent surged. It's expected. General, please arrange for everyone to rest. We will officially enter the ruins tomorrow. Ling Xiao planned to go in alone to explore. He had a strong survival ability. Even Yi Mo could not compare to him in this aspect. If he encountered any danger, he could escape in time. Understood. Tell everyone to rest. I will accompany young master. Yimo was worried about Ling Xiao. After all, both Huang Shui and Qi Fei wanted Ling Xiao's life. It was more suitable for him to be by her side. After instructing his subordinates to settle everyone down to rest, he followed Ling Xiao to stroll around nearby. Most of the things sold in the market here were materials and tools shipped in from outside. However, there were also some things that were obtained from the ruins. Most of them didn't have much value, and some of them had unknown uses. Nobody knew what they were used for. These fellows could not see through it, nor were they interested in it. They only wanted to sell these scrap metals at a high price. Young master, I can tell that you're someone who knows what's what. I have a treasure that I just got from the ruins. Take a look. Ling Xiao was stopped by a vendor. His stall was filled with junk, and some of them looked like they could no longer be used. Therefore, there were fewer customers. However, Ling Xiao could tell that the things in this stall were at least genuine antiques. Unlike many of the items on the stalls nearby, they were obviously fakes. It was just a little more glamorous. Ling Xiao squatted down, opened his Taiji eye, and carefully looked at the scrap metal. How much is this? Ling Xiao suddenly pointed at one of the broken swords. Young master, you have good eyes. This broken sword had 6 divine dragon patterns before it was broken. Although it's broken, it must have some research value. I don't want much, just 100 supreme-grade spirit stones will do. The vendor said with a smile. Are you robbing me? Without waiting for Ling Xiao to speak, Yi Qiu said, even if it used to be an emperor weapon with 6 divine dragon patterns, it's just a piece of scrap metal now. Not to mention 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, even 1 supreme-grade spirit stone might not be worth it. The vendor's old face turned red. Only he knew if he was asking for too much. 1 supreme-grade spirit stone. Are you selling it? Ling Xiao asked. That's too little. Let's increase it a little. My brothers went in with great difficulty. They almost lost their lives. The vendor smiled bitterly. How about this, you give me 10 supreme-grade spirit stones, and the item is yours. 5. Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. Okay, deal. Tan Fa gritted his teeth and was about to pass the item to Ling Xiao. Suddenly, an annoying voice rang out. Haha, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Sword King army. Don't you find it embarrassing to bully an honest vendor? I'll take your broken sword. You can have 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao frowned and turned to look at the person who spoke. As expected, it was Qi Fei. This guy actually dared to appear. Wasn't he afraid that Yimo would kill him in a fit of anger, or was the Wild Sand King here as well? Thinking of this, he opened his Tai Chi eye and looked into the crowd. As expected, a powerful aura rushed toward him. The Wild Sand King really came. You dog, you actually dare to appear in front of me. Do you want to die? As expected, Yimo was angry. Out of sight, out of mind. If Qi Fei didn't appear, he wouldn't be so angry. However, Qi Fei didn't know what was good for him. A terrifying aura rushed toward Qi Fei. Qi Fei was only in the early stage of the 9th level divine physique realm. How could he resist Yimo's terrifying aura? He sat on the ground immediately. His face was pale. Yimo, you old thing, how dare you touch me? Do you believe that our Qi family will destroy the entire Sword King city? Although Qi Fei felt terrible, he was still a formidable character. He didn't back down because of this. He shouted sternly. Then let them come. I'd like to see who can kill me other than King Quan. Yimo sneered. He didn't restrain his aura at all and walked toward Qi Fei. Wild Sand King, do you still want to watch the show? If I die, you won't have an easy time either. Qi Fei was finally scared. He roared. Yimo, Yimo, you were like this back then. You're still like this now. 10 years have passed, and you're still as irritable as before. If this goes on, your reputation won't last long. The Wild Sand King finally showed himself. His powerful aura collided with Yimo. Only then did Qi Fei let out a breath of turbid air. It was obvious that he felt much better. So this is the Wild Sand King? Ling Xiao looked at the man in front of him. He probably couldn't find a second person in the land of exile who was on par with the Sword King. Yemo, that's right. That's the Wild Sand King. He was the one who caused the massacre in the Golden Martial Nation. Yi Qiao nodded. His eyes were filled with intense hatred as he looked at the Wild Sand King. 10 years, the Wild Sand King made him suffer for 10 whole years. Although he had returned to normal because of Ling Xiao, the hatred in his heart wouldn't disappear so easily. The appearance of the Wild Sand King also caused chaos in the market. If he were to fight with the Sword King here, the entire market would be destroyed. The merchant with the broken sword turned around and wanted to escape. However, he was stopped by the people from both sides. Right now, they weren't fighting for a broken sword. They were fighting for their reputation. Yemo, I don't want to fight with you here. I'm here today because I have something to discuss with you. The Wild Sand King retracted his aura, but he didn't let down his guard. He knew very well how much pain he had brought to Yemo's son, Yi Qiao. He couldn't guarantee that Yemo wouldn't suddenly attack. What do I have to discuss with you? Yemo also retracted his aura. The moment the Wild Sand King appeared, it was impossible for the battle to start. His mission was to stall the Wild Sand King when they were fighting for the treasure, not to fight here. Once they started fighting, others would be the ones to benefit. Although he was furious, he could only wait for a while to take his revenge. Wild Sand King, remember this. If we meet in the Soul Armor Sect's ruins, I will definitely kill you. Yemo said coldly, there's nothing to discuss between us. Don't say that. You should know that it's impossible for any of us to get the treasure with just our strength. If we want to enter the depths of the ruins and get the treasure, we have to work together. The Wild Sand King smiled and said, let's go in together. As for who gets the treasure in the end, that will depend on their ability. Work with you? Do you think I'm tired of living? Yemo shook his head. No matter what, he wouldn't work with the Wild Sand King. The risk was too high. If you're really sincere about working with me, you wouldn't have let that idiot Qifei come and snatch what I want to buy. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao spoke. The Wild Sand King suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and snorted. I was wondering who it was. A piece of trash at the peak of the 6th level Divine Physique stage actually dares to talk so much. You don't have the right to speak here. He represents Golden King and me. Do you think he has the right? Yemo sneered. Oh? Yemo's words surprised the Wild Sand King. No matter how he looked at it, Ling Xiao was just a trash martial artist at the peak of the 6th level Divine Physique stage. How could he represent Golden King and Sword King? He wasn't sure about Golden King, but since Yemo said so, it wouldn't be fake. He's the one who broke my curse and saved Yi Qiao, right? The Wild Sand King suddenly asked. You're smart. It's him. Yemo nodded and said. So that's how it is. To be able to break this king's curse, you do have some ability. I'll allow you to speak. Young Master Qi, it's just a broken sword. Don't fight with him over it. It's not a treasure. The Wild Sand King glanced at Ling Xiao and said to Qifei. Qifei was very unhappy. It was not because of the broken sword, but because he wanted to regain his face. However, since the Wild Sand King had already said so, he did not dare to say anything else. Although it was true that he was a member of the Qi clan, the Wild Sand King was a direct subordinate of the Quan King. If pushed too far, the Wild Sand King would even dare to kill him. A broken sword actually costs 5 top-grade spirit stones. I wouldn't want it even if you gave it to me. Qifei curled his lips. Ling Xiao ignored him. Others might not know the secret of the broken sword, but he did. With his Tai Chi eye, he could clearly see the mysterious saint runes and array formations hidden within the broken sword. It might be related to the ruins of the Soul Armor sect. Buying it for 5 top-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge profit. Is this sincere enough? Can we work together? The Wild Sand King asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, of course not. Brat, you're messing with me. The Wild Sand King's eyes revealed a sinister look. So what if I'm messing with you? Do you really think that everyone is afraid of you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You say that we're going to work together, but in your heart, you want to use us as cannon fodder. Brat, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because GMO is protecting you. If it's the Golden King, I might have some fear. However, GMO is not as strong as me. If you rely on him, you'll definitely die. The Wild Sand King sneered. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, everything depends on one's effort. I think that if we really go all out, you won't be his opponent. Good, what an interesting brat. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll let you taste the pain of 10,000 poisons. Yi Qiu will only suffer for 10 years. I'll make you beg for death for the rest of your life. The Wild Sand King said gloomily. His voice was like the hiss of a venomous snake. You've reached the end of your rope now that you've met me. Wild Sand King, someone protected you 10 years ago, so you weren't killed. Today, 10 years later, I'll make you pay the debt from 10 years ago. Ling Xiao said faintly. At this point, he suddenly turned his head to look at Qi Fei and continued with a sneer. Qi Fei, your ending won't be any better than his. You'd better follow in your brother's footsteps. You still dare to mention my brother? Qi Fei's face was extremely ferocious. So what if I did? You want to harm me, so why can't I deal with you? I like an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Your brother, Qi Heng, is the best example. Ling Xiao mocked. Don't brag. You're only at the 6th level of the divine physique echelon. What makes you think you can fight me? I'm at the 9th level of the divine physique echelon, you have someone protecting you today. I have nothing to say about your arrogance. However, let's wait and see. There's always a time when one has bad luck. Don't be left alone, or I'll kill you. Qi Fei said fiercely. A loser actually dares to be so arrogant? Have you forgotten that you lost to me in one move? Ling Xiao mocked. Qi Fei opened his mouth, his old face flushed red, but he couldn't say anything to refute. He could only give up helplessly. Since you guys aren't willing to cooperate, I can only find someone else. The Wild Sand King sneered and turned to leave. Qi Fei also hurriedly followed after him. After being snubbed by Ling Xiao and Yimo, the Wild Sand King and Qi Fei would probably look for Huang Shui to cooperate. However, Ling Xiao couldn't stop them. Senior Sword King, pass down the order to enter the ruin immediately. Ling Xiao suddenly said as he watched the Wild Sand King disappear into the yellow sand. Understood. Yimo was a smart person. He naturally understood Ling Xiao's order. Now that the Wild Sand King wanted to cooperate with Huang Shui, they had to change their original plan and enter earlier. They had to catch the other party off guard. Half an hour later, the Sword King City's team had all entered the ruin. The Wild Sand King also officially met with Huang Shui. However, before long, someone came to report, "Boss, those bastards from Sword King City have entered the ruin ahead of time." Huang Shui stood up abruptly when she heard this news. Her face was filled with anxiety as she said, "All right, let's not talk nonsense. It's fine if you want to cooperate. I don't want any treasures, but you have to kill Ling Xiao." The Wild Sand King was stunned. Huang Shui, who was still bargaining with him a moment ago, suddenly became so generous. "It's fine, but why is your highness in such a hurry? The ruin is filled with danger, and your highness has personally experienced it. So what if they enter? Who knows, they might come out very quickly." The Wild Sand King asked doubtfully. "You don't understand that, Ling Xiao. That brat's cultivation might not be high, but he's extremely cunning. Moreover, he has great abilities and is proficient in all kinds of strange techniques. With him around, no one can guarantee that the Sword King City's team won't succeed." Huang Shui said anxiously. Huang Shui had once underestimated Ling Xiao before, but after experiencing several setbacks, she deeply understood a principle. That was how difficult Ling Xiao that kid was to deal with. What others could not do, Ling Xiao might not be able to do. Facing this kid, she definitely could not lower her guard. "Alright, since that's the case, we'll set off immediately. But you don't have to worry too much. I still have a perfect plan. I guarantee that they'll all die inside and can't come out. But that plan is somewhat dangerous. It might even trap us. So unless it's a last resort, I won't use it." The Wild Sand King was a cautious person. After hearing Huang Shui's evaluation of Ling Xiao, and then thinking about his curse being removed, this Ling Xiao was indeed not easy to deal with. No matter what, let's set off. As long as you can kill Ling Xiao, I can help you get what you want. In order to kill Ling Xiao, Huang Shui did not hesitate to cooperate with the Wild Sand King. On the other side, inside the ruins of the Soul Armor sect, the further in they went, the fewer people there were. When they were about 1,000 meters away from the entrance, apart from the people of Sword King City, there was not a single neutral martial artist in sight. Ling Xiao's group had consecutively passed through 3 layers of array formations to reach here. This was naturally all thanks to Ling Xiao's contribution. Although it was no problem to rely on Divine Soul Realm powerhouses to forcefully break it, it was an array formation that had fallen into disrepair for many years after all. It was not as sturdy as before. But not only was the movement great, but the consumption was also great. It was very not worth it. It's going to fork from here. The left is where the Flower of Law is, and the right is where the God Fruit is. In order to investigate this information, we lost many experts. Even I personally took action. I didn't expect it to be so easy this time. People who understand array formations are really different. Yimo was somewhat rueful. If he had known earlier, he would have learned some array formation knowledge. Let's find the Flower of Law first, Ling Xiao said after some thought. Perhaps to others, the God Fruit was the most urgent thing to obtain. But to Ling Xiao, it was the exact opposite. What he needed more was the Flower of Law. The Flower of Laws is of little use to the cultivators of the eternal divine realm. However, it was said that powerful alchemists could use the Flower of Law and other herbs to refine pills that were beneficial to martial artists. Therefore, there were also some people fighting for the Flower of Law. However, very few were able to reach that place. In the end, none of them managed to obtain it. Yi Qiu reminded. We already knew about these difficulties before coming here. No matter what, we must obtain the Flower of Law. This is related to whether or not my plan can be carried out smoothly. If Ling Xiao wanted to achieve his ambitions, he could not be afraid of difficulties. Listen to young master, let's go. Yimo waved his hand, and everyone rushed towards the Flower of Law. More than 20 minutes passed. The joint team formed by Wild Sand King and Huang Shui also arrived at the fork. A black shadow flashed out from the darkness. He bowed and said, "Boss, they went to the Flower of Law." Strange? Flowers of Laws aren't very useful to people from the eternal divine realm. What does he need them for? Wild Sand King frowned and said, "Forget it, let's go look for the deity's fruit first. Even if he obtains the Flower of Law, so what? He can forget about leaving alive." No, we must kill Ling Xiao first. Huang Shui shook her head and said, "If you want to obtain the deity's fruit, you must borrow our strength. So, kill Ling Xiao first, then look for the deity's fruit." What a troublesome woman. Wild Sand King frowned. He really wanted to kill this Huang Shui, but she had experts protecting her. Even if he could kill her, it would definitely consume a lot of energy. At that time, it would be a joke if Yimo took advantage of it. Moreover, just as Huang Shui said, if he wanted to obtain the deity's fruit, he must borrow Huang Shui's strength. The reason why this journey was so easy was that Huang Shui's team had a formation master. Forget it, then we'll go kill people first. But Huang Shui, listen up. If you dare to go back on your words after killing that brat, I'll definitely make sure you can't return to the Golden Domain. Others might be afraid of your father, but I'm not. Wild Sand King threatened Huang Shui for a while before chasing after Ling Xiao and the others. After entering the ruins, Ling Xiao and the rest slowed down. Although they wanted to quickly obtain the Flower of Law, the ruins were full of danger. They had to be on guard. Because the Soul Armor sect had been destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. There were many places in the ruins that were simply sacred grounds for demonic beasts. Along the way, they encountered several waves of powerful demonic beasts. Fortunately, this team was very strong. In addition, Cold Plum discovered the enemies in time, so they could easily resolve the crisis. Be careful, there's a demonic beast ambush ahead. Cold Plum suddenly warned. Yimo skillfully made a few hand gestures. Without needing to say anything, those experts under him had already arranged the battle formation. "I'll lure them out." Ling Xiao's figure dashed out. Soon after, he heard the roars of demonic beasts. Ling Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. Dozens of demonic beasts charged over, looking ferocious. It was as if their partner to carry on their ancestral line had been snatched away. "Attack!" Yimo shouted. The experts under him rushed out one after another and fought with those demonic beasts. He didn't attack. As the commander and the top expert among these people, he had to be prepared to fight against strong enemies at all times. His current task was to conserve his strength. The demonic beasts weren't weak, but unfortunately, they encountered this group of divine soul realm experts. Naturally, they were no match for them. In just a few minutes, the battle had already ended. Just as everyone was about to heave a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly charged toward Cold Plum. This guy had been hiding in the dark for a long time. He was waiting for the moment when everyone relaxed to attack. Unfortunately, he had calculated wrongly. Even if everyone else relaxed their vigilance, Ling Xiao wouldn't. God-defying technique. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao used his most powerful move. The move after the God-defying technique's cross-form. When this move was used, it contained the terrifying will to resist the gods. Everyone was intimidated by this. That monster that had reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine body realm was actually repelled and shattered by Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. Fortunately, the God-defying sword helped him bear some of the pressure. Only then did he manage to not faint. The God-defying technique was even more powerful than the 9 Dragons' divine art. It was just that the consumption was also much greater. Fortunately, with the God-defying sword in hand, it was much easier to use the God-defying technique than the 9 Dragons' divine art. Don't relax. That should be the martial soul phantom wearing the soul armor. It's even more difficult to deal with than the demonic beasts. Ling Xiao shouted and then hurriedly swallowed a handful of pills. The pills that were exceptionally precious in the eyes of others were swallowed by him without hesitation. Anyway, his body was very strong and could bear it. He also knew how to refine pills, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. The soul armor sect could actually create such a terrifying thing. Perhaps they were really strong back then. Yimo was also shocked. If it weren't for Ling Xiao just now, Cold Plum would have been ambushed. These martial souls have already fused with the soul armor and contain the strength of the soul armor sect's experts. If we can get them, it will be a great help. Yimo looked at the shattered martial soul and sighed. But young master, your attack just now was really strong. Do you want to take a rest? No, let's continue. Ling Xiao shook his head. Although he had consumed a lot of energy, he could recover quickly with so many people protecting him. However, Yimo's words reminded Ling Xiao of something. Was there any way to subdue these martial soul warriors? If he succeeded, even if the Empire of Tyrant Heavens moved into the Eternal Divine Realm in advance, they would have a certain level of protection. With this protection, they could develop slowly. Then, the group continued to move forward. Along the way, they encountered a few waves of demon beast attacks. Although a few people were injured, it was not a big deal. With Ling Xiao, a powerful medicine master, their injuries could be healed in a moment. The demon beasts were easier to deal with. After all, they were not very strong. But the martial soul warriors were troublesome. Moreover, these martial soul warriors seemed to have noticed that Cold Plum played a key role in this team. So, many of their sneak attacks were targeted at Cold Plum. Fortunately, with the lesson learned, the next few times could be said to be daunting but not dangerous. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to check a few more intact martial soul warrior corpses. To put it bluntly, this corpse was a soul armor. On the soul armor, there were arrays and sacred inscriptions to seal the powerful martial soul and expert's cultivation. Along the way, he did not attack again. While recovering, he pondered about these arrays and sacred inscriptions. His eyes were filled with excitement. After about 20 minutes, the group finally arrived at the place where the Flower of Law was. The Flower of Law grew in a muddy swamp. It grew out of the mud without being stained. To Ling Zhao's surprise, there were other martial artists here. However, it seemed that there was no way to get the flower of law. They were squatting there with a bitter face, racking their brains. The martial artists who could make it here were all powerful. They were all godly soul realm experts. However, compared to Ling Zhao's team, it was obviously not enough. Therefore, those people appeared to be more nervous and vigilant at this time. Ling Xiao did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked at a field of flowers in the swamp. There wasn't just one flower of law, but an entire field. There were over 1,000 flowers of law. Every single one of them was in full bloom. The seemingly ordinary swamp emitted a strange aura of laws. Ling Xiao found traces of an array formation there. The Soul Armor sect and the Divine Rune sect are from the same era. They must have learned the Divine Rune art from the Divine Rune sect. Their mastery of the Divine Rune art is not bad, but it's far inferior to the Divine Rune sect. However, the Armor Soul sect's magic arrays and formations were quite powerful. The combination of the two stumped many people. After all, it's really rare to find a martial artist who knows both arrays and saint inscriptions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao could not help but smile faintly. This was simply a relic prepared for him. He was glad that he had discovered the Divine Rune sect's ruins in advance. Otherwise, he would have had a headache today. Just as he was thinking about this, a rush of footsteps came from behind him. Everyone turned around and was on high alert. A group of people walked out of the darkness. We finally caught up. The flower of law has not been taken away yet. Seeing that Ling Xiao and the others had yet to make a move, Qifei was a little excited. He was one of the people who was most unwilling to see Ling Xiao being proud. Huang Shui, you're really something. You're actually colluding with the Wild Sand King. If the Golden King knows about this, he'll probably be furious. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Shui and said coldly. So what if father knows? There are no eternal enemies in this world, and no eternal friends. In order to achieve my goal, I don't mind cooperating with the devil, let alone the Wild Sand King. Huang Shui said disdainfully. Although that's the case, you're simply asking a tiger for its skin. Be careful not to lose your life. Ling Xiao looked at Huang Shui indifferently. With this woman's shrewdness, it was impossible for her not to see through the Wild Sand King's intentions. Even so, she still wanted to cooperate. It was enough to show how crazy this woman was to achieve her goal. You don't have to care about this matter. In any case, you must die here today. I don't care who gets the flower of law. I only want your life. Huang Shui's expression became incomparably malevolent. Are you crazy? Do I have any deep hatred with you? Ling Xiao was really speechless. Speaking of which, he should be the one who hated Huang Shui. Why did this woman treat him as a mortal danger? You and I don't have any deep hatred, but your talent makes me feel fear. With you around, I'm afraid the Golden Martial Kingdom will not be peaceful in the future. Father is underestimating you too much. However, I won't. I will only be at ease if you die. Huang Shui said with gritted teeth. Ling Xiao shook his head. Since that's the case, there's no room for discussion. Huang Shui, I originally didn't want to kill you. However, you've been making things difficult for me. As long as I have the chance today, I will definitely kill you. Let's not talk any more nonsense. Do it. Huang Shui looked at the Wild Sand King and said. Everyone, follow me into the swamp. Ling Xiao was deeply aware that the strength of his side could not possibly be a match for the other party's combined strength. Forcefully fighting would only result in disastrous casualties. However, he thought of a good method. He directly stepped into the swamp. The 100 over people from Sword King City followed in without even thinking. Crazy! Huang Shui stopped her footsteps and shouted in shock. Her team had been here before, and they had lost a few people. This swamp was very strange and terrifying. When martial artists entered, they would first be poisoned. Then, their bodies would be swallowed by the muddy swamp. No matter how strong they were, it was useless. It was precisely because of this that she stopped her footsteps and said that Ling Xiao was crazy. Ling Xiao's action was completely a kind of suicide. Those martial artists guarding the edge of the swamp were also dumbfounded. They had previously witnessed the appearance of martial artists dying miserably after entering the swamp with their own eyes. This fool actually brought so many experts to court death. Ha ha ha, since they are courting death themselves, there's no need for us to make a move. The Wild Sand King also laughed heartily. To be honest, although he was slightly stronger than the Sword King Emo, if he wanted to win, he would probably have to pay a disastrous price. Hence, if he could not fight, he would not be willing to fight no matter what. Dying like this is really letting him off too easily. Shi Fei gritted his teeth. He always wanted to make a move and kill Ling Xiao alone. It looked like there was no chance for that. Under the many people's mocking and gloating gazes, Ling Xiao and the martial artists from Sword King City all stepped into the swamp. However, in the next instant, these people were all dumbfounded. What they imagined did not happen. Ling Xiao and the rest completely walked towards the Flower of Law without any problems. What's going on? Could it be that the array formation of the swamp was removed? Huang Shui was stunned for a moment before immediately ordering, "Chase, quickly chase for me." End of chapter 5171. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.